Chen Fan's family was annihilated. While fleeing, he acquired the legacy of cultivation and a mysterious space, thus embarking on the path of immortality. The journey was fraught with peril. In pursuit of the Tao of cultivation, he sought treasures in hidden realms, faced relentless enemies, and was accompanied by beauties including a sect's holy maiden and an enchanting elder.Run. The old demon Han is coming. Oh no, it's the old demon Han. Friend, step into my Imperial Banner for a discussion. What does Han Li's actions have to do with me? Chen Fan, Chapter 1. Surviving death. Cough, cough, cough. The good news is I'm not dead. The bad news is it seems I'm about to die again. Chen Fan groggily opened his eyes, his entire body racked with pain. Sprawled across the dry leaves of the forest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn, this is definitely not Earth. Chen Fan, a native of Blue Star, had just been walking home from work when, in an instant, a truck struck him, leaving only blinding lights in his memory before darkness consumed him. When he opened his eyes once more, the world had transformed entirely. He wore tattered, ancient garments, dirted and stained with blood, resembling a fugitive who had just crawled out from a pile of corpses. Wasn't I supposed to be dead? Is this hell? As he muttered, a sudden, excruciating pain ripped through his head. A torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. Battles, screams, frantic runs, the sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Chen Fan finally regained his breath and slowly came to his senses. He had traversed realms. His soul had inhabited the body of a 12-year-old boy who shared his name. This place was the Tianxian continent, akin to an ancient world, rife with divided nations and martial prowess. He found himself in Qingshan Town, a border settlement of the Dian dynasty. The Chen family had long been merchants, living in prosperity, but the original owner of this body had faced a tragic demise overnight. In his memories, during the dead of night, his father had burst through the door, covering his mouth, and frantically rushed him to the backyard. Outside, flames soared into the sky as a group of black-clad assassins wielded knives, slaughtering the guards who fell one after another into pools of blood. The father and son were chased to the back mountains. In a moment of desperation, the father had thrust a heavy black bundle into his arms, his voice hoarse and filled with a finality. Remember, it was the Li family that destroyed our entire clan. This bundle contains the ancestral treasures of the Chen family. You must escape and find your elder brother and sister in the capital. As his words faded, the father turned and charged in another direction, drawing away a dozen assassins, and the next moment, arrows rained down like a storm. That once mighty figure collapsed heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Overwhelmed with fear, the original owner fled in tears, but was soon targeted by an archer. An arrow struck his calf, and in agony, he tumbled down a steep slope, losing consciousness. When he awoke, he had taken on the body of Chen Fan for Blue Star. Chen Fan exhaled deeply, his eyes tinged with red, forcing back the tears. Those memories felt as vivid as his own experiences. Pain, fear, despair, all etched into his very being. Little one, the suffering you endured, I shall bear it all. Since I occupy your body, I will avenge your grievances. The Li family, I shall spare none of them. As this thought settled, he felt an unexpected lightness, the connection between his soul and body solidifying, banishing the earlier sluggishness. Just as he steadied his mind, distant footsteps and voices approached, growing nearer. He knew instinctively that it was the black-clad assassins still searching the mountains. Chen Fan's expression tightened, and without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the bundle and plunged deeper into the thicket. As he ran, he used branches to erase his footprints and flatten the grass, finally holding his breath and burrowing into a nearly impenetrable patch of dense underbrush. Before long, several knife-wielding assassins passed nearby, their suspicious gazes scanning the surroundings as they spoke in hushed tones. That kid was hit by an arrow. He can't have gone far. Search carefully. We want him alive or his corpse. Chen Fan lay hidden in the underbrush, his heart racing, breathing as quietly as possible. He could distinctly hear the faint clinking of arrows and the footsteps of other archers drawing closer. He waited until dawn broke, and the search sounds finally receded. Having not slept all night, his nerves were taut, and he dared not relax for even a moment. He propped himself up on his injured leg and cautiously made his way deeper into the mountains, unaware of how long he had traveled, until he finally stumbled upon a concealed cave. Within the thicket, safe for the moment, near the cave was a small stream with crystal-clear water. Chen Fan washed the blood from his face, then, summoning his waning strength, caught a few small fish at the stream's edge. Building a fire took him nearly 2 hours, with the thick smoke causing him to cough incessantly. In this desolate wilderness, he finally managed to catch his breath. He gently applied the cooled ash from the burnt wood to his calf wound, tearing strips from his tattered clothing to bind it. The pain made him grimace, but he could only grit his teeth and endure. The aroma of the roasted fish wafted through the air as Chen Fan devoured it ravenously, almost shoving it into his mouth. Damn, I was starving all night. If I had waited any longer, I would have starved to death. Once his hunger was satiated and his strength slightly restored, Chen Fan opened the life-saving black bundle. Inside was a wooden box, which he pried open with effort. Within lay 2 tomes, a smooth jade pendant, and a seemingly ordinary small cloth bag. One of the tomes was a letter, which Chen Fan unfolded for a closer look. The handwriting was ancient, and the contents sent chills down his spine with each word he read. The author of the letter was named Chun Hao, an ancestor of the Chun family from generations past. In his youth, the ancestor had fortuitously encountered a cultivator who discovered his spiritual root and brought him into the realm of cultivation. Alas, his spiritual root was mediocre, and after 50 years of arduous training, he had only reached the late stage of chi refinement. In his twilight years, while exploring an ancient secret realm, he was severely injured, and knowing his time was short, he struggled to return home. The techniques and storage bag within the box were all from the secret realm. He hoped that among the descendants of the Chun family, should any possess a spiritual root, they could embark on the path of immortality, traversing the heavens and safeguarding the family. Chen Fan clutched the letter, lost in thought. Cultivators? Chi refinement, foundation establishment, secret realms, immortal gates. This was far beyond his comprehension. Yet in the next moment, a self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. If traversing realms was possible, what was there to discuss about science? From this day forth, he would only believe in cultivation and strength. To cultivate, one must possess a spiritual root. That he wondered if his body was fortunate enough to have one. He picked up the other tome, the cover adorned with 4 archaic characters, the 5 spirits creation technique. Upon opening it, it detailed the path of cultivation. The levels of cultivation, from low to high, are chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. Among them, the 1st to 3rd levels of chi refinement are considered early stages. The 4th to 6th levels are mid-stages, the 7th to 9th levels are late stages, and the 10th level is complete mastery. Chi refinement cultivators can live for 120 years. Foundation establishment cultivators for over 200 years. Core formation for 500 years. Nascent soul for over 1,000 years. And spirit transformation cultivators can live for over 2,000 years. Longevity. Soaring through the skies. Chen Fan's hands trembled slightly as he gripped the technique. This was no mere martial arts. This was the true path to defying fate. In that unassuming small cloth bag was the storage bag mentioned in the letter, an artifact of the celestial realm. As for the jade pendant, the letter only vaguely mentioned that it was obtained from the secret realm. In an instant, Chen Fan understood why the Li family sought to eradicate the Chun family. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing treasures invites calamity. A mere mortal family holding secrets of cultivation would naturally attract murderous intent. But at this moment, he could hardly feel joy. Wounded and alone, surrounded by dangers in the deep mountains. He didn't even know if he would survive until tomorrow. How could he dream of cultivation? He gathered his belongings, unwilling to linger in the cave, and gingerly made his way down the mountain, leaning on his injured leg. After what felt like an eternity, he finally came across a dilapidated cabin in the woods, seemingly abandoned for years. Chen Fan cautiously circled the area, confirming it was uninhabited before pushing the door open. Inside were only a few ragged garments, and in the corner lay a rusted iron knife. He tidied up the surroundings with simplicity, sharpening the rusted blade until it gleamed, managing to create a makeshift refuge for himself. With his shelter temporarily secured, his next concern was devising a means to survive. The path back to Qingshan Town was no longer an option. The Chen family had been annihilated, leaving him as the sole survivor. As night fell, Chen Fan ignited a fire within his wooden cabin, roasting the wild rabbit he had captured during the day. He had previously set traps in the forest and caught a few fish by the stream, ensuring that, at least for the time being, he would not succumb to starvation. The arrow wound on his calf had scabbed over, and the pain had significantly diminished. With a rabbit leg in hand, he savored each bite while, by the flickering light of the campfire, he once again perused the 5 Spirits Creation Sutra. The path of cultivating immortality begins with sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing that energy into the body, thus establishing the foundation for one's practice. Chapter 2. The initial steps in a chi refinement. What are you all doing? You can't even catch a 12-year-old child. In the grand hall of the Li family, a man dressed in elegant, ornate robes sat at the top. He was Li Minghao, the head of the Li family, exuding an outwardly gentle demeanor. He concealed a heart of ruthlessness and profound cunning. The Li family's dominance over Qingshan Town was entirely reliant on his insidious and unscrupulous methods. The calamity began with a banquet. Chen Fan's father, Chen Tianming, inebriated and careless, revealed that their ancestors had once produced an immortal, leaving behind a cultivation technique. Driven by greed, Li Minghao secretly colluded with the Black Tiger Gang, plotting to annihilate the Chun family and seize the technique. Little did he anticipate that a spy from the Chen family had infiltrated his ranks, leading to an early exposure of their scheme. On the fateful night, sensing impending doom, Chen Tianming made a swift decision to abandon his family, sacrificing himself to protect Chen Fan as they fled toward the rear mountain with a mysterious black bundle. The Li family's servants and the Black Tiger gang scoured the mountains in a frenzy, yet they could not uncover Chen Fan's whereabouts despite their exhaustive search. Li Minghao had the Chen family estate excavated to the depths, yet the technique remained elusive. He concluded that it must reside with Chen Fan. Orders were dispatched. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. That wretched child must be found. Alive or dead, we must see him. Li Minghao's face contorted with fury. May I inquire, Li family head, what grievance do you hold against the Chen family that warrants such ruthless pursuit? What is it that you seek? A burly, one-eyed man strode in. He was the leader of the Black Tiger gang, known as Black Tiger. This matter does not concern you, Li Minghao replied with indifference, a glint of disdain in his eyes. Your sole task is to locate the boy. Black Tiger, unfazed, let out a boisterous laugh. We have searched for a day and a night. I shall grant you 3 more days. After that, the remaining payment must not be short. With that, he turned and departed. In the ensuing 3 days, the Leaf family and the Black Tiger gang turned the rear mountain inside out, even discovering the cave where Chen Fan had once hidden, but it was now desolate. During their search, they encountered a ferocious brown bear, and after a fierce battle, they managed to drive it away, albeit at the cost of several lives. At last, it has fled. Judging by the signs, that child has likely been devoured by the bear. Let us return and report our findings. Little did they know, Chen Fan had already vacated the area long before their search commenced. Head of the family, remnants of torn clothing have been discovered near the cave. The child must have fallen prey to a wild beast. Upon hearing this report, Li Minghao's face fell in disappointment, and he sighed deeply. Is it destined that I shall remain unconnected to the realm of immortality? At that moment, a raucous laughter echoed through the hall. Ha ha, Li family head. It is time to settle the accounts. My Black Tiger gang has toiled for days, scouring the entire mountain. That little brat is surely beyond saving. Black Tiger swaggered into the hall, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Now that your Li family has consumed the entirety of the Chen family's wealth, do not think to renege on our agreement. Li Minghao, weary of the exchange, casually tossed a silver note. 5,000 taels. Take it and leave. Black Tiger accepted the note, his face lighting up with glee. Li family head, you are indeed straightforward. Should such opportunities arise again, remember to seek my Black Tiger gang. With that, he turned to depart. Li Minghao felt a sense of frustration, despite expending such effort and bloodshed against the Chen family. The spoils were merely trivial possessions of mortals, hardly worth the endeavor. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding outside. In recent days, aside from venturing out to forage, he devoted himself entirely to the profound cultivation of the 5 spirits creation technique, practicing diligently both day and night. 7 days elapsed. Chen Fan sat cross-legged, attuning himself to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as prescribed by the cultivation method. Damn, it's been 7 days. And aside from feeling a bit lighter, there's no sign of any response. Could it be that my body lacks a spiritual root? He was on the verge of surrendering. Yet, on the 9th dawn, an imperceptible current of energy suddenly infiltrated his body through the pores. Chen Fan trembled all over, ecstasy surging within. This is spiritual energy. Suppressing his excitement, he cautiously guided the subtle flow through his meridians. Gradually, he could distinctly perceive the faint yet tangible spiritual energy drifting around him. Day after day, he immersed himself in focused cultivation. One day, the spiritual energy entering his body ceased, dissipating and wholly condensed within his dantian. Chen Fan's spirit sword. According to the cultivation manual, when the spiritual energy condenses without dispersing, it signifies the attainment of the first level of qi refinement. He inhaled sharply, but in the next moment, a pungent stench assaulted his senses. What on earth? Had he fallen into a cesspit? His body was coated in a viscous black grime, the odor overwhelming. Instantly, Chen Fan understood. This was the expulsion of internal impurities through the process of drawing in energy and tempering the flesh. He dashed to a nearby stream and washed himself vigorously. Upon returning to shore, his skin had become fair and delicate, his features refined and handsome, transforming him entirely. Back at his wooden hut, Chen Fan retrieved a storage pouch. Now that he had entered the first level of chi refinement and birthed a divine consciousness, he easily opened it. Inside were few items, several jade bottles, a few talismans, hundreds of luminous stones, an ancient short sword, and a letter. Chen Fan unfolded the letter. Descendant of the Chen family, by the time you read this, you must have drawn in spiritual energy and reached the first stage of chi refinement. This parcel contains my lifelong legacy. Several hundred low-grade spirit stones, 2 bottles of lower-grade healing pills, 3 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, and 3 medium-grade explosive flame talismans. The sword named Chen Fan is a supreme magical weapon that can be wielded through divine consciousness cultivation. The cultivation world is rife with treachery and dominated by the strong. Only by surviving can one prove the Tao of longevity. Remember, trust no one lightly. Chen Fan grasped the Chen Fan sword and nurtured it with his divine consciousness day and night. It took 2 full days before he barely established a connection. Indeed, a supreme magical weapon demands great effort. Now linked in spirit with the sword, it obeyed his commands as if an extension of his own body. At a mere thought, Chen Fan soared into the air, hovering before him. His heart ablaze with excitement, Chen Fan leapt onto the blade, eager to try the legendary sword flight. Yet, the sword wobbled uncontrollably and failed to lift off, nearly throwing him off. What was amiss? He quickly realized. His cultivation was too rudimentary. As a chi refinement novice, he could only wield the sword but not yet command it to fly freely. Resolving to strengthen his cultivation, he turned to inspect the other items. The jade bottles were sealed with spirit-sealing talismans to prevent the spiritual energy within from dissipating. Upon opening one, a pure medicinal fragrance emerged, the energy restrained yet potent. Lastly, Chen Fan took out a mysterious jade pendant. This was no ordinary trinket, yet probing it with divine consciousness yielded no response. Suddenly, an idea struck him, blood recognition. He sliced his fingertip, letting a drop of fresh blood fall onto the pendant. In the next instant, the jade pendant suddenly ascended, radiating a brilliant golden light that transformed into a stream of luminous energy, piercing directly into his dantian. Chapter 3. Revenge. The events transpired in the blink of an eye, akin to a thunderclap shattering the long night. Chen Fan stood frozen in astonishment, hastily immersing his consciousness into his dantian, only to observe the jade pendant morphing into a gleaming stream, quietly hovering within the sea of chi in his dantian, warm and smooth as jade, its divine light contained. Tentatively, he extended his awareness toward the pendant, and in an instant, a vast force surged forth, drawing his consciousness within. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Fan found himself in an expansive, independent space, where verdant mountains and ethereal springs mingled amidst swirling clouds and mist. And the spiritual energy in the atmosphere was so dense it almost transformed into liquid, resembling a transcendent paradise. The only lamentable aspect was the utter solitude of the place. Enveloped in silence. Am I inside the jade pendant? Chen Fan's mind surged with excitement as he pondered how to exit. Yet, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, his figure instantly returned to the wooden cabin. His pupils constricted, and with another thought, he vanished once more, firmly establishing himself within the space of the pendant. Ha ha ha! It worked! Chen Fan was overwhelmed with joy. This was his very own personal realm. He could enter and exit at will. As he reveled in the abundant spiritual energy of the space, he realized that it was unlike any energy he could absorb from the outside world. A great pity. Such an extensive area could not merely serve as storage. With so much land, could he perhaps cultivate something? He promptly exited the space and, with a casual gesture, planted a small sapling within. In less than half a stick of incense-s time, nourished by the vast and unique spiritual energy, the sapling grew at an astonishing rate, transforming into a towering tree, lush with foliage in the blink of an eye. Incredible. It was simply extraordinary. Chen Fan trembled with excitement. This place could accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs and plants. From now on, the quantity of spiritual herbs he could cultivate was boundless. Henceforth, this realm shall be named the space of creation. Such a treasure must not be disclosed to outsiders, lest it incite calamity. Departing from the space of creation, Chen Fan resumed his arduous training. However, the spiritual energy in the external world was as thin as mist, rendering his progress painfully slow. In a moment of despair, he suddenly remembered the hundreds of low-grade spirit stones within his storage pouch. He retrieved one and was immediately enveloped by a wave of pure and substantial spiritual power, far more potent than the energy outside. Without further hesitation, he grasped the spirit stone in both hands and fervently absorbed its essence using the 5 spirits creation technique. If any other wandering cultivators were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be left agape. For a chi refinement stage practitioner, acquiring a single spirit stone was akin to climbing a mountain. It was only at the precipice of a breakthrough that they would dare to utilize one. Yet here was Chen Fan, treating spirit stones as mere confectionery, a display of unparalleled extravagance. The technique itself was wondrous, and coupled with his reckless consumption of spirit stones, Chen Fan's cultivation speed far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. After several days of relentless training, a pile of dull, lifeless spirit stones had accumulated beside him. At this moment, Chen Fan had undergone a remarkable transformation. He appeared handsome and charismatic, exuding an aura of intensity, firmly standing at the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of chi refinement, just a step away from the mid-phase. With renewed vigor, he retrieved 50 spirit stones and surrounded himself with them, launching a full-scale assault on his bottleneck. 2 days later, within the wooden cabin, a subtle tremor reverberated. The spiritual energy converged with a mighty force, and his dantian expanded once more. It was accomplished. Chen Fan's eyes snapped open, brilliance radiating fiercely. At the 4th level of chi refinement, he had reached mid-stage cultivation, his prowess now steadfast. Without hesitation, he unfurled the 5 spirit creation manual and commenced the study of spells. The tome detailed 5 fundamental spirit arts: fireball technique, water sphere technique, golden light shield, wooden vine technique, and earth shield technique, all essential foundational spells for the chi refinement stage. Blessed with keen insight, Chen Fan mastered the fireball technique in a single day. With a mere condensation of his fingertips, a crimson fireball, roughly the size of a fist, materialized, its flames intense and scorching. Tossing it casually, it collided with a tree trunk, erupting in a thunderous blast. Flames surged several meters, reducing the tree to charred, broken remnants. Such power could effortlessly slay any mortal martial artist. Elated, Chen Fan devoted several more days to rigorous cultivation, thoroughly integrating and mastering all 5 foundational spells, wielding them with ease. Now, at the pinnacle of the 4th chi refinement level and with his magical implements in hand, the time had come to return to Qingshan town and exact his vengeance. That night, under a moonless sky and fierce wind, Chen Fan descended upon the roof of the Li residence like a shadow in the darkness, silent and unseen. Inside, Li Minghao reveled with his beloved, drinking and indulging in pleasure, his face beaming with satisfaction. "My lord, you have been troubled of late, but with the Chen family destroyed. Who in Qingshan town dares oppose you now?" The woman cooed softly. Li Minghao sighed deeply. "I was but one step away from attaining the immortal fate. Yet now all is lost. Cultivation offers no worldly joys. Do not dwell on it." As he laughed heartily and moved to embrace her, a sudden crash shattered the roof. Chen Fan descended into the chamber, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. "Who dares trespass upon the Li estate?" Li Minghao exclaimed, both startled and enraged. A cruel smile curled Chen Fan's lips. "Old Li, after just a month, you fail to recognize me?" Upon seeing Chen Fan's face, Li Minghao's expression twisted in horror and disbelief. "You, Chen Fan? You're not dead? If I were dead, who would deliver your immortal fate?" Chen Fan replied calmly. Overcome with joy, Li Minghao roared, "Seize him!" Before his command could fully sound, agonized screams erupted outside, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Suddenly, the blood-stained breeze sword tore through the air, shattering the door, and hovered silently beside Chen Fan, humming ominously. Outside, deathly silence fell. The entire household had been annihilated. Terrified beyond measure, Li Minghao collapsed, trembling and pointing at Chen Fan. "You have become an immortal?" Chen Fan's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. "Now, it is time to repay your debt." Li Minghao broke down instantly, falling to his knees with desperate kowtows. "Do not kill me. It was the Black Tiger Gang who destroyed your family, not I. I will give you all my wealth. Spare my life, I beg you." Chen Fan's eyes darkened. The Black Tiger Gang was involved as well? Yes, all that was the Black Tiger Gang. I was blinded by foolishness. Please. Chen Fan did not listen further. To show mercy to one's enemies was to betray the dead. Raising his hand, the breeze sword instantly unsheathed. In a flash of sword light, two heads rolled to tea. A collective gasp filled the air as everyone looked up, witnessing a streak of sword light darting through the hall with unparalleled swiftness. Chen Fan moved like a specter, unleashing fireballs that engulfed the surroundings in flames. Vines ensnared his foes, a mound of earth shielded him, and a golden aura enveloped his form as his flying sword reaped lives. In but a fleeting moment, the anguished cries abruptly ceased. The Black Tiger Gang, from its leader to the most ordinary of its members, was utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. In a single night, the two malignant entities of Qingshan Town, the Li family and the Black Tiger Gang, were reduced to ashes. Blood debts demand blood repayment. Standing amidst the chaos, Chen Fan's gaze remained tranquil. This was merely the beginning. The path of cultivation and the quest for vengeance had only just commenced. Chapter 4. The Realm of Cultivation in the Aftermath. Chen Fan wielded the Qingfeng sword, quietly descending outside Qingshan Town, where the night air was sharp and laced with a heavy scent of blood. Leaning against an ancient tree, his thoughts churned restlessly, sleep eluding him. Having lived two lives, he was once a law-abiding citizen of Blue Star, and today marked the first occasion he had personally taken lives in vengeance. And to do so in such numbers was a daunting reality to accept. Even with the knowledge that the realm of cultivation operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, waves of emotion still surged within him. Yet, he understood that showing mercy to his enemies was tantamount to cruelty towards himself. There is an ancient adage in Huaxia: if one does not uproot the weeds, they will spring back in the spring breeze. This phrase vividly encapsulates the essence of the matter. Through the night's contemplation, Chen Fan's state of mind had solidified significantly. The physique of a cultivator far exceeds that of an ordinary person, and a night without sleep bore no consequence for him. It is said that once a cultivator establishes their foundation, they can survive without food, drawing sustenance solely from the essence of heaven and earth. The following morning, Chen Fan entered the city, having donned a fresh set of garments, and proceeded to a tavern for a meal, for even a Qi refinement practitioner must eat. As he settled at a table, he overheard the animated discussions at a neighboring table. "Have you heard? Last night, the Li family and the Black Tiger Gang were wiped out in a single night, their entire lineage extinguished. Indeed, the authorities went to investigate this morning. The scene was horrific, clearly the work of a master. It is truly a cause for celebration. The Li family and the Black Tiger Gang have long oppressed the common folk. This fate is well-deserved." Chen Fan silently consumed his meal, maintaining an air of indifference. Appearing as an uninvolved observer, he left no trace of his involvement, allowing the world to speculate on the causes and effects, so as to avoid unnecessary troubles. Within the Chen residence, a man and a woman knelt before an altar, overcome with grief. The man was Chen Tianxi, the eldest son of the Chen family. Currently serving in the court, the woman was Chen Fan's second sister, Chen Zhao, now the consort of the third prince of the Dian dynasty. Beside her stood the third prince, Zhou Yunhao, his expression grave as he gently comforted her. "Xiao, do not harm yourself. You are a child. Your parents in the heavens would be troubled to see you like this." Chen Tianxi chimed in. "The prince is correct. You carry a child." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunhao's eyes widened. Brother, how many times must I remind you? In private, there is no mention of the third prince. His frustration was palpable. While Chen Tianxi was admirable in many ways, his rigidity was a source of exasperation. Tears streamed down Chen Zhao's face. Father, mother, my younger brother is only 12. I was supposed to take him to the capital. Just as she was engulfed in despair, a youthful yet steady voice slowly emerged. Elder brother, second sister. The three turned abruptly, their bodies trembling in shock. Chen Zhao suddenly rushed forward like a whirlwind, enveloping Chen Fan in a tight embrace as she wept uncontrollably. Little brother, you're not dead. You are alive. Chen Tianxi, trembling and with reddened eyes, stepped forward, his voice choked with emotion. Xiaofan, you are indeed alive. Zhou Yunhao was equally astounded. With heavy guards stationed inside and outside the Chen residence, the fact that this person could infiltrate silently was a testament to extraordinary skill, far beyond that of an ordinary individual. After a bout of weeping, the group's emotions gradually stabilized. Chen Fan turned his gaze to the spirit tablet inscribed with his name on the table, his expression serene. Zhou Yunhao immediately ordered its removal and destruction, stating, "Since he has returned, this tablet is of no further use." The four then took their seats in the hall. Chen Tianxi asked in a grave tone, "Xiaofan, what exactly transpired that day? How did you survive?" Chen Fan recounted his harrowing experience of the massacre, his flight to the depths of the mountains, and the inheritance from his ancestors, as well as his cultivation of qi, all while omitting the details of his time travel. With a resounding thud, Chen Tianxi slammed his hand on the table, his anger palpable. Li Minghao harbors treacherous ambitions. Our Chen family's techniques have been passed down for generations, yet no one could cultivate them. How dare he annihilate my entire family for this? Then, turning to Chen Fan, his eyes widened in shock. Little brother, you truly have cultivated qi and become a practitioner? You were the one who eliminated the Li family and the Black Tiger gang? Chen Fan nodded, unreservedly affirming. It was I. Chanzu, both astonished and overjoyed, wept tears of happiness. The Chen family has finally produced another immortal. Zhou Yunhao pondered for a moment before addressing Chen Fan. Chen Fan, what are your plans for the future? Chen Zhao immediately chimed in. Naturally, you should return to the capital with us. Zhou Yunhao gently shook his head. Zhao, he is now a practitioner. He is no longer an ordinary person. The capital would merely serve as a cage, unable to hold him. Chen Fan's gaze was resolute. I wish to continue my cultivation in pursuit of the path to immortality. The people of Huaxia possess a profound obsession with cultivation and the quest for eternal life. Although Chen Tianxi and Chen Zhao were reluctant to part with him, they understood that the path of cultivation could not be thwarted by their wishes. Chen Fan turned to Zhou Yunhao, brother-in-law. Do you know where the realm of cultivation lies? Zhou Yunhao nodded. I have a royal sister, of similar age to you, who also possesses innate spiritual roots. She has already been promised to the King Yun sect and will be taken in 2 years. If you wish to enter the realm of cultivation, you may accompany us back to the capital, and I will endeavor to introduce you. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Very well. A few days later, the group set off for the capital. Along the way, Chen Fan diligently cultivated with spirit stones, steadily advancing his skills to the 5th level of qi refinement. One day, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. The guards reported urgently, Your Highness, there are bandits blocking the road ahead. Just as Zhou Yunhao was about to order an immediate attack, a sudden explosion echoed from the front. A flying sword shot through the air, aimed directly at the carriage. In the nick of time, a protective barrier of spiritual light emerged around the carriage. With a resounding clang, the flying sword was deflected. The bandit, a rogue at the 3rd level of qi refinement, appeared, astonished. You have a practitioner guarding you? He, emboldened by his own cultivation, declared, hand over your storage bags, or no one will leave here alive today. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chen Fan's figure flickered and appeared before the bandit like specter. The gentle breeze carried the silent unsheathing of the sword, its brilliance flashing in an instant. With a soft gasp, the bandit's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed, uttering one final phrase before his demise. You are at the mid-stage of chi refinement. Chen Fan swiftly collected the bandit's storage bag and flying sword, conjuring a fireball at his fingertips, which he gently flicked. The flames ignited, reducing the corpse to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Chen Xiao's face turned pale. Brother, do you think your actions are a bit too ruthless? Chen Fan's voice was calm, yet unwaveringly resolute. In the realm of cultivation, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Had he been stronger than I, it would have been us who perished today. Showing mercy to the wicked is but cruelty to oneself. The others fell silent, gradually nodding in agreement. The path of cultivation in this world is indeed harsh. Chen Fan sheathed his sword and turned, his expression serene. The journey ahead was long, the capital not far, and the celestial gate in sight. He could not afford to leave any hidden dangers behind, and must eradicate all threats, for his path of cultivation had only just begun. Chapter 5. Farewell. After days and nights of travel, the group finally arrived at the capital. Towering walls rose majestically into the clouds, and the city gates were heavily guarded. As the carriage approached, the driver presented a token, and the soldiers immediately bowed in respect. We greet His Highness, the third prince. They promptly stepped aside, allowing the carriage to enter the city smoothly. Soon, the carriage halted before the residence of the third prince. Little brother, we have arrived. Chen Fan disembarked and surveyed the surroundings. Red walls and yellow tiles, an imposing grandeur reminiscent of the forbidden city in his memories of Blue Star. He silently marveled at the imperial city of this other world. Upon entering the residence, a melodious voice greeted them. Third brother, third sister-in-law, you have finally returned. A plump, charming young girl rushed over. She was none other than Princess Zhou Ziruo, the ninth princess of the Dian dynasty. Oh, and who might this be? Zhou Ziruo's curious gaze landed on Chen Fan. Allow me to introduce you. This is your sister-in-law's younger brother, Chen Fan. Chen Fan, this is my ninth sister, Zhou Ziruo. Chen Fan clasped his hands in greeting. Chen Fan pays his respects to the ninth princess. Zhou Ziruo's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she inched closer. Are you also a cultivator? Chen Fan was not surprised. He had already sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy around her, indicating her cultivation at the third layer of chi refinement, and he simply nodded. Indeed. The third prince was taken aback. Ninth sister, how did you discern that? Zhou Ziruo lifted her chin with a hint of pride. I just recently broke through to the third layer of chi refinement, so I can naturally sense the aura of cultivators. The others nodded in understanding. Zhou Ziruo scrutinized Chen Fan. I can sense your cultivation, but cannot discern its depth. What is your current realm? Chen Fan smiled subtly, concealing his true capabilities, the fourth layer of chi refinement. In truth, his actual cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the fifth layer, poised to break into the sixth, for concealing one's cultivation is a fundamental survival tactic among cultivators. Wow, you are even more formidable than I. Shall we spar? Certainly. Chen Fan was eager to experience the sensation of battling with a fellow cultivator of the same level. Moments later, the two stood facing each other in the courtyard. Zhou Ziruo drew a medium-grade magical sword, while Chen Fan retrieved the flying sword left behind by the bandit, which was also a medium-grade artifact. Chen Fan merely displayed the aura of the fourth layer of chi refinement, and they both launched their attacks simultaneously. The clash of their artifacts sent sparks flying. Zhou Ziruo's swordplay was light and agile, delivering a relentless barrage, while Chen Fan moved with the swiftness of lightning, deftly evading her strikes. After several rounds, Zhou Ziruo could hardly touch the hem of Chen Fan's garment. With a slight flick of his fingers, a fireball abruptly materialized. I concede, you actually possess magical abilities. Zhou Ziruo hastily retreated, her expression one of admiration. Having only practiced martial arts and not yet mastered any spells, she found herself at a disadvantage. Later that evening, after the banquet, Zhou Ziruo approached Chen Fan. My third brother mentioned that you wish to join the Qingyun sect? Indeed. I seek a place rich in spiritual energy to cultivate in peace. Perfect. My master will come to retrieve me next year. He is a foundational level cultivator and an elder of the Qingyun sect. In the dead of night, Chen Fan sat cross-legged, each hand clutching a spirit stone. The spiritual energy in the capital remained sparse, and to expedite his advancement, he could only rely on the spirit stones. A sudden surge of energy resonated within him. Boom! His cultivation reached the 6th level of chi refinement. In recent days, he had gleaned much information about the outside world from Zhou. The Tianxian continent was vast and boundless. The Dayan kingdom was merely a remote and insignificant nation, lacking in spiritual energy, where those with spiritual roots were nearly 1 in 100. The Qingyun sect, located 100,000 miles away in the Zhao kingdom, was led by a nascent soul powerhouse, with dozens of foundational-level elders and a supreme elder of the nascent soul overseeing it, making it a formidable force. Zhou's master, Zhang Taixu, had sustained severe injuries in a duel and, while passing for the Dayan kingdom, discovered that Zhou possessed spiritual roots, thus taking her as his disciple to return to the sect once he had recovered. Chen Fan finally comprehended the extravagance of consuming spirit stones as if they were mere candies. Ordinary cultivators dared only to use spirit stones to break through bottlenecks or exchange for resources. His unabated reliance on spirit stones to advance his cultivation was indeed wasteful. In the subsequent year, Chen Fan devoted himself day and night to rigorous practice with spirit stones, making remarkable progress in his cultivation. By the time Zhang Taixu arrived as promised, he had firmly achieved the peak of the 8th level of chi refinement, just a step away from the 9th level. Throughout this year, Zhou visited Chen Fan almost daily for sparring sessions, yet each time she was effortlessly defeated. The countless practical encounters sharpened Chen Fan's combat experience, reducing his vulnerabilities. On this day, a faint glow illuminated the residence. An elderly man with flowing white hair and an ethereal demeanor descended from the air, Zhang Taixu, the mid-foundational elder of the Qingyun sect. Disciple, pay your respects to the master, Zhou quickly bowed. Chen Fan also clasped his hands in greeting. Junior Chen Fan pays his respects to the elder. Zhang Taixu swept his gaze over Chen Fan, his eyes widening slightly. Oh, you too possess spiritual roots? And you have reached the 8th level of chi refinement? A chill ran through Chen Fan. The foundational level cultivator was indeed formidable. Despite his deliberate concealment of his aura, he was still seen through immediately. He resolved to seek a technique for concealing his cultivation in the future. Master, Chen Fan also wishes to join the Qingyun sect. Would you please take him along? Zhou quickly interceded. Zhang Taixu smiled. Anyone with spiritual roots and a pure background is welcome in the Qingyun sect. However, I must first test your spiritual roots. With that, he produced a crystal-clear orb, instructing, place your hand upon it. Chen Fan complied, extending his hand. The crystal orb suddenly radiated with a brilliant light, a fiery red beam shooting skyward. Zhang Taixu's eyes lit up. A fire attribute spiritual root? Yet in the next moment, blue, green, golden, and earthy yellow lights successively flickered. The 5 colors intertwined, appearing utterly unremarkable. Zhang Taixu raised an eyebrow. A mixed elemental root? You managed to reach the 8th level of chi refinement through this? Chen Fan maintained his composure. Having prepared his explanation, my ancestors included a cultivator who left behind spirit stones and gathering spirit pills. I have exhausted all resources to achieve my current level of cultivation. Zhang Taixu nodded in understanding, no longer harboring doubts. Ah, that makes sense. The moment of parting had inevitably arrived. Chen Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clutched Chen Fan, unwilling to let go. Little brother, take good care of yourself once you reach the sect. Your safety is paramount. If there comes a day when you no longer wish to cultivate, return to the capital. I will always support you. Chen Tianci also earnestly advised, remember, if you cannot win, flee. Living is far more important than anything else. After a year together, Chen Fan had developed genuine affection for this pair of siblings. The bond of blood, coupled with a year of care, had transformed them from strangers into family. Eldest brother, second sister, take care. I will definitely return. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and turned away, resolute, no longer glancing back. The path of cultivation was one that defied the heavens, leaving no room for sentimental attachments. Zhang Tai Su produced a palm-sized flying boat, which expanded in the wind. The three boarded the vessel, channeling their spiritual energy into it as it slowly ascended. As Chen Fan looked back, the figures of Chen Tianci and Chen Xiaoyu grew smaller until they vanished from sight. He gazed at the swirling clouds beneath and silently vowed, "In the future, I too shall possess a flying boat of my own." "Senior, could you tell me about the Qingyun sect?" Zhang Tai Su smiled slightly and spoke candidly. The Qingyun sect has a legacy spanning a millennium, founded by the patriarch Qingyun Zi. After a detailed explanation, Chen Fan gained a general understanding of the Qingyun sect. The sect leader was at the core formation stage, with 4 elders also at the core formation stage and more than 10 at the foundation establishment stage, alongside a nascent soul elder overseeing the sect. The rules within the sect were lenient. As long as one did not harm fellow disciples, no one would intervene. Resources, techniques, and elixirs were acquired solely through personal endeavors. Chen Fan quietly calculated. He had barely over 200 low-grade spirit stones left in his storage bag, a far cry from the nearly 1,000 he once possessed. The road ahead was long, resources scarce. Everything would depend on himself. Chapter 6. Joining the immortal sect after several days of flight. The surrounding mountains grew increasingly steep and perilous, shrouded in mist, with the spiritual energy gradually intensifying. Soon, a towering peak that pierced the clouds came into view, enveloped in layers of intricate mist formations. "We have arrived. Beyond the mist lies the Qingyun sect." As Zhang Tai Su's voice fell, he steered the flying boat directly into the fog. A flash of light revealed a breathtaking vista. The majestic mountain gate stood before them, with the 3 ancient characters of Qingyun's sect inscribed in powerful, vigorous strokes, exuding a grand aura. A long stone staircase led straight to the grand hall at the summit, suffused with ethereal energy and myriad wonders. "Master Zhang is back." 2 disciples at the 7th level of Qi refinement rushed forward to pay their respects. Zhang Tai Su nodded slightly. "I have brought back 2 new disciples. This is my personal disciple, Zhouji Ruo." The 2 disciples immediately displayed expressions of envy. "Congratulations." Junior sister, Zhang Tai Su then gestured towards Chen Fan. "This young man possesses a mixed elemental root. Please take him to the affairs hall to register." With that, he led Zhouji Ruo away. Chen Fan clasped his hands in respect towards the 2. "I will trouble you both in the future." "No need for such politeness. We are fellow disciples," they replied. The disciple with an open demeanor introduced himself warmly. "I am Sun Hua, but you may call me Brother Sunday." He gestured towards his companion. "This is Han Rulong." "Chen Fan, it's a pleasure to meet you, brothers." As they made their way to the affairs hall, Han Rulong lingered behind, his gaze toward Chen Fan, concealing a subtle yet undeniable greed. To possess a mixed elemental root and reach the 8th layer of Qi refinement, such an achievement must stem from extraordinary fortune. Otherwise, it is inconceivable. I, with my 3 elemental roots, have been stuck at the 7th layer for years. If I could seize Chen Fan's fortune, unaware of the undercurrents. Chen Fan casually inquired, "Brother Sun, how exactly are the spiritual roots classified? Are mine particularly poor?" Sun Hua, without hesitation, replied candidly, "Spiritual roots are divided into 5 elements. A singular attribute represents a heavenly root, a rarity that enables swift cultivation. A dual root is of lesser quality, while a 3 root is rather mediocre. The more roots one possesses, the slower the cultivation. With all 5 elements present, you possess the lowest tier of mixed roots. For ordinary cultivators, this often results in a life spent merely at the Qi refinement stage, an alternative rarity indeed." Chen Fan understood well, maintaining an impassive exterior. Sun Hua enthusiastically pointed the way, offering insights. "Over there is the scripture repository. The first floor is free, but ascending requires spirit stones. That is the weapon peak. Further ahead lies the affairs hall, where one earns spirit stones." Chen Fan noted everything silently. The sect's rules were straightforward. No killing among peers, and resources must be earned through one's own efforts. For Qi refinement disciples aspiring to foundation establishment, only significant contributions would earn them foundation establishment pills. Upon arriving at the affairs hall, Chen Fan received the sect's attire, an identity token, and a foundational technique titled King Yunju. This technique could only reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Deeper methods required exchange at the scripture repository. This was of little concern to Chen Fan, as his own five spirits creation technique surpassed it significantly, allowing him to cultivate towards profound realms. The sect did not allocate caves. Disciples were required to establish their own. Sun Hua kindly advised Brother Chun, it would be best to rent a spirit-seeking mouse from the treasure-gathering pavilion, which can locate areas rich in spiritual energy, making your efforts far more effective. Thank you for the guidance. May I ask where the treasure-gathering pavilion is located? At the foot of the mountain, within the King Yun Immortal Workshop. After Sun Hua took his leave, Chen Fan made his way down the mountain. Inside the treasure-gathering pavilion, fragrant aromas wafted through the air. A gracefully dressed female cultivator approached. What you seek, friend? Techniques, elixirs, magical artifacts, materials. Our shop offers it all. Chen Fan stated plainly. I wish to rent a spirit-seeking mouse. 10 low-grade spirit stones per day. Do you require anything else? Recalling how Zhang Taixu had effortlessly discerned his cultivation level, Chen Fan promptly asked, do you possess any methods to conceal one's cultivation? Indeed, the concealment technique. As long as you do not encounter someone of a higher realm, it is impossible to be seen through. The price is 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Fan's heart raced. The price was indeed steep. However, the treasure-gathering pavilion did not entertain haggling. He ultimately gritted his teeth and purchased it, along with the rental of the spirit-seeking mouse, spending a total of 110 spirit stones. His storage bag now contained but 100 spirit stones. He needed to earn more spirit stones swiftly. Following the spirit-seeking mouse, Chen Fan traversed mountains and valleys, laboring for most of the day, until finally stopping before a massive boulder, where the creature ceased its movements. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. This is the place. The spirit-seeking mouse completed its task and returned to the treasure-gathering pavilion on its own. Without hesitation, Chen Fan summoned his Qing Feng sword and struck forth. With a resounding crash, the boulder shattered, revealing a natural cave behind it. Upon stepping into the cavern, Chen Fan drew a sharp breath. Could this truly be the eye of the spiritual spring? The air within was so saturated with spiritual energy it seemed almost tangible. And at the center, a slender spring gurgled ceaselessly, its potency far surpassing any location within the sect. This spirit-seeking rat had indeed unearthed a treasure of supreme value. Without hesitation, Chen Fan set about refining the cave dwelling. He chiseled a stone bed, a stone table, and stone stools, and even installed a stone door at the entrance. Gazing upon the newly transformed abode, a profound sense of satisfaction filled his heart. He resolved to procure an array formation at once to safeguard this precious spring. Such a sacred site must remain concealed. Having settled everything, Chen Fan entered his creation space. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes brightened. In a corner lay a 20-year-old blood ginseng, obtained from a tribulation storage pouch, now matured to the stature of a 500-year-old medicinal herb. Nearby, dozens of saplings aged 50 and 100 years had spontaneously sprouted. Joy surged within Chen Fan's heart. Though the creation space could not directly supply him with spiritual energy, it possessed the miraculous ability to accelerate the maturation of herbs beyond natural limits. With seeds and seedlings at hand, he could cultivate endlessly, concoct pills, and trade them, ensuring he would never again lack spiritual stones. To say nothing of foundational cultivation or pill formation, even loftier realms were now within reach. Tomorrow, he would sell a batch of blood ginseng to amass a fortune in spiritual stones. Exiting the space, Chen Fan grasped a 120-year-old blood ginseng, intent on breaking into the 9th level of Qi refinement, a feat demanding immense spiritual power. His roots were mixed and unstable, consuming energy far beyond the average cultivator. Unable to refine pills, he resorted to consuming the herb raw. As he bit down, a potent earthy bitterness surged down his throat. He struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, frantically absorbing the medicinal potency. With a sudden burst, his bottleneck shattered. 9th level Qi refinement achieved. Yet the taste was unbearable. Chen Fan's face contorted in anguish. He vowed to master pill refinement henceforth, for consuming herbs raw was both wasteful and torturous. The overwhelming medicinal force surged within, his body burning fiercely, blood churning, and skin flushed crimson. Without hesitation, he dashed from the cave and plunged into a nearby stream, the icy water instantly quelling his internal heat. As clarity returned, a sharp realization struck him. Damn, he had forgotten about the 3 spirit-gathering pills. Left behind by his Chan ancestors, these pills had slipped from his mind amidst his busyness. Using these would yield a purer, more potent breakthrough, without the nausea. He berated himself silently. Surfacing from the water, Chen Fan detected a faint, elegant herbal fragrance. Following the scent, he discovered a thriving orchid nestled within a rock crevice. Its aroma closely resembled that of healing pills, evidently one of their principal ingredients. Overjoyed, he carefully unearthed the plant by its roots, then returned to his creation space to plant it within the spiritual soil. At last, all was secure. With the spiritual spring in his cave, the capacity to cultivate herbs in his space, mastery of the 9th level of Qi refinement, and the Qi gathering technique at his command, the path ahead gleamed with promise. Chapter 7. Forceful Seizure. Overpowering slaughter. The following morning, Chen Fan awoke from meditation. Since breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refinement the previous day, he had endeavored to cultivate relying on the potent energies of the spiritual spring. Yet, despite the dense spiritual aura, his progress remained agonizingly slow. Sighing deeply, he mused, "No wonder they say that those with mixed spiritual roots are doomed never to establish a foundation." His Danshin felt like a bottomless abyss, perpetually starved and unsatisfied. While others might require merely 1 or 2 foundational pills to establish their base, his comprehensive mastery of the 5 elements demanded a far greater expenditure of spiritual energy, several times that of an ordinary practitioner, to successfully lay his foundation. Even a dozen pills might prove insufficient. Without further hesitation, he entered the realm of creation, retrieving 5 blood ginseng roots aged 50 years. 3 aged 150 years, and 1 aged 200 years, carefully placing them into a storage pouch before proceeding directly to the Azure Cloud Immortal Workshop. Within the workshop, a ceaseless flow of practitioners mingled, their voices rising and falling amidst the bustling crowd. Some even nearly came to blows over bargaining disputes. The market stalls were countless, laden with spiritual herbs, mystical artifacts, beast bones, and a dazzling array of minerals, rivaling the liveliness of mundane bazaars. Suppressing his myriad thoughts, Chen Fan stepped into the treasure pavilion. Having already activated his Qi gathering technique that day, his appearance bore subtle changes, his aura restrained, revealing only the quintessence of a 5th level Qi refining cultivator. He was greeted by a male cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining, whose smile radiated warmth. "Fellow Daoist, what might you require? Our treasure pavilion offers all conceivable treasures. Does your esteemed pavilion purchase spiritual herbs?" Chen Fan inquired. "Indeed, we accept all spiritual herbs without exception," the attendant replied. Chen Fan casually presented the 5 50-year-old blood ginseng roots. The attendant's eyes flickered with surprise. Blood ginseng, though a yellow-grayed herb, is seldom found at 50 years old. "I can offer you 80 spirit stones per root, 400 for all 5. Chen Fan concealed his astonishment at the herb's considerable value. Maintaining his composure, he then produced the 150-year-old roots. The attendant's expression shifted abruptly, exclaiming in shock, 150 years? Please wait, fellow Daoist. This matter requires approval. I shall summon Steward Lin." Chen Fan nodded silently, awaiting the steward's arrival. Moments later, a middle-aged cultivator with a gentle countenance and an aura indicative of a foundation establishment practitioner approached. "Fellow Daoist, I am Steward Lin of the Treasure Pavilion. May I inquire your name?" "Han Li," Chen Fan replied, adopting a pseudonym. Han Daoist, please follow me upstairs for a private discussion, Steward Lin invited. As they entered a secluded chamber, Chen Fan once again displayed the blood ginseng roots. Steward Lin examined them meticulously, inhaling their essence before nodding in approval. Indeed, these are 150-year-old blood ginseng roots of superior quality, rare treasures capable of refining exquisite qi and blood pills. Their market value is 350 spirit stones apiece. I shall offer you 400 each. Chen Fan assented, then presented the 200-year-old root. At this, Steward Lin's demeanor transformed with genuine admiration. 200 years. Such a herb is coveted even by foundation establishment practitioners. I can offer 800 spirit stones for it. For the 3 150-year roots and the single 200-year root, that totals 2,400 spirit stones. Agreed. Let us conclude the transaction. Chen Fan affirmed, trusting the pavilion's reputation. Such an esteemed establishment would not tarnish its name over mere spirit stones. I also require a superior grade alchemical furnace, as well as formulas for qi gathering pills, healing pills, and qi and blood pills, Chen Fan added. Steward Lin smiled. The alchemical furnace is priced at 800 spirit stones, and each of the 3 formulas costs 100 spirit stones. They're all fundamental recipes, not particularly rare. Chen Fan procured these as well, subsequently spending 50 spirit stones on a tome titled The Illustrated Compendium of Spiritual Herbs. To master alchemy, one must first possess knowledge of the herbs. After settling all accounts, his total expenditure amounted to 1,150 spirit stones. The steward personally escorted him out, quietly whispering a warning. Dearest Han, you have drawn attention to yourself. Here is my esteemed guest token. In the future, should you seek spiritual herbs, prioritize seeking me, and I shall offer you a fair price. With a calm demeanor, Chen Fan acknowledged this. From a moment he revealed the 150-year-old blood ginseng. His spiritual sense had detected the probing presence of 2 qi refinement stage 5 cultivators. He had initially intended to leisurely explore the immortal workshop, but it was now evident that such plans were futile. He strode onward, his awareness firmly fixed on the 2 individuals trailing him. Only after he had distanced himself from the immortal workshop and entered a secluded forest did Chen Fan come to a sudden halt. After following me for so long, are you not weary? The 2 disciples of the King Yun's sect leapt forth, their expressions menacing. Your vigilance is commendable. Hand over your storage bag, and we may spare your life. A sardonic smile crossed Chen Fan's face. 2 mere qi refinement stage 5 insects dared to rob him. A qi refinement stage 9 cultivator? Are you not afraid of the elder enforcers reprimanding you for harming a fellow disciple? You must be new here, as long as no lives are lost. Who would care? Besides, this is outside the sect. The response was brazen. Hand over your storage bag, and we may consider sparing you. A chilling smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Fan's lips. So you imply that murder here would go unpunished? Indeed, you are merely a qi refinement stage 5. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a flash of sword light erupted. A head soared into the sky, blood gushing forth. The other disciple, struck with terror, turned and fled in a panic. Damn it! I've hit a brick wall. He.s. in the late qi refinement stage. He concealed his cultivation level on purpose. This person is insane. Chen Fan, unwilling to leave any potential threats behind, resolved to eliminate the roots of the issue. His flying sword shot forth, pursuing the fleeing figure. The disciple hastily summoned a high-grade shield artifact to deflect the attack. However, in the next moment, Chen Fan unleashed a premium explosive flame talisman. At the instant of the fiery explosion, his flying sword pierced through the fleeing disciple's skull like lightning. A swift kill, without any strain. Quickly, Chen Fan collected the storage bags and the high-grade shield, igniting a fireball spell at his fingertips to incinerate any traces of the encounter. Finally, he utilized a water ball technique to cleanse the area, leaving no evidence behind. The 2 disciples vanished as if they had never existed. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he promptly began to tally his spoils. He had grown accustomed to killing without a flicker of hesitation. The combined spiritual stones of the two amounted to an astonishing 1,000. Additionally, there was a high-grade spear artifact, 2 mid-grade flying swords, and several 10-year-old spiritual herbs, indicating that they had not shied away from plundering. These artifacts were too conspicuous. They must be dealt with promptly to avoid attracting trouble. After securing his wealth, Chen Fan opened the spiritual herb compendium and studied diligently throughout the night. He discovered that spiritual herbs were categorized into 4 grades: celestial, earth profound, and yellow. By dawn, he had memorized the vast majority of the foundational herbs. The spiritual grass he unearthed last night was indeed the yellow-grade herb, green leaf orchid, which served as the primary ingredient for healing elixirs. The other herbs were spirit-gathering grass, suitable for concocting spirit-gathering pills. Entering the creation space, he found that the blood ginseng had sprouted several hundred-year-old specimens, and the green leaf orchid had matured to 150 years, with numerous seedlings emerging around them. The primary ingredients for 3 types of elixirs were now complete. Tomorrow, he merely needed to procure various auxiliary materials to commence alchemy. Seated in meditation, Chen Fan grasped a piece of spiritual stone in each hand and resumed his arduous cultivation. Spiritual herbs were valuable. Thus he spared no expense on spiritual stones. The cultivation of those with 5 spiritual roots is exceedingly slow, relying solely on spirit stones and medicinal pills for advancement. Chapter 8. News of Foundation Establishment. On the following morning, Chen Fan awoke from his meditation, gazing at a pile of dull stones with a sense of resignation. Alas, achieving the pinnacle of chi refinement is proving to be an arduous task. The spirit stones he had painstakingly gathered have been depleted once again. If the refinement of chi consumes so many spirit stones, how much more will be needed for foundation establishment and core formation? It is imperative that he quickly masters the art of alchemy. With a soft sigh, Chen Fan departed from his cave abode, making his way to the Qingyan Alchemy Pavilion. Today, he intended to explore thoroughly, preparing the necessary auxiliary herbs for alchemy. He paused before a stall, his gaze fixed on a dragon's blood herb. "Friend, how much for this dragon's blood herb?" he inquired. The stall owner's eyes brightened at the arrival of a customer, quickly rising to respond. "Friend, you have a discerning eye. This is a 100-year-old dragon's blood herb, classified as a profound-grade spirit herb, and is quite rare. I shall part with it for 800 spirit stones." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Although this dragon's blood herb is indeed a profound-grade spirit herb, its vitality has waned, and its efficacy is less than half. 800 spirit stones is excessive. I'll take it for 250 spirit stones. Absolutely not. At that price, I would incur a significant loss. Chen Fan feigned to leave, prompting the stall owner to hastily call out, "Wait, I can offer 350. Chen Fan held up 3 fingers, his demeanor resolute. 300 spirit stones. This is my sincere offer. If not, I shall seek elsewhere." With a painful grimace, the stall owner relented. "Very well. It's a deal. Consider it the beginning of a friendship." A smirk tugged at Chen Fan's lips. Although the dragon's blood herb had withered, it still bore a few seeds at its apex, which was all he needed. With the seeds in hand, he could cultivate as many dragon's blood herbs as he wished within his creation space, whether they be 100 or 1,000 years old. He continued his leisurely stroll towards the treasure-gathering pavilion, unaware of the shadow that had stealthily begun to trail him. The figure was none other than Han Roland. For days, he had been covertly monitoring Chen Fan's every move. Since entering the sect, Chen Fan had never accepted a mission, yet he spent lavishly on spirit herbs. Unless he had encountered a tremendous fortune, Han Roland found it hard to believe. Han had been present when Chen Fan sold his spirit herbs the previous day. Aware that Chen Fan was only at the 8th layer of chi refinement, he dared not act hastily, choosing instead to patiently bide his time. Upon entering the treasure-gathering pavilion, Chen Fan promptly revealed his VIP token. The attendant, upon seeing it, quickly bowed and went to summon Manager Lin. Manager Lin soon appeared, beaming with a smile. "Friend Han, back so soon with more spirit herbs? Where do you acquire such a bounty? I am not a spirit herb wholesaler. This time, I am here to sell a few magical tools." Manager Lin nodded enthusiastically. "Certainly. At Treasure Gathering Pavilion, We do not inquire about the source. As long as you are willing to sell, we are prepared to buy. Protecting our client's privacy is our duty. Nonchalantly, Chen Fan produced several items from his spoils, his expression remaining unperturbed, as if this were merely an ordinary occurrence. Manager Lin's gaze swept over the items, and he quickly deduced that these were undoubtedly the magical tools belonging to the two disciples from the previous day, likely indicating that they had met their demise. Yet, despite Chen Fan only revealing an aura of the fifth layer of chi refinement, he had effortlessly slain two individuals, suggesting his true prowess was far greater. A superior grade ice lance, in pristine condition, priced at 1,000 spirit stones. The shield bears slight damage. With some restoration, it can still be utilized. I shall accept 700 spirit stones for it. As for these two mid-grade flying swords, a total of 1,000 spirit stones would suffice. Very well. Chen Fan was indifferent to this arrangement, as it was a windfall for him. Any amount was a gain. I require a defensive formation, one that can withstand the assaults of foundation-building cultivators. Lin, the steward, brightened at this request. Quite fortuitously, I just received a set today. The soul-devouring formation, albeit a remnant, can endure a full-force strike from a late-stage foundation cultivator and has the capability to absorb the power of attacks to enhance its defenses. The price is 2,000 spirit stones. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. That is excessively expensive. Can you reduce the price? My friend, you are unaware of its worth. This soul-devouring formation was originally an ancient array capable of withstanding attacks from nascent soul cultivators, though it has suffered significant damage. Should you procure heavenly-grade materials in the future to restore it, its value would be incalculable. Chen Fan was not swayed by this reasoning. Heavenly-grade materials? Are you jesting? Such ethereal items are mere fantasies. I will offer 1,500 spirit stones. Take it or leave it. Lin hesitated for a moment, then received a transmission, his expression turning reluctant as he gritted his teeth. 1,700 spirit stones is the absolute minimum. After a brief contemplation, Chen Fan nodded in agreement. A damaged formation that can withstand late-stage foundation attacks and hold potential for restoration is not a loss at 1,700. There should be an opportunity to restore it in the future. Please prepare a batch of yellow and mysterious grade spirit herb seeds. The yellow grade herbs are plentiful, but for the mysterious grade, I only have earth spirit flowers and heart of the earth grass. Each is a foundational alchemical ingredient, priced at 1,000 spirit stones per piece. Chen Fan attempted to haggle, but the other party remained steadfast. Ultimately, he had to part with 2 blood ginsengs, each aged 200 years, to acquire these 2 spirit herbs, totaling 1,600 spirit stones. With the foundational materials secured, he naturally required an alchemical formula. How much is a foundational alchemical formula? Lin's expression remained impassive as he extended 5 fingers. 500 spirit stones. Chen Fan reluctantly parted with 500 spirit stones to purchase the foundational formula. He had no choice, as he needed a substantial quantity. He perused the formula, noting that the auxiliary herbs were similar to those in the spirit-gathering pill, albeit requiring higher ages, with the primary ingredients being earth spirit flowers and foundation fruits. Does the treasure-gathering pavilion have foundation fruits for sale? Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Foundation fruits? Are you jesting? That is an exceptionally rare item. One fruit may only be encountered once in a century, and even then, it only appears at auction. Such scarcity? Indeed. Otherwise, what do you expect? The number of foundation cultivators directly influences the strength of a sect. Foundation fruits are firmly controlled by the major sections. Chen Fan remained undeterred. Is there truly no alternative? There is, but only in the blood-colored secret realm within the Zhao Kingdom. However, it only opens once every 50 years, and within it lies foundation fruits. But the quotas are also monopolized by the major sections. Calculating, there are still 5 years until the next opening. Chen Fan silently nodded. It seems that to attain foundation, he must await the secret realm's opening in 5 years. At that moment, Lin presented a purple gold token, embossed with the words Super VIP. What is this? The Super VIP token of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. With this token, throughout the continent. Any establishment of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion will offer a 20% discount, and you may participate unconditionally in any auction. Chen Fan's heart swelled with joy. He would undoubtedly have frequent dealings with the Treasure Pavilion, which was indeed a remarkable asset. Little did he know that this token was something that even ordinary cultivators would struggle to obtain, even at the cost of 1,000,000 spirit stones. And its availability was limited. Manager Lin shared his confusion. Yet the Pavilion Master was of the family's direct lineage, a matter far beyond his purview. He merely needed to follow the directives given to him. As a diligent employee, one must observe, act, and speak wisely, yet ask few questions. Chapter 9. Breakthrough of Realms. A genius in alchemy? Upon Chen Fan's departure from the Treasure Pavilion, the space beside Manager Lin suddenly rippled, and a white figure appeared silently. The woman, clad in a flowing white gown and veiled, possessed an ethereal grace akin to an ice fairy, her aura so faint it seemed non-existent. Yet it exuded an overwhelming pressure that could crush the heavens and the earth. Manager Lin's body stiffened, and he quickly bowed, trembling as he addressed her. "Your subordinate greets Pavilion Master Feng." His heart was tumultuous. This Pavilion Master Feng was a formidable nascent soul cultivator, and there were scarcely a few hundred such practitioners across the entire Tianxian continent. Logically, a branch like the Qingyun Immortal Pavilion was not worthy of being presided over by a nascent soul expert. Yet this master had unexpectedly descended years ago, choosing to remain in seclusion, with few having ever glimpsed her true visage. Pavilion Master Feng's gaze fixated on the direction Chen Fan had departed, her eyes inscrutable. And in the next moment, she vanished without a trace. Manager Lin, drenched in cold sweat, collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the terror of a nascent soul cultivator. What remarkable background does this Han Dares possess to have attracted the attention of the nascent soul ancestor? Surely, merely possessing a wealth greater than the average foundation establishment cultivator would not warrant such notice. Would it? Perhaps it was his good looks? That seemed to be the case. As he pondered, a cold voice resonated directly in his mind. "The next time he comes, inform me immediately." Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, he felt an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized. Maintaining his composure, he dispersed his spiritual sense, swiftly pinpointing the individual trailing him. Han Rulong. Chen Fan's gaze turned frosty. From his very first day at the sect, he had sensed the malice in this person's eyes. He had caught a glimpse of Han Rulong's figure the previous day at the Immortal Pavilion, but since the latter did not pursue him, he had dismissed it from his mind. On his way back, Han Rulong turned away at the mountain gate. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, just a matter of happenstance. Chen Fan murmured to himself, yet he did not relax his vigilance. With all necessary items prepared, it was time to enter seclusion and diligently cultivate, awaiting the opening of the blood-red secret realm 5 years hence. Upon returning to his cave abode, Chen Fan retrieved the spirit-devouring array disc and the 8 directional array flags, meticulously arranging them according to their positions, and then infused 100 low-grade spirit stones into the formation. A brilliant light flashed and then faded, enveloping the cave in a barely perceptible layer of spiritual light. Imperceptible to the naked eye, yet a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy coursed through it. Would this truly be able to withstand Foundation establishment cultivators? Would he be deceived? Chen Fan conjured a fireball at his fingertips and casually tossed it. The moment the fireball made contact with the protective barrier, it was instantly devoured and disintegrated, transforming into pure spiritual energy that melded with the formation, causing the barrier to glow slightly brighter. Incredible. It truly absorbs attacks to replenish the formation. Chen Fan marveled. The sole drawback was the staggering consumption of spirit stones. 100 stones at once was no trifling matter. If the formation were to be fully restored, the consumption might be unimaginable. He hung a sign at the entrance indicating that he was in closed-door cultivation, and then sat cross-legged, opening the 5 Elements Creation Sutra for in-depth study. Previously, my cultivation was still superficial, and I had not paid attention to the latter part of the technique. Now, upon careful examination, I am astonished by the terrifying aspects of this method. It seems as if this technique was inherently tailored for those with the 5 elements spiritual roots. Before foundation establishment, it is no different from ordinary methods. However, after foundation establishment, one must endure 3 rounds of dispersing and refining their energy. Surviving these tribulations will result in a purity and robustness of magical power 3 times that of practitioners of the same tier, significantly enhancing the success rate of forming a core with the 5 elements roots. This is extraordinary. It feels as if it was custom-made for me. Chen Fan's spirit surged with excitement. With thrice the magical power and the prospect of forming a core, this represents the extraordinary opportunity of the 5 elements roots. Wasting not a moment longer, he retrieved hundreds of spirit stones, piling them beside him, and began an intense period of cultivation. The consumption of the 5 elements' spiritual roots is immense. He could only rely on a vast quantity of spirit stones to forcefully break through the bottleneck. Time flew by. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Inside the cave, the spiritual energy erupted violently, a tempest sweeping through. A terrifying aura, far surpassing that of ordinary chi refining practitioners, surged upward, steady, majestic, and exquisitely refined. Chi refining reached perfection, success. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. At last, he had succeeded. He gazed at the mountain of discarded spirit stones beside him, shaking his head and chuckling bitterly. To break through this layer of bottleneck, he had expended 500 inferior spirit stones. The 5 elements transformation technique is indeed powerful, yet its consumption is astonishing, unprecedented. After spending a month stabilizing his cultivation, Chen Fan's figure flickered as he entered the transformation space. Before him lay a mountain of spiritual herbs, lush and vibrant, with spiritual energy swirling in the air. The previous anxiety over spirit stones vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer elation. Ha ha ha! 500 years of blood parameters and hundreds of dragon blood grasses. If all were to be brought out, it would be enough to shake an entire cultivation marketplace. However, Chen Fan would never act recklessly. The transformation space is his greatest trump card and must not be exposed. He sought out a flat stone platform, setting up a furnace and the spiritual herbs, retrieving the prescription for healing pills. For his first attempt at alchemy, he started with the simplest ingredients. He added the herbs in succession, channeling his spiritual energy to ignite the fire, controlling the temperature, purifying, and merging the components. Half a day later, boom! The furnace trembled violently, exploding with a loud crash, and a cloud of black smoke billowed forth. Chen Fan appeared ashen, his hair standing on end in disarray. He extracted a charred, useless pill from the furnace, a burnt odor assaulting his nostrils. Alas, the first attempt ended in disaster. Alchemy is indeed challenging. No wonder alchemists are so rare. However, he did not feel disheartened. While others might find spiritual herbs scarce and be severely affected by a single failure, he had an abundance of herbs at his disposal, allowing him the freedom to experiment and learn from his mistakes with a high margin for error. Once, twice, thrice, exploding furnaces, summarizing, refining, and retrying. Chen Fan devoted himself wholeheartedly, determined, more earnest than during my own college entrance examinations. After a full 6 months, on this day, he focused his consciousness intently on the furnace, precisely controlling every nuance of the heat. The liquid within the furnace gradually coalesced, merging, and finally taking shape. With each step approached with utmost caution. The furnace trembled gently. This time, it did not explode. Instead, a refreshing fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, several times more potent than the usual inferior healing pills. Chen Fan suddenly opened the furnace, his consciousness sweeping in, and a round, lustrous pill flew into his palm. A medium-grade healing pill. Haha, I did it. I have succeeded. I, the Deus Master, have achieved it. Chen Fan was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting into a howl of ecstasy. While others might toil for an entire year without yielding a single elixir, he had managed to produce a mid-grade pill in just 6 months. Such talent was extraordinary, a veritable prodigy in the realm of alchemy. Ha ha! If heaven had not given birth to me, Chen Fan, the path of alchemy would remain shrouded in eternal night. The efficacy of the pill was several times that of a low-grade one, with negligible toxicity, making each worth 500 spirit stones. Seizing the momentum, Chen Fan forged ahead, refining pills for the next half-month. Before him stood neatly arranged over 20 vials of healing elixirs, 10 vials of high-grade healing pills with almost no toxicity, kept for personal use, and 15 vials of mid-grade healing elixirs, sufficient to exchange for a vast sum of spirit stones. Ordinary alchemists might spend their entire lives striving to produce high-grade pills, yet Chen Fan, at the nascent stages of his alchemical journey, had already reached an unparalleled level of skill, a rarity in a millennium. After a day's rest and a thorough compilation of his alchemical insights, Chen Fan retrieved the formula for the Qi and Blood pill, his eyes glimmering with determination. His next objective was to concoct the Qi and Blood pill. Chapter 10. Foundation Establishment and the Eve of the Secret Realm. Armed with his previous experiences in alchemy, Chen Fan approached the crafting of the Qi and Blood pill with remarkable ease. The difficulty of the Qi and Blood pill was akin to that of the healing elixir, though it required a bit more effort due to the higher age of the blood ginseng. Fortunately, the success rate of the Qi and Blood pill was already quite high, with the quantity of high-grade pills being twice that of the healing elixirs. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye, and after 6 months, having completed the Qi and Blood pill, Chen Fan took another day to recuperate before extracting the formula for the Gathering Spirit pill. After another 6 months of diligent effort, he had successfully refined all 3 foundational elixirs. Gazing at the mountain of pills amassed on the table, Chen Fan scratched his head. He had indeed underestimated the number of vials required. Nonetheless, he thought, these mid-grade pills would not be of much use to him. They could simply be stored away in his spatial pouch. Once organized, he turned his gaze to the field of spiritual herbs within the creation space. The herbs consumed during the alchemical processes had regrown, their age even surpassing that of when they were first planted. With a year and a half remaining until the opening of the blood-colored secret realm, Chen Fan resolved to continue his secluded cultivation. Half a year passed swiftly, and only 6 months remained until the secret realm's unveiling. Slowly, Chen Fan opened his eyes, letting out a soft sigh. It seemed that without the foundation establishment pill, he would ultimately be unable to establish his foundation. During this time, he had repeatedly attempted to breach the barriers of foundation establishment with his spiritual energy, clearly sensing the presence of that layer of obstruction, yet he was unable to break through, with each attempt resulting in fruitless endeavors and even risking injury to his own meridians. Exiting the creation space, Chen Fan immediately extended his spiritual sense, his brow arching slightly. Outside the cave, 2 figures stood waiting. He released the restrictions and opened the door with a smile, saying, "Senior Brother Sun, Senior Brother Han, what brings you here today?" Sun Hua, wearing a hearty grin, exclaimed, "Junior Brother Chen, you have finally emerged. We have visited several times." Chen Fan welcomed them into the cave and offered tea. Sun Hua took a deep breath, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Goodness, Junior Brother, the spiritual energy in your cave is incredibly dense. It surpasses my own by at least 10-fold. Chen Fan had long since concealed the eye of the spiritual spring, and he chuckled in response. "I must thank Senior Brother Sun for your earlier guidance, which led me to rent the spirit-seeking mouse and discover this treasure." Sun Hua laughed heartily. "It was merely a casual suggestion, yet it seems you have been fortunate indeed." Chen Fan got straight to the point. "I presume the 2 of you have come for a serious matter today?" Sun Hua spoke solemnly. "The blood-colored secret realm, which will open in half a year, concerns the opportunity for foundation establishment. Junior Brother, you surely are aware of this. I wish to invite you to form a team so that we may watch out for one another." Chen Fan, possessing limited knowledge of the secret realm, inquired naturally, "May I ask, what exactly is the situation within the secret realm?" As for forming a team, he did not even entertain the thought. Han Ralong harbored sinister intentions and concealed malice along the way. Traveling with him would be tantamount to bargaining with a tiger for one's own skin. Sun Hua patiently explained, the blood-colored secret realm opens once every 50 years and is accessible only to disciples in the qi refining stage. Within, medicinal herbs abound and countless opportunities await, yet it is fraught with peril, including foundation establishment-level beasts occupying the domain. The three of us have all attained the pinnacle of qi refining. By joining forces, our safety is considerably enhanced. Chen Fan pondered briefly before respectfully declining. I thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I have always traveled alone and am unaccustomed to companionship. I fear I might become a burden to you both. After several attempts to persuade him, seeing Chen Fan's steadfast resolve, Sun Hua ceased insisting. After exchanging courteous words, he departed alongside Han Rulong. Chen Fan prepared himself and proceeded directly to the treasure pavilion. Upon presenting his super VIP token, the maid dared not neglect her duty and promptly informed Manager Lin. Shortly thereafter, Manager Lin personally escorted him upstairs into a more refined and private chamber. This chamber was fortified with array formations that entirely blocked any divine sense intrusion, rendering it supremely secretive. Friend Han, please wait a moment. Manager Lin bowed and withdrew, ascending to the pavilion's top floor. Pavilion Master, Friend Han has arrived. Understood. A cold voice replied, and Manager Lin bowed once more before retreating. Inside the chamber, Chen Fan sat quietly awaiting. After a brief moment, the door softly opened, and a figure clad in white glided in. The lady's face was veiled, her flowing skirt as white as snow, her form ethereal as a celestial being. Her aura chilled and transcendent. Merely her presence suffused the entire room with the serene radiance of moonlight. Chen Fan cast but a fleeting glance, leaving his heart with a single exclamation. Such a woman should only exist in the heavens. In this mortal realm, she is rarely seen. The lady took a seat opposite him, her voice clear and melodious as jade beads falling upon a jade plate. I am Feng Qingxiu. Henceforth, I will be your attendant. Friend, I am Han Li. Greetings, Miss Feng. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingxiu was slightly startled, a faint warmth flickering across her eyes. Few have addressed me as Miss Feng in over 4 centuries. She raised her gaze to Chen Fan. Friend Han, have you come this time with medicinal herbs to trade? Chen Fan shook his head. This time, not only medicinal herbs, but also pills. With that, he emptied his storage pouch, revealing 200 medium-grade healing pills, medium-grade qi and blood pills, and medium-grade spirit concentrating pills, arranging them alongside several 200-year-old blood ginseng and 400-year-old dragoness bloodgrass. Even Feng Qingxiu, accustomed to rare treasures, was slightly taken aback. Friend, these are all medium-grade pills, yet you do not even use pill bottles, casually stacking them like this. Having lived nearly 4 centuries, this was the first time she had encountered such an audacious cultivator. If their origin were unknown, my treasure pavilion would not dare accept them. Chen Fan cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. Rest assured, Miss Feng, these pills were personally refined by me and are absolutely pure. I merely neglected to procure pill bottles in my haste during seclusion. Feng Qingxiu said no more and summoned attendants to begin the inventory. Medium-grade pills were uniformly priced at 50 spirit stones apiece, yet the pills alone were worth 10,000 spirit stones, together with various medicinal herbs. The total amounted to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Friend, it seems you intend to acquire treasures on this occasion? Chen Fan spoke candidly. I require a supreme defensive artifact, as well as a trump card capable of slaying Foundation establishment cultivators. Feng Qingxiu responded calmly, enumerating. The supreme defensive artifact, the Lingzi Shield, is priced at 1,500 spirit stones. The Thunderfire Pearl, capable of killing mid-Foundation establishment cultivators, costs 2,000 spirit stones each. The Golden Light Talisman, one of the talisman treasures, when fully activated, can unleash a strike equivalent to the early stage of core formation, effortlessly annihilating late Foundation establishment cultivators. There's only one available, priced at 15,000 spirit stones. Now, with considerable wealth that far exceeded that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. Chen Fan was exceedingly generous in his purchases, one Lingzi shield, 5 Thunderfire pearls, and 1 golden light talisman, all acquired without a flicker of hesitation. Over 20,000 spirit stones vanished in an instant. Do you require anything else, my friend? Chen Fan pondered for a moment, and then said, Please have the treasure pavilion keep an eye out for any Xian level or higher spiritual herbs and seeds, and inform me if any are available. With the matters settled, Chen Fan left the treasure pavilion, satisfied. Feng Qingxiu stood by the window, watching his departing figure, a faint smile gracing her lips as her fingers delicately twirled. He was quite handsome and, interestingly, also a pill concoctor. With a flicker, she returned to the secret chamber on the top floor. Upon returning to his cave abode, Chen Fan surveyed his surroundings, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Supreme artifacts, lethal trump cards, a wealth of spirit stones, and an abundance of spiritual herbs. All preparations were complete, awaiting the opening of the blood-red secret realm in 6 months. Indeed, pill concocting proved to be immensely profitable, more lucrative than selling spiritual herbs. Now my fortune, I fear, rivals that of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Wealth truly allows one to roam freely in the world. Chapter 11. The secret realm opens after 5 years of secluded cultivation. Chen Fan was meditating in his cave, the spiritual energy circulating gently around him, his breath stabilized at the pinnacle of qi refinement. Suddenly, a powerful and resonant voice pierced through the layers of restrictions, echoing in his ears. The blood-red secret realm is about to open. All participating disciples swiftly gather before the main hall of the sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of anticipation and coldness flashing within. It has finally arrived. He stood, adjusted his robes, and stepped out of his cave. On the path to the sect's main hall, figures were constantly moving, predominantly qi refinement pinnacle cultivators. Gathered in groups of 3 or 5, engaged in lively discussions. There were also many solitary cultivators, their expressions stern, clearly individuals of unwavering resolve. Before the main hall, dozens had already assembled, all gazes fixed upon the high platform. The sect leader, Wu Deizai, clad in flowing Daoist robes, emanated an unfathomable aura, having reached the early stage of core formation. Though Chen Fan had only seen him from a distance in his years at the sect, experiencing him up close today felt akin to standing before a profound abyss, his presence overwhelmingly weighty. Wu Deizai's gaze swept across the gathered disciples, his voice calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. 50 years have passed, and the blood-red secret realm opens once more. The dangers within need not be elaborated upon. You all are well aware. 80% of the spiritual herbs obtained from the secret realm must be surrendered to the sect. He paused, continuing, however, the sect will not mistreat you. All who emerge alive and hand over the required spiritual herbs will receive a foundation establishment pill and a certain amount of spirit stones. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the crowd varied. Yet, Chen Fan remained undisturbed within. 80%? No matter. He possesses the space of creation, allowing him to casually select some ordinary spirit herbs for submission, while secretly concealing truly rare treasures within that space, unnoticed by anyone. As for the foundation establishment pill, merely a single one, of little consequence to him. His true objective on this journey is solely a foundation establishment fruit. Once he obtains one and cultivates it within the space of creation, he will be able to produce as many foundation establishment pills as he desires. Completely independent of the sect, Wu Deizai, observing the firm expressions of the crowd, slowly began to speak. With that said, those wishing to enter the secret realm should gather at elder Lei Wangkong's location. He will lead the expedition once more. As his words fell, the square immediately divided into 2 factions. A portion of the cultivators, upon hearing that fierce foundation establishment beasts roamed the secret realm, turned pale and quietly withdrew. While those who remained, each with a minimum cultivation level of the 8th layer of qi refinement, displayed resolute gazes, embodying the bold characters willing to seize a fleeting opportunity. Seeing that no one else retreated, Lei Wangkong waved a sleeve and led the group directly towards the mountain gate. Upon arriving outside the gate, Chen Fan raised his gaze, his pupils slightly contracting. Before him hovered an enormous flying vessel, resplendent with radiant light and surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, exuding an imposing aura. The sheer size of this vessel dwarfed those typically employed by the elder sect members, and even Chen Fan, with his steady temperament, could not help but exhibit a hint of astonishment. Once everyone boarded, with a command from Lei Wongkong, the vessel roared to life, transforming into a streak of light as it soared through the sky. Though the flying vessel appeared colossal, its speed was remarkably swift, gliding smoothly and effortlessly with the wind. Many disciples aboard were witnessing such a treasure for the first time, their faces alight with excitement as they eagerly engaged in conversation. One bold individual ventured to inquire, "Elder Lei, this vessel is astonishingly fast." Lei Wongkong, a robust figure who appeared rugged yet was, in truth, a mid-stage core formation cultivator, wore a faint smile as he replied, "This is the cloud-piercing vessel, capable of flying at speeds rivaling those of late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Its hull can withstand a full force strike from a core formation cultivator, making it a precious treasure of our Qingyun sect, seldom utilized." Curiosity sparked among the crowd, prompting another question. If it is such a treasure, why is it being used today? Lei Wongkong let out a chuckle. Last time, the spirit beast mountain flaunted the prowess of a three-headed lion king before the three major sections. Our Qingyun sect cannot afford to appear weak. This time, we shall widen their horizons. As his words concluded, a disciple raised a puzzled inquiry. "Elder, is it not the case that other sects will also be present in this secret realm?" A nearby middle-aged cultivator chimed in with a smile. "Of course not. The blood-red secret realm is jointly controlled by the three major sects. Aside from our Qingyun sect, there are also the Spirit Beast Mountain and the Pill Saint sect. Every 50 years, the three sects send disciples to gather spirit herbs within." Lei Wongkong nodded in affirmation, adding, "Indeed, there exists both cooperation and competition among the three sections. The harvest from the secret realm directly impacts the resource foundation of our sect for the next 50 years. Moreover, within the entire Zhao Kingdom, only in the blood-red secret realm do the foundation establishment fruits grow." His gaze sharpened, and his voice grew weighty. The foundation establishment fruit directly determines the number of foundation establishment cultivators within the sect, serving as the very foundation of our sect's strength. Should anyone among you manage to bring back a foundation establishment fruit, I shall personally reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions brightened, fervor igniting in their eyes. Yet, Chen Fan remained composed, his thoughts already engaged in deeper calculations. Ling Beast Mountain had long been a topic of intrigue. This sect possessed an enigmatic mastery over beast taming, capable of directly imprinting one's soul onto a beast, thereby establishing an unbreakable bond and significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Should I succeed in acquiring a superior beast taming technique, I would effectively gain a formidable ally. Within the secluded confines of the secret realm, severed from the outside world, life and death held no weight, making it the perfect opportunity to act. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Chen Fan's eyes as he remained composed. Moments later, the cloud-piercing vessel arrived before a range of undulating mountains. Surrounded by towering peaks, the terrain was perilous, and the valleys were already teeming with people and horses. On the left, a group of disciples donned yellow and white robes, impeccably uniform, led by a lean elder whose visage appeared ethereal, yet bore an unmistakable tempestuous glare. To the right, another faction was clad in disarray, lacking any semblance of uniformity, each individual adorned with a quaint beast pouch at their waist, starkly different from conventional storage bags. Beside them lay a colossal lion, resplendent in golden fur and possessing 3 heads, exuding a fierce aura and evidently at the late stage of foundation establishment, truly a member of Ling Beast Mountain. Damn it, will the Qingyun sect show up or not? Their delays are wasting precious time. The elder with an ethereal demeanor broke the tension with an impatient tone, revealing himself as the dearest Qingxiu of the Pill Saint sect. His disciples, unfazed, seemed accustomed to his fiery temperament. Why the hurry, Qingxiu? You always act this way, drawled Zhang Ling Yun, representing Ling Beast Mountain with a languid air. Deist Kingsu glared, his ire flaring instantly. Zhang Ling Yun, last time, your sect arrived the latest, claiming it was because that little kitten was hungry. Forcing my Pill Saint sect to wait an entire day for nothing. Little kitten? Zhang Ling Yun erupted, pointing at the three-headed lion beside him. You old fool, open your eyes. This is a three-headed lion, not some mere kitten. How could he tolerate such belittlement of his spirit beast? Deist Kingsu scoffed, his disdain evident. Just a late-stage foundation beast. To me, it's merely a kitten. If you disagree, feel free to let it challenge me. Zhang Ling Yun's expression stiffened. This Deist Kingsu was an anomaly within the Pill Saint sect, a disciple who, despite his lack of skill in alchemy, specialized in martial prowess and had a solid cultivation at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. If it came to blows, a single strike could obliterate the lion. Just as he prepared to retort, a streak of light blazed across the sky, and the cloud-piercing vessel thunderously descended. Standing at the bow, Lei Wonkin laughed heartily. Zhang Ling Yun, move your little kitten aside. My cloud-piercing vessel is too large to come to a halt. Zhang Ling Yun's face turned a shade of thunderous anger. Lei Wonkin, is your King Yun sect out of your minds? This valley is narrow, and you choose to bring such a behemoth here. Seeing his exasperation brought Lei Wonkin great delight, and he feigned a languid demeanor. What can I say? Our sect has too many flying vessels, and if they stay in the storage for too long, they might gather dust. If I don't take them out for a bit of fresh air, they might spoil. A mere cloud-piercing vessel means little to us. Deist Kingsu, observing the exchange, felt his lips twitch. A foundation-level, cloud-piercing vessel being considered inconsequential? Was it akin to roadside cabbage? He had no interest in their theatrics and interjected sternly. Enough of this nonsense. Since the King Yun sect has arrived, let us promptly open the secret realm and not waste any more time. With this, Lei Wonkin, having gained the upper hand over Ling Beast Mountain, chose to remain silent. The three esteemed leaders of the sects soared into the air above the valley, each retrieving an ancient token. They simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy into the tokens. In the next moment, three resplendent beams of light shot skyward, converging before the highest peak of the valley. The void twisted violently, and a massive vortex of spiritual energy gradually formed, its aura profound, leading directly into the depths of the secret realm. Lei Wongkong's voice resonated throughout the gathering. The blood-colored secret realm is officially opened. The duration of the realm is 1 month. All disciples, enter at once. Chapter 12. Entering the secret realm, disciples from the three major sects leapt into the vortex, their forms flickering before vanishing completely into the chaotic currents of the void. At that moment, a tall figure clad in a flowing white gown stepped gracefully from the cloud-piercing vessel, exuding an ethereal grace. She bowed to Lei Wongkong. Master, I shall take my leave. Lei Wongkong's smile faded, his expression turning gravely serious. He solemnly cautioned, the secret realm is fraught with peril. Prioritize your safety above all else and ensure you return alive. The white-clad woman nodded gently, offering no further words as she leaped into the vortex. Seeing this, Zhang Lingyun approached, a teasing smile upon his face. Oh, Lei, old man, are you really so at ease allowing your precious disciple to enter? Could it be that the King Yun sect is so impoverished that it cannot even afford foundation establishment pills, leaving her to fend for herself? Lei Wongkong feigned helplessness with a sigh, yet his voice betrayed a hint of pride. Do you think everyone is like you from the Spirit Beast Mountain? I have indeed prepared foundation establishment pills, but this girl possesses a proud spirit and insists on competing for her own opportunities. Alas, her talent is extraordinary and her ambition overwhelming. As her master, I can do naught but watch. Zhang Lingyun was immediately rendered speechless. Chen Fan leapt into the vortex, instantly enveloped by a violent force of spatial energy, spinning uncontrollably as if his very soul were being torn apart. After an indeterminate period, he felt a sudden weightlessness, jolting awake to find himself plummeting into a river. Fortuitously, he landed in the water, which softened his fall and he noticed that no other cultivators were nearby. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the landing points within the secret realm were entirely random. He swiftly swam towards the shore, remaining vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. Just as he was about to reach the bank, an icy shiver ran down his spine as he sensed a malevolent presence approaching from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the Lingzi shield, which materialized instantly behind him. Almost simultaneously, a gigantic green-skinned crocodile lunged from the water, its massive jaws and sharp teeth snapping towards him. Utilizing the rebound force from the crocodile's impact on the Lingzi shield, Chen Fan was propelled onto the shore with precision. The crocodile, realizing the depth of Chen Fan's perfected chi refinement aura, hesitated, swished its tail, and retreated into the depths of the river. Chen Fan retrieved the beast skin map from his possession, meticulously comparing it to his surroundings. This was a detailed chart crafted by disciples of the Qingyun sect over generations of exploration in the secret realm. He found himself on the northern edge of the blood-colored secret realm. The map clearly indicated that ordinary spiritual herbs were abundant in the outer regions, while treasures such as the Foundation Establishment fruit thrived only in the innermost core of the realm. Yet, the deeper one ventured, the stronger the demonic beasts became. The crocodile he had just encountered was merely at the 5th level of chi refinement. Without further delay, Chen Fan set forth, following the map towards the core of the secret realm. As he traversed the path, he moved with utmost caution, suppressing his aura and advancing step by step. Along the way, he encountered an increasing number of spiritual herbs, yet they were merely of the lowly yellow grade, which he had long since cultivated in abundance within the confines of his space. Thus, he paid them no heed. After approximately 2 hours, he halted his steps. Before him, the foliage was stained with large splotches of fresh blood, indicating that a violent confrontation had recently taken place. His gaze sharpened as he stealthily followed the trail of blood. Shortly thereafter, he discerned the remnants of a struggle. A man clad in white lay lifeless in a pool of blood, a long sword embedded in his chest. Not far off, a man dressed in black sat cross-legged, having just consumed several medicinal pills, his eyes closed in an attempt to heal his wounds. Beside him, a wolf demon, entirely black with fur like steel needles, vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, standing guard. The night wolf was a spirit beast of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Chen Fan mused. It was astonishing that he had scarcely entered the secret realm for a day, and already bloodshed had ensued. His goal remained clear. He sought to reach the core, swiftly in search of the Foundation fruit, desiring to avoid any unnecessary entanglements. He turned to stealthily withdraw, but at that moment, the night wolf abruptly pivoted, its crimson eyes locking onto Chen Fan, issuing a fierce growl before lunging with unhesitating ferocity. Seeing this, Chen Fan could only sidestep to evade the claws of the wolf, but this movement fully exposed him to the gaze of the black-clad man. The disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain instantly opened his eyes, his aura sharp and vigilant as he fixated on Chen Fan, quickly recognizing the attire of the Qingyun sect. Which friend from the Qingyun sect do I have the honor of encountering? Chen Fan replied with calmness. I am Han Li of the Qingyun sect, merely passing through and will take my leave immediately. He wished to avoid further complications, eager to extricate himself from the situation. However, the disciple surveyed Chen Fan from head to toe, noting his deliberately suppressed aura, which seemed to indicate he was only at the 5th level of chi refinement, while he himself had already recovered most of his strength, aided by the 8th level night wolf beside him. A look of disdain and greed emerged on his face. Merely passing through? You have stolen my storage bag and wish to leave without consequence? Such a thing does not exist in this world. Chen Fan's brow furrowed, irritation brewing within him. Are you deliberately framing me, seeking to rob me? Observing the man and beast slowly encircling him, Chen Fan's expression darkened. My friend jests. Simply return the storage bag, and I shall allow you to depart safely. The Spirit Beast Mountain disciple laughed heartily, cloaking his robbery in grandiloquent terms. Chen Fan felt a chill rise within him. It appeared that this matter would not end amicably. With a flick of his wrist, the Qing Feng sword materialized in his grasp, its exquisite aura faintly radiating. The disciple's greed intensified, and he no longer concealed his intentions. His 8th level Qi refinement prowess erupted, and both man and beast charged toward Chen Fan simultaneously. In that instant, the aura that Chen Fan had meticulously suppressed was fully unleashed, achieving the pinnacle of Qi refinement. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth like a vast ocean, instantly overwhelming his adversaries. With a swift motion, Chen Fan wielded the Qing Feng sword with all his might, executing a horizontal slash. Simultaneously, the Lingzi shield materialized behind him, ready to withstand the onslaught of the Night Wolf. Boom! The full force of the Night Wolf's 8th level Qi refinement strike collided with the Lingzi shield, failing to breach its defenses and instead causing it to stagger backward. In a sudden burst of energy, the disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain hastily summoned his inner strength to defend himself, but was struck down by Chen Fan's sword, his vitality surging and body flung through the air. Before he could regain his footing, Chen Fan moved like lightning, delivering a second strike with the swiftness of a startled swan. The disciple's face drained of color, eyes wide with terror, and he screamed, "Qi refinement, great perfection." Before the words left his lips, the sword's gleam passed over him, and his body went limp, lifeless. Chen Fan sheathed his sword and turned toward the lone wolf of the night, devoid of its master's spiritual mark. The wolf's fierce glare faded into a flicker of fear. It dared not continue the fight, tucking its tail and fleeing wildly toward the outskirts of the secret realm. Only after confirming the wolf's retreat did Chen Fan approach the two lifeless bodies. He collected the storage pouches of the black-clad disciple and the spirit beast pouch, then took the white-robed dead man's storage pouch. With a wisp of true fire conjured at his fingertips, he incinerated the corpses into ashes, leaving no trace behind. Gathering the pouches, burning the bodies, and erasing all evidence, everything was executed seamlessly and with precision. Having completed these tasks, Chen Fan wasted no time and swiftly departed. Several hours later, he found himself concealed within a secluded cave 50 miles away. At the entrance and surrounding area, he set up a soul-devouring array, masking his presence and absorbing spiritual energy to ensure no one could detect him. With all preparations complete, Chen Fan settled into a cross-legged posture and retrieved the 2 storage pouches and the spirit beast pouch he had just acquired. With the original owners deceased, their spiritual imprints naturally dissipated, allowing Chen Fan to effortlessly unlock the pouches with his expertise. He emptied their contents onto the ground. The Dancing Sect Disciple's pouch was relatively abundant, containing over 3,000 spirit stones and several mid-grade elixirs. In stark contrast, the Spirit Beast Mountain Disciple was impoverished, possessing only a few hundred spirit stones and a handful of mid-grade magical tools, none of which were of exceptional quality. Chen Fan couldn't help but scoff at their misfortune. Amidst his search, he discovered an unfamiliar seed, its surface lustrous and imbued with a faint yet extraordinarily pure vitality. Even he could not identify this mysterious herb. To his disappointment, thorough examination of the spirit beast pouch and storage bags revealed no beast-taming manuals, only an empty beast pouch and several letters. Setting aside further speculation, Chen Fan opened his creation space. He carefully stored the various elixirs for cultivation and selected a location rich in spiritual energy to plant the enigmatic seed. Once these tasks were done, he picked up the letters and unfolded them slowly. Reading the contents, Chen Fan's expression grew increasingly complex. The letters contained detailed maps of the secret realms belonging to the Dancing Sect and Spirit Beast Mountain, even more meticulous than those of the Kingyun Sect. What unsettled him further was a densely inscribed sheet listing the names and cultivation levels of disciples from Kingyun Sect and Dancing Sect, a clear kill list. Next to one name under the Dancing Sect was a fresh red cross, indicating that one had already fallen victim to assassination. Meanwhile, no names under Kingyun Sect had been marked off, suggesting that the Spirit Beast Mountain disciples had yet to encounter their targets. Chen Fan stared at the unfamiliar names, his heart growing heavy. Having secluded himself for years, He recognized only a few comrades, such as Sun Hua and Han Rulong. The rest were strangers. Within the secret realm, Spirit Beast Mountain had long since designated their assassination targets, brazenly purging adversaries. As I venture outside, I become an easy target for them. It would be wiser to remain hidden for half a month, waiting for the battles to subside, before directly infiltrating the core area to contend for the foundational fruit. With this determination, Chen Fan closed his eyes to meditate, finding solace in the cave. Chapter 13. The Divine Refinement Technique. In the past few days, aside from meditative cultivation, Chen Fan immersed himself in the study of techniques, occasionally entering the creation space to refine elixirs. The 3 basic elixirs had become second nature to him, with a success rate nearing 100%. One day, after finishing the refinement of an elixir, he took out the 5 spirits creation technique and began to peruse the foundational section. As his fingertips brushed over the pages, he was taken aback. The paper of this section appeared thicker than that of the other chapters, possessing a distinctly unusual texture. Intrigued, Chen Fan activated his spiritual sense to investigate further. Moments later, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. It was not a single sheet of paper, but 2 sheets firmly adhered together, seamlessly bonded over the years without a single gap. He carefully and gradually separated the 2 sheets. Ultimately, a blank piece of unmarked paper rested in his hand. Curious, he wondered why this was no ordinary paper and why it bore no writing. After a brief contemplation, he gently placed his spiritual sense over the blank sheet. In the next instant, golden light surged forth. A towering and majestic phantasm materialized in the void, exuding an aura as vast as the heavens. I am a celestial sovereign of the 5 elements, born with the 5 spiritual roots. In ancient times, the 5 spiritual roots were a rare and extraordinary talent, a gift from the heavens. Yet, with the invasion of the demon race, the essence of the world crumbled and spiritual energy became scarce, making cultivation for those with 5 spiritual roots as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Unwilling to be obscured, I devoted my life's work to create the 5 spirits creation technique and establish the soul cultivation method, divine refinement technique. These 2 techniques complement each other, ultimately leading to the transformation of the divine and ascension to the spirit realm. This legacy is meant for those with 5 spiritual roots alone. As the words echoed, the phantasm of the celestial sovereign and the 5 spirits creation technique transformed into a cascade of golden light and characters, crashing into Chen Fan's mind. A torrent of information surged through him, causing his head to feel as if it might split open, overwhelming him with intense pain, rendering him immobile. After what felt like an eternity, the flow of information ceased. Chen Fan exhaled a long breath, his complexion pale, unable to suppress a curse. Damn, that was too sudden. He focused inward, discovering that the entirety of the 5 spirits creation technique was now vividly presented in his mind, from chi cultivation to divine transformation, with a clear outline. Furthermore, he found an incredibly profound divine refinement technique, specifically designed to temper the soul and enhance spiritual awareness. Cultivating the divine refinement technique would amplify one's spiritual strength far beyond that of peers of the same level. Upon reaching mastery, one's spiritual sense could extend several times that of others. At this moment, Chen Fan's spiritual sense already covered a radius of 100 meters. After cultivation, its reach would undoubtedly surpass the limits of chi refinement, subtly approaching the initial stage of foundational establishment. Elated, he promptly seated himself cross-legged, eagerly commencing the operation of the divine refinement technique, beginning to refine his spiritual awareness. During the half-month of Chen Fan's seclusion and cultivation, the blood secret realm was engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed and carnage. Disciples of the Qingyun sect and the Pill Sage sect met with untimely fates, their deaths gruesome. All victims of clandestine ambushes, their remains obliterated. Half a month later, in the depths of the secret realm, 2 figures pursued at breakneck speed. Ahead of them, a stunning silhouette clad in white, disheveled and breathless, was none other than Shang Wanyu, the cherished disciple of Lei Wangkong. Among the pursuers, one bore a sinister expression, while the other possessed an enchanting grace, exuding an innate allure, unmistakably not a disciple of the three major sections. Zhou Tong, the man, sneered coldly, his gaze filled with malice. The information from the Hehuan sect is rather lacking. This woman is no ordinary disciple. She is Shangguan Yu, a water element spiritual root, the sole direct disciple of Lei Wangkong, and possesses unparalleled talent. The previous intelligence failed to capture her significance, but it has turned into an unexpected stroke of fortune. Her value far surpasses that of the previous trivial opponents. If we can extinguish such a genius in her cradle, the future advance of our Yuling sect and the coalition of the five sects against the Zhao kingdom will face significantly less resistance. Li Qian's eyes flickered. You from the Spirit Beast Mountain certainly keep your secrets well. Spirit Beast Mountain? Zhou Tong scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. In a few years, there will be no Spirit Beast Mountain left, only the Yuling sect. As Shangguan Yu fled for her life, she gritted her teeth and shouted in anger. Do you not fear the Qingyun sect and the Dansheng sect uniting to hold you accountable for your wanton slaughter of our disciples? Originally on her way to the core area, she had inadvertently stumbled upon the frenzied massacre committed by the disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain, which led to her being relentlessly pursued. Zhou Tong chuckled mockingly. Accountability? Within the secret realm, life and death are determined by fate. Who will know whose hands you fell to? They will simply assume you met your demise at the jaws of a beast. What are your true intentions? Shangguan Yu retreated swiftly, attempting to probe for more information. The three sects often engaged in both overt and covert struggles. Yet such brazen targeting of geniuses must conceal a tremendous conspiracy. Moreover, the terms Yuling sect and five-sect coalition frequently emerge from their mouths, shrouded in mystery. Even at death's door. You still wish to extract information? Zhou Tong sneered. Surrender now. The dead need not know too much. Recognizing her predicament, Shangguan Yu seized her words, deftly retrieving a premium spatial displacement talisman. Pouring all her spiritual energy into the talisman, she infused it with fervent desperation. Zhou Tong's expression shifted dramatically. Trying to escape? He immediately hurled several premium explosive talismans, and flames erupted violently behind Shangguan Yu. As the shock wave surged, the displacement talisman radiated brilliant light, and in a blink, Shangguan Yu vanished without a trace. The two rushed to the epicenter of the explosion, searching frantically, yet not a single trace remained. Damn it, she got away. Zhou Tong cursed vehemently. Li Qian's seductive demeanor faded, replaced by concern. If word of this leaks, our entire plan will be ruined. What are you panicking for? Zhou Tong's face darkened. She is gravely injured. The displacement talisman must be unstable and will surely lead her astray. We shall lie in wait at the exit of the secret realm. I refuse to believe she can hide forever. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qian could only nod in agreement. After half a month of arduous cultivation, Chen Fan's spiritual awareness had surged exponentially, surpassing the limits of qi refinement practitioners and firmly stepping into the foundational stage of spiritual awareness. He had already emerged from seclusion for 2 days, stealthily advancing towards the core of the secret realm. Along the journey, Chen Fan occasionally encountered disciples from other sects, all possessing cultivation levels around the 8th or 9th layer of qi refinement, yet there was not a single disciple from the Spirit Beast Mountain in sight, rendering the surroundings unusually desolate. Chen Fan pondered to himself, surmising that the opposing faction was likely focused on a concentrated extermination effort, leaving the periphery temporarily safe. One day, Chen Fan arrived at a tranquil little lake, promptly suppressing all his aura and concealing himself within the dense forest. He observed a two-headed black water snake coiled in the center of the lake, its presence exuding a heavy and profound aura, unmistakably a demon beast at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Before the serpent's heads stood a spirit herb, gracefully upright, shimmering with rays of light in a myriad of colors. The exceedingly rare Xian-level spirit herb, the seven-hued lotus. Chen Fan's gaze grew fervent, yet he found himself in a quandary. A foundation-establishing demon beast was far beyond his current capabilities to confront directly. However, the seven-hued lotus was a treasure for the soul, immensely beneficial for cultivating the soul-refining technique, making it a regrettable loss to overlook. After a fierce internal struggle, Chen Fan ultimately resolved not to relinquish his desire. He flicked his fingers, casting a fireball spell towards the vacant ground by the lakeside. Boom! The explosion reverberated suddenly. The slumbering, two-headed black water snake was violently roused, its heads swiftly turning to fixate on the location of the blast, and with a powerful twist of its body, it surged forward at incredible speed. In that instant, Chen Fan no longer hesitated. He dashed towards the lake's center, seizing the seven-hued lotus and pulling it from the earth, swiftly stowing it in his storage pouch. Without a backward glance, he plunged into the depths of the forest, fleeing with all his might. The two-headed black water snake quickly regained its composure, letting out a furious hiss that echoed through the heavens, twisting its body to pursue him relentlessly. The speed of a foundation-establishing demon beast was terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, it closed in on him. Alas, the speed of a foundation beast was indeed exceedingly monstrous. Chen Fan's expression changed drastically as he exerted every ounce of strength to escape, yet he felt the distance between them diminishing. In a moment of desperation, Chen Fan hurled several fireballs behind him. Boom! 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 The fireballs detonated against the serpent's body, yet they failed to shatter even a single scale, instead inciting the two-headed black water snake's wrath further. Its crimson eyes gleamed with murderous intent, vowing to rend the thief who dared to steal its herb into 1,000 pieces. Chen Fan chuckled coldly within, knowing that ordinary fireballs were futile. He had secretly infused one of them with a thunderfire pearl. As the next wave of fireballs descended, the two-headed black water snake disdainfully withstood the onslaught. Boom! Thunder and flames erupted simultaneously, unleashing a violent force. The two-headed black water snake emitted a heart-wrenching cry, its massive form crashing heavily to the ground, scales flying, flesh torn and mangled, already on the brink of death. Chen Fan gasped for breath, still shaken. A foundation demon beast was truly formidable. Fortunately, he possessed the Thunderfire Pearl. Its power was enough to threaten a mid-foundation cultivator, yet had only inflicted severe injury, highlighting the serpent's astonishing defense. He dared not linger, maneuvering the clear wind sword to thrust directly into the serpent's vital point. After its mournful wail, the two-headed black water snake finally succumbed. Chen Fan collected the enormous serpent into his spirit beast pouch, took a moment to recuperate, and continued his swift journey towards the heart of the secret realm. As he navigated through the forest, the air ahead trembled slightly, and a figure clad in white suddenly fell from a rift in space, plummeting downwards. Instinctively, Chen Fan reached out, catching the person securely in his embrace. The individual in his arms appeared pale, blood at the corners of their lips, with exquisite features. Yet their breath was faint. Chen Fan glanced down, momentarily taken aback. A celestial beauty had descended from the heavens? Chapter 14. The veteran Chen Fan, as Shang Yu gradually regained consciousness from her stupor, her awareness remained hazy. She found herself lying in a dry, warm cave, the faint essence of spiritual energy lingering at her nostrils, accompanied by the unfamiliar aura of another cultivator nearby. Instinctively, she feared that she had fallen into the clutches of the spirit beast mountain. Her complexion paled, and she instinctively attempted to summon her spiritual power to resist. However, the moment she tried to channel her energy, an agonizing pain tore through her chest, and a sweet taste filled her throat as she involuntarily coughed up blood. Severely wounded, yet still attempting to forcefully cultivate. Was she courting death? Leaning against the stone wall, Chen Fan observed her wariness upon awakening and felt a chill wash over him. It was only then that Shang Yu recognized that the person before her was not clad in the attire of the spirit beast mountain, which brought her a measure of relief. "Are you a disciple of the Qingyan sect?" she managed to inquire. Her voice strained as her gaze fell upon the azure robes adorning Chen Fan. Even so, she could not fully relax. With a dismissive roll of his eyes, Chen Fan offered no words, merely tossing her a disciple token. Verify for yourself, he stated. Shang Yu accepted the token and, with a sweep of her consciousness, confirmed that he was indeed a disciple who had joined 5 years prior, named Chen Fan. She hastily propped herself up and, with a solemn bow, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chen, for saving my life. I am Shang Yu, and my master is elder.Run. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Although he had spent years in seclusion and was not well acquainted with the names of his fellow disciples, addressing her as sister was undoubtedly appropriate given her connection to elder.Run. I have met Sister Shangwan, but may I ask, what caused your sudden fall from the sky? Just as Yu was about to respond, her body suddenly weakened, and darkness threatened to engulf her vision. Chen Fan, quick to react, caught her just in time. He then retrieved a glossy, radiant pill from his storage bag and, without hesitation, placed it in her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and the soothing medicinal energy enveloped her limbs, swiftly alleviating her previously excruciating injuries. Shang Yu's pupils contracted in astonishment and doubt. Is this a high-grade healing pill? Such a treasure is exceedingly rare. Chen Fan, unfazed, replied, it's nothing. I concocted it myself. I have plenty more. Shang Yu was utterly taken aback. Her gaze towards Chen Fan transformed completely. You can refine high-grade pills? Chen Fan looked at her with a perplexed expression. Of course, what's the matter? Do you realize what this implies? Shang Yu inhaled deeply, her tone serious. Even in our Kingian sect, there are scarcely a few cultivators capable of consistently refining medium-grade pills. In the entire Zhao kingdom, only a handful within the Danxing sect can craft high-grade pills. Now, Chen Fan was genuinely stunned. While he was aware of his proficiency in alchemy, he had not realized that in the realm of high-grade pills, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of the Zhao kingdom. You must not have been aware of this all along. Having remained in seclusion, Shang Yu regarded his bewildered expression with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yes, I have been in my cave since entering the sect, and I only recently began to experiment with pill refinement, Chen Fan admitted candidly. He quickly redirected the conversation. Sister, please tell me what transpired. Shang Yu ceased her inquiries and recounted her encounter with the Spirit Beast Mountain's ruthless slaughter. She disclosed that the assailants were, in fact, from the Yuling sect, who sought to thwart the coalition of the 5 sects and eliminate their prodigies, narrating every detail, including her escape using a spatial displacement talisman. The actions taken at Ling Beast Mountain are by no means ordinary sect disputes. They undoubtedly conceal an astonishing conspiracy. Shang Yu's expression was solemn. Chen Fan had already comprehended the gravity of the situation in his heart. The Yuling sect and the coalition of 5 factions were engaged in a targeted hunt for geniuses. All signs pointed towards an impending upheaval in the Zhao kingdom. This matter transcended the realm of mere qi refining disciples. It would not be long before a sect-wide war erupted. I must procure the foundation establishment fruit swiftly to solidify my foundation for self-preservation. This situation is too immense for us to influence. Our immediate priority is to ensure our own safety and seek the foundation establishment fruit. Chen Fan spoke with a calm demeanor, unwilling to be ensnared in such tumult. However, Shang Yu's gaze was resolute and filled with indignation. Such a conspiracy must be relayed back to the sect. Junior brother, I too wish to venture to the core of the secret realm. Let us travel together for mutual support. Chen Fan initially preferred solitude, yet upon reflection, he realized that the depths of the secret realm were fraught with peril, surrounded by ferocious beasts and hostile cultivators. Shang Yu, being at the pinnacle of qi refinement and a direct disciple of a core formation elder, possessed formidable skills. Having an additional ally would indeed provide greater assurance. After a brief contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Once Shang Yu's injuries had largely healed, Chen Fan exited the cave and retrieved the spirit devouring array flags he had set up around them. Had it not been for my junior brother, I would have met my demise. The debt of gratitude is one I shall never forget. Should there be any tasks in the future, I would face 1,000 deaths without hesitation. Shang Yu's expression was exceedingly earnest. Chen Fan nodded slightly, offering no further words. The two rested momentarily before resuming their journey towards the core of the secret realm. As they ventured deeper, the beast grew increasingly formidable. It was commonplace to encounter chi refining pinnacle beasts, and they soon faced two foundation establishment stage beasts in succession. Despite both being at the pinnacle of chi refinement, confronting them head-on proved to be exceedingly arduous. In a moment of crisis, Chen Fan unleashed a series of thunderfire pearls. 3 of these pearls detonated, utterly obliterating a foundation establishment early-stage scorpion-tailed lion, leaving it lifeless. However, the other foundation establishment early-stage giant ape, with its immense physical strength, withstood 2 thunderfire pearls and managed to escape, severely wounded. Chen Fan and Shang Wanyu, their spiritual energy depleted, could only watch helplessly as it fled. If not for Junior Brother's thunderfire pearls today, we would both be in peril, Shang Wanyu remarked, still shaken. Chen Fan felt a twinge of frustration. For some reason, it seemed that the beasts along their path were fixated on him, directing all their attacks towards him, resulting in the needless expenditure of several precious thunderfire pearls. He consumed 2 spirit-gathering pills and sat cross-legged to recover his spiritual energy. Observing this, Shang Wanyu took the initiative to approach and handle the carcass of the scorpion-tailed lion with her artifact. By the time Chen Fan had regained a substantial amount of his spiritual energy and opened his eyes, he found the materials, lion tails, bones, and hides, neatly arranged on the ground. He looked at Shang Wanyu, puzzled. I hardly exerted much effort. These materials should be handled by me. Shang Wanyu replied softly, It is nothing for me. Chen Fan slapped his forehead, remembering that the enormous corpse of the 2-headed Xian Shui snake was still in his spirit beast bag, unprocessed. He promptly extracted the massive snake carcass and placed it on the ground. Then, I must trouble senior sister to handle this as well. I'm only skilled in slaying, not in the preparation of beast parts, and I am unaware of which sections are useful. Shang Wanyu smiled and did not decline. For her, it was merely a trivial task. Within merely 2 hours, the twin-headed beasts were thoroughly dispatched. Junior Brother, this twin-headed mystic water serpent is venomless, its hide remarkably resilient, suitable for crafting armor, and its flesh imbued with pure spiritual energy. Everything has been meticulously prepared, Chen Fan declared, surveying the neatly segmented serpent meat with a satisfied nod. He sought out a secure cave nearby, kindled a modest campfire, and amidst Shang Wanyu's astonished gaze, produced a large pot along with a variety of seasonings. Shang Wanyu stared incredulously. Junior Brother, you carry a cooking pot with you? Chen Fan chuckled nonchalantly. Prior to transmigration, he had been a consummate gastronome with exceptional culinary skills. Even in this realm of cultivation, his appetite remained his sole indulgence, an affection he could not relinquish. I simply adore savoring fine food, he confessed. He poured all the seasonings into the pot and immersed the diced mystic water serpent meat within. In moments, a rich aroma permeated the cave, the spiritual energy entwining with the fragrance, stirring their appetites profoundly. Shang Wanyu involuntarily swallowed. Observing this, Chen Fan presented 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, handing one to her. They dined together around the pot. The serpent meat was tender and fresh, and a surge of spiritual energy, surpassing that of elixirs, coursed from their throats to their dantian. Within half an hour, the pot of serpent broth was emptied. No wonder this is a foundation establishment beast. The spiritual energy is extraordinarily refined, Shang Wanyu exclaimed, all evident on her face. Wasting no time, they sat cross-legged, devoting themselves to absorbing the abundant spiritual energy within their bodies. The following dawn, they awoke for meditation. Their spiritual energy circulating harmoniously, minds clear and spirits invigorated. This mystic water serpent meat is incredibly nourishing. Chen Fan stretched, feeling vitality surge through his veins, his meridians significantly unblocked. Senior sister, let us press onward. Not far ahead lies the heart of the secret realm. Very well, Shang Wanyu replied. As she rose, the morning light caressed her face, her complexion radiant and moist, the pallor of the previous day replaced by a fresh, dewy glow akin to a lotus after rain, ethereally beautiful. Chen Fan's gaze lingered momentarily before he diverted it naturally, refraining from further scrutiny. Sensing his candid gaze, Shang Wanyu merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. They ventured deeper, eventually entering the core of the secret realm. The area was sparsely inhabited, the air tinged faintly with the scent of blood. Along the path lay tattered garments, dried bloodstains, and signs of fierce conflict, unmistakable evidence of prior battles. The core region of the secret realm was vast. The Foundation establishment fruit trees were not solitary here. Each of the three great sects had documented locations of these trees. Those who reached this place were invariably disciples of King Yun's sect who had braved perilous trials. Chen Fan produced a map for comparison, then extended his divine sense to silently scan the surroundings. While ordinary Qi refining cultivator's divine sense spanned merely 100 meters, his cultivation of the divine refinement art had recently expanded his perception to 300 meters, rendering every detail within the vicinity vividly clear. As his divine sense glided over ancient trees, suddenly a colossal tree appeared within his vision, towering 7 or 8 zhang. Its trunk so thick that it required 2 men to encircle. Its branches bore over a dozen luminous green fruits, exuding a pervasive spiritual aura, undoubtedly a Foundation establishment fruit tree. Chen Fan's heart leapt with joy as he prepared to examine it closely, when his gaze abruptly shifted toward a pitch-black cave adjacent to the tree. In the next moment, a pair of cold, slitted eyes within the cave suddenly locked onto him. An overwhelming aura of terror surged forth. Chen Fan's entire body trembled violently, his steps faltering, a sweet taste filling his throat as a trickle of blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth. Junior brother Chen, what has happened to you? Su Guanyu's expression changed dramatically as she hurried to support him. At this moment, Chen Fan felt as if his head were splitting, his consciousness pierced by 1,000 needles. Waves of backlash sweeping over him. After a significant pause, he managed to speak, his voice gravely subdued. I just used my spiritual sense to locate the Foundation fruit tree. And beside it, in a cave, lies a late-stage Foundation beast. I was merely glanced at by it, and my consciousness was instantly repelled. Su Guanyu's face turned ashen, a backlash on the spirit. This is no trivial matter. If not treated promptly, your future cultivation will undoubtedly be impeded. And in severe cases, it could lead to a loss of sanity. She anxiously paced, realizing, alas, I have no spirit healing elixirs on me. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Fan had only experienced a mild backlash, far from suffering any genuine harm to his spirit. However, her words did tighten his heart. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, he immediately retrieved the 7 glory lotus. He first plucked several lotus seeds to plant in his creation space, while the remaining portion he began to slowly refine, channeling his spiritual energy. Having learned from the painful experience of consuming spiritual herbs raw, he dared not act recklessly this time. Encasing the medicinal properties within his spiritual energy and gradually absorbing them into his body. Though the process was slower, it was gentle and steady, avoiding any feelings of nausea. Su Guanyu gazed at the lotus, shimmering with radiant light and rich in spiritual essence, her eyes filled with astonishment and envy. A mystical grade spirit herb, such rarity throughout the entire Zhao kingdom. Junior brother, your fortune is truly astonishing. Chen Fan chuckled. It is merely luck, nothing more. Luck is indeed a part of strength. Su Guanyu responded earnestly. How many cultivators have perished merely due to a lack of fortune, falling prey to beasts or falling victim to treachery among their peers? It took Chen Fan a full half-day to completely refine the entire 7 glory lotus. His spirit not only fully recovered, but became even more profound and solidified, the intensity of his consciousness increasing as well. Phew, it is indeed better to refine it carefully. The taste of consuming spiritual herbs raw is something I never wish to experience again, Chen Fan thought to himself, still haunted by the memory. Su Guanyu looked at him with a strange expression. Junior brother, you actually consumed a spiritual herb raw? Chen Fan scratched his head awkwardly. I was inexperienced back then and directly bit into one, nearly vomiting up my last meal. Su Guanyu stared at him in disbelief. Such an appetite. Typically, only beasts would dare to swallow spiritual herbs whole. This is the first time I've heard of a cultivator eating them raw. Chen Fan quickly diverted the conversation, asking solemnly, "Senior sister, according to the sect's records, wasn't the guardian of the fruit tree a mid-stage black-scaled python? How has it evolved to late stage?" Su Guanyu furrowed her brow. 50 years ago. It was indeed only in the early foundation stage. I did not expect it to evolve to this extent in such a short time. The situation has changed. Yet the foundation fruit is imperative. The two immediately concealed their presence, holding their breath as they cautiously advanced. Moments later, they arrived at an open area. Before them lay a serene blue lake, and on a small island at its center stood the foundation fruit tree, its fruits plump and exuding an irresistible aura of spiritual energy. On the opposite shore of the lake, a colossal dark shadow loomed. It was a gigantic serpent, stretching several dozen feet in length, its body a deep ebony hue, its scales as tough as iron, and its cold, piercing eyes belonged to the very beast that had previously countered Chen Fan. Su Guanyu's pupils contracted sharply. This is not the black-scaled python. It is the ink serpent. Chen Fan was taken aback. Wait, senior sister, isn't the ink serpent a third-tier demon beast? Yet it clearly appears to be at the late stage of foundation establishment, which categorizes it as a second-tier beast. With this prompt, Su Guanyu regained her focus, scrutinizing the creature for a moment before realization dawned upon her. I understand now. It is indeed a second-tier beast, but it is dangerously close to reaching the third tier. The black-scaled python can only ascend to the third tier by transforming into a serpent. She paused and added, however, the blood-colored secret realm imposes restrictions governed by the laws of heaven and earth, preventing the beasts within from surpassing the foundation establishment realm. Any being with cultivation beyond the chi refinement stage that forces entry will be directly obliterated by the rules of this realm. Obliterated? Chen Fan's heart raced. Indeed, Su Guanyu nodded. Several centuries ago, a core formation cultivator attempted to seize a foundation fruit for his son by forcefully entering the secret realm. The moment he stepped inside, he was struck down by a bolt of heavenly lightning, reduced to ashes. Chen Fan gasped in shock. A core formation cultivator, just like that? What kind of entity had left such a terrifying mark upon this blood-colored secret realm? Su Guanyu gently shook her head. I do not know. All I am aware of is that this realm predates the three great sects by a considerable margin, bringing his thoughts back to the imposing figure before them. Chen Fan's expression grew grave. Though it is a second-tier beast, the ink serpent is on the verge of becoming a third-tier entity, a formidable force indeed. If we do not eliminate it, we cannot approach the foundation fruit tree. It guards the entrance too close to the fruit, leaving us with no opportunity for a sneak attack. As the two pondered their predicament, suddenly the ink serpent on the opposite bank raised its head with ferocity. Its enormous maw opening wide as a spray of dark green liquid shot forth. Chen Fan, with his extraordinary sense, detected the imminent danger and swiftly grasped Su Guanyu, pulling her aside just in time. Sizzle! The dark green venom struck the ground, instantly withering the grass and plants. Even the earth was corroded, releasing wisps of white smoke. The terrifying potency of the poison was truly alarming. What a formidable toxin! Chen Fan's heart raced. Such a lethal poison would undoubtedly severely injure any foundation establishment cultivator upon contact. Infuriated by its missed attack, the ink serpent surged forward, its massive form creating a tempest, charging directly at the two of them with overwhelming ferocity. Su Guanyu's complexion paled. It's over. We have been discovered. Chapter 16. Growth. The ink serpent's venom. Quick evade. This beast is far too swift. Chen Fan shouted sharply. The ink serpent was already a near third-tier demon beast, its physical speed surpassing that of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Swift as lightning, the two of them darted to the sides, unleashing a barrage of spells indiscriminately at the ink serpent. Though Chen Fan possessed considerable cultivation, he had focused primarily on his foundation and had not practiced any aggressive offensive spells. He could only channel his spiritual energy to wield the Qing Feng sword, launching wave after wave of sword chi. Beside Su Guanyu, a circular artifact hovered silently, its spiritual light subdued, yet exuding an intense aura, evidently more formidable than Chen Fan's top-tier Qingfeng sword. Chen Fan felt a surge of envy. Having a core formation master as a backing truly makes a difference. This circular artifact must be a spiritual tool. The ink serpent clearly sensed the greater threat posed by the circular artifact and abruptly turned, unleashing a torrent of dark green venom aimed squarely at Chen Fan. Chen Fan found himself cornered, swiftly conjuring the Lingzi shield to protect himself. The sound of hissing filled the air as the corrosive venom collided with the shield, releasing a plume of white smoke. The overwhelming corrosive force gnawed at the shield, causing Chen Fan to feel a sudden weakening of his connection to it. The shield's ethereal glow dimmed perilously, on the verge of being breached. Such potent corrosion. Chen Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily maneuvered to evade. Seeing his vulnerability, the Mo Jiao relentlessly pursued him, its gaping maw and jagged teeth closing in with menacing intent. In response, Shangguan soared forward, activating her spiritual artifact to unleash a relentless barrage, causing the Mo Jiao to roar in agony, intensifying its frenzied assault. Damn it! Does it really think I'm an easy target? Anger surged within Chen Fan as he was relentlessly pursued. He decided to hold nothing back, hurling his last remaining Thunderfire Pearl with great force. Fireballs, water, arrows, and vine spells erupted in a simultaneous explosion. The Mo Jiao, feeling the pain, finally ceased its pursuit, retreating to the vicinity of the Foundation Establishment fruit tree, its serpent tongue flicking wildly as it glared at the two, no longer daring to advance recklessly. Though it had not truly entered the third tier, it had already transformed into a dragon, its physical defenses reaching the level of a third-tier demon beast. Shangguan expression turned grave. Chen Fan felt a deep sense of despair. If even the Thunderfire Pearl could not breach its defenses, how could they possibly fight? Both of them were panting heavily, their expressions darkening. Chen Fan had only a single golden light talisman left, while Shangguan, having previously faced a life-threatening chase, had already lost her protective charms to the explosive flames. Her spiritual artifact, though formidable, was becoming increasingly unsustainable. Junior brother, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? If we don't find a way out, we will perish here today. Shangguan voice trembled slightly with urgency. Gritting his teeth, Chen Fan replied, Senior sister, I possess a golden light talisman capable of invoking a core formation strike, but it requires time to activate. Can you delay it for me? Shangguan eyes brightened with resolve. No problem. With my spiritual artifact, holding it off for a moment is not difficult. The two reached an instant consensus. Shangguan unleashed her full power, channeling her spiritual energy into the circular artifact, its radiance surging as she charged directly at the Mo Jiao. Chen Fan promptly retrieved the golden talisman, its surface engraved with intricate golden sword patterns, mysterious runes swirling. As he activated it, an immense pressure began to permeate the atmosphere. This was the aura of a core formation cultivator. Shangguan felt a tremor of shock within her heart. She had only sensed such formidable authority when in the presence of her master, Lei Wanhe. The Mo Jiao, too, sensed the imminent threat, fear flashing in its massive eyes for the first time. It did not comprehend the nature of the talisman, but it knew that if it were to fully activate, its demise was assured. In a frantic bid, the Mo Jiao tore away from Shangguan's entanglement, its colossal form shooting towards Chen Fan like an arrow released from its bow. Not on my watch. Shangguan bellowed, exerting all her strength into the spiritual artifact. The circular ring split into three, transforming into three streaks of light that encircled the Mo Jiao, effectively halting its advance. Junior brother, hurry. I can't hold it much longer. Chen Fan's forehead was etched with tension as he poured every ounce of his spiritual energy into the talisman. The golden light burgeoned, and the oppressive force intensified. Shangguan's spiritual energy rapidly depleted, the artifact's brilliance dwindling until, at last, the Mo Jiao struck her with a powerful tail swipe. With a cough of blood, she was sent crashing against a boulder behind Chen Fan, her artifact flung away, rendered entirely powerless. Junior brother. Shang Wanyu gazed at the advancing Mo Jiao, despair flickering in her eyes. Is it truly destined for me to perish here today? In this very moment, a resonant hum emanated. The golden talisman in Chen Fan's hand was finally fully activated. An overwhelming pressure, surpassing the foundational realm, erupted with a thunderous force. As golden light coalesced into a colossal sword, stretching dozens of feet long, striking down with a might to cleave the heavens. The ink dragon roared, channeling all its strength in a counterattack. Yet it was utterly powerless before the golden sword. As the blade descended, its massive form was cleaved in two, blood mist erupted, and it met its end on the spot. Chen Fan's spiritual energy was entirely depleted. The world darkened before his eyes, and he collapsed beside Shang Wanyu. The two exchanged a glance, seeing in each other's eyes the relief of surviving calamity and the weight of exhaustion. Their bodies felt hollow, lacking even the strength to lift a hand. With the last shred of willpower, Chen Fan retrieved a vial of medicinal pills, pouring out 2 high-grade healing elixirs, one for Shang Wanyu and the other for himself. They lay on the ground, quietly recuperating, allowing the medicinal properties to mend their injuries. But at that moment, the corpse of the ink dragon suddenly released a plume of pink gas. As they inhaled this gas, they felt an overwhelming heat coursing through their bodies, as if engulfed in a raging fire. Their skin flushed crimson. Realizing something was amiss, Shang Wanyu turned to look closely, and beside the severed body of the dragon lay a pink orb, split in two. Panic washed over her. This was the ink dragon's lust sac. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan was equally startled. What? Lust sac? He gazed at Shang Wanyu in shock. Without needing further explanation, he understood the nature of the gas they had inhaled. It was lust poison. Both instinctively wished to distance themselves from one another. Shang Wanyu, with her delicate hands, pushed Chen Fan away with all her strength, for she was an innocent maiden, unwilling to surrender herself in such an oblivious manner. However, Chen Fan felt a stir within him. Rather than being repelled by her actions, he found an unsettling thrill. As the gas enveloped them, Shang Wanyu gradually lost consciousness, her hands ceasing to push away and instead wrapping around Chen Fan's neck. Her eyes clouded and her cheeks flushed. Chen Fan was in a similar state, restless and slowly peeling away her garments, pressing his lips against her soft pink ones. They surrendered to one another, as if yearning to unleash a long-suppressed flame. Chen Fan felt as though he were lost in a dream, enveloped in a tender embrace, soft as water and warm as fire, unable to extricate himself from this intoxicating reverie. Chapter 17. The Ink Dragon's Demon Core. The following day, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. The events of the previous night felt surreal, and upon awakening, he sensed a profound difference within himself, as if bound by an indescribable connection. In the next moment, a gentle sensation coursed through his chest, abruptly rousing him. Shang Wanyu nestled in his embrace, her attire disheveled, her eyes still tinged with the remnants of sleep. Almost simultaneously, she too began to awaken. Their gazes met. Despite her innocence, they both instantly grasped the gravity of what had transpired the night before. Shang Wanyu's face paled. She propped herself up, tears cascading unexpectedly down her cheeks, her shoulders trembling slightly as she began to sob softly. She cradled her hands protectively in front of her, her heart heavy with grievance and helplessness. Chen Fan felt a tightening in his chest, rendered speechless. Sister, as he noticed her hesitance, Su Guanyu wept even more fervently. At this juncture, no one could be blamed, yet she was still a young woman, unaccustomed to such events, feeling lost and anxious. Observing her tear-streaked face, Chen Fan's heart softened. Without further hesitation, he gently enfolded her in his embrace. What had transpired could not be undone, and he would not shy away from his responsibilities. Sister, rest assured, I shall take responsibility for you. Though his words were simple, they were imbued with an unwavering determination. In that moment, Su Guanyu craved security, and his earnest promise gradually calmed her tumultuous heart. Her cheek rested against his chest, her sobs subsiding to a whisper. Is what you say true? With utmost seriousness, Chen Fan replied, Aye, Chen Fan, swear by the heavens that I will marry you in this lifetime. Should I break this vow? Before he could finish, Su Guanyu gently placed her hand over his mouth, her eyes slightly red but softened with tenderness. Do not make rash vows. The oaths of cultivators must not be taken lightly. All right, Chen Fan nodded, his gaze fervent. I promise you one day, I will grant you a grand wedding known across the continent. Su Guanyu was amused by his earnestness, her tears giving way to laughter. Fool, we are merely chi refinement cultivators. It is too early for such talk. Yet, her heart was already awash with sweetness. As they exchanged glances once more, a moment of surprise enveloped them. With clarity, they confronted each other, and the atmosphere shifted to one of lingering intimacy and bashfulness. Su Guanyu's cheeks flushed, and she buried her face in his embrace. Chen Fan, don't look. Before she could finish, Chen Fan leaned down and gently kissed her lips. He was no saint. In the throes of passion, restraint became a challenge. Su Guanyu shivered slightly, her initial shyness and resistance gradually transforming into a tender response. Her spirit once more succumbing to the depths of affection. With a wave of his hand, the soul-devouring array unfurled, enveloping them and shielding them from the prying eyes of the outside world. 2 hours later, as the storm subsided, they embraced and laughed, their eyes reflecting the warmth and tenderness of having survived a tribulation together. Enough of this. The secret realm will soon close, and we must prepare to leave. Su Guanyu said, her cheeks flushed as she gently nudged him. Chen Fan nodded and stood up, only to notice Su Guanyu's slight frown as she rose, emitting a soft hum that hinted at discomfort. He hurried forward to support her. Where are you all right? After a few whispers, Chen Fan learned that Su Guanyu was actually 2 months younger than he. She shot him a glance, her tone filled with reproach. It's all your fault. Chen Fan chuckled awkwardly, his heart swelling with affection. Fortunately, they were both cultivators with robust physiques, and after a brief moment of adjustment, they were none the worse for wear. Once they were ready, they made their way to the base-building fruit tree. Numerous fruits hung from the branches, most vibrant green, with only 3 glowing a rich golden hue, radiating spiritual energy and the essence of the Tao. Chen Fan inquired, Why are some base-building fruits golden while others are green? The green ones are fruits not yet 100 years old, lacking potency, Su Guanyu explained softly. The golden ones are the mature, high-grade spiritual herbs, containing the essence of the heavens and earth. Chen Fan understood. Together, they gathered the 3 golden base-building fruits. Chen Fan discreetly took a half-ripened green fruit and stored it within his Tao space. Upon noticing, Shang Guanyu merely smiled, refraining from further inquiry. Subsequently, Chen Fan thoroughly scavenged the surrounding spiritual herbs. This area, being the core of the secret realm, was abundant with low-grade, profound spiritual herbs, all of which he collected without hesitation. Do you have a fondness for spiritual herbs? Shang Guanyu asked with curiosity. As an alchemist, the more spiritual herbs I possess, the better, Chen Fan replied candidly. Once they had finished gathering, the two returned to the side of the dead Mo Jiao. Shang Guanyu caught sight of the split, open sack and felt her cheeks flush. She quickly kicked it into the lake, preferring to keep her vision untainted. Although this Mo Jiao was merely a second-tier beast, its physical form was nearly at the 3rd tier, and its entire body was a treasure trove. As she spoke, she summoned her spiritual tool, the Xuanyu ring, and deftly dissected the Jiao's corpse, seemingly venting the embarrassment of the previous night. Her movements brisk and tinged with a hint of irritation. Chen Fan stood quietly beside her, observing without uttering a word. After a moment, the Xuanyu ring sliced through the Jiao's head. Suddenly, a rich green light burst forth. Chen Fan's expression shifted, and he instinctively shielded Shang Guanyu, drawing his Qingfeng sword and positioning his Lingzi shield in front of him, fully alert. Shang Guanyu leaned against him, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing her lips. This convenient partner is quite protective. As the green light dissipated, no danger presented itself. Only a green pearl, the size of a pigeon's egg, rolled quietly, its spiritual radiance subdued, yet exuding a weighty aura. Shang Wanyu exclaimed in delight. This is a demon core. Chen Fan, puzzled, asked the demon core. First tier demon beasts correspond to the Qi refining stage, second tier to the foundation establishment stage, and third tier to the core formation stage. When a demon beast reaches the third tier, it condenses a demon core, comparable to a cultivator's golden core, Shang Wanyu explained, but this one is relatively small, as if it has not fully matured. Chen Fan nodded. It must be due to its inability to truly break through to the third tier, constrained by the rules of the secret realm. Yes, when we return, I shall inquire with my master, Shang Wanyu said, carefully stowing the demon core away. The two exchanged a glance, both sharing a light-hearted smile. Their expedition into the secret realm had thus far proven fruitful. Chapter 18. Zhou Tong's defeat and escape. Chen Fan gazed at the small demon core, within which a miniature illusion of the Mo Jiao could be faintly seen swirling, and could not help but ask, what is the use of this thing? The uses of a demon core are extensive. It can be used in medicine, for crafting artifacts, or infused into magic tools, significantly enhancing their power, Shang Wanyu explained softly. Used in medicine? Forget it, Chen Fan quickly interjected, shaking his head. This Jiao is full of poison. Any potion crafted from it would surely be lethal. You should incorporate it into the Swanyu ring. Shang Wanyu was taken aback, but you fought valiantly to slay it. Are you truly giving it to me? What is yours is mine, Chen Fan smiled, his tone casual. It's not solely my achievement. You contributed significantly as well. Besides, who are we to each other? We're family. Shang Wanyu's cheeks tinged with a faint blush, still adjusting to their newfound intimacy. But under Chen Fan's urging, she obediently stored the demon core away. She gazed at the massive carcass of the Mo Jiao on the ground, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. The skin of this Jiao possesses formidable defense, and its size is sufficient to craft 2 sets of protective armor. Its bones and venom are also top-tier materials for forging. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, promptly collecting the Jiao's skin, bones, and venom into a storage bag, intending to seek a craftsman in the future. Once everything was in order, Chen Fan naturally took the small hand of Shang Wanyu. Shang Wanyu's body stiffened slightly, a hint of shyness washing over her heart, yet she did not pull away. Noticing her lack of resistance, Chen Fan felt a sense of relief, and the two walked side by side, engaging in light-hearted banter, the atmosphere warm and sweet. As they continued, Chen Fan remained vigilant, extending his consciousness to scan their surroundings. Approaching the exit of the secret realm, his awareness suddenly locked onto 2 figures, with several disciples from the Qingyun sect and Dansheng sect sprawled on the ground. Those 2 figures were none other than Zhou Tong and Li Qian, the ones who had pursued Shang Wanyu. Halting his steps, Chen Fan immediately grasped Shang Wanyu's hand, guiding her into the nearby grass, where he whispered the situation and the appearance of the 2 individuals ahead. Shang Wanyu's eyes widened in anger as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "It's them. They took my storage bag when I was gravely injured and fleeing. If I can get close enough to reclaim it, I am confident I can kill them." Chen Fan initially intended to remain low-key and patiently wait for the exit to open. However, with the adversaries blocking their path, evasion was not an option. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the elders of the 3 major sects had long been waiting, with just a few hours left before the secret realm would close. Lei Wanhan gazed at the swirling void, speaking in a measured tone. Within the secret realm, Zhou Tong remarked, "The exit is about to open. But Shang Wanyu has yet to appear. She cannot truly be dead inside, can she?" Li Qian was growing increasingly impatient. "What is the rush?" Zhou Tong scoffed, his gaze sinister. "Even if she doesn't come, with so many disciples here, we can easily seize the opportunity for a windfall." As he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly brightened. He beheld a figure leisurely approaching the exit, clutching a storage bag at their waist with a tense expression, exuding an air of wealth that seemed to beckon theft. It was none other than Chen Fan. His consciousness had already scanned the surroundings. To the left were Zhou Tong and Li Qian, while to the right lurked a spirit beast at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, eyeing him hungrily. Simultaneously, both the person and the beast launched an assault. Spells and claws aimed directly at Chen Fan. Yet, all of this fell within the grasp of Chen Fan's awareness. He deftly evaded the attacks with ease. Zhou Tong's eyes flickered with surprise, and he laughed heartily. Impressive skills. May I inquire as to which esteemed elder from the Qingyun sect you serve? Seeing Chen Fan's extraordinary agility, he deduced that he must be a core disciple of the sect, and killing him would be a notable achievement. Chen Fan, sensing an opportunity, fabricated a response. I am Han Li from the Qingyun sect, a direct disciple of the sect leader. Zhou Tong paused, taken aback. When had the sect leader taken on a direct disciple? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. Their goal was to kill, with his 2 companions and a beast. All at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Even if the other was a true disciple, he was surely doomed. Since you are a direct disciple of the sect leader, you must die. Zhou Tong shouted, and the 3 launched a fierce attack simultaneously. Chen Fan feigned panic. Turned to flee help. He intended to simulate weakness to lure the enemies deeper, but the spirit beast was too swift, quickly pouncing behind him. In a critical moment, clang! A circular object hurtled through the air, striking the spirit beast with great force. The Xianyu ring. It was Shang Wanyu. Zhou Tong's expression changed dramatically. In a flash, the figure in white, Shang Wanyu, appeared beside Chen Fan, the Xianyu ring hovering around her, radiating potent spiritual energy. Are you all right? She asked, her eyes filled with concern. Chen Fan exhaled a sigh of relief and jest, fortunately, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, you would have been widowed. Shang Wanyu shot him a glare, and seeing his playful mood, she knew all was well. Ha, Shang Wanyu, let us see where you run this time. Zhou Tong laughed uproariously. With 1 disciple personally trained by an elder and another by the sect leader, capturing them today would be a great achievement. Confident that Shang Wanyu's storage pouch was lost and only a spiritual weapon remained, insufficient to pose a threat, he regarded Chen Fan as the true adversary to fear. Unexpectedly, Shang Wanyu's lips curled into a faint smile as she gently formed a hand seal. In the next instant, a storage pouch suddenly soared from Zhou Tong's waist, landing firmly in her grasp. What method did you use? Zhou Tong exclaimed, both astonished and enraged, reaching out to snatch it back, but it was too late. Shang Wanyu weighed her pouch and sneered coldly. You know nothing of the techniques used against core formation cultivators. Today, you all shall perish. She withdrew a talisman shimmering with crackling thunderlight from her pouch and casually cast it aside. An exploding thunder talisman. Zhou Tong's face drained of color, his soul trembling. He recognized the talisman. It was a life-saving charm personally forged by Lei Wani, its power rivaling that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Without hesitation, Zhou Tong turned and fled wildly. Li Qian and the spirit beast reacted too slowly and were instantly engulfed by the furious thunderstorm. Both man and beast annihilated into dust. Zhou Tong was violently hurled by the aftershock, crashing headlong toward the secret realm's exit. At that moment, a vortex in the void suddenly opened, and propelled by its force, he was expelled from the secret realm. Damn, he escaped. Shang Wanyu gritted her teeth. Chen Fan watched in stunned amazement. Though the exploding thunder talisman was less potent than the golden light talisman, its instantaneous activation without charge rendered it terrifyingly formidable. Impressive, isn't it? This is the intermediate exploding thunder talisman my master gave me, Shang Wanyu said proudly, her delicate face alight with pride. Chen Fan nodded repeatedly, truly admirable. Secretly, he mused that if Zhou Tong had not seized her storage pouch, they would not have fled together, nor endured the subsequent ordeals. In that sense, he was almost grateful to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong fled in disarray, abandoning his storage pouch. Chen Fan and Shang Wanyu first awakened the unconscious disciples of various sects, returned their belongings, and earned their heartfelt gratitude. They then broke the enchantment on Zhou Tong's storage pouch, evenly dividing the medicinal herbs and spirit stones within. Before proceeding together toward the exit, outside the secret realm, Zhou Tong stood disheveled, his clothes tattered, and upon landing, spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale as paper. Zhang Lingyan's heart sank as he realized the matter was likely exposed. He immediately approached, pulling Zhou Tong into the spirit beast mountain camp, discreetly transmitting instructions while surreptitiously slipping him a talisman. The three elders, Lei Wanhe, elder.Run, and another, exchanged glances. Curiosity filled their hearts about what had transpired within the secret realm. Zhang Lingyun's expression remained unchanged, yet his mind raced swiftly, contemplating how best to conceal the truth. Chapter 19. Undercover, Zhou Tong within mere breaths. Cultivators emerged one after another from the secret realm's vortex. Disciples of the Danxing sect and Qingyun sect, upon leaving the secret realm, immediately returned to their respective sect camps, their faces marked by lingering shock. Upon hearing the disciples' reports, the elders of the two sects' expressions darkened instantly. The disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain brazenly committed acts of robbery at the exit of the secret realm. While such behavior is not uncommon in these mysterious places, their blatant targeting of disciples has escalated the situation to a grave level. Lei Wanhe and Dearest Kingxiu exchanged a glance, both letting out a cold snort, their gazes turning menacingly towards the direction of Spirit Beast Mountain. Soon, they sensed something amiss. The group emerging consisted solely of low-ranking Qi refinement disciples, with not a single core disciple at the peak of Qi refinement present. Even Lei Wanhe's prize student, Shang Guanyu, had yet to appear. A sense of unease settled in Lei Wanhe's heart, hinting that the matter at hand was far more than mere robbery. He questioned several disciples in succession, but they were all engaged in peripheral activities and had limited knowledge. Only when he learned that Shang Guanyu was unharmed did his expression soften slightly. Just as the secret realm was on the verge of complete closure, two figures emerged with measured steps. Chen Fan and Shang Guanyu stood side by side, their cold gazes sweeping over the Spirit Beast Mountain camp before striding directly towards Lei Wanhe. Upon seeing his beloved disciple safe, Lei Wanhe was about to speak, but Shang Guanyu interjected. "Master, you almost didn't get to see me again." Lei Wanhe's complexion changed abruptly. What happened? Shang Guanyu, no longer concealing the truth, recounted the brutal slaughter of the two sects' prodigies by disciples Zhou Tong and Li Qian of Spirit Beast Mountain, as well as the conspiracy of the five sects united against them. Lei Wanhe's aura darkened suddenly, the oppressive force of his late-stage golden core cultivation subtly emanating. Deist Kingxiu's expression was equally grim. The high-ranking disciples of Qingyun sect and Danxing sect had been completely decimated, clearly indicating a premeditated massacre. Lei Wanhe moved swiftly, placing himself directly in front of the retreating disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. Zhang Lingyun, you must provide me with an explanation for today's events. Deist Kingxiu followed closely, standing resolutely beside him, exuding a chilling presence. Feigning ignorance, Zhang Lingyun replied, "Fellow Deists, what do you mean by that? My disciples witnessed Zhou Tong of Spirit Beast Mountain maliciously ambushing the high-ranking disciples of Qingyun sect and Danxing sect." Lei Wanhe's voice was icy. Deist Kingxiu added sternly, "My Danxing sect has suffered grievous losses. You better provide us with a satisfactory answer." The combined pressure from the two late-stage Golden Core cultivators enveloped the Spirit Beast Mountain disciples, causing them to tremble in fear. Zhang Lingyun hastily summoned his spiritual energy to defend himself, feigning innocence. "Fellow Deists, you jest. While there may be disputes among our three sects, we would never resort to such despicable means. After a century of friendship, how can you tarnish my reputation without evidence?" "Tarnish your reputation?" Lei Wanhe narrowed his eyes. "Where is Zhou Tong?" Turning sharply, Zhang Lingyun commanded, "Zhou Tong, step forward." Zhou Tong approached, visibly trembling and pale. "Did you participate in the killings of the two sects' disciples?" Zhang Lingyun asked sternly. Zhou Tong hastily shook his head. No. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything." His panicked demeanor betrayed him completely. Deist Kingxiu, incensed, shouted, "Nonsense! Do you dare to quibble? I will probe your soul to uncover the truth." With that, he reached out to press his hand against Zhou Tong's crown. At that moment, Zhou Tong's expression changed dramatically, and he suddenly unleashed a brilliantly glowing talisman. "Ha ha ha! Enjoy your final moments, you three sects. When the forces of the demonic path descend upon you, you shall be reduced to ashes." A blinding light erupted. and a violent shockwave swept outward. Three individuals, Lei Wangkong, Zhang Lingyun, and King Sudairist, simultaneously raised their spiritual shields, remaining unscathed. However, the lower-tier disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain were rendered unconscious by the residual shockwaves. In his effort to protect his disciples, Zhang Lingyun found himself overwhelmed, his vitality surging chaotically. How infuriating! It was a spatial displacement talisman, imbued with the formidable power of a peak core formation artifact. Lei Wangkong's expression darkened. King Sudairist seethed with rage. Three late-stage core formation cultivators were outwitted by a mere Qi refining junior. He unleashed his spiritual energy, preparing to confront Zhang Lingyun. Zhang, you must clarify this matter today. Lei Wangkong intervened, his voice steady. Calm yourself. From the earlier scene, it seems Zhang Lingyun is also unaware of the circumstances. He turned to Zhang Lingyun, questioning how a Qi refining disciple could possess such a high-level talisman. Zhang Lingyun's face turned ashen, his brows furrowed. My fellow Daoists, I truly know nothing. This Zhou Tong is a new disciple. He is clearly an infiltrator from another sect. Yet within Zhao's borders, apart from our three sects, no other major sect exists. If my disciple speaks the truth, he is from a Yuling sect, Lei Wangkong slowly articulated. Both Zhang Lingyun and King Sudairist's expressions shifted dramatically. The Yuling sect was a demonic sect. King Sudairist's voice tightened. The Yuling sect is indeed a demonic sect. What he mentioned about the five sects alliance, could it be the five demonic sects? Lei Wangkong nodded. It is highly likely. Accompanying Zhou Tong was a spy from the Hehuan sect, Li Qian, who has already been slain by my disciple. Zhang Lingyun's complexion turned ghostly pale, a look of dread crossing his features. Are the five demonic sects planning a large-scale invasion of Zhao? He quickly clasped his hands, imploring fellow Daoists. Today's events reflect my negligence at Spirit Beast Mountain. I wish to make full reparations. This matter is of utmost importance. I must return to the mountain gate immediately to report to the Grand Elder. Observing Zhang Lingyun's genuine reaction, Lei Wangkong and King Sudairist were already convinced to a great extent. The founder of Spirit Beast Mountain originally hailed from the Yuling sect, and if the demonic faction truly sought to attack Zhao, Spirit Beast Mountain would be the first to suffer. Unless Spirit Beast Mountain had already allied with the demonic sect, there could be no rationale for self-sabotage. The two men ceased their dialogue and promptly set forth to return to their sect, traveling swiftly through the clouds. Chen Fan and Shang Wanyu stood before Lei Wangkong. Shang Wanyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly spoke. Master, the situation is as such. If it were not for Chen's selfless rescue, I fear, she deliberately omitted the feelings between them. Having followed Lei Wangkong since childhood, their bond was akin to that of father and daughter. Lei Wangkong, with his vast experience, discerned the unusual emotions in his disciples' eyes, but chose not to address them. He turned his gaze to Chen Fan, his expression softening considerably. Chen Fan, you have performed admirably. In this secret realm, you harvested the most spiritual herbs, and there are 2 foundation-building fruits for you. The rewards due from the sect will not be diminished by a single fraction. I personally also have additional rewards. Choose a magical artifact or a technique, and you may enter my cave dwelling at your leisure. After a pause, he continued slowly. You have saved Ura's life, and thus may propose an additional request. As long as it is within my capacity, I will grant it without hesitation. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, Shang Wanyu interjected, her voice bright. Master, then please accept Chen as your disciple. Chen Fan's heart soared with joy. To become a disciple of a late-stage core formation elder would bestow upon him a true pillar of support. Yet, Lei Wangkong displayed a troubled expression, gently shaking his head. Accepting a disciple is not out of the question. His 5-element spiritual roots were rather inadequate, and achieving the pinnacle of Qi refinement was already an impressive feat. He turned to Chen Fan, his tone softening. Very well, should you succeed in foundation establishment, I shall take you as my registered disciple. Shang Wanyu wished to plead further, but upon seeing Lei Wangkong's resolute demeanor, she could only reluctantly give in. Her face filled with disappointment. Chen Fan, however, maintained his composure, and cupped his hands towards Lei Wongkong. "Thank you, Elder, for your support. I shall certainly strive to establish my foundation." Upon saying this, he turned to meet Shangguan Yu's gaze, offering her a gentle smile and a reassuring look. Chapter 20. The Supreme Healing Pill. Upon returning to the Qingyun sect, Shangguan Yu guided Chen Fan deep into Lei Wongkong's cave abode. Inside the hall, a stone table was adorned with an array of precious techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts, all shimmering with a captivating light, clearly indicating their exceptional quality. "You save your life. I shall not treat you poorly," Lei Wongkong stated, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his tone nonchalant. "Choose any 2 items from these." Chen Fan stood before the dazzling treasures, momentarily speechless. Shangguan Yu chuckled softly beside him. "These are all my master's treasure collections, each a remarkable item." Chen Fan bowed solemnly to Lei Wongkong. "In that case, I shall not be modest." He walked slowly towards the pile of magical artifacts. Though there were 3 or 4 spiritual tools radiating brilliance, his attention was unexpectedly drawn to a nondescript, battered alchemical furnace in the corner. This furnace, appearing ancient, exuded a profound aura, as if harboring the weight of countless ages. "Elder Lei, I choose this alchemical furnace." Lei Wongkong raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, before chuckling. "You have quite the discerning eye. This furnace was acquired by me years ago at an ancient cultivator's relic site. It has a history spanning at least several millennia." Chen Fan was taken aback, both astonished by the furnace's antiquity and fearful of Lei Wongkong's potential change of heart. He quickly inquired, "Elder, are you truly willing to bestow it upon me? I have no aptitude for alchemy. It would only gather dust in my possession. Since you are knowledgeable in the art, take it." Chen Fan felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, promptly storing the black furnace in his storage pouch before turning to the technique section. What he needed most now were powerful offensive techniques and a means of escape. After a careful selection, he grasped the shadowless sword technique in his left hand and the thunder shadow step in his right. The former was a complete high-grade sword technique, fierce and domineering. The latter was a fragmented movement technique, yet exceptionally swift, concealing the rhythms of thunder. Both techniques were urgently needed, but the rules dictated that he could only choose one. Seeing his conflicted expression, Lei Wongkong remained unmoved. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and ultimately chose the thunder shadow step. Surviving was of paramount importance. Lei Wongkong waved his hand to collect the remaining treasures. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude as he prepared to leave, while Shangguan Yu, intending to accompany him, was halted by Lei Wongkong. You have been stagnating at the pinnacle of qi refinement for many years. Now that you possess the foundation establishment pill, you must immediately enter seclusion to establish your foundation." Shangguan Yu pouted, feeling aggrieved. "Master, do you oppose my relationship with Chen Fan?" Lei Wongkong sighed gently, his tone laden with complexity. "You have followed me since childhood, and I regard you as my own. Chen Fan possesses commendable character and appearance. Yet he has mixed 5-element spiritual roots. Achieving the pinnacle of qi refinement is already his limit. You, however, have a water-type heavenly spiritual root with boundless potential, and may even hope to touch the realm of nascent soul in the future." The master expressed his reluctance to witness their future separation, due to the disparity in their lifespans and cultivation levels. With a hint of red around her eyes, Shangguan Yu exclaimed, "But master, I truly have feelings for him. With your immense powers, can you not assist in altering his spiritual root?" Lei Wongkong's eyes widened as he replied tersely, "The spiritual root is predetermined by nature. If it could be easily changed, our Qingyun sect would have more than one nascent soul." Seeing his devoted disciple's persistence, he eventually relented, stating, "I do not intend to impose restrictions. If he can successfully establish his foundation, I shall no longer interfere. If not, it will be best to sever ties early for both your sakes." "Wonderful. Master is the most caring." Shangguan Yu's face brightened immediately, disregarding the latter part of his statement, and she joyfully skipped away to her cave dwelling. Returning to his own cave, Chen Fan set up multiple layers of protective barriers before swiftly entering the space of creation. He first retrieved a century-old foundation-building fruit, carefully planting it in a fertile patch of spiritual soil. Next, he took out another fully ripe golden foundation-building fruit, preparing to concoct a pill of the spiritual herbs obtained from the secret realm. He had submitted only a small portion, while the vast majority remained discreetly stored within the space of creation. He retrieved an ordinary alchemical furnace purchased from the treasure-gathering pavilion and began to refine the medicinal liquid according to the foundation-building pill recipe. The foundation-building pill was classified as a mysterious grade medicine, its potency fierce and incomparable to ordinary pills. Just as the liquid began to coalesce, cracks suddenly appeared on the furnace walls. In the next moment, with a thunderous explosion, the furnace shattered, scattering the medicinal liquid into spiritual energy. Chen Fan emerged from the blast with his face covered in soot, coughing incessantly. As expected, the ordinary furnace cannot withstand the potency of mysterious grade medicine. He cast aside the broken remains and summoned the newly acquired black ancient furnace. Upon probing it with his consciousness, he found no response, as if it were merely a stubborn lump of iron. Could it be a magical artifact, or perhaps something even more formidable? A surge of joy filled his heart. While spiritual tools and artifacts merely required consciousness for refinement, magical artifacts and above necessitated blood to acknowledge the master, with high-grade magical artifacts requiring vital essence for nurturing. Without further hesitation, he bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of his essence to fall onto the furnace. With a resonant hum, the pitch-black furnace erupted in splendid golden light, its ancient patterns illuminating one by one. An intricate connection was instantly forged, and four powerful, archaic characters emerged in Chen Fan's mind. Xiantian Divine Furnace. So, this is the Xiantian Divine Furnace. With the acknowledgement complete, the furnace transformed into a streak of light, directly entering his danshan, coexisting with the creation jade pendant. Easily summonable at will, Chen Fan summoned the furnace once more, breaking off a piece of foundation-building fruit and tossing it into the cauldron. The divine fire ignited, and the medicinal liquid was smoothly refined, merged, and purified without any turbulence. When the furnace opened, a perfectly round and vibrant foundation-building pill lay quietly at the bottom. Comparing it with the foundation-building pills distributed by the sect, he noted that his creation was larger, purer, and more potent. Achieving mid-grade on his first attempt with the Xiantian Divine Furnace was indeed remarkable, the purification speed far exceeding that of ordinary quality. He pressed on, refining 2 more pills, one of which was of superior quality. With the foundation-building fruit completely expended, he could only await the growth of the fruit tree within the space. Chen Fan looked towards the spot where he had planted the foundation-building fruit a few days prior. It had already grown into a half-foot-tall sapling. Beside the sapling, another delicate bud quietly broke through the soil, its leaves glistening, yet its growth was exceedingly slow. After more than a month, it barely reached an inch in height. Chen Fan felt a surge of curiosity. This unnamed spiritual plant must surely surpass the Xian grade, and it was highly likely to be a ground-grade spiritual herb. Yet, at this moment, he could only wait patiently for its slow development. Retracting his thoughts, Chen Fan resolved to concoct more elixirs in exchange for spiritual stones. As his supply had dwindled and he needed to accumulate them swiftly, he took the main ingredient for a healing elixir, preparing to refine the most basic healing pill. The divine flame ignited, and the Xiantian Divine Furnace trembled gently. Under the influence of the powerful refining technique, every trace of impurity within the medicinal liquid was thoroughly eliminated. Moments later, the furnace lid opened, revealing several immaculate, jade-like pills gracefully suspended within. The rich aroma of the elixirs was almost tangible, accompanied by wisps of pill clouds. Cradling the pill in his hand, Chen Fan's pupils constricted slightly as he murmured to himself, "Could this truly be the legendary Supreme Healing Pill?" Chapter 21. Foundation Establishment. Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill. The Supreme Healing Pill lay quietly in the palm of his hand, its fragrance crisp and long-lasting, with a potency vastly superior to that of ordinary top-tier pills. What thrilled Chen Fan even more was that this pill was entirely radiant and devoid of any traces of toxicity. its quality indeed reaching the realm of the supreme. Overwhelmed with astonishment and joy, he carefully stored the pill in a jade bottle close to his person. He found it hard to believe that, at his current level of alchemy, although he had made some progress, he was far from capable of consistently refining supreme-grade pills. This success was likely due to luck. A thought crossed his mind as his gaze fell upon the dark, unadorned furnace beside him. Although the furnace appeared plain, it exuded an indescribable aura of profundity. Could it be the reason for his success? To validate his conjecture, Chen Fan hesitated no longer. He immediately procured spiritual herbs and set to work on refining the gathering spirit pill and the chi blood pill. Shortly after, the furnace opened, revealing two supreme pills. Their spiritual light swirling and their essence pure, resting quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Chen Fan's expression was animated, and he finally grasped the peculiarities of the Xiantian divine furnace, its extraordinary ability to purify. He had personally tested it, with his own methods. He could only remove most impurities from the herbs. However, at the moment the pills formed, an invisible current would spontaneously arise within the furnace, completely stripping away the last residue of impurity. Common furnaces might enhance the success rate of pill formation or stabilize the flame, but this black furnace could automatically purify, a feat that was far from ordinary. It surely held a remarkable origin. Filled with elation, Chen Fan realized that he still had a year before his foundation matured. He decided to make a trip to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to sell the treasures obtained from this secret realm. Upon entering the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, the attendant promptly informed Feng Qingxiu of Chen Fan's arrival. Deistan has come. After a month apart, he seems even more impressive than before. Feng Qingxiu, with her graceful figure and gentle smile, welcomed him. Chen Fan nodded slightly in return, saying, "Dearest Feng is too kind. You yourself have become even more enchanting." Feng Qingxiu covered her mouth with a light laugh, observing, "From Dearest Han's appearance and aura, it is clear that your journey in the secret realm has been fruitful." Chen Fan, without further preamble, took out all the items he had acquired during his time in the secret realm. Feng Qingxiu's gaze sharpened as she observed the array of magical artifacts displayed upon the table, each of which was no less than a medium grade, with several being of superior quality and even a well-preserved spirit beast pouch. It appeared that Dearest Han had quite the fortune, managing to acquire items from the spirit beast mountain. Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly, and he inquired in a solemn tone, "What do you mean by that, Dearest Feng?" "There's no need for alarm," Feng Qingxiu replied with a gentle smile and a wave of her hand. "Our Gathering Treasure Pavilion adheres strictly to its rules and never divulges any information about our clients. We will accept these items as they are." After a brief assessment, she stated, "The total for all magical artifacts amounts to 40,000 spirit stones. The spirit beast pouch is in pristine condition, with a stable internal space, valued at 20,000 spirit stones, making the grand total 60,000 spirit stones." Chen Fan felt a sense of relief, given the conspicuous origins of these items. It was a stroke of luck that they could be sold without issue. "Very well. I also have a batch of materials from demon beasts and some elixirs to process together." Feng Qingxiu nodded. Superior grade elixirs are priced at 1,000 spirit stones each. "As for these materials, would you prefer to sell them outright, or should I have our master craftsmen refine them? Our masters can forge spiritual tools from Xian-grade materials, charging only a crafting fee." Chen Fan's heart swelled with joy at her words. It aligned perfectly with his intentions. "Please have 2 sets of armor crafted from this inked serpent hide. Use the remaining materials to forge a flying sword and a flying artifact." "No problem. You may retrieve your items in 1 year," she assured him. After a moment's pause, he added, "By the way, does your esteemed pavilion have any formulas or spiritual herbs related to the soul?" Feng Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback. She could discern that Chen Fan's soul was intact and unharmed, yet he sought items pertaining to the soul. Though puzzled, she refrained from probing further. Soul-related elixirs are of an exceptionally high grade, with a degree of difficulty in their refinement far exceeding that of elixirs of the same rank. There are 2 formulas available: the Xian-grade Gathering Soul Pill formula priced at 20,000 spirit stones, and the Earth-grade Refining Soul pill formula at 150,000 spirit stones. Currently, we only have one gathering soul herb, priced at 5,000 spirit stones. Though Chen Fan had amassed considerable wealth, he was still taken aback by the exorbitant prices for soul-related items. Sensing his hesitation, Feng Qingxiu smiled and said, "If you purchase both formulas, I shall generously gift you the gathering soul herb." Agreed. It's a deal. After the transaction was completed, Chen Fan collected the spirit stones, formulas, and herbs before departing the gathering treasure pavilion. Throughout his journey, he remained vigilant, subtly scanning with his spiritual sense, and indeed detected a faint aura trailing him from a distance. It was Han Rulong. Chen Fan maintained his composure, concealing his presence until he safely returned to his cave dwelling, where he set up multiple protective barriers, causing the trailing aura to finally dissipate. As long as he does not provoke me, we shall coexist peacefully. Chen Fan pushed open the door to the secret chamber of his cave and entered the space of creation. At this moment, the foundation-building fruit tree had grown into a vibrant little tree, flourishing splendidly. He planted the recently acquired gathering soul herb into the spiritual soil and then sat cross-legged, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes from his meditative state, a flicker of brilliance flashing within. Over the past year, he had diligently practiced the 5 spirits creation technique and the spirit refinement technique, achieving remarkable progress. In his spare time, he also perused the thunder shadow technique, but after only a few glances, his expression darkened. This technique was a form of lightning-based teleportation, requiring mastery over lightning power and ideally possessing a lightning spiritual root. However, he himself had a 5-element root, devoid of any lightning affinity, rendering him incapable of practicing it. Damn, that old coot has duped me. Chen Fan couldn't help but curse under his breath. No wonder he was willing to reveal this cultivation technique. It was utterly useless to him. Without a thunder root, what good was it? At this point, regret was futile. Suppressing his frustration, Chen Fan turned his gaze to the side where the ripe foundation fruit exuded a fragrant aroma. Never mind. Let us focus on establishing my foundation first. With the Xiantian divine furnace in hand, given his current alchemical skills, he might just be able to concoct a top-tier foundation pill. Chen Fan centered his thoughts and summoned his spiritual energy to ignite the alchemical fire, sequentially tossing various spiritual herbs into the Xiantian divine furnace. The top-tier foundation pill was classified as a profound-grade elixir, with a complexity far surpassing that of yellow-grade pills. Merely refining the spiritual herbs consumed an entire day. Then came the processes of fusion, solidification, and nurturing, which took another 2 days. 3 days later, the furnace trembled lightly, and the fragrance of the pill permeated the entire space. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Fan opened the furnace lid, revealing a golden pill that shimmered with a faint aura of Tao, quietly hovering within. This was the top-tier foundation pill. Unlike the superior foundation pill, this elixir was refined to perfection, its spiritual energy vast as the ocean, with the sole drawback being its alarmingly low yield. Only 1 pill could be produced per furnace. For the next 2 months, Chen Fan toiled day and night without rest, relying solely on the spirit refinement technique to sustain his spirit. He diligently refined pills, ultimately accumulating over 30 top-tier foundation pills. This should suffice. Without the spirit refinement technique, his spirit would have long since collapsed. After a day of rest to bring himself to peak condition, his spiritual energy, spirit, and state of mind all at their finest, he was ready. Today, he would begin establishing his foundation. Chen Fan opened his mouth and swallowed 1 top-tier foundation pill. As it dissolved in his stomach, an incredibly pure surge of spiritual energy instantly engulfed his limbs, fiercely washing through him and expanding his meridians. It took him 2 days to fully refine the pill as potency. However, with his profound physical body and deep reserves in his danshan, 1 top-tier foundation pill proved to be but a drop in the bucket. Without hesitation, he swallowed another, continuing the refinement process. 1, 2, 3. He repeated this until the 9th top-tier foundation pill entered his body. At last, Chen Fan felt his dantian and meridians swell to the brink of bursting, the amassed spiritual energy reaching its zenith. No longer hesitating, he summoned the vast spiritual energy from his entire being and forcefully struck against the chasm between chi refinement and foundation establishment. Break for me. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed another pill, his spiritual energy raging violently, his meridians burning like fire, the pain piercing to the core. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed unconscious. 2 days later, Chen Fan slowly regained consciousness. Wiping the dried blood from the corner of his mouth, he immediately turned his inner gaze upon himself. In the next instant, an uncontrollable joy spread across his face. His meridians were now several times thicker than before, incredibly resilient. His dantian was vast as the sea, with spiritual energy surging like thunder. The speed at which he absorbed the world's spiritual energy had skyrocketed several-fold. Most astonishingly, his spiritual perception had already surpassed that of an average early-stage foundation establishment practitioner, nearing the mid-stage. I succeeded. I have finally established my foundation. Chen Fan exhaled a long breath, his mind extraordinarily clear. Chi refinement as the guide, foundation establishment as the gateway. At this moment, he had truly embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, and that spirit refinement technique was indeed a supreme treasure. Chapter 22. Departing from King Yin Haha. I have finally established my foundation. Chen Fan rejoiced within, and the first thing he did after his foundation establishment was to wield his flying sword and soar into the clouds. In the boundless expanse of King Yun Mountain, with a gentle breeze caressing his face, he spread his arms wide, reveling in the exhilaration of soaring through the skies. Whoa, what a delight! Suddenly, an aged voice resonated from behind him. Chen Fan halted his sword midair and turned around, only to find the familiar figure of Elder Zhang Taixu. Greetings, Elder Zhang. Zhang Taixu hastily waved his hand, his expression imbued with astonishment. Chen Fan, I see you have successfully established your foundation. No need for excessive formalities. We are now both foundation cultivators. Simply refer to me as Brother Zhang. Congratulations, Junior Brother Chen, on embarking upon the true path of immortality. Chen Fan clasped his fists in gratitude. I must thank Brother Zhang for guiding me to the mountain gates all those years ago. My success is merely a stroke of luck. Zhang Taixu shook his head in heartfelt admiration. You are too modest, Junior Brother. To possess 5 spiritual roots and still establish a foundation is a rarity. Such fortune is indeed extraordinary. With a smile, Chen Fan deftly shifted the conversation. By the way, what of Sister Zhou Ziruo? Zhang Taixu's expression darkened slightly. A few days ago, a sudden internal strife erupted in the Great Yin dynasty. She, concerned for her family, has returned. Our sect's disciples are forbidden from intervening in the affairs of the mundane dynasties. Only she could go, and I fear for her safety. A pang of anxiety gripped Chen Fan's heart as he thought of his elder brother and sister in the mortal realm. Distracted by his tumultuous thoughts, he found himself standing before Lei Wangkai's cave dwelling. As he approached, the cave door swung open on its own. Lei Wangkai's gaze fell upon Chen Fan, abruptly sharpening. You have established your foundation? Disciple has just succeeded in establishing his foundation a few days ago, Chen Fan replied, bowing respectfully. Lei Wangkai scrutinized him, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He had never anticipated that a disciple with 5 spiritual roots could truly take such a step. Noticing the elder's unusual demeanor, Chen Fan felt a sense of unease creeping in. Elder Lei, is there something amiss? After a moment of silence, Lei Wangkai sighed deeply. You have come here for Yuer, haven't you? I shall speak plainly. You and Yuer are not suited for one another. Chen Fan's countenance darkened instantly. Is the elder reneging on the promise made earlier? Seeing the sharpness in Chen Fan's tone, Lei Wangkai frowned, and an overwhelming pressure, characteristic of a late-stage core formation cultivator, descended upon the room. Chen Fan felt his body grow heavy, his legs buckling involuntarily as cold sweat drenched his garments, beads of perspiration rolling down his face. In the face of such a stark disparity in cultivation, he found himself bereft of the ability to resist. You, with your mixed five-element spiritual roots, establishing a foundation is already a monumental stroke of fortune. Yuera possesses an exceptional spiritual root, her talent unparalleled. She is destined to achieve the nascent soul stage. You are not worthy of her. Watching Chen Fan tremble, his eyes ablaze yet striving to remain unyielding, Lei Wankai's heart softened, and he sighed once more. The cultivation world of Zhao is on the brink of chaos, with a demonic path encroaching. A storm is brewing. Remaining a Qingyun sect will only lead to your demise. Leave Zhao, and the farther, the better. He flicked his finger, and an ancient sword talisman fell before Chen Fan. This talisman, crafted by me, can unleash my full power thrice. Consider it a form of compensation. Chen Fan did not reach for it, but fixed his gaze on Lei Wankai, his voice hoarse. What does Yuera think? Is she aware? Her thoughts are of little consequence. As her master, I will arrange matters for her, Lei Wankai replied sternly. You are given two choices. Depart from Qingyun's sect today and never return, or meet your end here. Before the golden core, cultivator, even an ant appears insignificant, and any act of resistance seems utterly futile. Chen Fan slowly stowed away the sword talisman and gritted his teeth, declaring, I agree to your terms. However, I wish to see Yuera once more, just this once. Lei Wanhe pondered for a moment before nodding. You shall have one day. Speak no nonsense. At dawn tomorrow, you must depart. Before long, the summoned Shangguan Yu arrived swiftly at Chen Fan's cave dwelling, her eyes brimming with joy. Junior brother, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Yes, I have successfully established my foundation, Chen Fan replied with a slight smile, producing two exquisite and lustrous pieces of armor. Look, Shangguan Yu's eyes sparkled as she took the ink dragon armor. Its touch was warm and smooth, its ethereal glow subdued, and its design fitted her perfectly. Delighted, she donned it, the armor accentuating her graceful figure, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Gazing at the person he had yearned for over the past year, Chen Fan's heart swelled with longing and reluctance. He gently embraced her. In the warmth of that night, a myriad of unsaid words lingered in the air. The next morning, Chen Fan gazed at the serene beauty of the sleeping figure in his arms, his fingertips lightly brushing through her hair. Yuera, wait for me. He rose quietly, placing the eye of the spirit spring into the space of creation, and bestowed a tender kiss upon her smooth forehead. Farewell. One day, when I ascend to the nascent soul stage, I will return to marry you. Without looking back, he turned and departed. Only when his silhouette completely vanished from outside the cave did Shangguan Yu slowly open her eyes, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Chen Fan made his way directly to the treasure-gathering pavilion. Upon entering, Feng Qingsnow greeted him with a smile. Han brother, you have finally arrived. If you had been any later, I would have left. What do you mean, Miss Feng? Feng Qingsnow lowered her voice. Haven't you heard? The 5 demonic sects are about to launch a massive invasion of Zhao country. We at the treasure-gathering pavilion value our lives above all, so we must relocate in advance. I advise you to leave this place of turmoil as well. A shock coursed through Chen Fan's heart. The 5 demonic sects? Please. Miss Feng, elaborate. Feng Qingsnow pulled him into a secluded corner, glancing around before whispering, Indeed, they're the spirit-manipulating sect, the harmonious union sect, the soul-refining sect, the corpsine sect, and the blood demon sect. The 5 sects have joined forces, their target being the spiritual veins and resources throughout Zhao country. This calamity may well engulf the Qingyun sect. Understanding dawned on Chen Fan. No wonder Lei Wanhe spoke of impending chaos in Zhao country. Nonetheless, the survival of the Qingyun sect was of little concern to him. As long as Lei Wanhe provided protection, Shangguan Yu should remain safe for the time being. Feng Qingsnow presented the prepared spiritual artifacts. All your items are ready. This is the divine wind boat, crafted from the skin of the mystic water serpent. Capable of astonishing speeds, this is the 7 Fiends ink dragon sword, a set of 6 that can be combined or separated. And this is the poison fire pill. Filled with the ink dragon's potent toxins, even a golden core cultivator would think twice before touching it. Thank you, Miss Feng. Chen Fan settled the remaining payment, stored all the spiritual artifacts in his storage bag, and prepared to take his leave. Han brother, should you venture to Winzhou in the future, do remember to seek out your sister. I will remember, and may we meet again by fate. We shall certainly see each other again. Feng Qingsnow smiled softly, watching his retreating figure. After exiting the treasure-gathering pavilion and walking straight through the protective array of King Yun Mountain, Chen Fan halted his steps, turning his back to the forest, and spoke softly, "You have been following me for quite some time. Han Shixing, why do you not show yourself?" Han Rulong emerged from the forest, a sinister expression etched upon his face. After years of clandestine cultivation and seizing an opportunity, he had finally reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, his murderous intent bubbling to the surface. With a savage grin, he suddenly drew his sword, aiming a lethal slash at Chen Fan's back. "Chen Fan, we are now both at the peak of qi refinement. You cannot withstand my strike. Prepare to die." Yet, in the next moment, the smile on Han Rulong's face froze entirely. Chen Fan's figure flickered, soaring into the air on a sword, his robes billowing elegantly as he hovered above. Sword flight. Han Rulong's pupils dilated, his hair standing on end, his voice trembling. "Impossible. How can you be a Foundation establishment cultivator?" Fear consumed him in an instant. He turned to flee, racing madly towards the King Yun sect. In a contest between qi refinement and Foundation establishment, he stood no chance. Escape was his only hope. However, Chen Fan would not grant him such an opportunity. With a cold gaze, he unleashed the oppressive aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator. In his frantic flight, Han Rulong's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling, lacking even the courage to look up. Chen Fan descended slowly before him, his tone composed, "I hold no grudge against you. Why do you persist in provoking me?" Han Rulong, overwhelmed with dread, repeatedly bowed his head. "Senior Chen, please spare me. I was blinded by greed and acted foolishly. I implore you to show mercy." Chen Fan replied indifferently, "You may leave." Han Rulong felt as though he had received a reprieve from death, scrambling away. "Thank you, Senior. Thank you." Without a backward glance, he poured every ounce of strength into his escape, cursing his parents for not giving him 2 more legs. Just as he was about to plunge into the forest, his body suddenly halted. Looking down, he saw a transparent blood hole in his chest, vitality draining away rapidly. Struggling to turn around, he met Chen Fan's cold eyes. Before he could utter another word, his body collapsed, lifeless. Chapter 23. Soul Refining Banner in the Wang residence of the 3rd Prince of the Great Yan Dynasty. Several individuals wore expressions of deep concern. "Ninth Sister, how do you feel?" Chun Tianxi inquired softly. Zhou Ziruo shook her head gently, despondency evident on her face. "Third brother, my injuries are not severe, but I fear my cultivation will be permanently stunted due to that rogue. I am fortunate to have survived." Chen Tianxi's anger ignited upon hearing this. Who could have anticipated that the bandit slain by Chen Fan had a Foundation establishment master? Now, that individual had come to the capital, and Zhou Ziruo's cultivation was nearly obliterated, all thanks to him. The group found themselves trapped within the Wang residence. Akin to being under house arrest, the atmosphere suffocating. Just then, a figure slowly materialized at the entrance. The man's countenance was sinister, clad in a long, black robe, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "You've recovered quite swiftly, little girl," Wang Tao sneered, casting a glance over the others. "Where's the one who killed my disciple?" "I know not what you speak of," Zhou Ziruo replied coldly. Wang Tao's expression darkened instantly. "Stubborn? Once I perfect the soul refining banner, you shall be the first sacrifices. Your souls will be extracted, and you will have no choice but to speak." As his words fell, he vanished in an instant, entering a hidden chamber deep within the Wang residence. Inside, a man bearing resemblance to Zhou Yunhao bowed respectfully. "Senior Wang, I will keep a close watch on those individuals." Wang Tao spoke with a hint of indifference, asserting that once my spiritual artifact is refined, I shall assist you in ascending the throne, firmly securing your position as the Emperor of the Great Yan. The man, bowing respectfully, responded, "Indeed, the souls you require have been prepared." He then withdrew, Ultimately, mortals remain mere mortals. Wang Tao, with a look of disdain, turned his gaze towards the dark flag at the center of his secret chamber. The soul-refining flag, entirely black and exuding a faint aura of malevolence. Though an empty flag, already possessed the formidable might of a spiritual artifact. Meanwhile, Chen Fan navigated the divine wind vessel, hastening towards the capital of the Great Yin dynasty. The vessel moved with astonishing speed, far surpassing that of an ordinary foundational cultivator. Within half a day, he could see the towering city walls from a distance. He halted outside the city, stored the flying vessel, and entered on foot. As he walked through the city, an eerie atmosphere enveloped him. The streets were sparsely populated, and guards were vigilant, starkly contrasting the usual vibrancy. Upon reaching the residence of the third prince, Wang Fu, Chen Fan frowned as he approached. Something felt amiss. There was no aura of foundational cultivators here. He immediately activated his concealment technique, masking his presence, and expanded his consciousness to encompass the entire estate. Confirming that there were no ambushes nearby, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering the courtyard, he encountered a familiar face, the carriage driver of the third prince. Zhou Yunhao. The driver, astonished and delighted, exclaimed, "Young Master Chen, you have returned. I shall inform His Highness at once." "No need." Chen Fan waved his hand. "Continue with your duties. I can enter myself." The driver complied without further ado and quietly exited. "Brother, sister, I have returned." Inside, a few individuals were momentarily taken aback. Chen Xiao was the first to react, her eyes reddening. "Little brother, you have finally returned." Chen Fan hurried towards them, but noticed the somber expressions on their faces, causing his heart to sink. "Sister, what has transpired?" "I heard rumors of rebellion within the dynasty and could not remain at ease. Thus, I hastened back." Zhou Yunhao sighed heavily, his expression bitter. "It is my second brother, Zhou Yunlong, who is in revolt. He has somehow allied himself with a demonic cultivator, the master of the robber you once slew. Now, our father has been placed under house arrest, and we are imprisoned here. That demonic cultivator, named Wang Tao, is a foundational cultivator and has been searching for you. Little brother, you must leave. Depart the capital at once." Chen Xiao, her eyes filled with urgency, attempted to push him away. Just then, a chilling and piercing laughter echoed from the heavens. "Ha ha, wish to flee? Too late. You dare to slay my beloved disciple and still walk willingly into my trap." Chen Fan looked up to see Wang Tao hovering in the air. His sinister gaze locked onto him. With a hint of coldness in his eyes, he remarked, "A foundational cultivator?" Wang Tao, after a brief examination of Chen Fan, perceived him as merely a consummate qi refinement stage cultivator and sneered dismissively. "A mere qi refinement stage can kill my disciple? Very well. That worthless soul is but a fragment I nurtured. Today, you shall replace him and enter my soul refining flag." As his words faded, Wang Tao raised his hand, summoning a colossal hand of spiritual power aimed directly at Chen Fan. "Little brother." Chen Xiao cried out in despair, her face filled with hopelessness. In her view, there was no chance for Chen Fan to withstand a strike from a foundational cultivator. Wang Tao, brimming with confidence, wore a mocking expression. However, in the next moment, all present were frozen in place. Chen Fan stepped forward, gradually rising into the air, and a vast pressure indicative of mid-foundational prowess surged through the scene. Wang Tao's smile instantly froze, his pupils constricted as he gasped in disbelief. "Impossible. You are at the mid-foundation establishment stage. At such a young age? How can this be?" Zhou Tsuruo trembled all over, her face a mask of incredulity. Her master had asserted that those with 5 spiritual roots would never achieve foundation establishment in their lifetime. Yet before her stood Chen Fan, who not only had established his foundation, but had reached the mid-stage. A slight smirk graced Chen Fan's lips as he dismissed the need for further words and summoned the Qing Foam Sword. "A top-tier magical artifact? Dare you flaunt it before me?" Wang Tao snapped back to reality, a cold sneer escaping his lips as he fiercely summoned the soul-refining banner. "But this is a spiritual artifact." The soul-refining banner erupted in ominous black light, swirling mists enveloping the Qing Foam Sword. In mere moments, The exquisite longsword was eroded by the black fog, its spiritual radiance dissipating, rendering it utterly useless as it clattered to the ground. Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of regret. With a flick of his finger, 7 streams of verdant spiritual light shot forth, manifesting as the 7 killing ink flood dragon swords. Akin to a mother with her 6 offspring, all summoned forth, their spiritual aura soaring skyward. Wang Tao's countenance paled drastically as he frantically wielded the soul-refining banner in defense. Yet, the banner was but an empty vessel, devoid of any collected souls. Its power diminished to a mere fraction. How could it withstand the onslaught of 7 spiritual flying swords? In mere breaths, Wang Tao found himself in disarray, desperately dodging as his spiritual energy was rapidly consumed, leaving him gasping for breath. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. Chen Fan's spiritual energy was astonishingly profound, seemingly inexhaustible, utterly unlike that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. How infuriating! How could this young man possess such deep reserves of spiritual energy? Observing Wang Tao's predicament, Chen Fan gently shook his head. What do you mean by that? Wang Tao, thoroughly provoked by the disdainful attitude, roared in fury. After years of cultivation and having established his foundation, when had he ever been so humiliated by a mere youth? Chen Fan replied coolly, nothing much, merely finding it too tedious. I expected you to be formidable, but it seems you are nothing of the sort. If that is the case, let's bring this to a close. As his words fell, a surge of spiritual energy erupted around Chen Fan, 5-colored radiance shooting skyward as gold, azure, water, fire, and earth energies spiraled around him. 5-element sword technique, commence. In an instant, the 5 streams of light coalesced into 5 fierce spiritual swords, deftly avoiding the soul-refining banner and striking at Wang Tao from 5 directions. The speed was so swift that Wang Tao had no time to evade. With a series of piercing sounds, the 5 spiritual swords impaled him against the wall, each striking through his limbs and dantian. The golden spiritual sword that pierced his dantian shattered his golden core foundation, rendering his entire cultivation null and void. Ah, my cultivation! You dare to ruin my cultivation! Wang Tao shrieked in agony, his body immobilized, contorted in pain. Chen Fan stepped through the air, landing before the soul-refining banner. Channeling his consciousness to the fullest, he swiftly erased Wang Tao's soul imprint, claiming the spiritual artifact into his storage pouch. Thereafter, with a casual wave of his hand, he stripped Wang Tao of his storage pouch, spiritual herbs, and magical artifacts entirely. Wang Tao felt a piercing pain in his consciousness, spitting out a mouthful of blood, suffering a grievous blow. In the courtyard of the Wang residence, silence reigned. Chen Tianxi, Zhou Yunhao, Chen Xiao, and Zhou Ziruo stood frozen, staring in astonishment at the airborne Chen Fan. The very cultivator who had instilled dread throughout the entire Dian dynasty, like a nightmare incarnate, had been so effortlessly defeated and captured by Chen Fan. Particularly for Zhou Ziruo, her mind was in turmoil, unable to regain her composure for a long time. Chapter 24. The Ancient Cavern. Rebuilding after dispersal. Chen Fan descended gracefully to the ground, his demeanor calm, as if he had merely dealt with a trivial matter. Little brother, are you all right? You aren't hurt, are you? Chen Xiao rushed forward, her face etched with concern. Chen Fan smiled reassuringly. Sister, don't worry. With his meager skills, he couldn't possibly harm me. Chen Tianxi and Zhou Yunhao hastened to join them, collectively exhaling in relief. It's good to hear that. Before they could finish speaking, several soldiers marched in, escorting a group of individuals, with the second prince, Zhou Yunlong, at the forefront. Upon seeing Zhou Yunhao, Zhou Yunlong collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. Third brother, I was misled. I made a grave mistake. I didn't kill elder brother, it was him. It was that devil Wang Tao. He pointed frantically at Wang Tao, who was pinned against the wall, desperately defending himself. Zhou Yunhao's expression turned frigid. He kicked Zhou Yunlong to the ground, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Zhou Yunlong, You wretched beast. If it weren't for your insatiable ambition for the throne and your collusion with dark forces, this catastrophe would never have occurred. Now you fear for your life. It's too late. Zhou Yunlong, terrified and desperate, clutched Zhou Yunhao's pant leg, repeatedly bowing his head. Third brother, I realize my errors. I beg you, spare my life. I renounce my claim to the throne. I'll give you everything. Just please, grant me a chance to live. Zhou Yunhao regarded him with utter indifference, devoid of any compassion. Take him away, imprison him in the dungeon, and await his fate. Chen Fan cast a fleeting glance before directing his attention elsewhere. A figure was drawn towards him by an unseen force, slowly floating into his presence, the carriage driver from the Wang residence. Chen Fan manifested his spiritual energy, firmly restraining the man, his voice calm and unwavering. You were the one who informed Wang Tao, weren't you? The man turned ashen, trembling. Young Master Chen, I was compelled. They captured my parents. Before he could finish, Chen Fan tightened his grip, extinguishing his life force with a swift motion. To eradicate the root of the problem, one must act decisively. With that, the turmoil within the capital was quelled, leaving everything in Zhou Yunhao's capable hands for restoration. Chen Tianxi and the others remained to assist with court affairs, while Chen Fan ventured alone into the secret chamber where Wang Tao had previously refined the soul banner. Inside the chamber, Wang Tao lay unconscious on the ground, his breath faint. Chen Fan rummaged through his storage pouch, shaking his head in disappointment, a foundational cultivator with such meager possessions. As he searched, several items caught his eye. An ancient, yellow tome inscribed with soul-searching technique, along with a few antiquated notes on artifact refinement, clearly of considerable age. These are indeed valuable relics. Chen Fan collected the useful items, planning to reserve the remaining spiritual herbs for Zhou's hero. His fingers brushed over the soul-searching technique, his gaze unperturbed. What if the righteous disdain it? A useful technique is a valuable technique. The method was not particularly profound. Within a day, Chen Fan had mastered it entirely. The soul-searching technique was exceedingly domineering, capable of causing the subject to either experience chaotic spiritual disarray, rendering them foolish, or, in severe cases, resulting in their very soul being shattered. Before long, Wang Tao stirred awake. Upon seeing Chen Fan, terror seized him, rendering him utterly paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. Awake, are we? Perfect timing. Let us put the soul-searching technique to the test. A faint smile curled upon Chen Fan's lips. Wang Tao was utterly terrified, desperately retreating while screaming in agony. No, do not search my soul, you fiend. Chen Fan remained unmoved. Pressing his palm directly against Wang Tao's forehead, the soul-searching commenced. His piercing screams echoed throughout the dim chamber, and half an hour later, Wang Tao breathed his last, his spirit utterly extinguished. Fragments of memories surged into Chen Fan's consciousness. The soul-searching banner, the ancient cultivator's cave, the lineage of soul refinement, the location of secret realms. It became evident that the soul-searching banner did not belong to Wang Tao, but had been acquired from the ancient cultivator's dwelling. The outermost layer of this cave contained spiritual artifacts, and deeper within surely lay greater opportunities. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. Yet, opportunities often coexisted with peril, necessitating a rise in strength before making further plans. He retrieved the soul-searching banner, drawing Wang Tao's lingering soul into it. The banner pulsed with a dark light, its aura suddenly intensifying. Within it, the souls could be summoned for battle, retaining 70% of their strength from life. Once assured of its functionality, Chen Fan incinerated Wang Tao's corpse and turned back towards the residence of the third prince. Little brother, you have returned, Chen Xiaowu exclaimed, rushing to greet him. Sister, where are big brother and brother-in-law? They are attending to matters in the palace. Zhou Ziruo emerged from the inner hall, her gaze towards Chen Fan still filled with disbelief. Her master had once declared that a person with 5 spiritual roots would have no hope of foundation establishment in this lifetime. Yet, here stood someone who not only had established a foundation, but was in the mid-stage of it, overpowering peers of the same rank. Chen Fan looked at her and inquired, "How is her injury?" Zhou sighed bitterly. "I won't die, but my foundation has been damaged, and it will be exceedingly difficult to progress further." Chen Fan casually produced a jade vial and tossed it to her, saying, "Try this. It should be beneficial." As Zhou opened the vial, a rich fragrance of elixir wafted towards her. The pills inside shimmered with radiant light, their potency astonishingly thick, far surpassing any high-grade elixir she had ever encountered. Her heart raced, and she hastily declined. "Chen Fan, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." "Do not worry. I have plenty for my own alchemy," Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. After several rounds of refusal, Zhou ultimately accepted it and consumed one on the spot. As the elixir entered her body, pure medicinal energy enveloped her, unblocking her previously obstructed meridians and visibly repairing her damaged foundation. She suddenly coughed, expelling a mouthful of blackened blood. "Zero, are you all right?" Chen Xiao quickly supported her. Zhou waved her hand, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. "Sister-in-law, I am fine. The blood has been expelled, and my injuries are completely healed. I can cultivate further." Her voice trembled with excitement, having thought her path to immortality had been severed, only to be entirely restored by Chen Fan's elixir. "Chen Fan, your kindness is beyond words." Chen Fan quickly interrupted her, fearing she might speak of dedicating herself to him. He immediately produced another foundation establishment pill, stating, "There is no need for thanks. Accept this foundation pill, and in the future, please look after Big Brother and his second sister for me. Do not worry, with me and third brother here, no one would dare to lay a finger on them. Now third brother is the crown prince. The capital is stable," Zhou assured him with a nod. Chen Xiao grasped Chen Fan's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Little brother, are you not planning to stay?" Chen Fan felt a pang of reluctance, but maintained a resolute tone. "Second sister, I have my own path to tread. The way of cultivation cannot afford to linger." Chen Xiao sighed softly, gently patting his hand. "You have grown up. Go forth. Remember, no matter how far you go, always cherish life." With this thought in mind, Chen Fan left behind a multitude of elixirs, bidding farewell to the crowd as he quietly departed from the capital. The divine wind boat sped forth, taking him directly towards Qingfeng town. He intended to seek a secluded place to devote himself to cultivation, solidifying his foundational skills before venturing to the ancient cultivator's cave. After much contemplation, he decided that the cave he had previously used to evade pursuers was the most concealed and secure. Days later, Chen Fan arrived at the familiar site. The cave was already overgrown with weeds. He cleared the area and set up multiple protective formations to ensure absolute safety before entering the space of creation. He first harvested all the mature spiritual herbs, then began the process of alchemy. His primary focus was the refinement of the high-level Xian-class elixir, the soul-gathering pill. Using the main ingredient of 7-mist lotus alongside auxiliary materials sourced from the blood-secret realm, ensuring he had ample supplies. Subsequently, he crafted a variety of healing potions and elixirs to enhance spiritual power and safeguard the soul, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Observing the ground strewn with perfectly crafted elixirs, Chen Fan exhaled deeply, relieved that he had finally completed the endeavor. The continuous alchemical work, even with the aid of the divine furnace, had indeed been exhausting. With everything in place, he focused his gaze. It was time to begin dispersing energy and recultivating, refining his foundation. Chapter 25. Fortuitous encounters in Fengdu. Dispersing energy and recultivating is the supreme method recorded in the foundational chapter of the Five Spirits Creation Sutra. Through 3 cycles of this process, one can refine their spiritual power to an exceptionally dense state, far exceeding peers of the same level, laying an unshakable foundation for future advancement in the path of Dan formation. Chen Fan formed hand seals, drawing upon his own spiritual energy to flow in reverse. In an instant, a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy erupted around him, overwhelming pain engulfing his entire being as his cultivation plummeted like an avalanche. From the pinnacle of Qi refinement, he descended through the 9th, 8th, and 7th levels until he finally stabilized at the first level of Qi refinement. The pain was excruciating, truly agonizing. Chen Fan gasped for air, his complexion pale, knowing he had to endure this 2 more times, a true torment. He immediately consumed a top-grade healing pill, and once his breath steadied, he resumed his cultivation. Beside him, the eye of the spirit spring continuously unleashed pure spiritual energy, supporting his fervent absorption. A month later, Chen Fan once again reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. There were almost no bottlenecks, though the required spiritual energy was daunting. Even the eye of the spirit spring struggled to keep up. He ingested several top-tier foundational pills and, in just half a day, smoothly broke into the initial stage of foundation establishment. After another month of refinement, he ascended to the peak of the initial stage. After 2 months, he had finally returned to the recultivation. Chen Fan introspect, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, noting that the density of his spiritual power was now several times stronger than before. Within the same realm, even against those in the later stages of foundation establishment, he felt capable of standing his ground. Even more delightfully, his divine sense had stabilized at the later stage of foundation establishment, far surpassing his peers. Securing the eye of the spirit spring, Chen Fan entered the space of creation once more. The space had transformed remarkably. After his breakthrough in foundation establishment, it had spontaneously evolved to encompass mountains, rivers, and faint spiritual veins. Chen Fan understood that this space would grow and evolve alongside his cultivation. As he placed the eye of the spirit spring within the space, an extraordinary change occurred. A vast surge of spiritual power soared into the heavens, creating a vortex of energy that swept across the entire space of creation. As the whirlwind dissipated, the eye of the spirit spring instinctively drifted toward the enigmatic sapling. An unprecedented surge of pristine spiritual energy spontaneously flowed into Chen Fan's body. Could it be that I am now capable of absorbing the ambient spiritual energy within this space? Chen Fan was both astonished and elated. Previously, no matter how he tried, he could not stir the spatial energy. Now, it connected of its own accord. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was several times purer than that of the outside world. Gazing around, he observed that the medicinal herbs and trees within the space were growing at an accelerated pace. The unknown sapling voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy, its branches and trunk faintly inscribed with deist patterns, exuding an immense vitality. What exactly is this? Chen Fan pondered deeply, yet found no means to investigate further. Within the forest, a couple gathering herbs, carrying bamboo baskets, exchanged uneasy glances. "Dear, don't you feel the mountain has changed? The vegetation grows so much faster than before, and the air is remarkably fresh. Indeed, it's as if an immortal cultivates here." Before their words concluded, a streak of light whistled overhead. The divine wind boat bore Chen Fan away in an instant. The couple froze in terror, immediately dropping to their knees, trembling. "Immortal, forgive us. We meant no disturbance to your divine presence." Chen Fan's voice drifted with the breeze, calm and gentle. "Fear not. I am merely passing through. Carry on as you wish." As his figure faded, the couple remained kneeling, their hearts filled with reverence. Chen Fan sighed lightly, maneuvered the flying vessel, and pressed onward. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan finally arrived at a majestic ancient city. Above the city gates, 2 bold characters stood out. Feng Du. Guarding the gates were 2 foundation establishment cultivators, their demeanor imposing. Entrance required a payment of 100 inferior grade spirit stones per person. Within the city, private combat and disturbances were forbidden, and cultivators below the nascent soul stage were prohibited from flying. Chen Fan respectfully handed over the spirit stones and entered in an orderly fashion. This place had long since separated from the great Yin dynasty's domain, belonging now to the Su Kingdom, a true city of cultivators. He first sought lodging at an inn. "Honored guest, what would you like to order?" the attentive waiter inquired. "A pot of hot tea will suffice." Shortly after, Chen Fan summoned the waiter and produced a silver ingot. "Young man, could you tell me about Feng the city?" The waiter's eyes brightened as he accepted the silver eagerly. Feel free to ask. Fengdu belongs to the Su Kingdom. The city hosts a mix of mortals and cultivators. A rather chaotic blend. The lord of the city holds the greatest power. Lord Li is a formidable nascent soul cultivator at the peak of his stage, ranked among the top in the entire Su Kingdom. Several days later, Chen Fan ventured into the cultivators market. Here, cultivators congregated in great numbers, forming teams for expeditions. Transactions of elixirs and magical instruments were commonplace. Most cultivators in the city focused on qi refinement, with only a handful of foundation establishment practitioners, mostly in their early stages. Chen Fan remained composed, employing his qi concealment technique to mask his foundation establishment cultivation, emitting only the aura of a qi refinement grandmaster, while his divine sense quietly enveloped the entire market. Suddenly, fragments of conversation reached his ears. Just one more person, and we'll have 5. Aren't 4 enough? More people mean the loot gets divided unevenly. What do you know? The soul refining ancient cultivator's tomb is heavily sealed. The 4 of us might not be able to break through. There are abundant treasures inside. 5 people can easily share them. Chen Fan's heart stirred. The soul refining tomb was precisely the ancient secret realm from Wang Tao's memories. Unexpectedly, it had already been discovered by others. He walked directly to a few stalls and casually inquired, "Are you all here to explore the ancient cultivation secret realm?" "I'm quite intrigued." The leader, Huang Shan, brightened at this remark. Upon scanning with his spiritual sense, he discerned that Chen Fan had also reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, and he was immediately filled with delight. "I am Huang Shan. Might you be a solitary cultivator?" "I am Han Li, merely a wandering practitioner," Chen Fan replied, providing a pseudonym. "Han Daoist, your arrival is fortuitous. We are in need of one more person." Huang Shan invited him warmly. "It is not suitable to converse here. Let us move to the upper floor for a more detailed discussion." On the 5th floor's elegant chamber, the 5 gathered. The robust man, Zhang Chuang, was at the 9th level of qi refinement. The lively girl, Feng Yu, was also at the 9th level, proficient in array formation. The final figure, clad in black with a bamboo hat obscuring his face and a veil, was named Li Wan, who, too, had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Her demeanor was cool and aloof, resembling a chivalrous figure from the rivers and lakes, yet she subtly exuded an air of nobility. Chen Fan cast a few more glances at her, but Li Wan merely offered a fleeting glance in return, seemingly indifferent. Huang Shan rapped on the table, adopting a serious tone. "Now that everyone is present, let us discuss our departure date." "I am ready at any time." "I have no objections." The others agreed in unison. "Excellent. Then we shall meet 2 days hence at dawn at the city gate and set off immediately." With the plans established, they each departed. Chen Fan returned to the secluded cave he had previously rented, retrieving several brand new tomes on artifact refinement for study. Upon arriving in Fengdu, he promptly acquired various texts on artifact crafting. The ancient manuscripts left behind by Wang Tao were incomplete to forge his life-bound treasure post-core formation. A solid foundation in artifact refinement was imperative. 2 days passed swiftly. Chen Fan arrived punctually at the city gate of Fengdu, where Huang Shan, Zhang Chuang, and Feng Yu were already waiting, with only he and Li Wan missing. "Han Daoist, you have finally arrived," exclaimed Feng Yu, her face alight with excitement and her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the treasures of the secret realm. After all, it is the cave of ancient cultivators. It may well be the domain of a formidable core formation master, and the treasures must be countless. Before long, Li Wan's figure gradually appeared. Huang Shan surveyed the group and declared, "Now that we are all gathered, let us set off without delay." Chapter 26. A Great Bargain. Complete Array Insights. Huang Daoist. How much further? This place is becoming increasingly ominous. Feng Yu could not help but voice her concern, her brow furrowed. Huang Shan chuckled. "We are close. It is just ahead. Last time, Zhang Daoist and I stumbled upon this place by chance. After several hours, the group arrived at the foot of a desolate mountain. Under the blazing sun, an eerie chill pervaded the air, sending shivers down their spines, creating an unsettling atmosphere. "This is the spot," Huangshan announced as he halted. Li Wen surveyed the surroundings, her expression one of confusion. "It is utterly empty. There is nothing here. It is concealed by an array." Feng Yu discerned the underlying mechanism at once, being an array master herself and highly sensitive to the aura of formations. Chen Fan remained impassive. Such a rudimentary concealment array was utterly insufficient to obscure his spiritual sense. With a sweep of his awareness, he clearly perceived a vast cavern deep beneath the ground, with tendrils of black mist continuously wafting outward, exactly reminiscent of the entrance in Wang Tao's memories. Huangshan raised his hand to dispel the array, and the cavern shrouded in black mist promptly revealed itself to the onlookers. Feng Yu and Li Wen furrowed their brows simultaneously. "Huang Daoist, this place appears rather unsettling," Feng Yu murmured. The black mist swirled ominously, its chilling essence unmistakably reminiscent of a demonic practitioner's domain. Huangshan understood the concerns of the group and promptly reassured them, saying, "Rest assured, I and Zhang Chuang have previously ventured here to investigate. Apart from this ominous black mist, there are no malevolent spirits or creatures. It is quite safe. Allow me to suggest this. Zhang Chuang and I will lead the way, while the three of you follow closely behind." The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, proceeding one by one into the cavern. As they delved deeper, the light gradually grew brighter. After half an hour, a massive stone door loomed before them, inscribed with two ancient characters, Soul Refinement, whose powerful strokes echoed with strength. Above the door, a recess was perfectly shaped to match the Soul Refinement banner held by Chen Fan. Understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, Wang Tao's Soul Refinement banner originated from this very place. Huangshan pointed towards the stone door, stating, "This is the location. There are restrictions on the door. Zhang Chuang and I have tried, and together we could not budge it. We have searched the surroundings thoroughly and found no other entrances." Li Wen and the others attempted to strike the door with their spiritual energy, but their efforts were futile, as the energy was instead drawn away in wisps. Chen Fan casually tested it as well. The formation was reminiscent of the soul-devouring array he knew, designed to absorb spiritual energy with formidable defenses, though not among the most advanced formations. As the group contemplated a combined assault, Feng Yu immediately intervened, warning no. Such ancient arrays often possess self-destruction mechanisms. Forcing our way through could trigger a collapse, obliterating the entire cavern. She circled the stone door, scrutinizing the array's intricate patterns, then retrieved paper and pen to meticulously sketch the entire formation, subsequently referencing a hefty ancient tome titled Complete Guide to Arrays. Our Feng family is renowned for its mastery of formations, with a long-standing heritage, though we have fallen on hard times. In my generation, the study of formations has waned, and my knowledge is but superficial. After half an hour, impatience began to surface among the group. Suddenly, Feng Yu's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "I've found it." The others immediately gathered around her. This is the soul-devouring array, a typical demonic defense formation that draws upon spiritual energy, growing stronger as it absorbs. Thus, direct attacks are utterly ineffective. Huangshan inquired anxiously, "Can we break the array?" "Yes, by severing the energy source and setting up a counter-array. We can gradually dissipate its power." "Sever the source of the souls? But were the souls here?" Zhang Chuang scratched his head. Feng Yu shot him a look of exasperation, saying, "The core of the energy must be behind the door. I never suggested we actually cut off the souls. We just need to reverse the energy flow with our array. This formation is ancient but not particularly profound. Its overwhelming energy makes it difficult to dismantle." As she spoke, she took out an array pen and swiftly began to delineate the array patterns, positioning the array flags and inserting several low-grade spirit stones. In an instant, a flash of light revealed the black mist on the stone door gradually dissipating, and the power of the soul-devouring array began to slowly weaken. It worked. However, this counter-array is hastily constructed and rather crude. To completely dismantle it will likely take several more days. No matter. We've waited this long. A few more days is inconsequential. Huangshan replied with a smile. Feng Yu promptly stated, Let it be clear that I alone will dismantle the array when the door opens. I must be the first to choose the treasures. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing her significant contribution. As night fell, the crackling of the campfire filled the air. Feng Yu was roasting rabbit meat when Chen Fan approached leisurely. Deist Han, is there something on your mind? Chen Fan spoke candidly. Deist Feng, I have a keen interest in the art of formations. Feng Yu, being astute, instantly understood. Are you looking for my book complete guide to formations? Indeed, he replied. I would never take it for free. Please state your conditions, and I shall not hesitate if I can fulfill them. Feng Yu's expression faltered, her brows knitting together. This is a priceless treasure passed down from my ancestors. Chen Fan thought she might refuse, but before he could speak, she changed her tone. Do you possess any foundation establishment pills or spirit tools? Chen Fan's lips twitched slightly. Just moments ago, she spoke of ancestral treasures. And now she was discussing terms? He replied coolly. As it happens, I possess both. Feng Yu was taken aback, disbelief etched on her face. A loose cultivator at the peak of qi refinement, possessing foundation establishment pills for personal use and spirit tools? Could he be a scion of a hidden aristocratic family or a holy son of a major sect? Chen Fan, uninterested in explanations, directly retrieved a high-grade foundation establishment pill and a low-grade spirit tool flying sword from his storage bag. The pill radiated a brilliant light, exuding the essence of Tao. The sword's edge was restrained, yet brimming with spiritual energy. Feng Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. A high-grade foundation establishment pill. Such a rare treasure. She hastily stowed the items, glanced around, and lowered her voice. Hey, you're not going to use this yourself? I have more than enough at home. Chen Fan replied with an air of nonchalance. To Feng Yu, this demeanor transformed him into a celestial scion from a prestigious sect. His background must be formidable. Where are the items? Chen Fan pressed. Without further ado, Feng Yu promptly thrust the complete guide to formations into his arms, fearing he might change his mind. Chen Fan quickly stored it away, anxious that she would reconsider, and turned to return to his spot. The two stood back to back, both filled with elation. Feng Yu thought to herself, what a windfall. I've long lost interest in this ancestral book. It was merely a waste of time. Now, with a high-grade foundation establishment pill and a spirit tool, my foundation is secure. This is the pinnacle of life. Chen Fan felt similarly ecstatic. A tremendous profit. One measly pill and one paltry spirit tool in exchange for an entire legacy of formations. In the future, I shall no longer need to rely on others for crafting tools, inscribing formations, or setting up arrays. My future is bound to soar. Chapter 27. The Yuanying Seizure. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan and his companions arrived once more at the stone door, the soul-devouring array having vanished without a trace, leaving the stone gate as pristine as before. It's done. The formation has been broken. We can open the door now. The group, however, did not rush in, instead summoning their defensive artifacts, remaining vigilant. Zhang Chuang took a deep breath and stepped forward to gently push open the stone door. As it creaked open, an ancient, ethereal aura wafted forth. A long stone staircase ascended, with ghostly blue flames igniting on either side, casting an eerie glow. The group formed a protective circle, cautiously ascending the steps. The journey posed no immediate danger, yet the surrounding chilliness enveloped them, akin to traversing the underworld, sending shivers down their spines. Half an hour later, they reached the top of the staircase, only to find the space that was cramped and devoid of anything. Chen Fan frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss. Li Wen spoke softly. Do you all find this peculiar? As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Chuang slipped and inadvertently triggered a hidden mechanism. With a sudden lurch, the circular stone platform beneath them sank, sending everyone plummeting downward at an alarming speed. Moments later, the platform landed, leaving the group disoriented and on the verge of falling. Feng Yu could not help but exclaim, Zhang Chuang, what have you done this time? Zhang Chuang scratched his head, looking sheepish. My apologies, my hand slipped. Once they regained their composure, they illuminated their portable lights. Below them lay an immensely vast underground palace, far exceeding their expectations. Li Wen's expression turned grave. Are you certain this is merely the cave of a Foundation establishment cultivator? Huang Shan gulped. Even a core formation cultivator wouldn't possess such a grand venue. Feng Yu's complexion shifted. Could it possibly belong to a nascent soul elder? At this utterance, their breaths collectively caught in their throats. A nascent soul cultivator stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, with a lifespan spanning millennia. Anything below that was akin to mere insects. Li Wen maintained her composure. A nascent soul's cave is not something we can dare to covet. Yet Huang Shan's greed clouded his judgment. We're already here, what is there to fear? Even if he was an omnipotent cultivator, he is now just a pile of bones. The legacy and treasures left behind must be astounding. Persuaded by his words, the group continued their exploration. Chen Fan's vigilance surged to its peak. His spiritual energy surged quietly around him, with several defensive artifacts subtly encircling his form. He had long concluded that this place was far from a mere Foundation establishment's dwelling, but he had not anticipated it could involve the realm of the nascent soul. Pushing open a stone door, they entered a study, lined with bookshelves and a neatly arranged stone table. Most of the ancient texts had turned to ash, leaving only a few intact. Huang Shan hastily gathered them, agreeing to share them equally once they exited. On the table lay several ancient brushes, seemingly untouched by time, which Feng Yu recognized at a glance. These are formation brushes, and of no low grade. After scouring the room, they ventured deeper. The next stone chamber resembled a treasure trove. Upon the stone platform floated spiritual artifacts, gleaming with ethereal light. Not a single ordinary artifact was present, the least of which were low-grade spiritual tools. Spiritual artifacts, all of them. We are in luck, Huang Shan exclaimed joyfully, barely able to contain himself. The others were equally exhilarated, taking considerable time to collect all the treasures. Li Wen's voice tightened. This is undoubtedly the cave of a nascent soul elder. We should leave quickly. What is there to fear? Huang Shan and the others were completely blinded by their desire, eagerly rushing towards the innermost main hall. Chen Fan and Li Wen exchanged glances and could only follow. As the main hall doors swung open, they found the interior spacious, with only a long table and an imposing stone chair. Seated upon the chair was a snow-white skeleton, gripping a massive black banner in its left hand and adorned with an ancient black ring on its right. Chen Fan's gaze sharpened. The banner he recognized immediately as the soul-devouring banner. Unlike the soul-refining banner he possessed, this one had a flagpole resembling black dragon scales, with a deep purple flag. Dragon patterns swirling across it, enveloped in purple mist, exuding an overwhelming demonic aura. It was clearly a supreme artifact of the dark path. Huang Shan and the others' eyes instantly lit up with greed as they strode forward. Don't approach. Be cautious of traps, Li Wen urgently warned, her ominous feeling intensifying. Chen Fan also slowly retreated, extending his consciousness to its fullest, on high alert. Yet, Huang Shan and the others were already blinded by their avarice. What is there to fear? It has been dead for countless years. This banner is undoubtedly a priceless treasure, accompanied by a storage ring. Undoubtedly, it conceals endless riches within. Huang Shan strode forward and seized the 10,000 souls banner. The very moment his grasp closed around the banner's shaft, a chilling wind surged, and the stone doors of the grand hall slammed shut with a thunderous crash, locking him inside. A piercing, agonized scream erupted from Huang Shan as his body convulsed violently. Feng Yu and Zhang Chuang recoiled in terror. Chen Fan lifted his gaze to see Huang Shan's head droop, then slowly rise, his neck stiffly twisting. A sinister, ancient, and frigid smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha! After 10,000 years, a living soul finally enters. Though the vessel is somewhat lacking, came a hoarse, aged voice that was not Huang Shan's own. With a subtle shake, the 10,000 souls banner fell into the old man's hand. The skeleton seated on the stone chair instantly turned to ash, and the black ring slipped automatically onto his finger. The elder sat upon the stone throne like a reborn sovereign. Huang Shan, what has befallen you? Zhang Chuang shouted. Li Wen's face turned ashen, her voice cold. He is no longer Huang Shan. He's been possessed. What? Zhang Chuang was stricken with horror. Before anyone could react further, the possessed Huang Shan raised his hand, unleashing a violet soul mist that swept outward. The secret soul technique of soul capture. Zhang Chuang's scream was cut short as his soul was forcibly drawn out and absorbed into the 10,000 souls banner. Feng Yu, terrified beyond measure, turned and fled. But after only a few steps, he collapsed weakly, his soul similarly sucked away. In the blink of an eye, both perished utterly. Li Wen trembled violently, but forced herself to remain composed, bowing respectfully. I meant no disturbance to your venerable cultivation, elder. We shall withdraw immediately and beseech your mercy. Chen Fan lowered his hands respectfully, his expression solemn, yet secretly he readied all his spiritual power, divine senses, and spiritual artifacts. The elder scoffed cruelly. Let you leave? My 10,000 souls banner is in dire need of fresh souls to nourish it. With these words, dozens of soul shadows erupted from the banner, all at foundational cultivation level, swarming densely as they launched their attack. Li Wen's expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, she crushed a jade pendant at her waist. A tremendous azure light manifested, soaring skyward with overwhelming momentum and terrifying pressure. Who dares harm my disciple? The elder's eyes narrowed sharply. Mid-nascent soul manifestation? This is troublesome. The azure manifestation swept the hall, instantly perceiving all. A nascent soul remnant as possession? You are only a nascent soul at early stage in life. Now barely at late foundational cultivation, and you dare defy me? The manifestation raised its hand and brought down a palm of crushing force. The elder's face darkened as he gritted his teeth, hastening the 10,000 souls banner. Then I shall risk everything. Two nascent soul remnants surged forth from the banner, lacking consciousness but wielding terrifying power. A ruthless glint flashed in the elder's eyes as he detonated the two nascent soul remnants. Boom! The immense explosion violently shook the entire hall. The azure manifestation forcibly tore through space and bellowed at Li Wen, "Go!" Li Wen did not hesitate, leaping into the spatial rift and vanishing instantly. The nascent soul manifestation, depleted of its strength, slowly dissipated. The elder was violently shaken by the aftershock, coughing up blood as his cultivation plummeted from late foundational to mid-foundational stage. Wiping away the blood, his venomous gaze fixed firmly on the soul remaining Chen Fan. Snarling fiercely, "Boy, you're the last one." With the remnants of his strength, the elder unleashed a palm imbued with overwhelming soul force, crashing thunderously toward Chen Fan. Chapter 28. The cunning youngster Chen Fan did not dare to exhibit even the slightest carelessness. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the soul-refining banner and the seven fiends' mother-son sword hovered before him. He uttered a low incantation. 5 elements sword technique, rise. 5 exquisitely condensed spiritual power swords pierced through the air, clashing directly against the elder's palm. The elder's pupils constricted as he coldly chuckled. A foundation establishment cultivator? No wonder I sense something peculiar about your aura. It turns out you're concealing a secret technique to mask it. A thunderous explosion ensued. The spiritual power erupted, sending the mother-son's sword flying aside, while Chen Fan staggered back several steps. Observing this, the elder sneered even more. "Youngster, that soul-refining banner of yours is merely a discarded relic from my past. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true treasure of the soul path." With a single hand gesture, the 10,000 souls banner soared into the sky, radiating a purple light that pierced the heavens. Hundreds of souls howled forth, none beneath the foundation establishment level, and among them were several core formation spirits, exuding a terrifying aura. Several remnants of core formation souls encircled the elder, continuously infusing him with soul power. Instantly, the elder's aura surged wildly, breaking through shackles and stabilizing at the initial stage of core formation. This physical body is rather frail. It will shatter if I push it further. However, it is sufficient to kill you. Chen Fan's heart plummeted to an abyss. While he might contend against a foundation establishment cultivator, the disparity with a core formation practitioner was insurmountable. Without uttering a word, the elder summoned a pitch-black flying sword and slashed through the air. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and poured all his spiritual power into his sword, straining to block the attack. Clang! A deafening sound resonated as Chen Fan endured the blow, yet the terrifying backlash sent him hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. His internal spiritual power nearly depleted, and his complexion turning an ashen gray. He raised a hand to wipe away the blood, his body trembling as he hastily swallowed a supreme healing pill and a spirit-gathering pill, barely managing to stabilize his aura. The elder's eyes suddenly gleamed. Are those supreme pills? Youngster, you possess quite a few treasures. Supreme pills were seldom seen in the world, and even during his days as a nascent soul cultivator, he had only glimpsed them from afar. This aura undoubtedly belonged to supreme pills. Noticing that the elder had temporarily refrained from attacking, Chen Fan's mind raced, his consciousness scanning the surroundings frantically in search of an escape route. All of this unfolded under the elder's watchful gaze. Stop searching. The exit has long been sealed by me. You cannot escape, the elder sneered. However, I could propose a deal. As he spoke, Chen Fan astutely observed that the elder's skin was riddled with numerous cracks, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Though this person possesses the consciousness of a nascent soul and the cultivation of core formation, his physical body remains that of a chi refining stage cultivator. Unable to endure further strain, Chen Fan promptly lowered his head. Senior, please speak. As long as you spare my life, I shall agree to anything. Agreed. The elder grinned wickedly. Hand over all your supreme pills, and I shall not only allow you to leave, but also grant you a tremendous opportunity. Feigning hesitation, Chen Fan replied, Senior, all my pills are of the chi refining level. They may not be of much use to you. Do not waste your breath. Just hand them over. The elder's mind was clear. This physical body had reached its limits, and forcibly seizing the pills could easily lead to mutual destruction. As long as he acquired the healing pills to restore his body, he could swiftly eliminate Chen Fan to silence him. Chen Fan chuckled coldly in his heart, while maintaining an impassive demeanor on the surface. He quietly mixed the lethal poison of the Ink Flood Dragoness fire pill into the healing elixir and subsequently tossed the jade vial to the elder. The elixir is here. Can you let me go now, Senior? The elder received the jade vial, but did not release him. Why the hurry? Once I verify the goods, I shall allow you to leave. Chen Fan's expression darkened. Are you having second thoughts, Senior? The elder laughed heartily. I speak with unwavering conviction. Just be patient for a moment. He poured out the spirit-gathering pill, its fragrant aroma rich, with the essence of Tao swirling, indistinguishable from the finest elixirs he knew. Upon careful inspection, finding it free of toxins, he immediately swallowed it. Vast spiritual energy surged through his body, rapidly restoring his depleted cultivation. Without hesitation, he ingested the premium healing pill laced with deadly poison. The fissures in his body healed at an observable rate, and the injuries inflicted by his nascent soul avatar were completely mended. Ha ha ha, truly a premium elixir. Young man, you have achieved great merit. Chen Fan spoke solemnly. If that is the case, shouldn't you fulfill your promise, Senior? The elder's expression suddenly shifted, revealing a murderous intent. Promise? I said I would grant you a great fortune. Young friend, enter my 10,000 souls banner and become my eternal servant. The 10,000 souls banner surged with dark energy, ready to forcibly draw Chen Fan within. Enraged, Chen Fan shouted, You treacherous old fiend. You go back on your word. He no longer held back, unleashing all his magical artifacts and talismans, channeling his elemental energy skyward. 5 spirit swords ascended, forming an intricate array, vibrant with 5-colored brilliance, their power rivaling that of the core formation stage. 5-element sword formation, annihilate. The elder's complexion shifted. This sword array possesses the might of core formation. He hastily summoned the 10,000 souls banner to defend. Yet, in a mere instant, Chen Fan's soul refining banner shattered, and the 7 fiends' flying swords plummeted to the ground. The elder, emboldened by his advantage, summoned his spiritual energy once more, intent on striking Chen Fan down in a single blow. However, at that moment, his internal spiritual energy became abruptly obstructed, and he was seized by excruciating pain. A multitude of fissures erupted anew, more terrifying than before, as the dark poison seeped from his flesh. The elder stared at Chen Fan in horror. "What did you do to the elixir?" Chen Fan slowly rose, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Nothing much, merely added a touch of third-tier ink, flood dragon venom." The toxin of a third-tier beast was something this refined chi body could never withstand. Without hesitation, he forced his consciousness out of his body, his physical form disintegrating into a pool of black, bubbling liquid. "Ah, you cunning little thief! I shall flay your skin and draw your tendons, extract your very essence." A millennium of scheming, all to seize a body, now lay in ruins. According to the ironclad laws of the immortal realm, a cultivator is allowed but one opportunity for soul seizing in their lifetime. The remnants of his soul, along with the 10,000 souls banner and storage ring, sought to flee in a panic. But Chen Fan would not grant him that chance. "While he is weak, I will take his life." The 5-element sword array flared with brilliance, like 5-colored thunder, crashing down. Boom! The earth was blasted into a deep pit by this overwhelming strike, dust swirling in the air. Chen Fan's spiritual energy was entirely depleted, and he staggered to the ground, hastily swallowing another elixir to sit in meditation. 2 hours later, his spiritual energy had restored significantly. He stumbled to the edge of the pit, where only the 10,000 souls banner and an exceedingly dark spatial ring lay quietly. Chen Fan withdrew everything carefully and scrutinized his surroundings, confirming that the lingering soul of the ancient immortal had vanished without a trace, and the cave's protective enchantments had dissipated accordingly. He exhaled a long breath of foul air, his heart still trembling with lingering fear. "Damn it, I nearly perished here." Nascent soul cultivators are truly terrifying. Even after 10,000 years of death, their souls can still remain to possess others. Chapter 29. The Value of a Nascent Soul. Chen Fan sat cross-legged upon the divine wind boat, meditating and regulating his breath. This battle had been a brush with death. If not for Mo Jiao's venom, he might have truly met his end here. Instead of returning to Fengdu, Chen Fan ventured to a remote mountain range, selecting a place abundant in spiritual energy to establish a secluded cave dwelling. This location was tens of thousands of miles from Fengdu, ensuring he would not be pursued. He dared not return to Fengdu, for Li Wen was likely connected to the city lord's mansion. Should they discover he was alive, a storm of trouble would surely be unleashed. Indeed, as Chen Fan had anticipated, upon Li Wen's return, she investigated him and located the cave he had rented, stationing guards there daily. Forget it, Wen. That boy is probably dead. When a nascent soul cultivator strikes, escape is impossible. This was Li Xiaotian, the city lord of Fengdu, just one step away from entering the nascent soul realm. "Father, I sense there is something extraordinary about him. I cannot fathom him at all. I feel he will not die." "That's just your intuition. You haven't fallen for that boy, have you? Remember, you are a disciple of the elder of the Medicine King sect, destined to achieve the nascent soul path. Do not be swayed by personal feelings." Seeing his father's words becoming increasingly absurd, Li Wen hastily interrupted. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're overthinking it. I'm leaving now." Could it truly be that I am overthinking? 2 days later, Chen Fan fully recovered, his cultivation unexpectedly leaping to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Sigh, a blessing in disguise, I suppose. With a flash, he entered the realm of creation. The 5 elements sword formation was indeed formidable. Even the spirit form flying swords were terrifying. Truly, if these were genuine spirit swords, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, this technique could only be wielded at the core formation stage. Forcing it at the foundation establishment level nearly cost me my life. With a wave of his hand, the 10,000 souls banner appeared before him. This was a remarkable artifact, unexpectedly capable of aiding cultivation enhancement. Without delay, he began to temper it, infusing a drop of his essence blood into the banner. After its original owner's demise, the divine consciousness imprint on the banner had already dissipated. Yet, the 10,000 Souls banner was of exceedingly high grade, despite being ownerless. Chen Fan still expended 5 entire days to fully master it. What level of treasure is this, consuming such tremendous spiritual power? Chen Fan produced several soul-gathering pills to restore his divine consciousness. After half a month, his spiritual soul became increasingly solid, far surpassing that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Now, let us see what is stored within this old fellow's storage ring. Chen Fan began dispelling the divine consciousness imprint on the ring, a strange unease stirring within him. Although the previous owner was evidently deceased, why did the imprint remain so steadfast? After several hours, Chen Fan finally forcefully shattered the imprint. A nascent soul cultivator's divine consciousness imprint, so stubborn even after death. No sooner had he spoken, a sudden tremor coursed through his body, and he abruptly flung the ring far away. You noticed, and you're quite vigilant. Indeed, I knew it. Nascent soul cultivators do not perish so easily. Young man, how about we strike a bargain? Spare a fragment of my lingering soul and life, and I shall bestow upon you the entirety of my lifelong cultivation and experience. The insights of a nascent soul cultivator are invaluable to you. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan chuckled lightly. The wisdom of a nascent soul cultivator is indeed precious, but I have no need for it. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed the 10,000 Souls banner, from which a dense aura of violet energy surged forth, instantly drawing the faint remnant of a nascent soul into the banner. May you meet a grim fate. I carry the legacy of the 5 elements heavenly sovereign. A mere early nascent soul cultivator dares to be insolent before me? Half an hour later, Chen Fan employed a soul-searching technique upon the spirit. Phew, no wonder this ancient fiend has lived for tens of thousands of years. It took me 5 whole hours. Yet the harvest was immensely rewarding. He thoroughly uncovered the secrets of the 10,000 Souls banner. This banner is a spiritual treasure, a standard artifact for nascent soul cultivators, capable of nourishing itself through souls and continuously advancing in rank. The stronger and more numerous the souls it absorbs, the higher its grade ascends. The 10,000 Souls banner not only summons soul entities for battle, but also possesses a unique soul array that can amalgamate the power of myriad souls, temporarily elevating the wielder's cultivation by an entire grand level. However, this technique imposes a tremendous burden on the physical body, causing significant damage. To advance by a grand level at the cost of bodily harm, I must seek a method of physical refinement. Subsequently, Chen Fan rummaged through the storage ring, unearthing a cultivation manual alongside a vast quantity of spirit stones, as well as several artifacts and spiritual devices, though most were incompatible with his cultivation and techniques. Wow, truly befitting a nascent soul cultivator. Over 1 million low-grade spirit stones and more than 500,000 mid-grade ones. Could these be supreme-grade spirit stones? Chen Fan cradled 2 lustrous spirit stones in his palm, his face alight with astonishment. The concentration of spiritual energy within far surpassed that of ordinary stones. Supreme-grade spirit stones. He had only read about them in ancient tomes. Today marked the first time he beheld them firsthand. I am now a millionaire by any measure. He then perused the cultivation manual, which turned out to be the ancient fiend's own profounding art. This technique was rather sinister, steeped entirely in the blood of corpses used to forge puppets. Such heretical arts were not for him. He would not associate with corpses daily. The shadow demon slash. Condensing killing intent with refined blood. That move is usable. The transformation art, which alters form and visage, suits my need for concealment perfectly. The blood shadow drill, unparalleled in speed, excellent. All practical secret techniques. Beyond this, he gathered everything from the Huangshan storage pouch and the cave dwelling as provisions. Astonishingly, the number of spiritual devices was vast, including supreme-grade artifacts. What is this severed branch? It emits a faint aura of thunder. Perhaps it could be cultivated. Unfortunately, The ancient fiend's storage ring contained not a single high-grade spiritual herb. Nevertheless, with his newfound wealth, Chen Fan's fortune rivaled that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. He lacked nothing in spirit stones or artifacts, save for a scarcity of spiritual herbs. Only one pill suitable for the foundation establishment stage, the rejuvenation pill, was available. Half a month later, Chen Fan employed the transformation art to completely alter his appearance and aura, adopting the name Hanli. He appeared before a colossal flying ship, the merchant vessel of the treasure-gathering pavilion, brandishing a supreme VIP token. I am Hanli. Are you all bound for Wenzo? I am Lin, steward of the treasure-gathering pavilion. We are indeed en route to Wenzo. May I trouble you for a ride? I shall cover the expenses myself. Hearing this, Manager Lin quickly smiled and replied, Friend Han, you are too polite. How could I let you incur costs? Not to mention that it is on our way. You hold the super VIP token of our treasure pavilion, making you a distinguished guest of our establishment. We have several hours before departure. Allow me to arrange a quiet room for you. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the token to hold such weight, granting him a complimentary stay. Then, I am in your debt, Manager Lin. Friend Han, there is no need for such formalities. This super VIP token is issued in limited quantity, around only 100 in total, making it exceedingly rare. To Chen Fan's surprise, he was assigned to the topmost floor of the flying vessel, which contained only 2 rooms. Standing on the terrace, feeling the breeze, he was startled when the door of the adjacent room suddenly opened, revealing none other than Li Wen. A jolt of recognition surged through Chen Fan, yet Li Wen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards the unfamiliar cultivator before her, as if she had seen him somewhere before, though his presence eluded her memory. Could I be mistaken? She pondered, rubbing her temples before retreating into her room. Chapter 30. A reunion with Feng Qingxiu. Half a month later, the airship docked outside the gates of the Medicine King sect. The Medicine King sect? Chen Fan thought as he watched Li Wen stride into the mountain gate, his brow furrowing in concern. Manager Lin approached Chen Fan, smiling. Friend Han, are you unfamiliar with the Medicine King sect? Chen Fan shook his head gently. I hail from the Great Yin dynasty, and am not well acquainted with the affairs of Wenzo. Manager Lin had never heard of the Great Yin dynasty and dismissed it as a remote and obscure nation, giving it little thought. Wenzo is governed by the Righteous Path Alliance, which is comprised of 6 major sections. The Righteous Path Alliance? Is the Medicine King sect one of those 6? Indeed. The 6 major sects are the Celestial Path sect, the Sword sect, the Jade Purity Palace, the 10,000 Ways sect, the True Path sect, and the Medicine King sect. The Medicine King sect not only excels in alchemy throughout Wenzo, but also ranks among the top 3 in overall strength, with several nascent soul cultivators residing within. After their conversation, Chen Fan understood that the Medicine King sect was a top-tier power in Wenzo, its depth unfathomable. A day later, the airship finally arrived at Yin City. Friend Han, we have arrived in Yin City. Thank you, Manager Lin, for your kind assistance along the way. As the largest city in Wenzo, Yin City's splendor far surpassed that of Fengdu. Chen Fan wandered the streets, his eyes surveying the surroundings, clearly a newcomer, following Manager Lin into the treasure pavilion. As soon as he stepped through the door, an ordinary-looking cultivator approached and bowed. Welcome, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? I am looking for Feng Qingxiu. The cultivator was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mixture of disbelief as he glanced at Chen Fan, a Foundation establishment cultivator, audaciously calling the sect master's name. However, this astonishment lasted but a fleeting moment, for upon Chen Fan producing the super VIP token, the cultivator's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Esteemed guest, please follow me upstairs. After leading Chen Fan to the private room on the top floor, the cultivator bowed and exited. Chen Fan did not wait long before a familiar figure entered the room. Brother Han, it has been so long since you deigned to visit your sister. I thought you had forgotten me, Feng Qingxiu said, her eyes reflecting a hint of longing, akin to a woman awaiting the return of a loved one. At that moment, Chen Fan had already dispensed with his transformation technique, revealing his true appearance. It has not been long, merely 2 months. Dear sister, please do not wrongfully accuse me. As soon as I arrived in Winzhou, I made a beeline for this place, without even seeking a place to rest. Oh, it seems I have misjudged you. Coming here with such eagerness to see me? Feng Qing Snow, adorned in a flowing purple gown, exhibited an elegant and gentle demeanor. Her alluring eyes sparkling with a smile as she gazed quietly at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, averted his gaze and remarked, "Miss Feng, you have become even more enchanting. Indeed, did you not mention that you had yet to find accommodation? How about I assist you in locating a suitable place? I can guarantee an abundance of spiritual energy, a splendid view, and a peaceful slumber that will elevate your cultivation by a small realm, making your training remarkably more effective." Chen Fan inwardly scoffed, acknowledging the presence of rich spiritual energy, but dismissing the notion that a mere nap could advance his level. As if he were a mere child of 3. "Then I shall rely on your assistance, Miss Feng. I have come here today with business in mind." As Chen Fan's words fell, he casually produced an array of unnecessary magical artifacts and elixirs. "Ah, my dear brother, it seems you have encountered a great fortune. How did you acquire so many spiritual instruments?" "Just a minor opportunity," he replied. Feng Qing Snow did not press for further details and promptly summoned someone to assess the value of these items. The total worth of this collection amounted to 200,000 spiritual stones, all sourced from the abodes of nascent soul cultivators. "What else do you require, dear brother?" At this moment, Chen Fan was not in want of spiritual instruments, for he possessed a spiritual treasure, though his cultivation level was insufficient to wield it. What he truly lacked were high-tier spiritual herbs. "I require spiritual herbs of the Xian grade or above. I happen to have a few here: the green leaf flower, Xianling grass, and a 5-color lotus. Each of these is a Xian grade spiritual herb, perfectly suited for foundational cultivation, especially the 5-color lotus, which is a rare Xian grade divine soul herb." "Very well, I shall take them all. By the way, does the treasure-gathering pavilion possess any body refinement techniques?" Upon hearing this, Feng Qing's eyes brightened, not out of surprise at Chen Fan's boldness, but rather at his choice. "Do you wish to pursue the path of body refinement? This technique consumes an immense amount of resources, and the training is fraught with peril. Few cultivators are willing to choose it. Unfortunately, our pavilion lacks advanced body refinement techniques, only possessing a few superficial fragments that may leave lingering injuries as side effects after cultivation." Chen Fan furrowed his brow, not expecting such scarcity in body refinement techniques. "However, I have insider information that in half a month, Yin City will host an auction featuring an advanced body refinement technique." Upon learning of this technique, Feng Qing Snow personally guided Chen Fan to a cave dwelling. The location offered a broad view, overlooking the bustling streets of Yin City, and the spiritual energy was indeed rich. "What do you think of the place I selected for you, sister? Is it to your liking?" "Yes, it is splendid. Thank you, sister. There is no need for formality between us. Should you require assistance in Yin City in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. This cave dwelling is yours to inhabit, free of charge." Chen Fan did not accept immediately. Instead, he raised his gaze to Feng Qing Snow. "Miss Feng, we have only known each other for a brief time, neither kin nor blood related. Why do you extend such kindness towards me? You need not deny it. The treatment you receive from the people at the treasure-gathering pavilion speaks volumes about your status, especially with this token." Chen Fan raised his hand to display the prestigious VIP token. "As far as I know, this token is exceedingly rare. With my foundational cultivation, I should not possess it." Feng Qing Snow paused in slight astonishment before breaking into a gentle smile. "Could it be that your sister has taken a liking to you at first sight?" Chen Fan wore a helpless expression. "Miss Feng, please refrain from jesting with me. While I may not be particularly astute, I am certainly no child. It would be best if you spoke plainly." Feng Qingxiu pondered for a moment, yet maintained her playful smile. "Is it necessary for me to be so direct? It is simply that my sister has taken a liking to you." Chen Fan understood that she was not being entirely forthright and chose not to press further, as it posed no immediate threat. "Might I ask, dear sister, if you would consider bestowing your affections upon me in return for your kindness?" Feng Qingxiu blinked her bright eyes, gazing at him with a beaming smile. Chen Fan shot her a disapproving look. Let us be serious. I shall refrain from questioning you, provided you do not bring me harm. Huh? How can my sister ever harm you? By the way, please refrain from using false names to mislead me in the future. It is quite exhausting to play along. Chen Fan was taken aback. What false name? I do not comprehend. Perhaps my sister has had too much to drink. Still pretending? Before I departed from the Zhao Kingdom, I made a special trip to the Qingyun sect to inquire, and there is no such person as Han Li. At this, Chen Fan offered an awkward smile, realizing that he could no longer maintain the facade. My apologies. When one is away from home, one must be cautious. My true name is Chen Fan, and I hope my sister will not hold it against me. I have treated you with such kindness. Yet you have deceived me all along. It is truly disheartening. Chen Fan recognized her feigned indignation, yet he was indeed in the wrong and had benefited from her generosity. How about this? I have recently obtained a recipe for a beauty elixir. Once I refine it, the first one shall be yours. Feng Qingxiu's expression instantly shifted from displeasure to joy. It is a promise. Chapter 31. The Supreme Beauty Elixir. The Beauty Elixir is an ancient concoction long lost to time. A single pill can preserve one's youthful appearance indefinitely. Even with Feng Qingxiu's status as a nascent soul cultivator, acquiring one would be no easy feat over the years. She had never heard of anyone capable of refining such a pill, having only encountered references in ancient texts and at venerable auctions. The only similar item available in the market is the rejuvenating elixir, which merely maintains one's appearance for a century. A feeble imitation crafted by later alchemists from remnants of the original recipe. Can you truly refine the beauty elixir? Are you certain it is the beauty elixir and not the rejuvenating elixir? This pill has been lost to time. For where did you obtain this recipe? Regardless of her formidable cultivation, she was still a woman, and the matter of appearance is one to which no one is immune. It is indeed the recipe for the beauty elixir, acquired by chance, though I have yet to refine it, as I still require a few rare herbs. Name what you need, and I shall assist you in procuring them. Chen Fan, with a glint in his eye, casually listed, Earth Spirit Flower, Sumu Vine, Firefox Grass. Heaven Spirit Flower, Ice Lotus, Rejuvenating Flower. At first, Feng Qingxiu did not sense anything amiss, but as she listened closely, her expression gradually changed. Chen Fan, are you courting death? The first 5 of those are all Earth-level spirit herbs. What do they have to do with the beauty elixir? Realizing he had been exposed, Chen Fan quickly retreated a few steps and let out a dry laugh. Haha, Sister Feng, do not be anxious. I never claimed they were all for the beauty elixir. I merely asked you to keep an eye out. In truth, I only require the rejuvenating flower to complete the elixir. Feng Qingxiu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Very well, I shall keep an eye out for you. I will bring you the rejuvenating flower in a few days, but the others are far too rare. If I encounter them, I will make a note of it. With that, she turned to leave, fearing that if she lingered any longer, she might not be able to restrain herself. This person was utterly shameless, nearly taking advantage of her to acquire Earth-level spirit herbs. Chen Fan gazed at her retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh as he entered the cave. Alas, he had nearly gathered all the materials for the 5 elements returning essence pill. Once inside, he couldn't help but marvel at Feng Qingxiu's attentiveness. The cave was already well equipped with everything he needed. He set up various restrictions around him before swiftly entering the creation space. Now, the creation space resembled a miniature world, albeit lacking a hint of vitality. As he stepped inside, a torrent of pure, violent lightning energy surged towards him. Lifting his gaze, he spotted a lush green bamboo nearby, its stalk shimmering with strands of electrical light, radiant and vibrant. Chen Fan's pupils contracted sharply as he hurried forward for a closer inspection. Upon confirming his suspicions, his breath quickened with excitement, nearly propelling him into a leap. By the heavens, this is the thunder bamboo, one of the 3 divine trees. A century-old thunder bamboo merely harbors ordinary lightning, yet one over 10,000 years old could produce golden exorcising divine lightning, a natural nemesis to all malevolent spirits. Its rarity far surpassed that of Xian-level or Earth-level spiritual herbs. To his further delight, he noticed several delicate bamboo saplings growing nearby. The 10,000-year thunder bamboo specializes in vanquishing wicked and sinister entities. I wish to cultivate the thunder shadow step, yet lack the thunder spirit root. This truly is a timely boon. However, the current lightning power remains feeble, and with only half a month until the auction, despite possessing over 1,000,000 spirit stones, it still may not suffice. Perhaps I should refine a batch of high-quality pills for sale? The space is brimming with matured spiritual herbs, perfect for concocting foundation establishment pills and returning essence pills. I can auction the foundation establishment pills and sell the remainder to Feng Qingxiu for spirit stones. In the following days, Chen Fan diligently planted all the newly acquired spiritual herbs and immersed himself in alchemy. This time, he refrained from using the Xiantian divine furnace. Selling such top-tier pills would only invite trouble. Instead, he utilized a treasure-grade alchemical furnace he had retrieved from the soul refinement secret realm. Days later, a disturbance rippled through the cave's restrictions. Feng Qingxiu stood outside, her presence commanding attention. "Miss Feng, what brings you here?" "Oh, just a few days ago, you were calling me sister, and now it's Miss?" Feng Qingxiu pouted playfully, handing him a spirit flower. "This is a beauty flower. You must refine it quickly. If you fail, I shall." She made a scissor gesture with her fingers. Chen Fan instinctively tightened his legs as he accepted the beauty flower and quickly retreated into the cave. "Fear not. I shall definitely refine the youthful countenance pill for you. Just you wait and see." Watching him flee in haste, Feng Qingxiu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Upon returning to the creation space, Chen Fan planted the seeds of the beauty flower, gathered the auxiliary herbs, and began the refinement of the youthful countenance pill. The process of refining the youthful countenance pill was not inherently complex. However, with the passage of time, the original formula had been completely lost. In the present day, the youthful countenance pill was merely a replica crafted by later generations based on fragmented records, yielding results that were worlds apart from the original. Given the rarity of the youthful countenance pill, it would be wise to auction it alongside the foundation establishment pill for a substantial profit in spirit stones. Half a month swiftly passed. After a day of recuperation, Chen Fan gazed at the thunder bamboo, now reaching a millennium in age. Within a month, it would surely reach 10,000 years. He then turned his attention to the small tree at the center of the spiritual spring. Now, the spiritual spring has expanded into a small lake, with a diminutive tree standing at its center. Its trunk is a rich brown, and its leaves are a vibrant green, appearing indistinguishable from ordinary trees. Yet, it continuously emanates a profound spiritual aura and a subtle essence of Tao, growing at an astonishingly slow pace, almost akin to mundane wood. Only experiencing a significant growth spurred upon his breakthrough in foundational establishment. Ever since he transcended this stage, the space of creation has birthed mountains and meadows, and this tree has grown to match his height. Could its growth be linked to my own cultivation? The integration of space and my essence is indeed normal as my realm evolves, but the seed of this tree was obtained from others. Unable to fathom this, he decided to let it be, for it was certainly no ordinary entity. Half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at the treasure-gathering pavilion. Before he could present his esteemed guest token, a servant respectfully guided him upstairs, where the steward smiled and said, "You are a distinguished guest of the pavilion master. A token is unnecessary." Understanding dawned upon Chen Fan. Wind Qingxiu's status was indeed far greater than he had imagined. In this fiery city of Wenzhou, she was his sole ally. Wind Qingxiu entered the room, and Chen Fan remarked, "Ah, our esteemed pavilion master has finally arrived." She shot him a glance, saying, "Less banter. Whereas the elixir? Now we are even, aren't we?" As soon as she settled down, Chen Fan casually handed her a pill. The pill was a lustrous purple, exuding a rich and robust fragrance. Wind Qingxiu's eyes widened in excitement. "Is this a top-grade beauty pill? You can actually refine top-grade elixirs? Are you a top-grade alchemist?" Chen Fan feigned innocence. "Oh, didn't I mention that?" Wind Qingxiu, amused and exasperated, responded, "When did you ever say that?" Chapter 32. The Mutated Ice Spirit Root. "You Bingxing He He, perhaps I simply forgot. Wind Kingxiu carefully stowed the pill away, then raised her gaze to Chen Fan, her expression turning serious. Brother Chen, why not join our treasure-gathering pavilion? With your alchemical talent, securing a position as an elder would be effortless, and should the current top-grade alchemist meet an untimely fate, you would ascend to the position of chief alchemist. Top-grade alchemists are rare in Wenzhou, most being courted by the apothecary sect. It is no small feat for the treasure-gathering pavilion to retain even one. Rest assured, once you join, you need only refine a batch of elixirs each month, and the rest of your time is yours to command. Moreover, the resources that flow through the pavilion monthly are immense. The conveniences you would enjoy far exceed those of solitary cultivators. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan shook his head in refusal. Perhaps not, Miss Wind. I am accustomed to a life of freedom and cannot abide by even the slightest constraint. Indeed, he had always preferred solitude, shunning trouble and focusing solely on his cultivation. His initial affiliation with the Qingyun sect was born of necessity. Without Lei Wangkai, he would have departed sooner or later. Seeing his resolute stance, Wind Kingxiu sighed in resignation. Not pressing further. However, we could collaborate. Collaborate? Wind Kingxiu raised an eyebrow. I will refine the elixirs, and you shall handle the sales, Chen Fan stated plainly. I can guarantee that all elixirs crafted by my hand will be top grade. We can split the profits 60-40. How does that sound? Wind Kingxiu's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. Her fervent attempts to recruit Chen Fan were primarily driven by her desire to bolster her influence within her family. You propose a 60-40 split? She was somewhat taken aback. You must understand the value of a superior alchemist. Even if you set up your own stall or cooperate with other factions, you could secure a more substantial share. What? Could it be that you have truly taken a fancy to your sister? In that case, it would be better to join the treasure pavilion directly. Your sister would provide you with far greater benefits. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at her. Nonsense. I only produce pills. The spiritual herbs are supplied by you. And you also control the sales channels. Besides, when I purchase high-grade spiritual herbs and pill formulas from the treasure pavilion, I must receive a discount. Feng Kingxiu pondered for a moment, swiftly calculating in her mind, then nodded. Agreed. However, in the future, you must do me a favor. What kind of favor? Chen Fan grew wary. If it violates my principles, I won't do it. Rest assured, you will understand when the time comes. I would never harm you. Chen Fan muttered under his breath. Who knows? Then he raised his hand, and hundreds of jade bottles appeared on the table. They were all superior-grade pills. Most of them recovery pills, with one particularly conspicuous bottle containing 10 superior foundation establishment pills. Please help me sell these, Pavilion Chief Feng, gazing at the pills before her. Especially the bottle holding 10 superior foundation establishment pills, Feng Kingxiu could no longer remain composed. The superior foundation establishment pill, even when consumed by cultivators with dual spiritual roots, could stabilize their foundation as solid as Mount Tai. For those with heavenly spiritual roots, the foundation laid after consumption is extraordinarily robust. I personally purchased this bottle of foundation establishment pills with spirit stones, she declared. She immediately resolved that this was an exceptional treasure for nurturing a trusted confidant. This batch of pills eventually earned Chen Fan over 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. Combined with his previous savings, his fortune approached 3 million spirit stones. It was unlikely that anyone in Wenzhou could rival him as the wealthiest foundation establishment solo cultivator. Brother Chen, you are now truly a minor tycoon. It seems you are determined to succeed at tomorrow's auction. The 3 million spirit stones were set aside precisely for tomorrow. Chen Fan smiled. After all, I intend not only to bid on that body refinement manual, but perhaps also to seize other treasures. Early the next morning, Chen Fan arrived at the treasure pavilion auction entrance. As he presented his supreme VIP token, the attendant cultivator at the door immediately bowed and respectfully escorted him to the number 7 private chamber on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor chambers were all fully enclosed, equipped with formidable arrays. From inside, one could clearly observe the 1st floor venue, yet no one outside could glimpse within. Exquisite spiritual fruit desserts and spirit tea were already prepared on the table, demonstrating meticulous care. Young master, The arrays in Chamber 7 are extremely powerful. Even the divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator cannot penetrate them. The female attendant respectfully instructed before bowing and withdrawing. Each chamber had a dedicated attendant to serve its occupant. Meanwhile, the cultivators in the first-floor hall had long since erupted into a frenzy. The third-floor chambers were traditionally reserved for nascent soul cultivators or their direct disciples, ordinarily inaccessible to ordinary individuals. That young man seems only at the early foundation establishment stage. Could he be the disciple of some nascent soul powerhouse? Usually, the big shots on the third floor arrive last. This is the first time I've seen someone come so early. Keep quiet. None of us can afford to provoke anyone seated in the third-floor chambers. As time passed, the auction grew increasingly boisterous and tumultuous. The first-floor lobby was filled with chi, refinement, and foundation establishment cultivators, while the private rooms on the third floor were gradually occupied by the core formation elders of various sects, all exuding a uniform level of core formation prowess. Moments ago, Feng Qingxiu had visited, and it was then that Chen Fan learned that the private rooms on the third floor were originally designated for nascent soul cultivators. He was the first foundation establishment cultivator in history to step into the third floor. At that moment, the entire auction hall fell into an abrupt silence. A vast and overwhelming pressure swept in from the direction of the third floor, and even with the barriers in place, the lower-tier cultivators on the first floor found it hard to breathe. A flash of green light appeared, and a middle-aged man clad in a cyan-green robe stood in the center of the venue, suspended in midair. "Elder Yao, this way, please." A female cultivator in a cool dress hastily stepped forward, respectfully guiding him. Once the man entered room 2, the venue erupted once more in excitement. It was Elder Yao Wuchen of the Medicine King sect, a formidable being at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, his strength unfathomable. Due to the barriers isolating the pressure from room 7, Chen Fan did not experience that suffocating sensation. However, upon catching a glimpse of the man's face, he felt a strange familiarity. It was only when he overheard the discussions around him that realization dawned upon him. So was he. Chen Fan mused silently. This must be Li Wen's master, who bore an uncanny resemblance to that nascent soul avatar he had seen previously. Yet, the pressure he emanated was several times stronger than that of the avatar. This was Chen Fan's first encounter with a living nascent soul cultivator. The pressure brought by Yao Wuchen was entirely different from that of Lei Wangkong. If Lei Wangkong resembled a towering mountain that inspired reverence, Yao Wuchen was akin to an endless deep sea, with Chen Fan merely a grain of sand within it. Nevertheless, this did not discourage Chen Fan. Rather, it fortified his resolve to achieve the nascent soul stage. One day, I too shall become such a nascent soul cultivator. Before long, several streaks of light darted by, and the first 5 private rooms quickly found their occupants, all being formidable core formation experts from the 6 major sects of the righteous path. The core formation elder from the sword sect, adorned in a red robe and bearing a long sword radiating intense sword intent, bore a sword-shaped mark on his forehead. His sword intent soaring as if it could slice through the very air. "Ha ha, there is Shun. It has been a while. Your strength has grown even more profound." Yao Wuchen's voice resonated from room 2. "Brother Wuchen, I have been well," the sword sect elder replied heartily. "Recently, I had a battle with deist Yinlu, which granted me some insights into the sword path. Where are those old fellows? There are no treasures of interest for them at this auction." As the two exchanged pleasantries, a figure clad in white gracefully approached, the saintess of Yuling Palace, Yu Bingxing. She wore a flowing pure white gown, surrounded by an aura of biting cold. Her beauty ethereal and otherworldly, reminiscent of a celestial maiden untouched by mortal affairs. "Bingxing greets the esteemed elders," she said, slightly bowing. Her voice is cold and clear as jade, striking against stone. "Heavens! It's Saintess Yu Bingxing. She is so beautiful. If I could marry her, I would willingly ascend to immortality at this very moment." Her appearance instantly sent the male cultivators in the hall into a frenzy. "Don't dream." Someone doused the enthusiasm with cold water. Saintess Yu's master is a peak mid-stage nascent soul expert, just a step away from the late stage. She herself is a rare, mutated ice spirit root, with innate abilities far surpassing that of a heavenly spirit root. At merely over 20 years of age, she has already attained the late stage of foundation establishment. What have you to offer that could possibly match her? Ah, here comes Bingqing. The voice of Yao Wuchen carried a hint of warmth. Where is your master? My esteemed teacher is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the late stage of the nascent soul, and thus cannot attend. Yu Bingqing replied indifferently. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yu Bingqing turned and entered room 6, conveniently adjacent to Chen Fan's. Chapter 33. The Three-Eyed Spirit Fox. Half an hour later, the auction commenced in earnest. Welcome, esteemed friends, to this gathering of treasures at the Gathering of Wealth Pavilion. The host was a graceful female cultivator of foundation establishment, exuding an alluring charm that captivated the lower-tier cultivators in the audience with every smile and frown. Enchanting technique. Were it not for Chen Fan's mastery of the spirit refinement technique, granting him a spirit far beyond his peers, he might have been utterly entranced at this moment. Dear friends, our first auction item is a top-quality flying sword artifact. Starting bid, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. 2,005. 3,000. After a spirited contest, the first item ultimately sold for 10,000 spirit stones. Artifacts featured at the Gathering of Wealth Pavilion are not ordinary. They either originate from ancient secret realms or are crafted by renowned masters. Thus their prices far exceed market value. One item after another grace the stage, each falling under the gavel, yet the private rooms on the second and third floors remain inactive. Clearly, these were merely appetizers, unworthy of the attention of significant figures. Now, for our next item, a vial of high-grade youth preservation pills. The moment the pills were revealed, they captured the attention of the entire audience, particularly the female cultivators, whose eyes gleamed with fervor. As you all know, the formula for youth preservation pills has long been lost. This vial of pills was obtained by the seller from an ancient secret realm, in pristine condition with exceptional efficacy. Starting bid, 100,000 spirit stones. Chen Fan felt his eyelids twitch. He had personally refined this pill, with a cost of only 5,000 spirit stones. Yet the Gathering of Wealth Pavilion dared to start the bidding at 100,000? This is utterly outrageous. He found the price absurd, yet the female cultivators remained unfazed, eagerly raising their bids. 111,000. 15,000. The price soared rapidly, soon reaching 200,000. My goodness, these female cultivators are exceedingly wealthy. 300,000. A voice suddenly rang out from the second floor, causing the expression of the golden core cultivator beside her to turn as bitter as gall. What expression is that? Reluctant to spend money for me? The female cultivator shot a cold glance, prompting the golden core cultivator to quickly smile apologetically. Of course, I am willing. Let us bid. He feigned bravado while internally lamenting, as this bid nearly depleted 2/3 of his fortune. Ultimately, the youth preservation pills were sold for 300,000 spirit stones. Next up, 2 high-grade foundation establishment pills, starting at 10,000 per pill. The subsequent items were all high-grade pills refined by Chen Fan, while the Righteous Path Alliance, with its Medicine King sect, had no shortage of pills. Smaller sects flocked to them eagerly. The 2 foundation establishment pills were ultimately sold for 400,000 each, claimed by 2 minor sections. In just this short time, I have earned 110,000 spirit stones. Chen Fan rejoiced in his heart. Subsequently, several treasures were auctioned, yet none captured Chen Fan's attention. Gradually, his impatience grew as he awaited the item he truly desired, which remained elusive. At last, the auctioneer's voice rose. The next item for bidding is a local-level body refinement technique, the Thunder Body Forging Method. This technique possesses formidable power, yet its cultivation requirements are exceedingly stringent. Hence, the starting bid is set at 500,000 spirit stones. Following the auctioneer's introduction, the attendees comprehended. To practice this technique, one must harness heavenly lightning to refine their body, necessitating either a practitioner with a lightning spiritual root or the courage to face the tribulation lightning directly. The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. The auctioneer internally lamented, fearing this technique would again go unsold. After all, who would willingly invite heavenly tribulation for body refinement. Ordinary lightning was ineffective. The might of tribulation was such that even a nascent soul cultivator would hesitate to provoke it. Moreover, in the entirety of Wenzhou, cultivators with lightning spiritual roots were nearly extinct. An elder from a sword sect, surnamed Shun, could not help but comment, "This technique is indeed remarkable, but what a pity. There isn't a single lightning spiritual root cultivator to be found in Wenzhou. Perhaps only in Zhongzhou could one exist." Yao Wuchen also spoke softly indeed. "The tribulation only descends during the formation of the fetus. We scarcely dare to withstand it, let alone actively invite it for body refinement. Furthermore, the path of body refinement consumes resources at a rate several times that of normal cultivation, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. Just as everyone anticipated an inevitable failure to sell." Chen Fan spoke up. 500,000. His voice was calm, yet it sent a ripple through the crowd. Yao Wuchen and Elder Shun both wore expressions of disbelief. Turning their gazes toward box number 7, even Yu Bingqing next door glanced over. When the technique was delivered to the box, all the cultivators present shared a singular thought. Could this individual possibly be a cultivator with a lightning spiritual root? But wait, Elder Shun. When did Wenzhou ever have cultivators with lightning spiritual roots? I've never heard of it. Neither do I know. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on acquiring a set of local-level techniques. The members of the treasure-gathering pavilion were overjoyed that this hot potato had finally sold. The next item was a premium ice attribute spiritual weapon, the Ice Spirit Sword, with a starting bid of 100,000 spirit stones. This was precisely Yu Bingqing's goal. Being the only ice spiritual root cultivator present, there was no competition, and she secured it effortlessly. Shortly thereafter, the staff wheeled out a cage draped in black cloth. "What is this cage doing here?" the auctioneer announced. "This item is a three-eyed spirit fox cub. This creature is naturally adept at treasure hunting and is highly sensitive to spiritual energy and treasures. Moreover, it possesses a trace of nine-tailed celestial fox blood, promising boundless potential. The starting bid is set at 200,000 spirit stones." As the black cloth was lifted, a snow-white cub with a tightly shut vertical eye on its forehead curled up within, trembling pitifully. The crowd erupted into a clamor, with bidding voices rising rapidly, and within moments, the price soared to 600,000. Three-eyed spirit fox, unparalleled in treasure hunting, with extraordinary lineage, indeed an excellent spiritual pet, Chen Fan declared once more. 70,000. This time, no one dared to raise the bid. With his continuous offers and substantial financial resources, seated in the box on the 3rd floor, everyone assumed he must have a powerful nascent soul expert backing him. At Yao Wuchen's level, it was best not to offend him over a mere spirit fox. 70,000 once, 70,000 twice, 70,000 thrice. Sold. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on acquiring this spirit pet. Chen Fan himself could not articulate whether it was worth it. Yet on this day, he had already spent 1,200,000 spirit stones. In the adjacent room, a maid beside Yu Bingqing softly inquired, "Senior sister, who is this young master next door? He seems quite affluent." Yu Bingqing gazed at the partition, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "I have never encountered him before." She was acquainted with nearly all the exceptional talents of the 6 major sects, yet this enigmatic noble left her with no recollection. Perhaps he was a hidden disciple of an elder, deliberately concealed for the purpose of training. That was her only speculation. Several hours passed, during which numerous rare herbs and even several magical artifacts were auctioned, but none were related to Chen Fan. Finally, the auction reached its climax. The penultimate item was a ground-tier spiritual herb, the Ice Sky Snow Lotus. Chen Fan's eyes instantly brightened. This was indeed one of the primary ingredients for the 5 elements returning essence pill, and he was determined to acquire it. Yu Bingqing also displayed delight, as this herb perfectly aligned with her ice-based cultivation technique. The starting bid was 200,000. Ground-tier spiritual herbs could only be contested by individuals on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Lower-tier cultivators, even if they won the bid, would not have the fortune to enjoy it. After several rounds of bidding, only Chen Fan and Yu Bingqing remained. 250,000. Chen Fan declared. Yu Bingqing gritted her teeth and responded, 300,000. This was all her savings. Any higher would exceed the herb's intrinsic value, rendering it a poor investment. However, Chen Fan was indifferent to the cost-effectiveness, as he had ample spirit stones. 310,000, he countered. Yu Bingqing bit her lip, ultimately conceding. The ice sky snow lotus fell into Chen Fan's possession. She silently regretted not asking her master for more spirit stones earlier. The entire venue fell into a hushed silence. Everyone understood that the true treasure was about to make its appearance. The host's voice, tinged with excitement, announced, the next item is the fire-attributed heavenly tier refining material. The fire cloud gold crystal. As the words left his lips, Feng Qingxiu ascended the stage, her jade fingers flicking, casting several incantations into the jade box on the platform. The lid slowly opened, and an intense, searing aura erupted, sweeping across the venue like a volcanic eruption. The chi refining and foundation-building cultivators below were caught off guard, hastily channeling their energy to resist. Those with slightly weaker cultivation levels were scorched, their faces flushed as they stumbled backward. Chen Fan abruptly stood from his seat, astonished. Is this the heavenly tier refining material? It is indeed the core ingredient for crafting spiritual treasures. During this period, he had diligently studied numerous refining techniques. The fire cloud gold crystal had only been documented in ancient texts, and today he was fortunate enough to witness its true form. Elder.Run from the Sword sect gazed at the crimson crystal within the jade box, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He had traveled tens of thousands of miles to Wen province specifically for this item. Elder.Run, you have come for the fire cloud gold crystal, haven't you? Yaoyishin's voice chimed in, laced with amusement. Indeed, Elder.Run replied candidly. This is a fire-attributed treasure, inherently in conflict with your wood's spiritual root. There is no need for you to compete with me. Yaoyishin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Elder.Run, you misunderstand. I am not here for it. Please feel free to bid. At that moment, Feng Qingxiu's voice interrupted Elder.Run's anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, this fire cloud gold crystal will not be traded for spirit stones. The seller merely sought 2 dust-settling pills and an additional 2 bottles of rejuvenation pills. Elder.Run's expression instantly soured. Despite being affluent in spirit stones, he lacked medicinal elixirs. As a sword cultivator, his inventory was limited to healing potions, leaving no room for such rare auxiliary pills. Witnessing this, Yao Wuchen burst into an unabashed laughter, completely disregarding the dignity befitting a nascent soul cultivator. I say, old Shun, are you taken aback? From what I know of you, aside from healing pills, you likely cannot even produce a single pill of abstinence. Enough, I shall lend you these pills. Several bottles of elixirs soared through the air towards Elder.Run, who did not immediately accept them. Instead, he eyed Yao Wuchen warily. Yao Wuchen, what scheme are you concocting? Offering unsolicited kindness is often a prelude to treachery. Yao Wuchen's expression twitched in exasperation. With so many sects present, this fellow had the audacity to call him by his notorious moniker? Did he not care for his reputation? Indeed, sword cultivators are singularly focused. Old Shun, one must choose their words with care, Yao Wuchen replied, suppressing his embarrassment. The enhancement of your spiritual treasure would be a significant boon for our righteous alliance. If you must demand something, it would be simple. Allow my disciple, Li Wen, to enter your sword sect sword tomb for a month of contemplation. Yao Wuchen, you truly live up to your name, utterly shameless. Elder.Run fumed, his anger palpable. The sword tomb houses the life swords of our sect's ancestors. How could we permit an outsider access? Is there no room for negotiation? Yao Wuchen feigned an intent to retract the elixirs. Those are our ancestral treasures. Elder.Run grew anxious, shifting his stance. What do you want then? I demand 10 bottles of golden rejuvenation pills. Why don't you just steal them? Yao Wuchen retorted, indignant. Those are heavenly grade pills meant for healing and enlightenment for nascent soul cultivators. And you audaciously request 10 bottles? Stealing? You are my ally in the righteous alliance. To strike against an ally would be a violation of our code, Elder.Run stated with an air of certainty. Gritting his teeth, Yao Wuchen hurled 5 bottles of golden rejuvenation pills towards him. No one to stop. Should you become insatiable, do not blame me for turning hostile. Deal. Elder Shen caught the bottles, a smile instantly gracing his face. In a few days, you may send that girl to the sword sect. Having successfully exchanged for the fire cloud golden crystal, Elder Shen was about to take his leave when Yao Wuchen's voice resonated in his mind. Old Shun, wait a moment. I fear I may need your assistance again shortly. Of course. The atmosphere of the auction shifted abruptly to one of gravity. Next up was the final item of this auction, a complete body of a nascent soul cultivator. As the host announced, a body enveloped in spiritual light was carefully lifted by 4 core formation cultivators. What? A nascent soul body? Chen Fan's pupils constricted, his heart racing. The corporeal form of a nascent soul powerhouse could indeed be auctioned. In the adjacent chamber, Elder Shun's startled consciousness transmitted directly to Yao Wuchen. Brother Wuchen, what is happening? Is this body not that of your second elder from the Medicine King sect? Indeed, Yao Wuchen's voice bore a heavy sorrow. During the battle between righteousness and evil 2 years ago, he self-destructed his nascent soul, perishing alongside 2 nascent soul cultivators of the Corpsine sect, his body vanishing without a trace. I only recently learned that this body has appeared in the auction catalog of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Elder Shen instantly understood. 2 years prior, a fierce conflict erupted between the righteous and demonic factions over the contention of an ancient mine. The Corpsine sect, disregarding established protocols, sent a formidable nascent soul expert to personally eliminate the disciple of the second elder, compelling the latter to expend his life force in a cataclysmic blaze. Indeed, these demonic miscreants are devoid of principles. A glint of sword intent flashed in Elder Shen's eyes. Approaching Chen, he conveyed in a hushed tone, "You summoned me here." Anticipating that the Corpsine sect has threatened to dispatch individuals to seize the second elder's body for the purpose of crafting corpse puppets. A chilling gleam flickered in Yao Chen's eyes, understanding the gravity of the situation. Instantly, Elder Shun's sword intent coalesced as he entered a state of preparedness for battle. Ultimately, the nascent soul body was sold at an exorbitant price of 5,200,000 spirit stones. As soon as the transaction concluded, Yao Chen and Elder Shen swiftly departed the auction, bearing the body like 2 streaks of light. In a desolate valley, tens of thousands of miles outside the city. As soon as Yao Chen and Elder Shen halted, a howling gale arose, and dark spatial rifts abruptly rent the air. 2 figures, clad in black robes and devoid of color, emerged, each bearing a pitch-black coffin upon their backs. Enchanting and Jiao, you 2 have personally come. Yao Chen exclaimed coldly. Ah, oh Yao. Enchanting cackled sinisterly. We promise to personally retrieve his body. If you are wise, you will hand it over willingly. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to act, and your Yuan sect shall lose all face. Yao Chen remained silent, flipping his palm to reveal a verdant medicinal hoe, a treasure artifact of his essence. Elder Shen too unsheathed his sword, the flying sword, recently enhanced with fire cloud gold crystal, instantly radiating an overwhelming sword intent. Before them stood 2 elders, both in the mid-nascent soul stage of the Corpsine sect. Faced with such formidable adversaries, neither dared to hold back in the slightest. Were it not for that old fool detonating his nascent soul and killing our 7th and 8th elders, disrupting our sect as plans, we would not have suffered defeat in the righteous demonic war 2 years ago. Jiao spat venomously. Nor would we have been forced to retreat to that godforsaken place in Zhao country to recuperate. A battle of nascent soul caliber was on the verge of igniting. In the auction house's backstage, Chen Fan was preparing to depart, holding a spirit beast pouch and an ice heaven lotus. Just as he stepped out the door, a familiar white figure obstructed his path. It was none other than the holy maiden of Yuqing Palace, Yu Bingqing. Slightly bowing, Yu Bingqing's voice was as cool and clear as a spring. I am Yu Bingqing of Yuqing Palace. I'm Hanli. Chen Fan replied with a cupped fist salute, quickly surmising that Miss Yu had intercepted him for the ice heaven lotus. Yu Bingqing nodded, her exquisite face bearing a hint of earnestness. fellow elder.Han. This herb is crucial to my cultivation. Might I ask if you would part with it? Whether in spirit stones or treasures, I shall make due compensation. Gazing upon her breathtaking visage, Chen Fan pondered swiftly. The 5 elements returning essence pill is a remedy suited for the core formation stage. Thus, the ice heaven lotus was of no use to him at this moment. It would be wiser to grant her a favor, a debt owed to a prominent figure of a major sect, which holds far greater value than spirit stones. Especially considering her remarkable stature. No need for compensation, Chen Fan said as he handed over the jade box containing the ice heaven lotus. This herb is of no use to me at present. Miss, you may take it. Yu Bingqing was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for his unexpected generosity. Offering it without any charge. Thank you, fellow elder.Han. She regained her composure and quickly accepted the jade box, expressing her gratitude. This bond was etched deeply in Yu Bingqing's heart. This is my communication token. Should you have any needs in the future, simply send a message. And my Yuqing Palace will do its utmost to assist you. After receiving the token, Chen Fan took his leave. Not long after he departed, he sensed a violent surge of spiritual energy emanating from the horizon. Upon looking up, he was astonished to see numerous fine fissures appearing in the distant void. Clearly a manifestation of a confrontation between formidable nascent soul practitioners. Not daring to linger, Chen Fan hastened back to his cave dwelling. Upon entering, he swiftly stepped into the realm of creation. After carefully planting the ice sky snow lotus seed, he opened the spirit beast pouch. The 3-eyed spirit fox remained curled up, trembling slightly, its vertical eye tightly shut, presenting a pitiful sight. Chen Fan gently placed it on the ground, as his fingertip brushed against its snowy fur. He sensed something amiss. The wounds it bore were likely remnants from its capture. With a soft sigh, he retrieved a top-tier healing elixir and cautiously offered it to the spirit fox's mouth. The fox sniffed, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately opened its mouth to swallow it. As the elixir entered its belly, the medicinal power surged forth, and its injuries began to heal at a visible pace. Half an hour later, the 3-eyed spirit fox finally stood up. It shook its head, feeling the comfort of its body, and looked at Chen Fan with a gaze that had shed fear and gained curiosity. Chen Fan crouched down and gently stroked its fur, observing its still-closed vertical eye, and softly said, "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you. From now on, you shall accompany me, and your name shall be Xiaobai." Xiaobai seemed to understand, circling around Chen Fan's ankles twice before deftly leaping onto his shoulder and nuzzling its small head against his cheek. Chen Fan smiled slightly and took out a jade slip from his storage ring, inscribed with forbidden techniques for controlling the spirit beast soul, a complimentary gift from the auction. He glanced at the slip and then at the vigilant, shivering Xiaobai on his shoulder. The fox had already awakened its intelligence, capable of understanding human speech, and thus comprehended the slip's purpose. Such a morally reprehensible item was best left unused. With a flick of his finger, he summoned a true flame, incinerating the jade slip into ash. Seeing the terrifying slip reduced to cinders, Xiaobai's fear vanished in an instant, and it joyfully hopped around on his shoulder, emitting cheerful whines. Chapter 35. The picky fox Xiaobai was filled with curiosity about everything in the realm of creation, sniffing here and peering there. It bounced over to the thunder bamboo, unable to resist extending its tiny paw to gently touch the bamboo's electrified surface. Ziz! The current surged up its paw, causing Xiaobai's fur to stand on end, resembling a fluffy snowball as it squealed and leaped back a considerable distance. Haha, having such a lively treasure by my side is indeed amusing. Chen Fan chuckled at its comical predicament. He refocused his attention and took out the thunder body forging technique to study it meticulously. This technique was exceedingly formidable, requiring the absorption of lightning into the body to forge the meridians and refine the physical body's spiritual energy. Indeed, it was a ground-level body refining art. The cultivation method's realm, astonishingly, was not confined by one's cultivation level, provided sufficient resources and unwavering willpower. Even one at the foundation establishment stage could refine their corporeal form to the level of a nascent soul. However, The strength of the lightning dictated the upper limit of the physical body. At minimum, it had to be of the heavenly tribulation lightning's caliber. Ordinary thunderstorms and lightning strikes were utterly ineffective. To others, this cultivation technique was but a tasteless, superfluous relic, yet for Chen Fan, it was tailor-made. He possessed the space of fortune, with an inexhaustible supply of spiritual herbs, although he lacked the thunder spirit root. He had the heavenly thunder bamboo on the verge of reaching its 10,000-year maturity. Indeed, the heavenly thunder bamboo was about to be fully grown to the 10,000-year mark. Now, only some body-refining spiritual herbs were needed before he could commence cultivation. In a few days, he planned to visit the treasure pavilion to seek them out. Chen Fan was currently at the pinnacle of the initial foundation establishment stage, yet his danshan resembled a bottomless abyss. Benefiting from the five spirits fortune technique, his spiritual power was several times more potent than that of peers at the same stage, and naturally, the spiritual energy required for cultivation was astronomical. On this day, after finishing his practice, he discovered that the spiritual herbs he had previously acquired had matured perfectly. It was an opportune moment to refine the Qingyuan pill and the more crucial Suanhun pill. His divine sense had already reached the late foundation establishment level, and the previously used soul-gathering pill could no longer satisfy the demands of his spirit-refining technique. The Suanhun pill was precisely what could fill this void. He took out the five-colored lotus and the mysterious spirit grass, complementing them with various auxiliary herbs aged over 2 centuries. The furnace flames blazed fiercely. The first batch of pills formed successfully, and a rich medicinal fragrance permeated the air. Immediately, Xiao Bai was drawn over, crouching beside the furnace. Gazing at Chen Fan as he placed the pills into jade bottles, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chen Fan chuckled upon seeing this. He had long noticed this little creature's penchant for spiritual pills, since his space was abundant with such herbs. As long as it did not harm his core heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he indulged it. Want to eat? Chen Fan inquired. Xiao Bai nodded fervently, his round eyes fixed intently on the pills, evidently perceiving these spherical objects as far more delectable than raw spiritual herbs. Chen Fan pondered briefly and casually tossed over several bottles of spirit-gathering pills. Here, eat as you please. He had a vast reserve of these, enough to squander as if they were candies. Xiao Bai was overjoyed, clutching the jade bottles as he gnawed eagerly. Meanwhile, Chen Fan resumed his pill refining. After finishing one bottle, Xiao Bai surprisingly behaved thoughtfully, sitting nearby and tidying the scattered spiritual herbs meticulously. Quite a clever fellow. Chen Fan could not help but praise him. The intelligence of the three-eyed spirit fox truly lived up to its reputation. 2 days later, the pill refinement was finally complete. Chen Fan stood and stretched, only to kick something round beneath his foot. Looking down, he found Xiao Bai curled up, clutching an empty jade bottle, sleeping soundly. At that moment, Xiao Bai slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly, an aura of a second-tier demon beast erupted around him. No way. You've already broken through to a second-tier demon beast? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. He himself had expended several superior foundation establishment pills to break through the foundation stage. Yet this little creature had only consumed a few spirit-gathering pills and, after a single nap, had achieved the demon beast foundation establishment. Although purchased already at the peak of the first tier, this was merely a week. Such talent was truly extraordinary beyond comprehension. Seemingly understanding his astonishment, Xiao Bai leapt onto his shoulder and affectionately nuzzled his cheek with his small head. All right, let's go out for some fresh air. Chen Fan shook his head in exasperation. Truly, the beast was more infuriating than humans. Half an hour later, Chen Fan appeared at the treasure pavilion. Sister Feng, the effect of the beauty elixir appears to be quite remarkable, does it not? Although Chen Fan posed this as a question, his gaze had already revealed the answer. Feng Qingshin's complexion had transformed, becoming several times more delicate than before, radiant and translucent like jade, exuding a healthy, rosy glow. She looked as though she were a youthful maiden of 18, astonishing for someone who was nearly 4 centuries old and a nascent soul cultivator. How wonderful! Truly marvelous! Feng Qingsheng beamed, her smile stretching wide. In the past few days, everyone in the pavilion has been praising my youthful appearance. This elixir is indeed the beauty elixir. She leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with mischief. What do you think? Am I not even more beautiful now? Chen brother, are you perhaps tempted? Chen Fan's lips twitched as he hastily waved his hand. Miss Feng, you yist. I already have a partner. Though Feng Qingsheng was beautiful, she did not align with his preferences. Feng Qingsheng, however, was unfazed, letting out a laugh. And what of that? In the realm of cultivation, who decrees that one can only have a single partner? Any cultivator of considerable strength typically has multiple spouses. Her words struck Chen Fan like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Indeed, he had been subconsciously adhering to the rigid notions from his previous life on Blue Star, despite having lived in this world for nearly a decade. The cultivation world is inherently one of survival of the fittest. Strength dictates the truth. If one dares to question my authority, I shall simply label you as a villain. In this world, there is no absolute right or wrong, and whether one is righteous or malevolent is determined by one's own power. In an instant, the fog before Chen Fan's eyes lifted and clarity flooded his mind. On the path of cultivation, aside from seeking the ultimate truth, is it not this very realization that one desires? With this newfound understanding, Chen Fan felt a refreshing openness in his heart, and even the bottleneck in his cultivation seemed to loosen subtly. He raised his eyes and inquired, by the way, does your pavilion truly dare to auction off the bodies of nascent soul cultivators? Upon hearing this, Feng Qingsheng sighed in resignation. The pavilion has always maintained a neutral stance, engaging only in commerce without delving into matters of righteousness or evil. The body of that elder from the Medicine King sect went through several transactions before it reached us. Although we do not interfere in the struggle between righteous and demonic forces, neither the Righteous Alliance nor the Corpse-Ean sect would easily provoke us. Even nascent soul cultivators are no exception. Chen Fan believed her words wholeheartedly. He had heard that years ago, a sect coveted the wealth of the pavilion and launched an all-out assault. However, by dawn, the nascent soul cultivators of that sect had been hung in the main hall, with the core formation cultivators suffering heavy casualties, leading to the sect's demise. Since then, no force dared to set their sights on the pavilion. Surely you must have a divine transformation cultivator backing you? Chen Fan lowered his voice to inquire. How could there be so many divine transformation cultivators? Feng Qingsheng chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the suggestion. Yet, Chen Fan had already arrived at his own conclusion. The pavilion must have a powerful divine transformation expert supporting it. By the way, on the day the auction concluded, there was quite a fierce battle outside Yin City. Feng Qingsheng changed the subject. The Corpse-Ean sect indeed came to seize the bodies. Oh, what was the outcome? What else could it be? They failed miserably. Feng Qingshen's tone dripped with disdain. Not only did they fail to steal the bodies, but they were also met by the combined might of Yao Vuchen and elder.Run, resulting in the destruction of two nascent soul battle corpses. As the two continued their conversation animatedly, Xiao Bai, the small creature perched on Chen Fan's shoulder, suddenly leapt down, rubbing its soft belly against his storage pouch and nudging it with its head. Is it hungry again? Chen Fan, feeling helpless, casually tossed out a few bottles of premium recovery pills. Feng Qingxiu, witnessing this, was momentarily struck dumb. Her astonishment did not stem from Xiaobai's ascension to the second tier. After all, it had already reached its peak, but rather from Chen Fan's extravagant method of feeding his beast with high-grade pills as if they were mere fodder. What an extravagant display. Feng Qingxiu sighed, wondering who had taught him such a lavish way of caring for spirit beasts. Spirit beasts should be fed proper beast food. What? I didn't know. Chen Fan replied, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Feng Qingxiu was left speechless. She retrieved several boxes of top-tier spirit beast food from her storage ring and placed them before Xiaobai. Here, give this a try. This is the exquisite food that even my spirit beasts are reluctant to consume in excess. Xiaobai curiously approached, sniffed the food, then took 2 steps back, displaying an utterly disdainful expression as it scratched at the ground with its paw, as if it had encountered something filthy. Subsequently, It turned back to the premium recovery pills on the ground and began to munch on them with great enthusiasm, as if to convey that this inferior food was far less appealing than the pills. Seeing her top-quality beast food being rejected, Feng Qingxiu's lips twitched in frustration. This fox was far too picky. Chapter 36. Body Refinement. Merging with Divine Thunder, Chen Fan shrugged, resigned to the situation. What could he do? After all, he was an alchemist. Without that, he could hardly afford to keep this little creature. Feng Qingxiu cast a sidelong glance at Xiaobai. You haven't imprinted it with a soul mark yet, have you? I don't think it's necessary, Chen Fan replied. Feng Qingxiu smiled knowingly. This spirit pet, accustomed to being spoiled by Chen Fan's pills, would likely struggle to survive without him. Sister Feng, he began, and she immediately recognized that he had something in mind, as he rarely called upon her without reason. Speak, what do you desire? Chen Fan proceeded to list a series of spirit herbs, all of which were exceptional materials for body refinement and enhancing physical prowess. Are you truly able to cultivate the thunder body refinement technique? I recall you lacking a thunder affinity. Even with lightning assistance, ordinary lightning is of no use. Only the divine thunder of the nascent soul level could suffice. There's no need for Sister Feng to worry. I have my own methods, Chen Fan said, deliberately withholding the secret of his possession of the exorcising divine thunder. In the end, Chen Fan spent 100,000 spirit stones to procure all the necessary herbs for body refinement, sufficient to support his cultivation for a considerable time. He also left a batch of newly refined pills with the treasure-gathering pavilion for sale, arranging for the proceeds to be sent to his cave residence at the end of each month. Upon returning to his cave, Chen Fan immediately began concocting the medicinal liquid. He added over 100 types of spirit herbs into a wooden vat and simmered them with spiritual fire, the liquid gradually transforming into a kaleidoscope of colors. Chen Fan then reclined in the vat, allowing the medicinal essence to permeate his limbs and bones. As the liquid entered his body, his meridians became scorching hot, continuously expanding and nourishing him, while impurities were expelled, releasing foul odors. Xiaobai, witnessing this, quickly scampered behind a mysterious little tree while looking utterly perplexed. Is the master trying to cook himself? Why does it smell so bad? It observed Chen Fan, who was enveloped in steam and appeared to be in agony. Though it wanted to check on him, it could not endure the stench and could only keep watch from a distance. A day passed, and the medicinal liquid in the vat was completely consumed, leaving it as dark as ink. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, feeling light and unburdened. With all impurities expelled and his meridians widened several times over, significantly increasing his ability to absorb spiritual energy. Finally, the medicinal bath for body refinement is completed. Thus began the formal practice of the thunder body refinement technique. Chen Fan settled himself in a meditative posture before the thunder bamboo. Several days prior, this remarkable bamboo had transcended to a millennium, its stalk now entwined with not merely ordinary lightning, but with the golden exorcising divine thunder, exuding a sacred and majestic aura, embodying both destruction and vitality, impervious to all evils. He cautiously channeled a wisp of divine thunder into his body according to the technique. In an instant, excruciating pain engulfed him. The exorcising divine thunder was far more tyrannical than heavenly tribulations. Wherever it passed, his meridians felt as though they were being sliced, and his flesh burned. Chen Fan's complexion turned ashen, yet he dared not pause for even a moment. Should he interrupt, the divine thunder would stagnate within him, reducing him to ash on the spot. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as the divine thunder relentlessly ravaged his internal organs. The agonizing, tearing sensation nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he labored for an entire day to guide that wisp of divine thunder throughout his body. Xiaobai, nestled behind a small tree, wore a deeply worried expression. This was the only place within the entire creation space that remained untouched by the divine thunder. Chen Fan had no time to swallow healing pills. Should his focus waver, he would surely faint, and the consequences would be dire. 5 days passed. His body was battered and blood oozed from his 7 orifices, The five-colored spiritual sea within his dantian surged violently, the spiritual energy clashing with the exorcising divine thunder. The divine thunder had circulated within him for 49 cycles, finally reaching the critical stage of merging spiritual energy with the divine thunder. The ferocious divine thunder and the gentle spiritual energy were inherently repellent. The difficulty of their fusion was akin to ascending to the heavens. This arduous process spanned a full 6 months. After this duration, the divine thunder began to integrate with the spiritual energy. Gradually, strands of golden lightning entwined above the five-colored spiritual energy. At the heart of the spiritual sea in his dantian, an imperceptible thunder pearl coalesced, entirely composed of exorcising divine thunder. Henceforth, any spiritual energy drawn into his body would first be refined by the thunder pearl before merging into the spiritual sea, and each wisp of spiritual energy would carry the might of thunder. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. His garments had long since been incinerated by the divine thunder. The broken body he had 6 months ago had now undergone a complete metamorphosis, his sinews and bones strengthened, his aura solid and profound. He donned new attire, only to discover that it felt slightly snug, a testament to his enhanced physique. He had grown taller and more robust. Only the inked dragon armor adjusted automatically to fit his new form, remaining perfectly tailored. He raised his hand and conjured a sphere of fire. His cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the foundational stage, yet the sphere was now enveloped in strands of golden divine thunder, its potency multiplied several times. His spiritual energy was no longer ordinary. It had transformed into thunderous spiritual power. In terms of physical strength, having just begun the body refinement technique, his corporeal resilience had reached the foundational level, allowing him to withstand mid-foundational stage attacks without employing spells, and even to contend with late foundational stage adversaries. Upon seeing him awaken, Xiao Bai immediately leapt onto his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek incessantly. Throughout these 6 months, it had remained by his side, filled with concern. Chen Fan had maintained an awareness of the space with his spiritual sense, fully cognizant of this. "I am well. You have endured much." Having been cooped up for so long, he departed the creation space with Xiao Bai, making his way to the bustling streets of Flame City, where he first ordered several sets of well-fitted new garments. A few hours later, Chen Fan re-entered the treasure-gathering pavilion. A rare guest. Feng Qingxiu had not seen Chen Fan for half a year, and upon their reunion, she was struck by his transformation. He had grown taller, more robust, and his features had become even more striking, yet his face remained as delicate as ever. "Have you undergone a second growth spurt?" Chen Fan, with a hint of annoyance, replied, "It is a result of my cultivation techniques." Feng Qingxiu nodded knowingly. Indeed, advanced body refining techniques could reshape one's physique. "This is your harvest from the past 6 months, totaling over 1 million spirit stones. Your cave's restrictions have been continuously active, so I have taken the liberty of collecting them for you." Chen Fan was slightly taken aback. "So much?" "Naturally," Feng Qingxiu smiled. "The quality of the pills you have refined is exceedingly high, and they are in great demand. If you could refine Earth-grade pills, your profits would multiply several times." The notion of Earth-grade pills stirred something within Chen Fan. As long as he had the formula and Earth-grade spiritual herbs, with his innate talent, they were not beyond reach. Yet, speaking lightly of it, Earth-grade formulas and herbs were each extraordinarily rare. Feng Qingxiu cast him a sidelong glance. "You are aware of their rarity? Yet you dare to ask me for a plethora of Earth-grade 5 elements spiritual herbs not long ago." Chen Fan chuckled sheepishly, choosing not to respond further. He then produced all the pills he had crafted over the past 6 months, saying, "Please take these for sale on my behalf. By the way, has anything significant occurred during this period?" Feng Qingxiu instructed her attendants to properly store the pills and pondered. Indeed, there have been 2 notable events. First, a disciple of Yao Wuchen returned from the sword sect with a treasure-level spirit sword of exceptionally high grade, which infuriated elder.Run. Second, a month ago, an ancient secret realm emerged in the Tian-Duan mountain range. "A secret realm?" Chen Fan's gaze sharpened. "Please elaborate." "The secret realm is located at the junction of the 3 major factions. Three major factions? Aren't there only the righteous path and the demonic path? Certainly not. Feng Qingxiu shook her head. In addition to the righteous alliance and the corpse Een sect leading the demonic path, there's also a faction of demon clans. The three parties have already reached an agreement. The secret realm only permits cultivators below the core formation stage to enter. Are you interested? Feng Qingxiu teased. It is said that when the secret realm appeared, a phoenix silhouette soared into the sky, possibly concealing the legacy of the vermilion bird. Chen Fan felt a stir in his heart. The vermilion bird was one of the four ancient saints. Any opportunity related to it could not be ordinary. However, initially, this secret realm only allowed disciples from the three major factions to enter, leaving loose cultivators with no chance. What? How tyrannical! Such is the reality of the cultivation world. Loose cultivators have always found it exceedingly difficult to make progress. Feng Qingxiu playfully batted her eyelashes. Why not join forces with your sister? With the influence of my gathering treasure pavilion, it would be effortless to bring you inside. Chen Fan resolutely declined. As a proud man, how could he live off others? Upon returning to his cave, Chen Fan immediately shattered the communication token belonging to Yu Bingqing. Friend you, how have you been recently? A cool and melodious voice soon echoed from the token. Friend Han, the gratitude for the ice heaven snow lotus is something Bingqing will never forget. If you have any requests, feel free to speak. Chen Fan did not beat around the bush and directly expressed his desire to enter the elder.Run secret realm. Noticing Yu Bingqing's silence, he assumed she was facing some difficulty. Her voice remained calm. This place is controlled by the three major factions, and outsiders are not permitted entry. However, you may accompany me in the capacity of a guardian from my Yuqing palace. As long as he could enter, Chen Fan did not care about the title. Yet, would being the only male among the female cultivators of Yuqing Palace attract unwanted attention? No beauties. The esteemed master has arranged for several guardians for me. You merely need to blend in among them. 6 months hence, we shall convene at the elder.Run mountain range. For the next half year, Chen Fan devoted himself to arduous cultivation. He has now mastered the exorcising divine thunder, which complements his training of the thunder shadow step. After half a year of relentless effort, his spiritual perception has advanced rapidly, nearing the Dan formation level. His proficiency in the 5-element sword technique has grown increasingly adept, augmented by the 5 elemental flying swords obtained from the soul refinement secret realm, now infused with the might of the exorcising divine thunder, resulting in a tremendous increase in power. The thunder shadow step has also reached its pinnacle, enhancing his speed by more than 5-fold. Although it is a profound technique, it suffices to contend with battles at the foundation establishment and Dan formation stages. Before departing, Chen Fan procured a batch of high-grade formation flags. Though his knowledge of formations was rudimentary, lacking the understanding of complex arrays, he could still set up several defensive and trapping techniques. With everything prepared, Chen Fan summoned the divine wind boat and set forth towards the elder.Run mountain range. Along the way, cultivators streamed incessantly, all drawn to the secret realm. 2 days prior, Yu Bingqing suddenly sent a message. The 3 major factions had temporarily altered the rules, allowing loose cultivators to enter, albeit at the cost of substantial spirit stones, with 50% of the gains to be surrendered. Chen Fan had initially intended to act alone, but Yu Bingqing urgently dissuaded him. Do not venture forth alone, she warned gravely. Deep within the secret realm lies an ancient sealing formation that suppresses a remnant soul of the vermilion bird. Those loose cultivators are intended as sacrificial offerings to breach the formation. This scheme was proposed by the Blood River sect. In the face of the vermilion bird's allure, both righteous and demonic factions, as well as the demon race, have tacitly consented. A shudder ran through Chen Fan as he observed the throngs of loose cultivators along the route, their faces alight with dreams of fortuitous encounters. He remained silent, fully aware that the vast majority of these individuals would likely not return. Yet, he refrained from issuing warnings, knowing he would be deemed a madman and become the target of scorn. Such a thankless endeavor, he resolutely decided, was not for him. Half a month later, Chen Fan arrived at the foot of the elder.Run mountain range. Along the journey, he had effortlessly slain several bands of reckless bandits. a hint of malevolence evident upon him. The Tian-Duan mountain range now teemed with people, as cultivators from all over Winzhou gathered, with significant sects dispatching 2 nascent soul elders to oversee the area, ensuring stringent vigilance. Chen Fan made his way directly to the residence of the Yuqing Palace, but was intercepted by a female disciple as he approached. "Friend, this is the sacred ground of the Yuqing Palace. Please refrain from barging in." Chen Fan promptly produced the token gifted by Yu Bingxing. The female disciple's demeanor shifted, and she bowed respectfully. "Are you perhaps Deist Han? The saintess has instructed me to escort you inside." Upon entering the Yuqing Palace camp, Chen Fan attracted numerous glances. The entirety of the palace was comprised solely of female cultivators, from disciples to elders, with not a single male in sight. The sudden appearance of a handsome young male cultivator caused many female disciples to blush and steal glances. Soon, Chen Fan was ushered into a modest tent. "Beauties tongue. It has been a while." Upon raising his gaze, he beheld Yu Bingxing, still clad in a flowing white gown, exuding an ethereal aura. Her cultivation having deepened since their last encounter 6 months prior. "You Daoist, your cultivation has also progressed. It is entirely thanks to the ice lotus you bestowed upon me, for which I am immensely grateful," she replied. "You have helped me enter the secret realm. Thus we are even. There is no need for formality." With a gentle smile, Yu Bingxing retrieved a set of snow-white robes and offered them to him. Upon the fabric, an emblem of a pure and pristine lotus is embroidered, with the character you stitched at the hem. "Upon entering the secret realm, you shall address me as Saintess. To outsiders, simply refer to me as your protector." Chen Fan donned a long robe, standing tall and handsome, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, resembling a refined gentleman of the tumultuous world. Yu Bingxing couldn't help but steal another glance, while the female disciple who had led the way blushed fiercely, her heart racing, hastily lowering her head. Clearing her throat, Yu Bingxing brought the disciple back to her senses, who then respectfully retreated. "I apologize for the distraction. It's of no consequence." Chen Fan, brimming with impatience, felt the Xintian divine furnace within his Danshan tremble slightly, emanating a powerful pulse. "When shall we depart?" "Tomorrow morning. You may rest here tonight." After settling Chen Fan, Yu Bingxing turned back to her own tent. Upon pushing the door open, she was met with the presence of 2 figures already standing within. One, hunched and leaning on a gnarled wooden staff, appeared frail and aged, yet exuded a profound aura of a mid-stage nascent soul, none other than old Madame O. The other, possessing an otherworldly beauty and seemingly in her teens, stood alongside Yu Bingxing like a sister. She was her master, the peak powerhouse of the mid-stage nascent soul, Shen Nianyan. "Master, old Madame O, what brings you here?" Shen Nianyan furrowed her brow, her tone laced with discontent. "Why have you replaced the protector I arranged for you in the illusory pill realm with a mere foundation establishment novice?" She paused, a hint of amusement in her voice. "Could it be that you have developed feelings for him?" It was understandable for her to think so. Chen Fan's striking appearance and demeanor had even stirred a slight ripple in the heart of this venerable nascent soul ancestor upon their first meeting. Yu Bingxing's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurried to explain, "Disciple Wunti Dare. I merely owe him a tremendous debt of gratitude." She then recounted the tale of how Chen Fan had gifted her the Ice Heaven Snow Lotus, his presence in the VIP section of the auction house worth millions of spirit stones, and the suspicion of his possessing a thunder spiritual root, revealing each detail truthfully. Shen Nianyan's expression hardened. "You say he resides in the VIP section of the treasure-gathering pavilion, worth millions, and may possibly possess a thunder spiritual root?" Old Madame O shook her head immediately, her tone resolute. "Impossible. If there were a thunder spiritual root cultivator within Winzhou, I would certainly have sensed it." This was no idle boast. When Yu Bingxing's mutated ice spiritual root manifested, she was the first to deduce its significance. Old Madame O specialized in divining celestial mechanisms. While her combat prowess was modest, in the realm of divination, none in Winzhou could rival her. "Very well. Let me personally conduct a divination to uncover this boy's background." Chen Fan was merely in the adjacent tent, a short distance away. Old Madame O retrieved an ancient mirror, her innate spiritual treasure, the celestial mechanism mirror. A flicker of light danced across the surface, revealing Chen Fan's figure. Old Madame O performed a series of hand seals, her consciousness probing into the mirror, seeking to unveil Chen Fan's roots, origins, and fortune. At that moment, Chen Fan, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing toward the void outside the tent. A peculiar sensation of being observed lingered in his mind. Inside the tent, old Madame O was deeply engrossed in her divination. Suddenly, the celestial mechanism mirror erupted with radiant light, and Chen Fan's figure was engulfed by an endless chaos of black mist, obliterating all traces of celestial mechanisms. With a crack, the mirror shattered, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across its surface. Old Madame O trembled violently, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, her complexion turning as pale as parchment. The backlash is indeed a manifestation of the heavenly Tao's retribution. How could this be possible? Chapter 38. The mighty of the spirit realm, Shen Nianyan, hastily assisted the elder of the O clan to his feet, her palm deftly flipping to produce a resplendent healing pill, which she placed into his mouth. Subsequently, she channeled her own spiritual energy to aid in the swift refinement of the pill's essence, stabilizing his injuries. At that moment, dark clouds suddenly surged above the Yuqing Palace, gathering rapidly into a tumultuous mass of ink-colored vapor, as a tremendous wrath emanating from the heavenly Tao descended with a thunderous force, exerting pressure in all directions. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as an arm, struck down violently upon the protective array of the Yuqing Palace. The formation flickered intensely, barely managing to deflect the onslaught of thunder. The resounding crash echoed through the mountains, waking all disciples within the palace, as surrounding factions turned their attention. Countless divine senses sweeping towards the palace, only to be thwarted by the array's formidable defense, unable to penetrate even a fraction. Moments later, several gentle transmissions arrived in succession. All inquiries and greetings from the Righteous Alliance's various sects, while in the shadows, the communications among several nascent soul practitioners of the demonic path intertwined quietly. What is happening at the Yuqing Palace? That earlier aura resembled a nascent soul tribulation, infused with a trace of the heavenly Tao's essence. Uncertain, have plans for tomorrow been arranged? Chen Fan, too, was roused from his reverie by the thunderous roar and the celestial phenomena, pushing open the door with a furrowed brow. What on earth has transpired? Yu Bingqing stood nearby, her expression complex, momentarily at a loss for words. She could not simply state that an elder from the Yuqing Palace had attempted to deduce his fate, inadvertently invoking the heavenly Tao's retribution, nearly facing death by heavenly lightning. Instead, she sought a vague excuse to deflect the conversation. After calming the disciples within the hall, Yu Bingqing hurriedly returned to her quarters, only to find the elder of the O clan pale and weakly seated in a meditative posture, his spiritual energy in disarray. Master, how is Elder O? Shen Nianyan inquired with a furrowed brow. It has stabilized for now, but the backlash from the heavenly Tao and the damage to the spiritual treasure means it will take at least a century to recover, Yu Bingqing replied, feeling a profound sense of guilt. It was all her fault. Bingqing, you must not blame yourself. This individual from the Han clan possesses extraordinary fortune. He should not be recklessly deduced. It was my own recklessness, cough cough. I'm unable to glean any information about him, for the heavenly Tao obscures his path. This child is indeed exceptional. Yu Bingqing was taken aback by this revelation. Bingqing, you should rest first. I will take Elder O back. Edu, are you certain you did not misinterpret the sensations? Cough cough, there is no mistake. I have practiced the art of heavenly secrets for hundreds of years. The aura of the heavenly Tao cannot be mistaken. Perhaps this is an opportunity for the Yuqing Palace's rise. Shen Nianyan, with her brow furrowed, refrained from speaking. Although the Yuqing Palace was a member of the Righteous Alliance, she was acutely aware that this was merely temporary. The ambitions of the Wandao sect had gradually become evident over the years, as their leader harbored an insatiable desire to unify the righteous path. In such a scenario, the Yuqing Palace would be unable to withstand the impending tide. Nianyun, if we wish to extricate ourselves from the righteous alliance, this person may represent our best opportunity. The Wandao sect perpetually seeks to engulf us. Are you suggesting that since Bingqing has a connection with him, we might attempt to persuade him to join our cause, allowing us to endure for another 200 years? To achieve the nascent soul stage by the age of 200 is a rarity, not only in the entire Tianxian continent, but even in the central state. Even she herself, possessing the water elemental spirit root, had only attained the threshold of conception after over 300 years. The following day, Yu Bingqing was summoned early in the morning by Shen Nianyan. What? Master, surely you jest. You wish for Chen Fan to join our Yuqing Palace? Are we not an establishment that only admits female cultivators? Yu Bingqing's expression was one of utter astonishment, nearly believing she had misheard. Subsequently, Shen Nianyan apprised her of the sect's precarious situation. As the sect's holy maiden, this was the first time Yu Bingqing was privy to such matters. Meanwhile, Chen Fan sat in meditation within his chamber, an ethereal aura of five-colored spiritual energy swirling around him, with a faint trace of lightning weaving through his garments, his presence calm and profound. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his ears, none other than Yu Bingqing. He rose and made his way forward, instantly captivating the attention of all present upon his arrival. The crowd was not merely astonished by his strikingly handsome visage, but also by the sight of a young man standing beside the renowned holy maiden of Yuqing Palace, an establishment known for its exclusive recruitment of female disciples, an utterly bewildering sight. The various sects were abuzz with speculation. How could the ever-cold and aloof Yu Bingqing, who had never shown interest in men, be seen in the company of a young male? The holy son of Wandao sect, Jin Zhan, had harbored a deep infatuation for Yu Bingqing for years, unable even to approach her. Yet this newcomer stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Amidst the crowd, Jin Zhan's expression darkened, fury igniting within him. Hearing the murmurs around him, he bellowed, "Are you all blind? He is merely Bingqing's protector, tasked with safeguarding her." Silence. With that, Jin Zhan cast a venomous glare at Chen Fan, marking him for retribution. The holy sons and daughters of the various sects exchanged glances, withholding their comments. They knew Jin Zhan's reputation for being sycophantic, yet the young man before them did not even spare him a glance. As for the notion of protection, with so many Yuaning-level cultivators present, the necessity was dubious, and they whispered amongst themselves, wondering which protector could be so young and handsome. "Hey, Yu Bingqing, you seem quite renowned. The icy demeanor suits you well. And that fellow above, is he your suitor?" Yu Bingqing maintained her composure, showing no desire to cast another glance his way. As for Jin Zhan, he was merely an annoying fly. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully, having fully perceived the malice in Jin Zhan's gaze. "I never provoke others, but if you harbor intentions of harm towards me, then I shall not allow you to remain unscathed. All right, everyone quiet down. We shall now work together to unlock the secret realm. You have but 1 year to achieve this." Before them, over 20 Yuaning cultivators united their powers in a coordinated spell. Chen Fan, bewildered by the spectacle, pondered how such a multitude of Yuaning cultivators was necessary to unseal this secret realm. "Indeed, my master has informed me that this secret realm is likely connected to the spirit world. If it were so easily accessed, the demon tribes would not pose such a threat." As Chen Fan cast his gaze towards the demon tribes, he observed dozens of them standing ready. A diverse assortment of species, including 7 formidable Yuaning-level demons. With their combined efforts, the fabric of space before them shattered, revealing a dark passageway. Suddenly, a streak of light darted forth. Chen Fan's perception had already caught wind of it, a Jidan cultivator audaciously attempting to breach the ranks of Yuaning cultivators' watchful eyes. What is peculiar is that none of the nascent soul practitioners present intervened. They merely watched him ascend into the air. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, instantly transforming into a pool of blood, with even the soul obliterated. Oblivious to the danger. Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, pondering the nature of this occurrence. Was this a rule of the secret realm? At that moment, an elderly nascent soul practitioner approached, leaning on a cane. Old woman, he greeted, senior. The elder nodded in approval at Chen Fan before continuing. From this scene, I can ascertain that this is indeed a domain of the spirit realm, likely a space established by its practitioners. Chen Fan felt a bit bewildered. All he knew was that after reaching the divine transformation stage, one must find a way to ascend to the spirit realm. In ancient times, when the demon realm invaded the human realm, the spirit realm dispatched cultivators for support. According to the records in the sect, Winzhou was also one of the battlefields, marking the site of the fall of powerful beings from the spirit realm, where cultivators above the foundation establishment stage could not enter. Chen Fan, upon hearing this, struggled to comprehend. If it was indeed the domain of a formidable spirit realm practitioner, wouldn't it be perilous? Perhaps they were even suppressing demons within, making it even more dangerous for us foundation establishment cultivators. He couldn't fathom this. The strength of a spirit realm expert would surely exceed that of a divine transformation practitioner. The strongest cultivator he had encountered was merely a nascent soul, and now he felt a tinge of hesitation. This certainly did not feel safe. If it were merely a nascent soul's secret realm, he might dare to venture inside. Who knows? One elder remarked. However, according to our calculations, there are no formidable living beings within the secret realm. Chen Fan looked on in disbelief. Just because you calculated that it posed no danger, does that mean it is truly safe? What kind of divination is this? $10 for a reading unabridged? Chapter 39. The demon realm's Raxhasa ancestor Chen Fan's heart was already wavering. Yet, at that moment, the Xiantian divine furnace within him stirred with increasing intensity, as if some kindred essence deep within was incessantly calling out, yearning to break free and soar into the secret realm. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he ultimately gritted his teeth and made his decision. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. If the danger becomes insurmountable, I shall simply find a secluded spot to lie low for a year and observe the changes. At this juncture, the formidable nascent soul demon with dragon horns spoke in a deep voice, reverberating across the expanse. The spatial passage has stabilized. All of you, enter quickly. Chen Fan discerned the intentions of these high-ranking practitioners at a glance. They clearly intended for the loose cultivators to venture forth first, testing the waters with their lives. All the nascent soul practitioners present understood this unspoken agreement, observing coldly without a single voice raised in protest. Once a substantial number of loose cultivators had entered, the disciples of the various sects began to move in succession. Chen Fan, along with Yu Bingqing and their companions, arrived at the entrance, where Yu Bingqing softly called out, "Master." Shen Yinyun's gaze softened as she cautioned, "Once inside, exercise the utmost caution. Prioritize your own safety above all else." After saying this, she turned her attention to Chen Fan, her eyes scanning him thoroughly as if trying to see through him entirely. No matter how one looks at it, he appears to be just an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. The only remarkable trait is his appearance. Chen Fan felt an inexplicable discomfort under her gaze and chose not to dwell on it, promptly following Yu Bingqing into the spatial passage. Inside, the passage was a void of nothingness, strangely profound. Everyone felt a gentle pulling force enveloping their bodies, and in the blink of an eye, the scenery transformed abruptly, placing them within an ancient forest. The disciples of Yuqing Palace who had entered with them had completely vanished. The phenomenon of random teleportation, though unexpected, did not deter Chen Fan, who had never intended to journey alongside others. He mused inwardly, for the spiritual energy in this place was significantly more potent than that of the outside world, yet it lacked purity. A peculiar, indescribable aura permeated the air, as if tainted by something sinister. Cautiously, he attempted to absorb a wisp of spiritual energy, but as it coursed through the thunder pearl within him, he was immediately subjected to a severe cleansing, forcing a dark red mist out of his body. What is this? Chen Fan furrowed his brow. The exorcising divine thunder specifically targets malevolent forces, indicating that this essence was anything but benign. He swiftly summoned Xiaobai. As Xiaobai touched down, still bewildered and surveying the surroundings, the next instant, its pristine white fur became rapidly stained with a vivid crimson hue, its eyes turning blood red, succumbing to a frenzy. Observing this transformation, Chen Fan's expression darkened. He promptly channeled spiritual energy imbued with exorcising divine thunder, gently infusing it into Xiaobai. With soft crackling sounds, thick streams of sanguine mist were expelled from the fox's body until it gradually regained its composure. Clearly, the spiritual energy within this secret realm posed a significant threat. Chen Fan hastily sought refuge in a secluded cave, setting up several rudimentary formations around him before blending into the space of creation. He had initially relied on Xiaobai to lead him to treasures, but now even it could not withstand the contamination of this place's blood energy. Amidst his distress, a thought struck him. He recalled the golden thunder bamboo within the space of creation. His eyes brightened with inspiration. If the exorcising divine thunder could purify this malevolent blood essence, why not utilize the local resources to forge a magical item from the golden thunder bamboo? Given his current cultivation, he could not directly refine an entire stalk, but extracting a few mature leaves was indeed feasible. He promptly gathered a substantial handful of golden thunder bamboo leaves. It was his inaugural attempt at crafting an artifact, and fortunately, the bamboo possessed innate spiritual properties. 5 days passed, during which Chen Fan concentrated his spiritual energy to refine the leaves, melding them into a singular, ancient pendant, which he then strung with fine bamboo to create a necklace. His first foray into artifact crafting utilized the millennia-old golden thunder bamboo, resulting in a product that directly achieved the pinnacle of magical item quality. He secured the pendant around Xiaobai's neck. The necklace shimmered with golden light, intricate golden lightning patterns swirling about, emanating a potent exorcising aura. Xiaobai, overjoyed, nuzzled Chen Fan's palm incessantly. Upon returning to the outside world, Xiaobai was no longer afflicted by the blood energy. Whenever it absorbed spiritual energy, the tainted essence would be automatically expelled by the exorcising divine thunder embedded in the pendant. The blood energy dissipating near Chen Fan was instantaneously vanquished by the divine thunder within him. Thus, both man and fox found a temporary reprieve. Chen Fan expanded his consciousness, now far surpassing others of the same level, firmly establishing himself at the core formation stage. Suddenly, he sensed a presence not far ahead, a figure unmistakably belonging to Zhou Tong of the Spirit Master sect. However, this individual exhibited peculiar behavior. Surrounded by a strange red spiritual energy, his demeanor frenzied and utterly unlike that of a rational being. In the next moment, Zhou Tong abruptly turned, fixing his gaze intently on Chen Fan's concealed position, his form darting forward like a specter. In an instant, he was upon Chen Fan, emitting a low, raspy laugh from his throat. Hee, the scent of humanity. Chen Fan, having already mastered the art of concealing his aura, suppressed his presence to the bare minimum, his heart racing with trepidation. This is not right. Could this aura belong to the false dance stage? How is that possible? The last time Chen Fan encountered him, he had merely reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Even with a heavenly spirit root, such terrifying advancement seemed impossible, as if he had been propelled by a rocket. Just as Chen Fan was struck with astonishment, Zhou Tong materialized behind him like a specter, his claws lunging forth. Haha, I have found you. In that critical moment, Chen Fan activated the Thunder Shadow Step with all his might, transforming his form into a flash of lightning, narrowly evading the attack. Breathless and shaken, he realized that he had brushed against the precipice of death. Zhou Tong slowly retracted his claws, his arms appearing blood red, the tips morphing into black, menacing talons. Ha! After a millennium of dormancy, I find myself somewhat out of practice. A heaviness settled in Chen Fan's heart as he instantly discerned that the being before him was not Zhou Tong. His body was rigid, his voice ancient, and his aura sinister, reminiscent of the scene when he had been possessed on Mount Huang. Possession? Who are you truly? Zhou Tong, or rather, the entity within that body, sneered. I am the Raksasa saint ancestor from the demon realm. It has been far too long since I savored the blood and soul of humanity. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Rakshasa, Saint Ancestor, surged forward, lunging at Chen Fan, not daring to underestimate the threat. Chen Fan promptly activated the Five Spirits transformation technique, summoning 5 spiritual swords that coalesced into a 5-element sword array, encircling the foe. A flicker of greed and astonishment passed through the Rakshasa, Saint Ancestor's eyes. An exquisite 5-element spirit root, splendid indeed. If I can seize your spirit root and fuse it with my true form, ascending to the celestial realm may not be impossible. Your technique is commendable, yet alas, your cultivation is too feeble. As his words trailed off, his expression suddenly shifted, a mix of shock and fury overtaking him. The exorcising divine thunder? How can a 5-element root cultivator possess such a formidable divine thunder, especially one that counters my demon kin? He could distinctly sense a force within Chen Fan's spiritual power that made his very soul tremble, the exorcising divine thunder. The Rakshasa, Saint Ancestor, immediately summoned a torrent of demonic energy to withstand the divine thunder, coldly declaring, "This divine thunder indeed resonates with your spiritual energy. No wonder you do not fear my demonic aura. But you, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, how much divine thunder energy can you possibly wield? I can simply outlast you." With the restrictions of the heavenly Tao in the human realm, this demon ancestor's avatar was limited to the divine transformation level, its strength considerably diminished over millennia. Upon hearing this, a smirk of disdain crept across Chen Fan's lips. Comparing spiritual energy endurance with him, even an average core formation cultivator would pale in comparison, let alone a remnant soul devoid of true power. Unhurried, he retrieved several vials of supreme spirit-gathering pills, their potent aroma wafting through the air. The Rakshasa Saint Ancestor's pupils dilated in shock. What? Supreme pills? And so many? Such high-quality pills were rare even in the spirit realm. Yet this individual seemed to treat them like mere candy. In that moment, the Rakshasa Saint Ancestor's greed dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming desire to flee. Having just undergone possession and rebirth, he now faced a being wielding exorcising divine thunder, countless supreme pills, and a formidable sword array. A stroke of misfortune, indeed. That was rare in 1,000 years. If his true form were present, he would not fear, but in this weakened state, he could not hope to outlast his opponent. Would Chen Fan grant him the chance to escape? The 5-element sword array ensnared him resolutely, and a flash of dark light flickered above Chen Fan's head as the 10,000 Souls banner suddenly emerged. The aura of the spirit treasure spread forth, causing the soul body of the Rakshasa Saint Ancestor to tremble, revealing an expression of despair. Chen Fan infused his spiritual power into the soul banner and intoned solemnly, "Extract the soul." A terrifying force of attraction descended violently, as violet soul mist entwined around the Rakshasa Saint Ancestor. "No, you, a mere junior of the human race, dare to treat me this way. I refuse to accept this." Chen Fan remained unperturbed, channeling his spiritual energy with all his might. In but a moment, the struggling fragment of the ancestor's soul was forcibly drawn from Zhou's entire being, directly ensnared within the myriad soul banner. Soul refinement. After a full span of 2 days and nights, the fragment of the Rakshasa Saint Ancestor, which had lingered in the human realm, was utterly refined, becoming one with the myriad soul banner. Meanwhile, deep within the demon realm, in a palace suffused with overwhelming demonic energy, the Rakshasa Saint Ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, his presence erupting with fury that shook the 3 realms. He distinctly sensed that the fragment of his soul, which he had abandoned in the human world years ago, had severed all ties and was forcibly refined by mortals. Who is it? Who dares to refine my fragment of the soul? Upon this revelation, the demon realm was thrown into turmoil. Surely, this cannot be a jest? The ancestor is a being of great transcendence. How could his fragment of the soul be refined by someone from the lower realm? Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that the ancestor is filled with such wrath. Chapter 40. The celestial spirit treasure, soul-devouring banner, just as the Rakshasa saint ancestor was engulfed in rage. A voice, tinged with curiosity, slowly emerged. Rakshasa, why this outburst of wrath? The newcomer bore an appearance indistinguishable from that of humans, save for a faint sanguine glow enveloping her form. Clad in a flowing crimson gown with an enchanting demeanor. Shinyi, what brings you here? The Rakshasa saint ancestor suppressed the surging demonic energy and spoke in a deep tone. I have just sensed that the fragment of my soul left in the human realm 50,000 years ago has completely severed its connection. Guanye. The ancestor raised her brows in contemplation. Is it that fragment trapped in the human realm? Precisely. Had it not been for the interference of those ancient beings in the spirit realm, my fragment would have long since retreated. If I discover who has refined it. In the secret realm of the human world, after refining the Rakshasa saint ancestor's fragment of the soul, Chen Fan felt an intense void in his spirit, as if a significant portion of his power had been forcefully extracted. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, he had just completed his possession. His spirit was unstable, but with the protection of the exorcising divine thunder, he narrowly escaped death today. It took him an entire day and night to gradually restore his weakened spirit, given his current foundational cultivation. It was exceedingly arduous to forcibly activate the myriad soul banner to refine the remnants of a soul beyond the nascent soul stage. Once his spirit recovered, Chen Fan immediately summoned the refined fragment of the soul. A crimson glow burst forth from the myriad soul banner, respectfully bowing before him. Master, you belong to the demon race? What was your cultivation level in life? Replying to the master, I am a member of the blood demon clan of the demon realm, the Rakshasa saint ancestor, with my true form at the great ascendancy stage. In the past, I was constrained by the rules of the human realm, only able to descend with a fragment of my soul. Even so, I possessed the battle prowess of the later stage of God transformation. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Great ascendancy stage? I have never heard of it. Please enlighten me on how the realms are delineated in the spirit realm, and why the demon realm seeks to invade the human realm. Replying to the master, above the God transformation stage, the hierarchy is as follows: refinement of the void, harmonization, great ascendancy, and after transcending the tribulation, one may ascend to the celestial realm. The demon realm invades not only to plunder resources, but also to seek two supreme treasures. Subsequently, a multitude of transformation stage cultivators descended from the spirit realm, leading to a catastrophic defeat for our forces. The ensuing battle obliterated the interconnections between the realms of man, demon, and spirit. This was the first time Chen Fan had heard of such clandestine events. The fierce conflict between transformation stage cultivators could indeed shatter spatial pathways, revealing the intensity of the clash. It was no wonder that the atmosphere here was thick with demonic energy and tainted with spiritual impurities, likely a consequence of the numerous demon clans that perished in that ancient war. What were those two treasures? The Rakshasa saint ancestor was entirely unaware, as his true form had imposed restrictions that would purge any memories of the treasures upon his demise. Chen Fan stowed away the wandering soul's banner and proceeded toward the location where Zhou Tong had previously been. There, he discovered a vast accumulation of white bones, with a blood-red orb swirling with crimson light suspended in the center. Hesitant to touch it recklessly, he inquired of the Rakshasa within the banner, "What is this orb?" "Master, this is the blood-devouring orb, which I brought from the demon realm long ago. It absorbs the essence blood of living beings. The more it consumes, the stronger it becomes. To the human race, it is an exceedingly malevolent artifact. However, with your possession of the exorcising divine thunder, you need not fear it. Should you refine it into the wandering soul's banner, it could elevate to become the transcendent treasure, the soul-devouring banner." A tremor coursed through Chen Fan's heart. Above spiritual treasures, there existed transcendent treasures, and beyond them, the legendary Xiantian treasures. He seized the opportunity to inquire about the Xiantian divine furnace, to which the Rakshasa responded with utmost reverence. The Xiantian divine furnace is a Xiantian treasure, renowned even within the spirit realm, though it is currently missing its spirit. Master, when you venture to the spirit realm in the future, you must not reveal your identity easily, lest it attract fatal calamities. The notion of a transcendent treasure enthralled Chen Fan. He enveloped the blood-devouring orb with the exorcising divine thunder and sent it into the creation space, placing it beside the golden thunder bamboo to suppress its malevolence. Alas, the Rakshas's artifact from years past had long been destroyed. Otherwise, it would have been a substantial fortune. This ancient forest was devoid of spiritual entities, littered only with bones and broken magical artifacts. Half a month later, a radiant white shield appeared before Chen Fan. Within the shield, the spiritual energy was pure, and the light of heaven was bright, starkly contrasting with the oppressive blood-red atmosphere outside. Upon entering, he felt invigorated. Throughout his journey, he had encountered cultivators driven mad by the taint of demonic energy, and now he had finally stepped into a relatively safe haven. Above, a crimson sun hung in the sky, reminiscent of the scene within the creation space, albeit slightly smaller and lacking warmth. The ground was strewn with Xian-level spiritual herbs, glowing vibrantly. Just upon entering this sanctuary, he was met with such bountiful rewards. At that moment, the Xiantian divine furnace within him began to tremble violently. Chen Fan distinctly sensed that something deep within the secret realm was fervently calling out to it. He casually harvested a few spiritual herbs and made his way toward the center. The path was eerily quiet, with only the remnants of herbal gathering to indicate that cultivators had once traversed this area. After a day, Xiao Bai suddenly perked up, barking excitedly ahead. Chen Fan knew it must have caught the scent of rare treasures. Following Xiao Bai for a while, several figures came into view, 3 foundation-building rogue cultivators. Chen Fan promptly restrained Xiao Bai and concealed himself in the shadows. "Haha, brother, look at the abundance of dust-settling grass," exclaimed one of the late foundation-building cultivators, his excitement barely contained. "With these dust-settling grasses, we have hope for forming our golden cores." "Indeed, brother. Quickly, old two. Stash them in the storage bag to prevent others from snatching them away." At that moment, a sinister chuckle echoed from the forest. "Ha, we have arrived." The 3 wandering cultivators turned abruptly, only to behold 4 figures clad in the garments of the soul-refining sect, each wielding a pitch-black soul-refining banner, their aura chilling. The leader among the wandering cultivators changed his expression. "Soul-refining sect? What do you intend to do?" "Quite simple, hand over your storage bags, and I might grant you a swift death." The second wandering cultivator shouted in anger, brandishing his spiritual weapon spear and charging forth. "Wenzhou is the territory of the righteous path. How dare you act so recklessly?" Yet as he took 2 steps, a pale hand suddenly pierced through his chest, creating a gruesome wound. The second cultivator looked down at his chest in disbelief, blood gushing forth. Before he could finish his words, he collapsed with a thunderous crash, his soul forcibly drawn into the soul-refining banner, leaving only a wretched scream behind. "You dare to act against the Holy Sun despite your ignorance." Chen Fan observed the scene from the shadows, clearly seeing that the assailant appeared to be at the Foundation establishment stage, but was, in fact, at the false stand level. The leader of this group was none other than Li Ming, the Holy Son of the Soul-Refining Sect, a name that Yu Bingqing had previously mentioned. The remaining 2 wandering cultivators trembled in fear, lacking even the courage to resist in the face of a false Dan cultivator. "Predecessor, we will offer all that we have acquired in these few days. Please spare our lives." The false Dan cultivator weighed the storage bags and smiled coldly. "How astute! Yet you shall still meet your end." 2 streams of soul energy were forcibly extracted and ensnared within the banner. Chen Fan's heart stirred. He was determined to acquire the descent grass and sought to gauge the true strength of the false Dan cultivators. However, the odds were against him. With 4 members in total, 2 of whom were false Dan, making rash action unwise. He quietly retreated, preparing to withdraw and seek another opportunity. Just as he turned, a mocking laughter rang out. "Little mouse, have you been hiding all this time, yet still refuse to come out?" Chen Fan reacted swiftly, invoking the Thunder Shadow Step, his form transforming into a streak of golden lightning. narrowly evading the sudden ambush. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. After all, he faced 3 genuine false Dan cultivators. A direct confrontation would be tantamount to seeking death. Holy Sun, I shall capture this little mouse. One of the false Dan cultivators bowed respectfully. Hurry in return. Do not delay our business. The other 2 false Dan cultivators displayed unwillingness. Damn it. Luer has jumped ahead. This young man possesses an exceedingly potent soul aura. If captured, he would be of immense benefit, since mastering the Thunder Shadow Step. Chen Fan's speed had reached the late Foundation establishment level, further augmented by the evil-repelling Divine Thunder, making his movements swifter than that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, nearly rivaling False Dan. Haha, a mere early Foundation establishment cultivator possesses such escape speed. You must harbor great fortune. The pursuing False Dan cultivator relentlessly chased after him, their speeds nearly equal. Yet, Chen Fan was endowed with an abundance of supreme spirit-gathering pills, his spiritual power as vast as the sea, granting him endurance far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators. Realizing his spiritual power was waning, the False Dan cultivator gritted his teeth and summoned the soul-refining banner. A chain of pitch-black souls, formed from vengeful spirits, suddenly coiled around Chen Fan's ankle. Caught off guard, Chen Fan was forced to halt in his tracks. He swiftly unleashed 5 flying swords, shimmering with ethereal light, severing the soul chains in an instant. However, in that fleeting moment of delay, the false core had already closed in before him. The adversary abruptly activated the soul banner, unleashing a torrent of thousands of malevolent souls that surged toward Chen Fan. Unfazed, Chen Fan erupted in a dazzling display of golden lightning. As the divine thunder struck, the souls it touched emitted piercing screams, vanishing into thin air. Thunder's power. How could a mere Foundation establishment cultivator wield such mastery over lightning? The false core was taken aback and enraged. As the divine thunder threatened to strike him, he gritted his teeth and released the majority of the souls contained within the banner, a substantial number being Foundation establishment cultivators, including several remnants of false cores. Observing this, Chen Fan promptly withdrew his divine thunder. These souls were exceptional nourishment. His soul banner had long been depleted, with only the remnants of the Raxasa's saint ancestor and a single nascent soul remaining, alongside a few hundred chi refining souls, making this an opportune moment for replenishment. The false core, believing Chen Fan had exhausted his spiritual energy upon witnessing his retreat, grinned wickedly. Yet the next moment, Chen Fan summoned the rolling black light of the soul banner, its overwhelming pressure radiating outward. The soul banner, the false core's pupils constricted, trembling in disbelief. Impossible. How could a mere Foundation establishment junior possess a spiritual treasure of such caliber? The soul banner was a treasured artifact of the soul-refining sect, only wielded by nascent soul elders, and this one exuded an aura far more potent than that of the sect's prized possessions. What shocked him further was the gradual emergence of 2 soul shadows within the banner, one exuding an ancient and profound aura, while the other was unmistakably a nascent soul remnant. A nascent soul? This is inconceivable. Chen Fan scoffed lightly, stating nonchalantly, "What a soul banner. This is clearly the invincible Emperor's banner." He raised his hand to channel his spiritual energy, commanding fiercely, "Fellow cultivator, enter my banner at once." A purple wave of soul energy surged forth, sweeping away the multitude of souls, forcibly drawing in the false core cultivator without affording him any chance to resist. Chen Fan reveled in the sudden surge of soul energy within the banner, feeling immensely satisfied. To fully restore the banner's former might, at least 10,000 souls were required, and today he had made significant progress. Having resolved the matter, he turned his gaze to the abandoned soul-refining banner, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Should he indiscriminately gather souls under his own identity, it would surely attract the righteous sect's pursuit and tarnish his reputation. But what if he could frame the soul-refining sect for it? All sins would be attributed to them, leaving him blameless. From the souls he had just refined, he learned that the man was named Luer, and he had 2 brothers, Lu Yi, and Lu San. Without delay, Chen Fan activated the transformation technique from the Xianyin Ju, his form, visage, and aura shifting instantaneously to resemble Lu Air. He then concealed his presence with soul energy, grasping the soul refining banner and soaring away in the opposite direction. "Your Highness, I have returned," he said. "Second brother, why have you taken so long?" Lu San inquired impatiently. "What is the rush?" "I encountered a few wandering cultivators on the way and collected some souls," Chen Fan replied. "Enough chatter. Let us hurry. We have important matters to attend to." In the days that followed, Chen Fan, assuming the identity of Lu Air, accompanied the two brothers, traversing through various encounters with disciples from the 10,000 Dao sect. Lu Yi and Lu San remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly, believing their brother to be as ruthless and bloodthirsty as ever. Chen Fan, embodying the persona of a demonic cultivator, was indeed a master of his craft. His voice dripped with malevolence, and his strikes were ruthless, exuding a bloodthirsty greed that surpassed even the true essence of demonic paths, causing the disciples of the Wandao sect to wail in despair. On this day, his gaze fell upon Jin Zhan, the saintly son of the Wandao sect, amidst the throng. The thought of this man, coveting Yu Bingqing and harboring murderous intentions towards him, ignited a tempest of killing intent within Chen Fan's eyes, prompting him to smile sinisterly as he prepared to charge forth. Lu Yi and Lu San, alarmed, swiftly restrained him. "Old Two, are you mad? That is the saintly son of the Wandao sect. He is accompanied by no less than 3 false Dan bodyguards." Li Ming, the saintly son of the soul refining sect, coldly interjected, "Lu Air, temper your impulses. While wanton slaughter may be permissible elsewhere, we must not act recklessly here. We still have a temporary alliance with the righteous path." Feigning reluctance, Chen Fan growled, "Humph, once the blood sacrifice concludes, I shall surely slay him." His disdain for these self-righteous hypocrites of the righteous path was palpable, with Jin Zhan at the forefront of those who deserve death. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Yi inquired, "Old Two, what exactly has the Wandao sect done to you? Why do you seem so intent on their destruction?" Chen Fan replied in a coarse manner, "These hypocrites irk me. The more I slay, the stronger my soul banners become with the added souls." Lu Yi nodded in agreement, fully convinced. The Wandao sect was indeed ambitious, cunning, and ruthless, not unlike the demonic path, albeit the latter operated in the open while the former struck from the shadows. Their collaboration was merely temporary. The moment the grand formation faltered, their pact would dissolve in an instant. Half a month later, Chen Fan and his companions arrived at the innermost depths of the secret realm. At this moment, countless rogue cultivators and sect disciples had gathered, creating a sea of humanity. In the center of the venue lay an immense, boundless pit, shrouded by a dazzling ancient barrier, its divine light overwhelming and its pressure ancient. Chen Fan's heart raced slightly. The Suanatian furnace within him stirred violently, nearly breaking free of its confines. He had learned from the Rakshasa patriarch that this very place was where he had once clashed with a formidable being from the spirit realm. That battle had been cataclysmic, with the Rakshasa patriarch expending all his strength to allow the soul fragment to escape with the blood-devouring pearl. Deep within the barrier lay the sealed bodies of the two opponents, while the remnant soul of the vermilion bird rested in the hands of that spirit realm powerhouse. His gaze swept across the crowd and quickly found the members of the Yuqing Palace within the righteous faction. Yu Bingqing, clad in white, stood at the forefront, exuding an otherworldly grace. Soon after, Chen Fan's attention shifted to the Wandao sect, landing on Jin Zhan, his eyes betraying an unmistakable chill of murderous intent. It was clear that he found this individual intolerable and was determined to eliminate him. Noticing the shift in Chen Fan's demeanor, Lu Yi urged him, "Old Two, restrain yourself. After today, you may kill as you wish. Even if you were to slay the master of the Wandao sect, no one would stop you." Chen Fan was left speechless. Slay the master of the Wandao sect? That was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Was he out his mind? As time slowly passed, the number of cultivators entering this place grew, reaching well over 1,000. Those who had failed to arrive either perished along the way or discovered opportunities to depart early. By midday the following day, as Jean saw that the crowd had assembled, he soared into the air and proclaimed, "Fellow Daoists, I am Jean, the saintly son of the Wandao sect. As you can see, this location is the core of the ancient secret realm, fortified with a powerful barrier that requires our collective strength to breach." A bold solitary cultivator loudly inquired, after breaking the formation, how shall the opportunities be apportioned? This was the foremost concern for all present, for no one would exert effort in vain. At this juncture, the sacred son of the Medicine King sect spoke reassuringly. "Rest assured, everyone, your labors shall not be fruitless. Upon shattering the formation, all may proceed to my Medicine King sect and select any pill below the earthly grade." Jean promptly added with a smile, "The fortunes within the barrier shall also be equitably divided among all." Hearing this, the crowd unanimously nodded in agreement. Over 1,000 cultivators gathered around the perimeter of the barrier, prepared to act. At that moment, a disciple from the Blood River sect cast forth a sanguine array disc. Upon touching the ground, it radiated a crimson brilliance that coalesced into a raging blood formation, enveloping the entire ancient barrier completely. Jean commanded loudly, "Everyone, unleash your power. I implore all fellow cultivators to channel your spiritual energy into the arrayed disc." At his signal, 1,000 streams of spiritual power surged simultaneously into the blood demon array. In an instant, blood-red light shot skyward, and a terrifying formation etched with ancient runes fully manifested. Chen Fan gazed at the formidable array before him, inwardly alarmed. This formation's might is formidable. Were it to strike the physical body, one would be bruised beyond recognition. Yet, the blood demon array resembled a bottomless abyss. No matter how much spiritual energy was poured in, it showed no sign of saturation. Half a day elapsed, and many solitary cultivators felt their spiritual reserves depleted. Some astutely sensed an anomaly. "What is happening? My blood is being drained. I cannot withdraw my hand. This formation is siphoning my essence and blood." A piercing, agonized scream erupted. A chi-refining solitary cultivator's body withered visibly before his eyes, rapidly shriveling into a mummified corpse. As if triggered by a chain reaction, numerous cultivators collapsed in succession, their essence, cultivation, and souls wholly consumed by the grand array. The surviving cultivators, their eyes bloodshot, pointed angrily at the Wandao sect and Blood River sect, shouting, leaders of the righteous path conspiring with the demonic. "You shall not meet a good end." Jean's expression remained cold and indifferent, devoid of any compassion. In his eyes, these solitary cultivators were merely sacrificial offerings for the blood ritual. With the last solitary cultivator fallen, the blood demon array detonated completely. A blood-red pillar, condensed from the life essences of countless beings, thundered down upon the ancient barrier. The deafening roar shook heaven and earth, the shock wave sweeping in all directions, sending many chi-refining disciples hurtling and coughing up blood. Within the ranks of the demon clans, a furious roar erupted. "Insidios humans! How dare you employ such a vile stratagem?" The speaker was a bear demon. Beyond the secret realm stood a nascent soul bear demon, closely related to him. The demon clans were utterly unaware of the blood ritual-esque conspiracy and suffered heavy casualties, second only to the deceived solitary cultivators. The demon clans, if they perish, so be it, Jean remarked casually. Although the forces of righteousness and evil clashed bitterly, they were united against the demon clans, those who were not of their kind, and thus inherently alien. This blood sacrifice was a scheme that included even the demon clans. The bear demon's eyes burned with fury as he prepared to charge forward and tear Jean apart, but was firmly restrained by a nearby ape demon. "Old bear, remain calm. Their numbers and cunning are formidable. We cannot act rashly. Then shall our clansmen die in vain? This grudge must be avenged, but now is not the time." The bear demon suppressed his rage and led the demon clans in a strategic withdrawal. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Fan's eyes glimmered with a sudden brilliance. and he quietly projected his voice through divine consciousness. My esteemed friends, would you be willing to collaborate with me? The ape demon, taken aback, immediately donned an air of suspicion. You are the human race? After having just deceived my kin, you dare speak of collaboration? The recent events were orchestrated by both the righteous and demonic factions, and I bear no responsibility. My sole aim is to eliminate Jinzhan. Amidst this brief, clandestine plotting, the ultimate strike of the blood demon formation descended. With a resounding crash, the ancient barrier shattered. Within the confines of the barrier, two figures floated serenely. At the center, one was bound by pitch-black iron chains that pierced through their limbs, suspended in the void. It was none other than the physical form of the Rakshasa saint ancestor from years past, intact and brimming with vitality. Not far off stood a figure exuding an ethereal aura, draped in flowing garments, resonating with immense power. This was the body of a fallen mighty being from the spirit realm, the corporeal form of a transformation god. The arena erupted into a frenzy. All eyes ignited with fervor as they rushed towards the two corporeal forms. That was the body of a transformation god. Obtaining it would grant one unparalleled ascendance. Jinzhan's eyes glimmered with avarice as he roared internally. If I can bring back this corporeal form, my master will surely break through to the transformation god. At that moment, the entire eastern wilderness will belong to the 10,000 Paths sect. You Bingqing and Xinyanyan will never escape my grasp. In mere moments, the core of the secret realm devolved into a battlefield. The righteous and demonic factions, once allied, instantly tore up their pact and turned upon one another in a savage struggle for the supreme corporeal form. Jinzhan found himself ensnared by Lu, Yi, and Lu San, barely managing to slay them with the desperate aid of several protectors. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a furious bear demon charged at him, its sights set squarely on Jinzhan. Jinzhan's protectors attempted to assist, but were firmly entangled by the demon clan's formidable warriors. Amidst the chaos, Chen Fan, wielding the soul-refining banner, moved stealthily. He fervently harvested the souls that drifted across the battlefield, while subtly closing in on Jinzhan. Jinzhan, at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, faced the bear demon, who was at the later stage of the same realm. Among equals, the demon's corporeal strength was unmatched. Yet Jinzhan possessed an array of treasures and talismans, making the conflict fiercely indecisive. With his spear in hand, Jinzhan concentrated his energy, releasing a golden spear light that sliced through the air. The bear demon, undeterred, summoned a tortoise-shell shield to defend itself. Clang! The spear was deflected, leaving only a faint mark on the shield, though the bear demon was pushed back several steps by the tremendous force. It was astonished within. This human, seemingly frail, possessed such terrifying strength. On another front, the ape demon, battling two opponents, began to falter and called out urgently, "Friend, do not delay any longer. Now is the moment." Chen Fan's figure flickered, suddenly appearing behind Jinzhan. Grasping a flying sword entwined with golden exorcist lightning, he hesitated not a moment. Channeling all his spiritual power into a strike aimed at Jinzhan's neck. Having just exchanged blows with the bear demon, Jinzhan found himself unprepared, his previous energy dissipating too rapidly for defense. The shadow of death loomed instantly over him. Ding! Just as the sword tip grazed his skin, an overwhelming divine light erupted from Jinzhan. An imposing and dignified phantom burst forth from his body, the pressure of his nascent soul enveloping the surroundings. The cultivators suspended in midair were compelled to kneel, rendered immobile. It was a nascent soul manifestation. That was Wan Tianming, the master of the 10,000 Paths sect. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the demonic faction exhibited no signs of retreat as numerous nascent soul manifestations ascended into the sky. A chaotic skirmish among the foundational disciples swiftly transformed into a confrontation of formidable nascent soul powers. The demon clan, feeling the pressure, hastily withdrew under the protection of their nascent soul avatars. With a swift motion, Wan Tianming unleashed a formidable sword chi directed towards the ancestor of Blood River sect. simultaneously conveying a message to Jean. Jean, I will hold them off. Hasten to retrieve the physical body. Jean was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing in terror. Had it not been for his master's timely nascent soul manifestation, he would have already met a gruesome fate. He turned abruptly, and his gaze fell upon Chen Fan, who had reverted to his true form, under the oppressive force of the nascent soul. Chen Fan's transformation technique could no longer be sustained, revealing his original appearance. It's you. Jean's eyes widened in fury, filled with uncontainable rage. He had long harbored the desire to eliminate Chen Fan, never anticipating that the latter would dare to strike at him in this very place. Do not delay. Wan Tianming bellowed with urgency. Jean, compelled by fear, dashed towards the physical body of the spirit realm powerhouse with reckless abandon. Yet, the moment his palm made contact, the pristine body disintegrated into ashes, scattering into the ether. Simultaneously, the chained incarnation of the Rakshasa patriarch suddenly opened its eyes. A deafening roar erupted as boundless demonic energy surged into its being from beyond the secret realm. The chains shattered inch by inch, and a terrifying demonic presence, rooted in the ancient past, dominated the scene. The nascent soul of Blood River's sect turned pale, trembling in disbelief. This is a true demon. How is it possible that it still lives? Every nascent soul bore expressions of alarm. They recognized this figure, a genuine ancient demon, not a mere fragment of a soul, nor a counterfeit, but a bona fide demon. Chapter 43, Rivers of Blood. Mountains of corpses. This is the peak of the transformation god stage. How can this be? How can it still exist? Wan Tianming's face drained of color. Disbelief etched upon his features. After millennia, the ancient demon clan still persisted in the world. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon the faces of all present. Even if they were to confront it in their true forms, they would find themselves woefully outmatched by a being of the transformation god level, which commanded the very essence of the heavens and touched upon the laws of space. A true entity of immense power. Chen Fan regarded the demonic silhouette suspended in the air, his brow furrowed in concern. The fragment of the Rakshasa patriarch was indeed within his 10,000 souls banner. Then what was this entity before him? Could it be the true body manifesting? Yet, the rules of the interface would not permit such a phenomenon. Rakshasa, what is the meaning of this? How has your physical form returned from the dead? The 10,000 souls banner trembled slightly as the fragment of the Rakshasa patriarch emerged, staring at the demonic figure, trembling with disbelief. Impossible. How can this be? He could not allow his physical body to be usurped. The Rakshasa fragment's eyes blazed with crimson light, piercing through the essence. So, it is you, Sun Xingyun. Sun Xingyun was the spirit realm powerhouse. During the great battle, his soul had been tainted by demonic energy, resulting in a mutation that led to the separation of this residual soul. Little did he expect that it would occupy the abandoned physical form of the Rakshasa patriarch. This remnant soul, being a mere wisp without self-awareness, now existed as a mindless husk with the combat prowess of the transformation god stage, driven solely by a thirst for slaughter. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan comprehended the situation and promptly withdrew his fragmented soul, reverting to his original appearance. Quietly retreating to the periphery of the battlefield, the souls in this vicinity had already been largely harvested by him, and upon encountering other cultivators, he bellowed directly, "This is Lu Air from the Soul Refining Sect. Those who wish to live, step aside. Those from the 10,000 Dao sect, come forward to meet your demise." Just as Chen Fan prepared to make a complete withdrawal, the Rakshasa suddenly went berserk, embarking on a frenzied slaughter, indiscriminately targeting both righteous and demonic cultivators alike. In this moment of peril, a voice resonated from the Blood River sect's nascent soul. "Everyone, this demon is not in its true form. It is driven solely by the instinct to kill. Only by joining forces can we hope for survival." The others, no longer hesitating, acted simultaneously, the 10 nascent souls uniting to launch a coordinated assault. A vast surge of spiritual energy swept across the heavens, causing the very void around them to tremble and crack. The combined might of the 10 nascent souls was formidable. And with the mindless Rakshasa lacking any tactical approach and only knowing how to kill, it gradually succumbed to their combined pressure, receiving several blows. Yet, its foundation as a transforming god remained. Even while being passively beaten, it continued to exert an overwhelming presence over the battlefield. Witnessing this, Wan Tianming suddenly propelled his nascent soul's might to its utmost limit, unleashing an aura that approached the terrifying essence of the transforming god. The countenance of the demonic cultivators changed drastically, while the remaining righteous sects exhibited no signs of relief. Chen Fan spoke in a grave whisper. He is but a step away from achieving the transforming god stage. This was Wan Tianming's desperate strike. After unleashing it, his nascent soul would certainly be shattered, and his true form would suffer severe repercussions. A brilliant sword energy cleaved through the air, aiming directly at the Rakshas's head. With a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated throughout the secret realm, as the Rakshas's corporeal form was violently thrust into the ground. Everyone believed victory was assured. Yet, Wan Tianming displayed an extraordinary resolve, instantly darting to Jin Zhan's side, shattering a space talisman and forcefully pushing his son into the spatial passage. His own nascent soul dissipating thereafter. The other nascent souls quickly regained their composure and opened passages to send their own holy sons and daughters away. As for the ordinary disciples, they could only fend for themselves. Meanwhile, Yu Bingqing had already sensed Chen Fan's presence and stealthily approached him. Chen Fan appeared before the two, casting a deep gaze at Chen Fan and urgently urged, "Hurry, that demon is not dead. I will send you away. This talisman cannot transport you out of the secret realm, only to a safe area. You must return alive." A spatial talisman fell behind the two, tearing the void and revealing a passage. "Quickly, I cannot hold on much longer." Without hesitation, Chen Fan grasped Yu Bingqing's hand and leaped into the passage. After the retreat, the Rakshasa completely lost control, unleashing a ruthless massacre. Shadows plummeted from the sky, blood dyeing the earth. Over 10,000 cultivators faced near total annihilation, with corpses piling like mountains and rivers of blood flowing, while a fine rain of blood fell from the heavens. Outside the Duan mountain range, various sects stood guard at the secret realm's exit. The demon race had long since retreated, and the faces of the nascent soul elders were pale, their minds troubled. How infuriating that a transforming god stage demon lurked within. They could only hope that Bingqing and the others would return safely. An elder of the O clan softly reassured, "Do not worry. As long as Hanli is present, Bingqing will be unharmed." "Let us hope so," came the response. Deep within the secret realm, high in the sky, two figures suddenly plummeted. "What the?" "The exit is in the sky." Chen Fan fell hard to the ground, wincing in pain as a soft and delicate body landed atop him. Yu Bingqing's cheeks instantaneously flushed crimson, and in a flurry she attempted to rise, only to slip once more and tumble back into his embrace. The soft tactile sensation pressed against him stirred something within Chen Fan, as her dress tore upon falling. Her smooth and flawless thighs became exposed, revealing her delicate and warm skin. The unimpeded proximity allowed both to distinctly sense one another's warmth. Yu Bingqing's mind went blank as she floundered helplessly, her confusion provoking a tumult of emotions within Chen Fan. He quickly steadied her slender waist, lowering his voice, "Yu Bingqing, please remain still. I fear I may lose my composure. Let's first rise." Oh. She hurriedly regained her balance, her cheeks burning as if aflame. Chen Fan patted his robe, lifting his gaze, which inadvertently fell upon the exquisitely smooth leg, igniting a wave of heat within him. Yu Bingqing felt uneasy under his gaze. Her voice barely a whisper, "Fellow deist Han Shun, do you have spare clothing? I seem to have misplaced my storage bag." Though her heart brimmed with shyness, she curiously found no aversion to Chen Fan's gaze. This man seemed to possess an invisible allure, rendering her utterly captivated. Chen Fan retrieved a spare white robe and offered it to her. The robe, slightly oversized on Yu Bingqing, accentuated her ethereal beauty, bestowing upon her an enchanting grace. We're still far from the exit. Let us find a place to rest for a while. Binking remained unsettled, for today, as events had been overwhelmingly transformative. She had never been so intimately close to a man before. Chen Fan, however, remained composed, recognizing that he had nothing to lose and enough audacity to bear the situation. Chapter 44. Apprenticeship, Awakening of Physique. Since their visit to the Jubeo Pavilion, Chen Fan's state of mind had undergone a profound transformation. In the pursuit of cultivation and immortality, he sought not only longevity, but also clarity of thought. He desired to follow his heart without straying from his true self. Binking, with her unparalleled beauty, rivaled and perhaps surpassed Shangwenyue. He was not a heartless individual, yet he candidly acknowledged that his initial attraction to her was purely physical. In the circumstances they found themselves in, he had not overstepped. He neither wished to coerce her, nor did he deem it appropriate for such significant matters to transpire without proper ambience. Chen Fan guided Binking to a secluded cave, establishing layers of formations to shield them from external disturbances. He first invoked the exorcising divine thunder to cleanse the lingering demonic energy around them, ensuring their safety before they both settled into a meditative posture to recuperate. Once their spiritual energy stabilized, Chen Fan summoned Xiaobai. The little creature emerged, clutching an ancient ring in its mouth, casting a disgruntled look at him and gesticulating with its tiny paws. Amidst the chaos, Chen Fan had discreetly instructed Xiaobai to pilfer a ring discarded by a powerful being from the spirit realm, to prevent the exposure of the creation space. He had temporarily confined it within the spirit beast bag. Clearly displeased, Xiaobai seemed to express its grievances. I risked my life for this, only to be confined in a dark bag. Chen Fan chuckled, ruffling its head. All right, I promise not to put you in there again. He carelessly tossed the spirit beast bag aside and produced several bottles of premium elixirs. Xiaobai's eyes instantly sparkled, and it rolled away, clutching the elixirs, promptly discarding its previous discontent. Binking, observing the spectacle, was rendered speechless. To casually discard a spirit beast bag? To feed a spirit beast premium elixirs? Had the foundational cultivators of today become this extravagant? In contrast, the maiden of the Jade Purity Palace appeared remarkably shabby. Chen Fan toyed with a ring in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. This ring was unlike any ordinary storage ring. Its material was extraordinary and the ancient. Profound runes etched upon it were enough to dazzle the eyes at a mere glance. Tentatively, he attempted to send a thread of his consciousness into it, finding no obstruction. It seemed that the previous owner's imprint had long since dissipated in the passage of time. Within the ring was a secluded space, a realm unto itself, resembling a miniature secret domain. Yet, at the moment his consciousness delved deeper, an overwhelming surge of consciousness suddenly descended, its pressure akin to that of the former Raksasa, Saint Ancestor. Chen Fan's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly withdrew his consciousness, flinging the ring away and activating the Thunder Shadow Step, positioning himself protectively in front of Binking. Xiaobai sensed the danger as well, darting to his side. First standing on end, Binking's heart tightened. Deistan, what has happened? Chen Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the ring, his consciousness taut. In the next moment, a youthful figure began to coalesce from the ring, graceful and exuding an extraordinary aura. The man first glanced at the two, and then his eyes burst forth with astonishing golden light. A top-tier 5-elemental root, a mutated ice elemental root. What splendid talent! Chen Fan's expression grew solemn as he asked in a deep voice, "Who might you be, senior?" The man laughed heartily, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Fear not, young friend. I am Sun Xingyun, an elder of the infinite holy palace of the spirit realm." A chill ran through Chen Fan's heart. This man was indeed a formidable figure of the spirit realm, the true master of the secret domain. He dared not relax, fearing it might be a scheme for possession. Should the other party make any move, he would immediately summon the soul banner. "There is no need for wariness, young friend. I harbor no ill intentions." Sun Xingyun smiled gently, I left this imprint of consciousness solely to pass on my legacy, waiting for a fated individual. He then recounted his past. Originally a cultivator from the human realm who ascended to the spirit realm, he had reached the pinnacle of the integration stage. Upon learning of the demon realm's invasion of the human realm, he resolutely volunteered to descend and provide aid. However, the rules governing the realms were stringent. High-level cultivators descending must forcibly suppress their cultivation to the transformation stage, lest they be repelled by the heavens. He was the only high-level cultivator willing to suppress his power and sacrifice himself to descend. Those old geezers of the spirit realm, fearing for their lives, only sent a few transformation stage cultivators, which was of no help. Chen Fan looked at him, feeling a measure of respect blossom within. The higher one's cultivation, the more one values life. For Sun Xingyun to take such a step was truly commendable. Were he in the same position, he might not possess such courage. Well, having encountered both of you, I have no regrets. Sun Xingyun's gaze turned intense. Would you two be willing to take me as your master? Both Chen Fan and Yu Bingqing were taken aback, responding in unison. Take you as our master? Yu Bingqing was the first to shake her head. I already have a master. I cannot take another. Chen Fan pondered for a moment. I have no master. But Sun Xingyun, sensing his hesitation, raised his hand, and an intensely radiant soul shadow emerged. The soul of the vermilion bird. Flames surged, resplendent and majestic. The searing aura nearly tearing through the void. Chen Fan's pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, the Xiantian divine furnace within his Danshan suddenly erupted, breaking free from his body and hovering in midair. The furnace resonated with the soul of the vermilion bird, their divine lights intertwining, their auras harmonizing. In Sun Xingyun's eyes, a brilliant light flickered. The Xiantian divine furnace is actually on you. No wonder I always find your aura familiar. Young friend, we are truly destined. Do you know the Xiantian divine furnace? Not just know it. I, Sun Xingyun, am its previous master. He laughed heartily. The soul of the vermilion bird is precisely the spirit that the furnace lacked. Years ago, to suppress the demonic energy in this land, I separated and sealed the spirit. And thus the furnace was lost to the world. Now, you are its current master. Tell me, does this not signify an extraordinary fate between us? Chen Fan's heart raced. Sun Xingyun waved his hand and continued. Young friend, as long as you take me as your master, this vermilion bird spirit shall belong to you. All the treasures I have collected within this spatial ring will be yours, along with the complete inheritance of alchemy and artifact forging. Furthermore, I shall grant you the token of the Wuji Sacred Palace's Pill Peak, ensuring your unimpeded journey in the spirit realm. Before he finished speaking, Chen Fan immediately bowed, his tone filled with utmost sincerity. Disciple pays respects to master. Truly, it seems fate has brought us together. Sun Xingyun remarked. Why do I feel a bit reluctant to accept you? He cleared his throat and waved his sleeve, saying, Rise. The vermilion bird spirit is yours. This ring, once you plant your divine sense, will be yours as well. And this token will grant you access to the Wuji's Sacred Palace's Pill Peak. After a pause, a glimmer of mirth crossed his eyes. Lastly, allow me to assist you in awakening the latent potential within you. Chen Fan was taken aback. Awakened potential? Indeed, both of you possess extraordinary physiques, but they have yet to be awakened. As the words fell, Sun Xingyun shot 2 streams of spiritual light from his fingertips, merging them into Chen Fan and Yu Bingqing's bodies. He gazed at the two, his expression gradually transforming into one of incredulous shock. Chen Fan's entire being was engulfed in chaotic energy, an overwhelming aura sweeping forth, as if it could encompass all paths of the universe. Meanwhile, around Yu Bingqing, a chilling aura soared, and amidst the frost, a phantom of an ice phoenix spread its wings, letting out a piercing cry that resonated through the heavens. Sun Xingyun trembled all over, exclaiming in astonishment, This is the chaotic Tao body. The legendary physique truly exists. As if recalling something, he swiftly unleashed a dragon-shaped divine light, merging it into Chen Fan's body. In an instant, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the cavern, and 100-foot-long golden dragon phantom spiraled into the sky, its majesty overwhelming. Haha! A chaotic Tao body capable of merging myriad powers and encompassing all paths. I have no regrets in this life. As his laughter gradually faded, Sun Xingyun's figure slowly transformed into particles of light, dissipating into the cosmos. The chaotic energy and the power of the ice phoenix erupted simultaneously, intertwining to form a tempest of spiritual energy. Chen Fan and Yu Bingqing found themselves caught in its vortex, their bodies pressed closely together. A soft and gentle sensation enveloped them, stirring Chen Fan's heart. Yu Bingqing opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed. The power of the ice phoenix was too overwhelming. Her body, unrefined, struggled to bear it. She looked at Chen Fan before her eyes filled with reliance and helplessness, her voice trembling. "Hanli, I can barely hold on. Please help me." In that moment, she cast aside all reservations, reaching out to tightly embrace Chen Fan, her delicate chin slightly raised as she leaned closer to him. At that instant, the last vestige of Chen Fan's restraint shattered. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, lowered his head, and gently kissed her warm, soft lips. Chapter 45. The fusion of dragon and phoenix deep within the secret realm. A vast whirlpool of spiritual energy surged skyward. Within the swirling vortex, the ethereal silhouettes of a dragon and a phoenix entwined and spiraled gracefully. The phoenix's cry resonated, echoing through the mountains and forests. With each melodious call, the vortex surged, channeling the icy power of the phoenix into the dragon's form, enhancing the majestic and domineering aura of the five-clawed golden dragon. This extraordinary phenomenon of dragon and phoenix lingered in the skies above the secret realm for an entire month before gradually dissipating. After a month of merging, their hearts were inextricably linked, their bond unbreakable. Yu Bingqing nestled in Chen Fan's embrace, her cheeks flushed. Given the circumstances, she had come to accept her fate with calmness. Had it not been for Han Li, she would have perished under the overwhelming force of the icy phoenix. Moreover, her master had advised her to cultivate a connection with him, and now she had fulfilled her mission. Chen Fan tenderly brushed her hair, feeling a sense of clarity and contentment. "Hanli, do we count as soulmates now?" "Indeed," Chen Fan replied candidly, "though I have another soulmate back in Zhao country." He anticipated her to question or become upset, yet she merely nestled closer, her expression serene. "I do not mind, as long as you are by my side. My heart desires only you." She understood that someone as extraordinary as he would inevitably attract the admiration of many women, making jealousy futile. A warmth enveloped Chen Fan's heart. He wished to be a person of spontaneity, yet he was far from a scoundrel who would abandon others. "By the way, there is something I must tell you. My name is not Han Li. It is merely an alias. My true name is Chen Fan." Yu Bingqing suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Despite their intimacy, she had not known his real name. After a moment, they adjusted their robes, and Chen Fan playfully pulled out Xiao Bai. The little creature blinked with its round eyes, a 100-year-old mystical herb clutched in its mouth, appearing as if caught in the act of thievery. Chen Fan flicked its little head in mock annoyance. Xiao Bai protested, "It's not my fault. You haven't fed me any elixirs for a month, so I had to steal." Yu Bingqing laughed as she cradled Xiao Bai in her arms, gently stroking its fur. Chen Fan gazed at her and said softly, "Bingqing, I've noticed a change in you." Yu Bingqing's cheeks flushed. She was not inherently aloof. Her cultivation method leaned towards the cold, and maintaining a stern demeanor had spared her from countless troubles. Thus she had feigned detachment for so long. Chen Fan casually retrieved a fragrant elixir and offered it to her. "A rejuvenation pill? An exquisite one? How did you come by it?" Chen Fan chuckled lightly. "I refined it myself. The last auction at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion featured it as well." Now that they were soulmates, there was no need to conceal his alchemical prowess or the Xiantian divine furnace. Yu Bingqing consumed the elixir, feeling a refreshing energy envelop her, replenishing her body after a month of depletion. Her skin became increasingly delicate and radiant, resembling that of celestial maiden. "I never anticipated that we both possess extraordinary physiques. I am of the Ice Phoenix lineage. What about you? When I saw the golden dragon swirling, could it be that you possess the true dragon physique? Chen Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. I cannot say for certain. I feel as if I am in a state of chaos, with the dragon's form being merely a part of it. After merging with you, I also absorbed your icy phoenix power. Yu Bingqing gazed at the shimmering dragon and phoenix silhouettes surrounding him, utterly astonished. The fact that her icy phoenix power could coexist within Chen Fan created an unprecedented and formidable constitution. Unable to comprehend it fully, they decided to let go of their confusion. The pressing urgency is to swiftly depart from the secret realm. Yu Bingqing felt her ice-based spiritual energy surge in purity several times over, her combat prowess dramatically heightened. Meanwhile, within Chen Fan's being, two gentle auras lingered, belonging to both Shangwan Yu and Yu Bingqing. He had previously wondered why he could not sense Shangwan Yu's primordial yin, and now the answer dawned upon him. After half a month, the two finally reached the exit of the secret realm. As soon as they emerged, they collided head-on with a figure, Jin Zhan, the saint son of the Wandeo sect. Despicable scoundrel. Release Yu Xianzi. Jin Zhan's eyes flared crimson upon seeing Chen Fan clasping Yu Bingqing's hand. His defenses shattered in an instant. The woman he ardently desired was being embraced by an unknown individual. You treacherous villain. Are you threatening Yu Xianzi? Dare you engage me in an honorable duel to the death? Yu Bingqing furrowed her brows, filled with annoyance. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Fan gently restrained her. Do not rush. I have long wished to deal with him. Seeing the shared glances between the two, Jin Zhan's jealousy ignited, driving him nearly to madness. You vile wretch, colluding with the demon race to scheme against me. What is your name? A wicked smile crept across Chen Fan's lips as he declared, I am known as the unchanging one of the soul-refining sect, Lu Air. With a casual flourish, he revealed the soul-refining banner, dark energy swirling around him, solidifying his identity as a practitioner of the demonic path. Want to rescue Yu Xianzi? Come forth. Chen Fan activated the banner, and soul chains howled as countless souls surged forth. Jin Zhan bellowed in fury, brandishing his top-tier spiritual weapon, the golden dragon spear. Fear not, Yu Xianzi. I shall slay this fiend and take you away. In his mind, he had envisioned this gallant rescue countless times, with the beauty's heart entranced by his heroism. Celestial dragon spar technique transforming serpent style. The spear's shadow soared, morphing into a fearsome serpent that crashed violently into the soul-refining banner. Boom! The shockwave erupted, sending both combatants staggering back. Yet neither paused. In the blink of an eye, they clashed once more. Jin Zhan unleashed a relentless barrage with his spear, each strike vicious. Chen Fan countered solely with a flying sword, employing the pure five elements sword technique. He deliberately suppressed all his hidden cards, refraining from using sword formations or summoning spiritual treasures, confronting Jin Zhan with nothing but his foundational cultivation at its early stage. Amidst the fierce battle, Chen Fan's heart grew increasingly tumultuous. Having long relied on spiritual treasures to overwhelm opponents, his cultivation had stagnated at the pinnacle of the foundational stage. Yet now, fighting Jin Zhan to the death, his physical body, spiritual energy, and sword techniques were all honed, and he sensed his bottleneck loosening ever so slightly. With fists like lightning, his physical strength erupted. After an intense exchange, he delivered a devastating punch, golden thunder wrapping around his fist. Bang! Jin Zhan let out a wretched cry. His arm reduced to a mangled mess, sent hurtling away. Why, you are a thunder cultivator? Jin Zhan gasped in horror. How could there be a thunder cultivator in Wenzhou? Aren't they only found in the central continent? Yes, and yet no. Chen Fan's 5 flying swords were all imbued with divine thunder. Their powers so bizarre that Jin Zhan could not discern their nature. The two were nearly evenly matched. Yet Chen Fan's vast Danshan and boundless spiritual energy resembled an endless ocean. Jin Zhan's spiritual energy rapidly depleted, his situation growing increasingly desperate, his complexion as pale as paper. With slow, deliberate steps, Chen Fan approached, a mocking expression on his face. What troubles you, Saint Sun Jin? Are you faltering already? As a pharmacist, I happen to possess several potent restorative elixirs. Would you care for a few? They're quite affordable, merely 100 to 180,000 spiritual stones. Just a token of goodwill. Jean trembled with rage, completely losing his composure, and erupted furiously. To hell with you. Damn you. Chapter 46. Immersed in Flames. The Hehuan pill. After ingesting several pills, Jean's spiritual energy replenished at an accelerated pace. It will see you perish 10,000 ways palm. A golden hand, imbued with the power to annihilate all, swept through, leaving desolation in its wake. This was Wan Tianming's signature technique, a skill that once severely injured two fellow cultivators of the same tier in the demonic path with a single strike, solidifying his reputation as the leader of the righteous sections. Demonic fiends, this is my master's renowned technique. Perish. Chen Fan's brow furrowed as he observed the palm imprint exuding a sense of destruction, not daring to underestimate its potency. This strike bore the faint aura of the core formation stage. He formed seals with his hands, and a phantom of an ice phoenix materialized behind him. The evil dispelling divine thunder enveloped his sword, and all the soul power from the soul refining banner surged forth, infusing his 5 flying swords with an overwhelming force. The 5 swords coalesced into a colossal, thunderous sword. With such immense power, this strike was not inferior to a blow from a core formation cultivator. If you wish to kill me, then do try. 5 elements, sword technique, 5 elements unite. The clash of sword and palm unleashed a shockwave that sent you Bingxing flying. Both parties' attacks were equally formidable, reducing the confrontation to a contest of spiritual energy. Yet, among cultivators of the same realm, none could surpass Chen Fan. Just as Jean was on the verge of collapse, a great bell suddenly materialized above him. This marked Chen Fan's first use of the golden bell since acquiring it. With a resounding chime, Jean felt dizzy, as if his head might explode. This artifact could affect one's very soul. In an instant, Jean found himself disoriented. And in that fleeting moment, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground, and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest, he glared viciously at Chen Fan. That attack had nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, the armor crafted by Wan Tianming had absorbed much of the damage, yet he still suffered severe internal injuries. Now, Jean was like a lamb waiting for slaughter. Chen Fan longed to strike him down with a single blow, but considering Wan Tianming, he refrained. He had no desire to be hunted by a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator. Nevertheless, he could not simply let Jean go. Chen Fan produced a red pill and forced it into Jean's mouth. It was the Hehuan pill he had found in Lu Air's storage bag, colloquially known as an aphrodisiac. This fine treasure is yours to enjoy. Relish it, he remarked, choosing not to take Jean's storage bag, as he could not ascertain whether Wan Tianming had tampered with it. A nascent soul cultivator was beyond his current comprehension. With a kick, he sent the incapacitated Jean towards the exit, grasping Yu Binking's hand as they stepped through together. The periphery of the secret realm was nearly deserted. Wan Tianming had suffered a significant backlash that day, and the nascent soul members of various sects were similarly affected. Rumors of demonic entities within had sent the scattered cultivators fleeing. Various sects had long proposed sealing the secret realm to prevent the demons from escaping. But both Wan Tianming and Shen Yinyan had resolutely opposed this. They could not agree to such measures while their disciples remained trapped inside. Wan Tianming wore a troubled expression. Jean was not merely his disciple, but his own flesh and blood, his soul lineage. As the crowd was engulfed in anxiety, Jean emerged in a most disheveled state, landing right at Wan Tianming's feet. Witnessing this scene, Wan Tianming was overwhelmed with fury, nearly succumbing once more to the injuries he had painstakingly suppressed. Who did this? A potent pressure, characteristic of the late stage of the nascent soul realm, emanated from him. Jean, in a feeble voice, managed to utter, "It was Lu Air from the soul refining sect. He has taken Yu Bingxing hostage." With that, his head drooped, and he lost consciousness. The soul refining sect. I shall not rest until I have my vengeance upon you. However, the sect had long since vacated the premises, leaving only members of several other sects behind. Shortly thereafter, Chen Fan and another individual stepped forward. Noticing this, Shen Yanyan swiftly approached them. Bingqing, are you unharmed? I heard that you were taken by the soul-refining sect. Before she could receive a response, Wan Tianming's voice rang out, You Shizi, where is that devilish scoundrel? I shall have him torn to shreds. Chen Fan quickly interjected, Senior Wan, that individual has already been slain by me. I took advantage of his momentary weakness to rescue Miss Yu. Upon hearing this, Wan Tianming did not linger on the details. He simply muttered something before boarding the Wan Daemon's flying vessel with Jin Zhan. Shen Yanyan then led the two to the Yuqing Palace's base. Thank you, young friend Han, for saving Bingqing. Senior Shun, you misunderstand. I was the one who defeated Jin Zhan. There was no involvement from the soul-refining sect. I cannot remain here any longer. Wan Tianming will soon realize the truth. At that time, you must say that I have departed and that Bingqing was under soul control. Shen Yanyan was momentarily taken aback, only to see Chen Fan embrace Yu Bingqing briefly before whispering something and taking his leave. She made no effort to stop him. Not long after Chen Fan's departure, Shen Yanyan came to understand the implications. Wan Tianming had been deceived, and judging by Yu Bingqing's expression and their parting scene, it seemed her disciple had also fallen prey to manipulation. Bingqing, I instructed you to win him over. You haven't. She noticed her master's hesitation, and Yu Bingqing's cheeks flushed as she opened her mouth to speak, only for Wan Tianming to return. Shen Yanyan, where's that rascal? Shen Yanyan maintained her composure, already aware of her next steps. Master Wan, that scoundrel has fled. I never anticipated he would seize control of Bingqing's soul and deceive us all. Wan Tianming gazed at Shen Yanyan, anger etched upon his features, before examining Yu Bingqing's soul, confirming that it had indeed suffered harm. Elder Shun, I have lost my composure. Once I recover, I shall seek justice for Yu Shizi. Yu Bingqing expressed her profound gratitude. Thank you, Master Wan. Brother Jin acted to save me. It is all my fault. No, this is not your fault. Blame the cunning devil from the demonic path. You must focus on your recovery. With that, Wan Tianming vanished. Moments later, he received an urgent transmission. Master, the Holy Sun has gone mad. Upon descending onto the ship, he was met with the cries of several female disciples. Master, I have just restored the Holy Sun's injuries, and he has gone wild, shouting for women. He then stormed into the female disciples' quarters and has yet to emerge. At that moment, 7 disheveled female disciples rushed out, and shortly thereafter, they ended their own lives with a single strike. The master observed as several male disciples supported Jin Zhan, whose face was as pale as death, lips devoid of color, and eyes vacant. He resembled a mere shadow of his former self. The master, witnessing Jin Zhan's utter exhaustion, was consumed by fury. A potent aura of the nascent soul emanated from him, resonating with a fierce declaration. Ah, the soul-refining sect, indomitable in its essence. I, Wan Tianming, vow to remain unyielding. With a surge of spiritual power, he enveloped Jin Zhan and vanished from sight. Chen Fan, meanwhile, hastened toward Flame City, in a direction contrary to that of the soul-refining sect. As long as Shen Yanyan was not foolish, Wan Tianming would not pursue her. Considering the passage of time, it was nearly the moment. The potency of the Hehuan pill was immense, and Lu Er had always consumed it in minimal amounts, while Jin Zhan had ingested an entire pill. He would either perish from overwhelming desire or miraculously survive, but he would undoubtedly be left utterly weakened. Chapter 47. The Pursuit of the Golden Core. Escaping with life, as Chen Fan relished this thought, his expression abruptly shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he executed the Thunder Shadow step to its utmost, transforming into a streak of lightning that darted several zhang away. Almost instantaneously after his departure, hundreds of foundational spirits emerged, encircling the place he had just vacated with piercing wails. Ah, your perception is quite keen. Young one, you are the one who killed my incompetent disciple, Lu Er, are you not? A chilling voice resonated as Chen Fan turned to see a gaunt, black-robed cultivator materialize. He toyed with a small black banner, a smirk dancing on his lips. A mere foundational cultivator managed to slay Lu Er, that fool. Chen Fan felt a weight settle in his heart and clasped his fists, saying, I am Hanli, and I assure you I have never encountered you before. Might I inquire why you have struck my path? I am the heavenly soul of the soul-refining sect, the black-robed cultivator replied, his expression now devoid of mirth, his gaze sharp as a blade. Liu Er, Liu Yi, and Lu San are all my cherished disciples. With their soul lamps extinguished, I have followed the traces of their demise, and the culprit can only be you. A cold sweat broke out along Chen Fan's back. A mid-stage golden core cultivator. This was a genuine elder of mid-stage golden core, whose pressure, though slightly lesser than that of Lei Wongkong, was far beyond what a mere foundation cultivator could withstand. Such a being could extinguish his life with but a flick of a finger. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Chen Fan feigned composure. How could a venerable golden core master wrongfully accuse a junior without evidence? Before he could finish his words, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chen Fan's storage bag trembled violently, and the soul-refining banner, which he had seized from Liu Er, erupted from the bag, transforming into a streak of black light that soared toward the heavenly soul. The heavenly soul caught it effortlessly, sneering, "No evidence?" This soul-refining banner was personally crafted and bestowed upon Liu Er by me, inscribed with my life's binding seal. Boy, do you still wish to deny it? With the situation now dire, retreat was no longer an option. A cold glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes as golden thunder erupted around him. Banishment thunder. The resplendent lightning surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, forcefully carving a crimson path through the tightly packed spirits. The heavenly soul's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of greed flickering within. Is that the legendary banishment thunder? No wonder it could slay my disciple. This boy must be captured alive. A mere foundational insect thinks it can flee before me? The celestial soul master extended his palm, forming a colossal hand of obsidian soul energy that descended with the intent to devour all, aimed directly at Chen Fan's head. A thunderous crash reverberated as the terrifying pressure characteristic of mid-core formation descended upon him like a cataclysm. Chen Fan felt his bones creak under the immense weight, his feet sinking into the ground as if nailed in place, immobilized by this overwhelming force. This was the epitome of cultivation oppression. Just as the dark hand of soul energy was about to crush him into dust, the chaotic body within Chen Fan erupted with sudden vigor. A resounding roar echoed, akin to a dragon's cry shaking the heavens and a phoenix's song piercing the clouds. Accompanied by these two monumental presences, the ethereal figures of a dragon and a phoenix, infused with boundless chaotic energy, spiraled forth from within Chen Fan. As he fervently channeled his spiritual power, the apparitions rapidly solidified, and the icy might of the ice phoenix surged forth. With a powerful flap of its wings, the ice phoenix unleashed a finely honed white flame that pierced through the dark celestial hand like a sharpened blade. Now was the moment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, chaotic energy roiled behind him, coalescing into a pair of translucent ice phoenix wings. With a thunderous shadow step augmenting the ice phoenix's swiftness, his figure transformed into a dazzling blur of red and blue, racing at a speed rivaling even that of a core formation cultivator. This explosive speed came at a tremendous cost, as his spiritual energy surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, even with precious spirit gathering pills filling his mouth. It was nearly impossible to compensate for the terrifying drain. As Chen Fan fled for his life, he maintained a resolute focus on the figure pursuing him. The celestial soul master, observing the rapidly vanishing silhouette, was initially struck with astonishment, which quickly morphed into insatiable greed. To possess such a physique. He had been stuck in mid-core formation for nearly 4 centuries, his lifespan dwindling. Should he fail to break through, only the path of dissolution awaited him. Yet this young man before him bore an extraordinary constitution, wielding the divine thunder of dispelling evil, and surely possessed other precious treasures. Should he seize this opportunity, not only would he attain late core formation, but the path to nascent soul would also be within reach. Greed clouded the celestial soul master's judgment, and without hesitation, he ignited his essence blood, his speed surging as he recklessly pursued Chen Fan. Witnessing this, Chen Fan erupted in furious expletives. You old fool. Have you lost your mind? Is it worth your life over a mere disciple? He was fully aware that the old man coveted his unique constitution. With no time for hesitation, Chen Fan abruptly produced 3 talismans, his life-saving trump cards gifted by Lei Wan Hai. Go! The 3 talismans activated simultaneously, unleashing the formidable might of a late core formation cultivator, hurtling towards the celestial soul master. The master's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the imminent threat, and he dared not underestimate it. He summoned every ounce of spiritual energy to conjure a low-grade, magical black iron shield. Boom! The first explosion shattered the protective barrier in an instant, sending the celestial soul master reeling as he spat forth a mouthful of blood. The second explosion cracked the black iron shield, leaving a massive hole in its wake. The third explosion unleashed a shockwave, severing one of the celestial soul master's arms, propelling him backward like a broken kite, his body a mangled mess, utterly disheveled. A prime opportunity. In a fleeting moment, Chen Fan seized the opportunity, resolutely sacrificing his own essence to invoke the secret technique of blood escape from the Xianin Sutra. In a flash of crimson light, his figure vanished into the horizon, leaving only a long streak of blood behind. The celestial soul, true man, collapsed onto the ground, staring at his vacant right shoulder, filled with both astonishment and fury. He took out a high-grade healing pill and swallowed it. The wounds on his body visibly healed at an astonishing rate, yet that severed hand would never regenerate. A piercing howl echoed through the mountains and forests. As the celestial soul, true man's eyes widened in rage. That detestable foundation establishment brat. He possesses a treasure of the core formation stage. I shall extract your soul and refine your spirit. 100,000 miles away, within a dense forest, Chen Fan staggered out from the crimson glow. At that moment, he appeared pallid, his lips tinged with purple, having exhausted his lifeblood to the utmost. He lacked even the strength to stand, straining to retain his final vestiges of consciousness. He spotted a hunter's thatched cottage nestled among the trees. He stumbled to the doorway, but could hold on no longer, his vision darkening as he collapsed to the ground. Inside the cottage, a burly man wielding a chopping knife seemed to have heard the commotion and cautiously pushed open the wooden door. Upon seeing Chen Fan lying on the ground, barely breathing, he hastily called into the house, "Wife, come quickly. Someone has collapsed at the doorstep." A woman in her 40s rushed over, startled at the sight of Chen Fan. Trembling, she extended a finger to check his breath, and upon sensing a faint pulse, she sighed in relief, joining her husband in lifting him inside. The following morning, Chen Fan groggily opened his eyes, the first sight greeting him being a pair of round, sparkling eyes fixated upon him. "Who are you?" As he spoke, a fit of violent coughing seized him. The little girl was startled by his sudden voice and quickly dashed to the door, shouting, "Mother! Mother! The big brother is awake." Before long, the woman entered, carrying a steaming bowl of wild chicken soup, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Young man, you're awake? Here, have some chicken soup to warm your body." Chen Fan accepted the porcelain bowl, using his spiritual sense to scan the room, confirming that only this mother and daughter were present, both devoid of any cultivation. He felt a slight sense of relief. After sipping a few mouthfuls of the chicken soup, a soothing warmth spread throughout his body. He noticed the little girl beside him quietly swallowing, her eyes fixated on the bowl in his hands. With a gentle smile, he extended the bowl towards her. "Little sister, I've had enough. You can have the rest." The girl stole a glance at her mother, and upon receiving a nod of approval, she cautiously took the bowl, her face radiating excitement as she drank. This was specially caught this morning by father, to help the injured big brother regain his strength, she exclaimed. "Ahem, I am Han Li." Chen Fan continued to use his alias, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Thank you, elder sister, for saving my life." "Saving a life? Don't mention it." The woman chuckled heartily. "When one is out in the world, who isn't faced difficulties? My name is Zhang Xiaofeng, and this is my daughter, Wang Ling. Her father, Wang Lei, has gone hunting in the mountains and will be back shortly. Now that you've awakened and are feeling weak, you should rest a bit longer." Chen Fan weakly responded a few times. Once the mother and daughter left, he immediately retrieved a bottle of exquisite qi blood pills and healing pills, consuming them all at once. As the medicinal properties took effect, the lost essence gradually replenished, and his complexion transformed from pale to rosy, finally allowing him to rise and move about. As dusk fell, a robust voice resonated through the forest, laced with joy. Wife, Lingling, come out quickly. Today is our lucky day. I've caught a great prey, and we shall feast tonight. Chapter 48, Spirit of the Artifact. Chaotic Dao body Chen Fan, as consciousness remained fixed on Wang Lei. The man, clad in coarse linen, held 2 wild rabbits in his hands, his honest demeanor unmistakably that of a simple, earnest mortal hunter. Brother, you're awake? How do you feel? Thank you, Brother Wang, for saving my life, Chen Fan began. But Wang Lei quickly urged him to sit and speak. After a brief explanation, Chen Fan merely stated that he had been pursued by enemies and gravely injured while fleeing to this place. Wang Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. So, you are an immortal? Chen Fan chuckled softly. I am far from an immortal, merely a humble foundation establishment cultivator. When Wang Lei returned with a large basin of steaming rabbit soup, Chen Fan had already vanished. On the table remained a few bottles of lustrous pills and a stack of talismans. In the void, Chen Fan's gentle voice echoed, Brother Wang, I can never repay your kindness. These pills can extend a mortal's life, and the talismans will ward off evil, ensuring peace for your family. Wang Lei gazed towards the horizon, respectfully calling out, I bid farewell to the immortal. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, he left behind a family whose reaction he could not foresee. He needed to depart swiftly to prevent drawing calamity upon this kind household. This was his first genuine encounter with a core formation cultivator face to face. Had it not been for his trump cards, the spiritual treasures, talismans, and the explosive power of his physique, along with his blood escape technique, he would not have survived. Relying solely on his own strength to challenge a core formation cultivator remained a daunting task. Sighing, he lamented the difficulty of relying purely on cultivation to overcome foes of higher realms. He must elevate his realms swiftly. Once he truly reached the core formation stage and activated the 5-element sword array, he would not struggle as he did now. Regrettably, that talisman from the late core formation phase was now entirely expended. Such items were irreplaceable, even with ample wealth. This incident was a lesson in underestimating the enemy. He never anticipated that the celestial soul true man could pursue him relentlessly using the soul refining banner's restrictions. In his escape, he had been so frightened that he discarded the storage bags of the Liu brothers and repeatedly cleansed himself with the evil, dispelling divine thunder, erasing all traces before feeling at ease. Upon returning, he vowed never to leave home unless absolutely necessary. The pursuit by a core formation cultivator was no trivial matter. Half a month later, Chen Fan finally returned safely to Flame City. He did not visit the treasure pavilion, heading straight to his cave abode to set up multiple layers of defensive formations before entering the creation space. After several days, the creation space exhibited new changes. Particularly, the mysterious spirit tree at the center had grown a little taller, its body entwined with wisps of black mist, identical to the aura that surged forth during the awakening of his chaotic Dao body. Without further hesitation, Chen Fan first took out the soul of the vermilion bird and began the process of fusion. The remnants of the vermilion bird's soul, upon seeing the Xiantian divine furnace, instantly became exuberantly animated. Perhaps due to their shared origins, the spirit of the vessel returned to its rightful place with remarkable ease, devoid of any hindrances. After a round of refinement, the Xiantian divine furnace trembled violently, emanating an intense and blazing heat, while a vast array of fire elements surged throughout the space. As a flicker of flame appeared at the furnace's mouth, an ethereal image of a vermilion bird spiraled forth, ultimately transforming into a young maiden clad in red, who gracefully bowed in acknowledgement. I have met my master. Are you the spirit of the Xiantian divine furnace? Do you possess a name? In response to my master, I have no name. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan proposed, then from this day forth, you shall be called Hong Dai. Thank you, Master, for bestowing a name upon me. Curiosity stirred within Chen Fan's heart. The vermilion bird was one of the ancient four sacred beings. How could it willingly become the spirit of a furnace? Hong Dai softly elucidated, Master, I am not a complete vermilion bird. My predecessor discovered a fragment of the vermilion bird's residual soul, which fused with the divine furnace, giving rise to my existence. Chen Fan's understanding deepened. It became clear that this spirit merely inherited a portion of the vermilion bird's essence and the power of sacred fire, rather than being the true sacred beast itself. Intrigued, he inquired of Hong Dai, May I absorb your sacred fire? Upon awakening his Dao body, a segment of ancestral memory unfurled within his mind. He was cultivating the primordial Dao body, the pinnacle of all paths, capable of accommodating myriad strengths, integrating countless laws, and assimilating all energies of heaven and earth without conflict. Alongside this, a supreme technique, the chaotic heavenly canon, emerged, its rank unfathomable, which he would henceforth focus on mastering. Of course, I can separate a fragment of the sacred fire's essence from my master. Without a hint of hesitation, Hong Dai flicked her fingertip, releasing an extremely pure strand of crimson flame. After this separation, the fire radiating from her was only slightly diminished, causing no significant detriment. Chen Fan extended his hand to receive it and immediately began to refine it using the chaotic heavenly canon. As the chaotic energy circulated, a dragon and a phoenix manifested behind him, and with the sacred fire entering his body, a third silhouette of the vermilion bird gradually materialized. The dragon, phoenix, and vermilion bird coexisted, entwined with divine thunder that dispelled evil, seamlessly merging without strife. The fire attributes spiritual energy within him transformed entirely into the supreme, sacred fire of the vermilion bird. Truly worthy of being a chaotic Tao body. The coexistence of diverse powers not only avoids conflict, but allows for the sharing of true spiritual abilities. Subsequently, Hong Dai revealed the origin of the dragon's image. Sun Xingyan was originally a true dragon body, and when Chen Fan awakened his Tao body, he secretly infused a trace of the true dragon's essence. Chen Fan turned his gaze towards the spatial ring, marveling, is this the spatial ring of the integration stage? It contains a universe within, resembling a small secret realm, somewhat akin to my creation space. Hong Dai gently shook her head, Master, is not the same as your creation space. Oh, the spatial ring is crafted from void crystal stones by integration stage cultivators, merely a lifeless spatial entity. However, I can sense that your creation space exudes the breath of a nascent world, albeit still exceedingly tender. Chen Fan shuddered. Disbelief etched on his face. A world? How is that possible? I cannot be certain, but it is undeniably not an ordinary storage space of the mortal realm. Chen Fan fell into silence, reflecting on it. The creation space was indeed enigmatic. During the Qi refinement stage, it contained only the sun and moon. After foundation establishment, it evolved into mountains and rivers, along with a mysterious spiritual tree unknown even to Hong Dai. All these transformations seemed intricately linked to his cultivation. Never mind, if it is beyond comprehension. I shall not dwell on it. Let me first examine the treasures left behind by my esteemed master. Upon a closer inspection, Chen Fan nearly succumbed to expletives. The contents of his ring were almost entirely depleted. Scarce were the spiritual herbs and stones, leaving behind only a plethora of alchemical formulas, ancient tomes of formations, and a substantial piece of high-grade heavenly ore. Indeed, after numerous battles and the establishment of a secret realm formation, his resources had long been exhausted. However, this heavenly ore was precisely what he required to repair the soul-devouring formation. With a few more pieces, he could restore the formation to withstand a strike from a nascent soul. While this expedition into the secret realm appeared to yield few immediate resources, the actual gains were astonishing. The alchemical formulas encompassed those for forming cores, nascent souls, and even higher realms, far surpassing the standards of the lower realms. Provided he had spiritual herbs and the Xiantian divine furnace, he could refine them in the future. Even more precious was the formation inheritance left by Sun Xingyan, consisting entirely of advanced formations from the spirit realm, accompanied by handwritten notes on the arrangements, the value of which was immeasurable. 500 miles from Yin City, the one-armed Tianhun Jinren stood with a grim expression, fixated intently on the direction of the city. After recovering most of his injuries, he had relentlessly tracked Chen Fan's aura, witnessing firsthand as the latter entered Yin City. Humph, you little brat. Having severed my arm, this vendetta cannot go unpunished. A mere foundation-building ant. I shall ensure your dismemberment. Chapter 49. The pitiful dog brother. Despite his seething hatred, Tianhun Jinren dared not act recklessly within Yin City. This was the domain of the treasure-gathering pavilion, where rules were strictly enforced. Neither righteous nor demonic cultivators were permitted to engage in combat within the city. Over the years, no one had dared to challenge the authority of the pavilion. Thus, he was left with no choice but to rent a cave dwelling in the city, covertly searching for Chen Fan day and night. Yin City was virtually the only sanctuary for demonic cultivators in the entire Wenzhou. Beyond its walls, demonic practitioners were viewed as pariahs, universally reviled. Ever since being pursued by Tianhun Jinren, Chen Fan had confined himself, dedicating his efforts to profound cultivation. His previous battle with Jin Zhan had loosened his bottleneck, allowing his cultivation to advance. Currently, he devoted all his energy to the 5 spirits transformation scripture, the refining spirit technique, and the chaotic heavenly canon. A few days prior, Feng Qingxiu had sent another batch of body-refining spiritual herbs. Before his departure, Chen Fan had prepared enough elixirs for an entire year, initially believing he would return after that span, unaware of the numerous unforeseen events that would transpire. Fortunately, despite the perilous journey, his rewards were nothing short of extraordinary. Now, he had unwittingly offended a core formation practitioner, and even one Tianming had indirectly become his mortal enemy. Nevertheless, this was an eventuality. His physical body had now reached the late foundation building stage, and after refining 2 strands of nascent yin, his cultivation was nearing the late stage as well. Within the secret realm, he had no time to assimilate his gains, and upon emerging, he found himself pursued by those in the core formation stage. Presently, his spiritual consciousness was exceedingly formidable, already reaching the late stage of core formation, compelling him to temporarily halt his refining spirit technique, as his foundation-building body could scarcely withstand such overwhelming spiritual awareness. Next, he needed to prepare to disperse his energy and reforge his path. Should he succeed in forming his core, he would wield numerous magical treasures with ease, exponentially increasing his combat prowess. However, before undertaking this reformation, he must first meet with Bingqing. Yu Bingqing had arrived in Yin City a few days prior and had proactively reached out to him. Chen Fan opened the restrictions of his cave, dwelling, and instantly beheld the anxious countenance of Yu Bingqing. As she stepped through the door, she immediately seized him, scrutinizing him with a face full of concern. Chen Fan chuckled softly. There is no need for such worry. I am quite well. But he is a golden core cultivator, someone we cannot contend with. How on earth did you provoke such a figure? Should I summon our master for assistance? No need for that. Once I reach the golden core stage, I shall take my revenge. A faint smile graced Chen Fan's lips as he slightly released his aura, allowing his late foundation establishment realm to manifest without reservation. Yu Bingqing's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. You were only at the early foundation establishment stage. How could you advance so swiftly? Chen Fan felt a swell of pride within. In this realm of mortals, a 5-element root cultivator achieving late foundation establishment by their 20s was truly exceptional, rivaling even the most gifted with heavenly roots. His battle with Jin Zhan had evidently been a catalyst for his breakthrough. And you're the greatest contributor to this, he whispered conspiratorially. Yu Bingqing appeared utterly perplexed, wondering how this was relevant to her. Chen Fan leaned closer, whispering a few playful words into her ear. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her ears burned as she turned away, unable to meet his gaze. Just as Chen Fan prepared to tease her further, a sultry voice floated in from outside. Oh, Little Fan, has my arrival come at an inopportune moment? Chen Fan, feeling exasperated, thought if you know it is an inconvenient time, why speak up? He turned with an obligatory gesture of respect. Master Feng, it has been quite some time. Yu Bingxing observed the sudden appearance of the alluring woman with confusion, inquiring silently about her identity. This is Feng Qingxiu, the head of the treasure-gathering pavilion in Yin City, she introduced. Yu Qinggong Yu Bingxing. I have the pleasure of meeting you, Master Feng. Yu Bingxing offered politely. No need for such formalities, dear sister Yu. Just call me Sister Feng. Feng Qingxiu replied warmly. Chen Fan shot her a sharp glare. Feng Qingxiu feigned a look of hurt, sighing dramatically. Oh, it seems that after just half a year apart, you've taken to addressing me formally instead of as your dear sister. My heart is truly broken. Chen Fan felt uneasy under Yu Bingxing's gaze and quickly asserted. Master Feng, while we may share a meal, let's not misinterpret our relationship. We are merely collaborators. Feng Qingxiu adopted the demeanor of a spurned lover. Chen Fan found himself utterly exasperated by her audacity. After a playful exchange, Feng Qingxiu tossed him several hefty bags filled with spirit stones, amounting to over 120,000. This is your share from the past 6 months. You are now wealthier than I. You alchemists truly have a lucrative trade. Chen Fan found her assertions hard to believe. Would the head of the treasure-gathering pavilion truly be short of funds? Alchemy could be profitable. It was also grueling work. Any ordinary alchemist would have been exhausted from the relentless toil. By the way, allow me to share a secret that has been the talk of the town, allegedly leaked from within the Wandao sect, concerning their saint, Jinzhan. Both Chen Fan and Yu Bingxing perked up with interest, with Chen Fan particularly keen on news of Jinzhan. It was said that, for reasons unknown, Jinzhan had suddenly gone mad during his return to the sect, publicly disgracing several female disciples. At that moment, Wan Tianming had briefly stepped away, only to return and find the female disciples in the throes of despair, while Jinzhan had descended into a state of utter disarray. Yu Bingxing, already cognizant of Jinzhan's vile character, was taken aback by the extent of his madness. Chen Fan suppressed a smirk, feigning astonishment. He truly went that far? It was later discovered that he had been afflicted by the He-Huan pill of the He-Huan sect. The poison is peculiar, and can only be resolved by an antidote or through the union of yin and yang. Even a nascent soul practitioner cannot forcibly neutralize it. Upon returning to the 10,000 Paths sect, Jinzhan found himself irresistibly drawn to female cultivators, causing all the female disciples to flee in terror at his approach. The sect members initially believed that the effects of the poison would dissipate, but to their astonishment, he later did not spare even a female dog. Yu Bingxing felt her body stiffen, her worldview shattered, overwhelmed by a sense of utter revulsion. Chen Fan, unable to contain his amusement, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. I can't take it any longer. What happened next? Ultimately, it was Wan Tianming who took matters into his own hands, capturing an elder from the He-Huan sect to forcibly obtain the antidote. The three of them shared hearty laughter. Suddenly, Yu Bingxing paused, her gaze turning peculiar as she looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, the red pill you fed to Jinzhan couldn't possibly be. Indeed, it was the He-Huan pill, he replied with a grin. I retrieved it from a practitioner of the soul refining sect and gave him an entire one. Chen Fan laughed so hard he could barely stand upright. Feng Qingxiu observed the two, her understanding dawning, a smile dancing in her eyes. How could someone from the soul refining sect possess the He-Huan pill? Perhaps it was acquired through dubious means. After some casual exchanges, Feng Qingxiu gracefully excused herself. Once outside, she gently shook her head, chuckling softly. This lad is rather fickle. After all, it was merely a casual mention. Within the cave dwelling, Chen Fan still found himself unable to suppress his laughter. Poor Jinzhan had truly met a dismal fate. Yu Bingxing furrowed her brow slightly. How is it that you are so familiar with Sect Master Feng? She has assisted me greatly. Collaborating with her brings me only benefits. Yu Bingxing's expression grew serious. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion has influence throughout the continent, publicly discussing only interests yet secretly possesses the formidable might of a god transformation ancestor. Chen Fan understood her implication. He had long suspected that Feng Qingxiu was already a nascent soul practitioner, her cultivation unfathomable. I am well aware. As long as she harbors no ill will towards me, it is merely a mutual exchange of interests. Chapter 50. The Bounty of 100,000 Spirit Stones. Confronting the Golden Core. Chen Fan, why not consider joining the Yuqing Palace? Yu Bingqing suddenly suggested, leaving Chen Fan perplexed. He gazed at her with a peculiar expression, reaching out to touch her forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? Why would you speak such nonsense? Does your Yuqing Palace even accept male disciples? She swatted his hand away. What are you doing? I'm serious. Chen Fan regarded her thoughtfully for a moment, pondering something unknown. Forget it. I believe remaining a wandering cultivator is preferable, free from constraints. Besides, would you truly feel comfortable casting me into the Yuqing Palace? I'm hardly a paragon of virtue. Very well, if you choose not to go, that's acceptable. His reasoning held some merit. With his extraordinary looks, joining the Yuqing Palace could indeed be perilous. Chen Fan smirked, pulling her closer. My dear, since you are here, why not stay a few more days? Yu Bingqing possessed a demeanor distinct from that of Shang Wanyu. While Shang Wanyu was vivacious, Yu Bingqing exuded an air of cool detachment, a natural aloofness perhaps stemming from her ice phoenix constitution, which was inherently frigid and had a strong affinity for ice attributes, ranking among the foremost of unique physiques. 2 days later, Yu Bingqing was also preparing to return. Inviting Chen Fan to join Yuqing Palace was secondary. Her primary concern was for his well-being. Upon receiving news of his injury, she hurriedly made her way to Wenzhou. The two arrived at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, where she intended to use the teleportation array to return. Oh, you two lovebirds have graced us with your presence, someone remarked. Chen Fan pretended not to hear, while Yu Bingqing's face flushed crimson, quickly diverting her gaze to the side. All right, I won't tease you any longer. The teleportation array is over here. The fee is waived, the attendant said. Chen Fan, feeling embarrassed, replied, that one tea do, I must express my gratitude to Sister Feng. Feng Qingxiu, expecting Chen Fan to refuse, shot him a disapproving glance. We'll deduct it from your spirit stones. By the way, Chen Fan, you might want to alter your appearance when you go out. You are now wanted by the Righteous Path Alliance. What? I'm wanted? Yes. It was announced under the name of Wan Tianming, and the entire Righteous Path Alliance believes you have seized opportunities from the secret realm. Yu Bingqing produced the wanted notice, which featured a handsome portrait of Chen Fan. He instantly recognized it as the work of that dog-riding warrior, the only one who had seen his true form. Wait, why is the bounty only 100,000 spirit stones? Am I worth so little? Chen Fan exclaimed, pointing at the amount with disbelief. He felt he deserved at least 1,000,000 spirit stones. Are you still dissatisfied? Have you seen any foundation-building cultivator casually producing 100,000 spirit stones? If it were Sect Saint, that would be a different matter. Indeed, with his earnings reaching hundreds of thousands each month, Chen Fan had nearly lost all sense of the value of spirit stones. Alchemists were indeed lucrative, especially high-ranking ones. The apothecary sect was among the wealthiest in the entire Righteous Path Alliance. After bidding farewell to Yu Bingqing, Chen Fan ascended to his reception room. Feng Qingxiu presented him with a package of tea leaves exuding rich spiritual energy. Moments later, Chen Fan sipped the spirit tea, savoring its exquisite flavor. Ah, splendid tea, he remarked. Of course, this is 500-year-old spirit tea. I wouldn't share it with just anyone. Is there any more? I'd like 300 to 500 packages. Are you really serious? 500-year-old tea is not ordinary. There's only this one package. Take it if you want. Chen Fan did not hesitate, swiftly placing the package into his storage ring. The tea was freshly picked, perfect for nurturing in the creation space. Feng Qingxiu was at a loss for words. She realized Chen Fan's audacity had grown. Look after these spirit tools. They're of no use to me here. These are merely low-tier spirit tools. As she surveyed the pile before her, Feng Qingxiu paused. Chen, how many people have you killed? Ah, you are mistaken. I did not kill them, Chen Fan clarified. recounting the events from the secret realm. These were all dropped on the battlefield, ultimately collected by Xiao Bai, who had a difficult time defeating the opponent only to lose the storage bag. Since advancing to a second-tier beast, Xiao Bai seemed to have awakened a form of concealment technique, imperceptible to any spirit energy. Generally, higher bloodline beasts possess inherited memories, suggesting that this little fox is quite exceptional. Feng Qingxiu observed the furry little creature clutching the elixirs, concluding that its bloodline must be quite impressive. After departing from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Chen Fan unexpectedly detected the presence of a familiar figure, Tianhan Jinren. Contemplating for a moment, he decided to lead him outside the city of Yan. Tianhan Jinren had been tracking Chen Fan for half a month and finally located him today. Ah, are we leaving the city? How fortuitous! Chen Fan halted in an open space 100,000 miles outside the city. Old man, come forth. You followed me for so long. Tianhan Jinren was somewhat taken aback. How did this young cultivator in the early stages of Foundation establishment perceive him? You shall pay with your life for the grudge of the severed arm today, he declared, wasting no words as he instantly unleashed the Tianhan hand towards Chen Fan. In a flash, Chen Fan moved like a specter, darting several hundred meters away, and 5 flying swords shot towards Tianhan Jinren. Foundation establishment late stage? How is that possible? It's only been a short time. I am a genius, Chen Fan mused. Do you think that merely stepping into the late stage of Foundation establishment grants you the power to resist me? You clearly know nothing of the nascent soul cultivators. This time, I shall seize your opportunity. Tianhan Jinren did not hold back. The disparity between nascent soul cultivators and Foundation establishment cultivators was vast. While the latter could only store spiritual energy in their danshin, the former could transform that energy into magical power, coupled with their life treasures. Suddenly, a pitch-black bell emerged from Tianhan Jinren's danshin. It was his life treasure, the soul-capturing bell. At the moment the bell jingled, Chen Fan felt as if his head would explode. Even the nascent soul within him trembled. Haha, my soul-capturing bell is a soul-type treasure, capable of refining souls and extracting them. In an instant, a dragon and phoenix phantasm appeared, sending the soul-capturing bell flying, and Chen Fan regained consciousness. Once again, I must possess your body. With a look of dread at the bell, Chen Fan realized its ability to influence the soul. He had unknowingly entered an illusory realm. Without hesitation, he summoned 5 spirit swords to form a formation, enveloping Tianhan Jinren in the 5 elements sword array, emanating a formidable aura akin to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Upon sensing this power, Tianhan Jinren grasped the soul-refining banner with his only hand, and waves of soul energy surged into his body, propelling him into the late nascent soul stage. A singular Tianhan hand obliterated the 5 elements sword array. This was his trump card, used only in dire circumstances, as it would inflict harm upon his own soul. The oppressive might of the 2 treasures rendered Chen Fan breathless, reminiscent of his encounter with Lei Wangkong. He could not afford to linger on such thoughts. The 10,000 Souls banner manifested, led by the Raksasa's Saint Ancestor, launching a multitude of spiritual attacks. Chapter 51. Loss of Cultivation. Damage to the soul. The appearance of the 10,000 Souls banner caused Tianhan Jinren's pupils to constrict, his face reflecting disbelief. Is this power a spiritual treasure? Moreover, a superior grade spiritual treasure. Ha ha ha, young man, I owe you my gratitude for presenting me with this magnificent gift. Tianhan Jinren's gaze fixated greedily on the 10,000 Souls banner in Chen Fan's hand, as if the path to the nascent soul was within arm's reach. The soul-capturing bell trembled violently, its piercing chime drilling into the soul. The celestial soul master exerted all his power to activate 2 soul treasures, while the wails of tormented spirits erupted from the soul-refining banner, intertwining with the soul-capturing bell to unleash a ferocious and unparalleled assault on the soul. Forcefully pressing down upon Chen Fan, the myriad souls banner echoed with soul cries that shook the heavens, as the Raksasa saint ancestor led countless restless souls to fiercely resist. The two forces of soul power colliding in midair, locked in a stalemate. Chen Fan, relying on the might of his spiritual treasure, managed to tenuously maintain his ground, preventing an immediate collapse. Observing this, the celestial soul master's eyes sparkled with insight as he swiftly discerned the truth. So, it is. Your soul banner possesses the form of a top-tier spiritual treasure, yet due to the fragmentation of its soul source, its true power barely reaches the level of an inferior spiritual treasure. Furthermore, your forced activation at the foundation establishment stage significantly diminishes its potency, allowing it to exert at most 20% of its capability. Am I correct? Chen Fan's expression darkened, and he remained silent. The Celestial Soul Master, a formidable core formation cultivator, effortlessly saw through the myriad souls banner's limitations in an instant, having forcibly activated the spiritual treasure for an extended period. Chen Fan's soul was besieged by sharp pains, and a wave of fatigue washed over him, causing his vision to dim. A cold, ruthless smile curled at the corners of his lips, his voice hoarse yet brimming with determination. Ha, old man, indeed I can only unleash 20% of its power. But what if I add these? With a thought, the Xiantian divine furnace slowly ascended from his dantian. An overwhelming aura of fire that could scorch the heavens and boil the seas engulfed the surroundings as a crimson vermilion bird phantom swirled above the furnace. Following this, 5 spirit swords converged in midair, the quintessence of the 5 elements surging into the sword array, while the exorcising thunder coiled around the sword bodies. Violet golden, lightning flashing as countless bolts of divine thunder crashed forth, shattering the approaching assault from the Celestial Soul Master. The Celestial Soul Master, gazing at the fully crimson divine furnace, and then at the intertwining spiritual energy and violent divine thunder, trembled uncontrollably. Another spiritual treasure, and it even harbored a spirit? Such quality surely surpassed that of a top-tier spiritual treasure, nearing the celestial level. This is impossible. You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator with a mixed root of 5 elements, have already defied nature by reaching foundation establishment. How could you possess such a precious treasure? After a brief moment of shock, the Celestial Soul Master suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his expression reaching the peak of madness. Ha ha ha! No matter how splendid the treasure, it will ultimately belong to me. Chen Fan's expression grew increasingly grave, his soul's depletion reaching its limit as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his aura waning to the utmost. 5-element sword array, exorcising thunder arise. At that moment, the spirit of the Xiantian divine furnace unfurled its wings, and the blazing vermilion bird, sacred fire, surged skyward, merging with the sword array, divine thunder, and the power of the myriad souls banner. This time, Chen Fan poured forth all his hidden cards, holding nothing back. Behold the 5-colored radiance soaring into the sky, as a terrifying energy collided with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the clouds, a violent shockwave sweeping across the land. In the aftermath of the explosion, the earth within a radius of tens of thousands of miles lay charred, devoid of life, with only the remnants of shattered trees and debris remaining. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Chen Fan stood there, pale as a sheet, staggering in place. In the moment of the explosion, he had forcibly summoned the power of the creation space to shield his body, yet he was still struck head-on by the violent aftershock. Even with a physique far surpassing that of others at the same realm, he was left grievously injured, his organs ruptured, teetering on the brink of death. Cough, cough. This old fool, is he dead yet? Chen Fan dragged his incredibly heavy body step by step towards the epicenter of the explosion. There lay a figure, bloodied and battered, clothes in tatters, with a faint rise and fall in his chest. He weakly kicked the person, his tone laced with disbelief. A core formation cultivator truly can endure. He is still alive. The Celestial Soul Master was in a pitiful state, every part of him broken, his spirit on the verge of collapse. Unable even to utter a word. Only his bloodshot eyes remained, fixated on Chen Fan, filled with hatred, resentment, and despair intertwined. Chen Fan weakly kicked a few more times, his voice chilling. Weren't you supposed to kill me? Weren't you supposed to seize my treasures? Get up. He raised his hand to summon the myriad souls banner from the horizon, and the Rakshasa ancestor extended a soul claw, forcibly drawing the broken soul of the celestial soul master into the banner for refinement. Afterward, Chen Fan searched the surroundings for a moment, finding only a battered soul-capturing bell, as the soul-refining banner had long been incinerated under the vermilion bird's sacred fire and the exorcising divine thunder. The storage pouch had been torn apart by the shockwave, its contents utterly obliterated, not a trace remaining. Such a pity. Even the storage pouch and the soul-refining banner have been destroyed. Those souls were in vain. Chen Fan muttered to himself, placing the damaged soul-capturing bell into his storage ring, and a wisp of vermilion bird sacred fire flickered from his fingertips, completely incinerating the corpse on the ground. Just then, Chen Fan suddenly looked up at the sky, where a familiar figure stood suspended in the air, none other than Feng Qingxiu. Before he could finish his thought, both his spirit and body reached their limits. Darkness enveloped him, and he could no longer hold on, collapsing backward. Feng Qingxiu's figure flickered, instantly teleporting to Chen Fan's side, steadying him with a sweep of her nascent soul consciousness. Her brows furrowed slightly as she casually collected the still glowing core formation fragment from the ground. In the next moment, she vanished with Chen Fan. Merely a few breaths later, several beams of escape light pierced through the void, a few middle-aged men clad in the attire of the Medicine King, sect hovering in the air. One of whom was the previously encountered Yao Wuchen. Yao Wuchen's consciousness swept across the battlefield, his expression grave. The aftermath of the battle between core formation cultivators lingered with a dense aura of souls, alongside overwhelming fire and lightning energies. Could it be the work of the soul-refining sect? They possess audacity to act near Flame City. Judging by the traces, it appears a golden core cultivator from the soul-refining sect engaged in combat with an unidentified opponent. A thorough investigation must be conducted upon return. After searching for a while with nothing to show for it, they left in disappointment. Once the nascent soul cultivators had moved far away, the lurking rogue cultivators began to emerge, hoping to scavenge some fragments of treasures or residual spiritual herbs, but all they found was a desolate, scorched earth. Half a month passed swiftly, and Chen Fan remained in a deep coma, his spirit severely injured, his spiritual power completely depleted, his vitality faint. On the journey back, Feng Qingxiu discovered a wisp of faint golden lightning swirling around the depths of Chen Fan's wounds, which contained a life force that was inexhaustible. The external injuries on his body were visibly healing at a slow but steady pace. 2 months later, Chen Fan finally opened his eyes slowly, gazing at the familiar and elegant room before him, feeling momentarily bewildered. How did I return to the treasure-gathering pavilion? As soon as he began to ponder, a sharp pain surged through his head, an ominous sign of severe damage to his soul. He turned his attention inward, only to find his spirit in tatters, his spiritual energy utterly depleted, and his cultivation level having plummeted back to the first stage of qi refinement. This sight caused Chen Fan's heart to tighten, prompting him to hastily examine his danshan. Fortunately, his danshan remained intact, the foundation unscathed. The predicament seemed to stem from the overexertion of spiritual power and the backlash from spiritual treasure. Coincidentally, he had intended to disperse his energy and begin anew. Yet the damage to his soul was far too grave. While he contemplated how to mend his soul, the door creaked open, and a figure radiating an air of icy composure entered briskly. It was Yu Bingxing. Upon seeing Chen Fan awake, her demeanor melted away, replaced by a visage of urgency as she rushed to his bedside and enveloped him in a tight embrace. "You're finally awake. Do you feel unwell? Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Chen Fan managed a weak smile, gently patting her back. "I'm fine, see? What brings you here?" "It was Master Feng who sent word to me. I should have called for my Master's intervention much sooner." Yu Bingxing's voice trembled with a blend of fear and guilt. Chen Fan shook his head, maintaining his stubborn facade. "Come now, just a core formation cultivator. There's no need to trouble your master. In the end, I managed to defeat him. You did defeat him, but you sacrificed everything in the process. Your cultivation is in ruins, and you nearly lost your life, all for the sake of pride. Feng Qing Snow interjected as she entered the room. Exasperation etched across her features. Had she not arrived in time, Chen Fan might have already been taken away by the people from the Medicine King sect, with dire consequences. A wave of dread washed over Chen Fan. Had it not been for the two precious treasures shielding him, he would have perished in that reckless battle against a foe far beyond his level. He silently vowed never to act so recklessly again. Thank you, Sister Feng, for your timely rescue. Otherwise, I truly would have been done for. Chen Fan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. By the way, Master Feng, does your treasure-gathering pavilion possess any spiritual herbs pertaining to the soul? Ideally, of earth grade or higher. Feng Qingsnow raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. Your soul is indeed severely damaged, but surely it cannot warrant such an extravagant remedy? Chen Fan refrained from disclosing the secret of his soul, having already reached the core formation level, casually explaining instead that he possessed an ancient formula requiring the earth-grade spiritual herb, sacred soul grass, as the primary ingredient to swiftly restore his soul. Upon hearing the name sacred soul grass, Yubinking's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sacred soul grass? My master just happens to have some. I'll go fetch it right away. Without waiting for Chen Fan to say more, she turned and hurried out, her mind set solely on retrieving the spiritual herb for him. Chapter 52. The Earth-Grade Supreme Sacred Soul Pill, Chen. What on earth did you do to earn the unwavering devotion of the aloof saintess from Yuqing Palace? Earth-grade soul herbs. And she offered them without a second thought. Feng Qingsnow observed, her gaze fixed on Chen Fan, curiosity dancing in her eyes. Yu Binking's reputation was well known. With her rare ice spirit root, she stood as a pinnacle talent among the younger generation of the Righteous Path Alliance, perpetually cold and distant toward men. Yet now, her concern for Chen Fan was utterly surprising. Clearing his throat, Chen Fan feigned a proud demeanor. Of course, I won her over with my prowess. We battled for 300 rounds, and in the end, she succumbed to my overwhelming strength and my unparalleled charm. Feng Qingsnow played along, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Oh, 300 rounds of battle? You must elaborate. Enough. Matters of adults are not for children to pry into. You only need to know that our love is genuine. Chen Fan waved dismissively, urging her away. TCH, if you want to talk, then forget it. Feng Qingshu pouted briefly before assuming a serious tone. Our branch of the Treasure Pavilion does not possess any earth-grade spirit soul herbs. Such herbs are exceedingly rare. Their value comparable to low-tier, celestial-grade elixirs. Whenever they appear, they are immediately sent to the headquarters in Zhongzhou. Forcing a transfer would take considerable time. Chen Fan's eyes brightened. How many spirit stones would that require? If auctioned externally, at least 2 million low-grade spirit stones. I'll offer you a friendly price. 1,500,000, Feng Qingshu replied. Chen Fan's eyes widened in pain. 1,500,000? Why don't you just rob it? I have barely over 3 million in total assets. One herb would consume half of my fortune. Feng Qingshu's expression darkened, her brows knitting together. Please, this is already the cost price. At the auction house, 2 million might not even suffice. Genuine celestial grade herbs fetch bids in the tens of millions of spirit stones. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Having recently suffered a decline in cultivation and with his soul just restored, he was in no rush to break through to the formation pill stage. He reckoned he would not need the herb within the next 2 or 3 decades, so he let the matter drop. The next day, Yu Bingxing truly returned, cradling a spirit herb in her hands, a 500-year-old sacred soul grass, its aura so dense that it nearly condensed into mist. Chen Fan was greatly astonished. He had expected the Jade Pure Palace leader, Shun Nianyun, to behave like Lei Wani, forcefully keeping him away from Yu Bingxing or even exerting pressure. Yet, not only did she not obstruct him, she directly gifted an earth-grade spirit herb. Did your master say nothing? Chen Fan could not help but inquire. Yu Bingxing tilted her head, her tone casual. She did. Master asked me to ask you if there is anything else you need. Just speak up. Chen Fan was utterly bewildered, muttering under his breath. What is going on? Could it be they want to recruit me as a live-in son-in-law? Let me be clear. I will not marry in a jade pure palace. Yu Bingqing's cheeks flushed as she lightly tapped him, coquettishly chiding. What nonsense are you spouting? Master and the others simply see great potential in you. See potential in me? For no reason? Chen Fan remained incredulous. Beside them, Feng Qingxiu suddenly chuckled. Your master's judgment is shrewd. This fellow is not only handsome, but exceptionally talented. A genuine prospect. Chen Fan turned to her, puzzled. Sister Feng, do you also see potential in me? Feng Qingxiu's beautiful eyes flickered mischievously. Yes and no. The cryptic reply left Chen Fan perplexed. Just as he was about to press for clarification, Feng Qingxiu had already turned and walked away, giving him no opportunity. Yu Bingqing followed Chen Fan back to his abode, her clear eyes fixed unwaveringly upon him, brimming with curiosity. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Chen Fan asked helplessly. I want to watch you refine pills. I want to see how you produce the legendary supreme elixirs. Yu Bingqing whispered softly, her voice tinged with longing. Very well. If you wish to watch, then watch, Chen Fan said without further ado, raising his hand to summon the Xianyuan divine furnace. The furnace had transformed since before. Its body was now exquisitely engraved with vermilion phoenix patterns, glowing a blood-red hue. No longer the dull, inconspicuous black it once was. It radiated an aura of solemn majesty the moment it appeared, a true spiritual treasure. He cautiously removed the seeds of the sacred soul grass, storing them away for future cultivation. Subsequently, he took out dozens of auxiliary spiritual herbs, all of which were exquisite treasures aged over 500 years. The herbs were all cast into the furnace, which had now developed a spirit of its own, capable of both offense and defense, as well as autonomously refining the spiritual herbs. Chen Fan merely needed to control the formation of the elixir at the final moment, significantly alleviating his burden. The refining of the dozens of spiritual herbs was completed in just half a day. However, the subsequent stage of merging the medicinal liquid progressed at a notably slow pace. After all, this was an earth-grade elixir, and with Chen Fan's spiritual consciousness not yet fully restored and still quite fragile, he would have faltered without the unwavering support of Yu Bingqing, who remained by his side, occasionally infusing pure spiritual energy to sustain him. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had gone by. Chen Fan's complexion had turned pale, and he appeared on the verge of collapse, while Yu Bingqing expressed deep concern. Never leaving his side, at that moment, a delightful fragrance of herbs suddenly enveloped the cave, and merely inhaling it brought a sense of mental clarity and subtle enhancement. The elixir was on the verge of completion. Chen Fan summoned his spirit, focusing entirely on channeling the medicinal power. A golden beam of light, as thick as an arm, surged from the furnace, exuding a formidable aura. Fortunately, the cave was equipped with a spirit-devouring array, which consumed all escaping energy. Otherwise, the commotion of an earth-grade elixir's emergence would have attracted numerous core formation cultivators eager to seize it. Struggling with his fatigue, Chen Fan approached the furnace, where a perfectly round, golden elixir lay quietly at its heart, its fragrance pure and its aura dense. It was the supreme sacred soul elixir. Yu Bingqing hurried to support him, fearful he might collapse. The supreme sacred soul elixir had finally been created. Bingqing, assist me in guarding. Chen Fan instructed as he sat down cross-legged and swallowed the elixir in one gulp, forming hand seals to fully operate the spirit refinement technique. Yu Bingqing stood vigilantly by his side, her gaze focused, unwilling to relax for even a moment. As the elixir entered his body, a gentle yet vast medicinal force swept through him, visibly repairing and strengthening his damaged soul, gradually dissipating the deep-seated fatigue and weakness. A full month passed before Chen Fan finally refined the medicinal power of the sacred soul elixir completely. His soul was restored to its original state, even more solid and powerful than before. However, his cultivation still remained at the first level of qi refinement, unrevived. Bingqing, I appreciate your hard work over this month. Chen Fan expressed softly. Yu Bingqing held his hand tightly, concern evident in her eyes. As long as you are well, that's all that matters. Please, do not take such risks again. I cannot bear the thought of being widowed at such a young age. Chen Fan felt a warmth in his heart and nodded in agreement. Very well, I promise you, I will keep a low profile and live cautiously. Yu Bingqing did not understand the meaning of living cautiously, but refrained from inquiring further. I have been away for over a month. It is time to return to Yuqing Palace. Chen Fan did not try to persuade her to stay. His mind was consumed with thoughts of restoring his cultivation and training his physical body, leaving him little room for anything else. After bidding farewell to Yu Bingqing, Chen Fan promptly headed to the treasure-gathering pavilion, compiling a list of refining herbs. He aimed to first elevate his physical body to the level of core formation, allowing its strength to surpass that of his cultivation realm. Only then could he bear a more potent soul, enabling him to wield both the 10,000 Souls Banner and the Xiantian Divine Furnace without such exertion. Through his battle with the Celestial Soul Real Person, he had come to fully comprehend the significance of the soul and the physical body. If his soul were at the same level as a core formation cultivator, the soul-capturing bell would hardly disturb him, and had his physical body been stronger, he would not have been severely injured by the aftermath of the explosion. Feng Qingxiu took the list and glanced over it before breaking into a smile. The earth-grade spiritual herbs for cultivating the physical body, Sister had already prepared them for you. Knowing you follow the physical training path, she has been saving them for you. I will have someone deliver them to your cave dwelling shortly. The total costs amount to 1.5 million spirit stones. Chen Fan's face fell. Another 1.5 million? Why don't you? Feng Qingxiu's expression darkened, her tone turning noticeably colder. Chen Fan, you are truly becoming more miserly. These spiritual herbs would cost no less than 3 million spirit stones anywhere else. I am practically giving them to you at half price, barely making any profit. Don't be ungrateful. Hearing this, Chen Fan realized the truth and sheepishly smiled, obediently handing over the spirit stones. Chapter 53. Restoration of Cultivation. The dutiful alchemist, sensing the situation was unfavorable, Chen Fan hurriedly threw down several bags of spirit stones and swiftly made his exit. Stingy. Feng Qingxiu shook her head in resignation. One could hardly blame him. After such heavy expenditures, his entire fortune was nearly depleted. Anyone would feel the pain. Sighing, she resolved to intensify her alchemical efforts. Spirit stones were truly ephemeral. Before long, Feng Qingxiu arranged for the herbs to be delivered to Chen Fan's cave. Not only the physical cultivation herbs he requested, but also a vast array of other spiritual grasses. The pavilion lord had said, your period of seclusion is uncertain. Prepare a batch of superior pills in advance. Though the treasure pavilion housed excellent alchemists, none could rival Chen Fan in pill success rate or quality. Even among superior pills, the difference in effect was vast. Chen Fan stared at the towering heap of herbs, his vision darkening. This was clearly treating him like a free, pill-making beast of burden. Why, even after transmigrating, must he still endure such servitude? Yet, for the sake of spirit stones, he resolved to persevere. The herbs Feng Qingxiu sent were all profound grade, whereas he had previously made yellow-grade pills. Now he was upgrading wholesale to profound-grade pills, a considerable appetite indeed. Previously, a superior yellow-grade pill could sell for 200,000 spirit stones monthly. Now, with profound-grade pills, the profits would surely multiply. Yellow-grade pills thrived on volume and affordability, catering to the vast number of low-tier cultivators. Small margins but steady sales. This time, Chen Fan refrained from using the Profound Heaven Divine Furnace. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to reveal his trump card. Now wielding the Vermilion Bird Sacred Flame, his alchemical speed far surpassed before, making efficiency sufficient. For 2 whole months, Chen Fan secluded himself, forging pills day and night without pause. Midway, Yu Bingqing visited and found him gaunt and pale, almost unrecognizable. Chen Fan, how have you come to look like this? Are your injuries still unhealed? I'm fine, just terribly exhausted, Chen Fan replied weakly. This is no work for a human. Feng Qingxiu, one day I'll have her kneel and sing my praises. Yu Bingqing was perplexed, not understanding his words, but gently expressed concern. After swallowing a supreme, spirit-concentrating pill, Chen Fan's spiritual energy surged, revitalizing him. He reached out and grasped Yu Bingqing's hand. She did not pull away, having weathered countless trials together. Her once frozen heart had long since melted for him. Her previously aloof demeanor had vanished, replaced by tender affection. After a moment of warmth, they sat side by side. Chen Fan chuckled lightly. The once icy saintess now takes the initiative. Yu Bingqing's cheeks flushed softly as she murmured, "Since our dual cultivation, my spiritual energy circulates several times faster. The ice phoenix body continues to refine and strengthen, solidifying its foundation ever more deeply." Chen Fan was slightly taken aback. After he refined your primordial yin and advanced to the later stages of foundation establishment, he felt little thereafter. Although his cultivation had not significantly improved this time, the Ice Phoenix physique had strengthened yet again. Unable to comprehend the profound intricacies involved, he chose not to dwell on it, attributing it to the unique effects of her special constitution. Just as he intended to draw closer, Yu Bingqing seemed to sense something and promptly stood up, swiftly adjusting her attire. "My master has summoned me back to cultivate. You should also hasten your recovery. The next time we meet, I shall have entered the false Dan realm." Without waiting for Chen Fan's response, she hurried away, her steps light, yet imbued with a semblance of escape. Chen Fan chuckled at her retreating figure. What a cold, aloof ice mountain she appeared to be, yet she was evidently a tender little fox. A fleeting image of the dress styles from Blue Star passed through his mind, and he secretly resolved to have her try one in the future. A month later, Chen Fan finally completed all his alchemical tasks. Once the personnel from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion took away the elixirs, he promptly sealed off his cave abode and entered a formal seclusion. Within the cave, premium recovery elixirs, gathering spirit elixirs, and various profound-grade elixirs were piled high. Having gained experience from his previous stint of energy recovery, Chen Fan was acutely aware that each time he began anew, the required resources would double. This time, the consumption for re-establishing his foundation was a staggering 4 to 5 times that of an average cultivator, which explained his extreme frugality with spirit stones. This did not even account for the expenses related to body refinement. Cultivating the physical body was an insatiable pit for spirit stones. Without the support of a creation space, he would have long since gone bankrupt. After 5 arduous years of cultivation, Chen Fan finally restored his depleted cultivation to its entirety. The ground was strewn with elixirs, nearly all consumed, leaving only a few bottles of gathering spirit elixirs. When he turned his attention inward to his dantian, he observed that it was vast, far exceeding that of other cultivators at the same level, resembling an ocean of spiritual power. However, his brow furrowed in concern as he noticed a stark division within the sea of spiritual energy, which had separated into 5 distinct parts. The fire attribute was violently intense, seemingly overshadowing the other 4 elements. He practiced the 5 spirits creation technique, which was fundamentally based on the equilibrium of the 5 elements. However, since integrating the essence of the vermilion bird, that balance had been completely disrupted. When he had previously activated the 5 elements sword array, he sensed the instability, which allowed the heavenly soul true person to easily break the formation. The imbalance of the 5 elements necessitated the acquisition of a spiritual object of equal rank to the vermilion bird sacred fire to restore harmony. Yet such high-tier spiritual objects were invariably classified as heavenly treasures. Chen Fan felt a headache coming on, while there were still options for the wood element, such as the golden thunder bamboo. The other 3 elements, metal, water, and earth, were elusive. Even if they existed, they were likely to be held by ancient nascent soul cultivators. One step at a time, he resolved to continue cultivating, for the world was vast and opportunities would surely arise. Chen Fan stood up and made his way to the golden thunder bamboo grove. This grove had long been suffused with the aura of the exorcising evil divine thunder. The bamboo was a vibrant green, its leaves shimmering with golden light, and the power of thunder crackled incessantly around it. In the center of the bamboo grove, The blood-devouring pearl floated quietly, its brilliance dimmed under the suppression of the divine thunder, unable to stir up any tumult. The exorcising, evil divine thunder was, after all, a natural nemesis of malevolent entities. He prepared to formally commence his body refinement, using earthly-grade, body-refining spiritual medicine as a catalyst. He would concoct a medicinal broth with the vermilion bird's sacred fire, subsequently employing the exorcising evil divine thunder to temper his body, threefold unity to hone his physical form. Chen Fan sat within the medicinal vat, the sacred fire nurturing the elixir, its potency permeating every limb and bone. He then activated the thunder body refinement technique, and the fine threads of thunder surrounding him suddenly surged violently, transforming into golden divine thunder as thick as an arm, crashing down with tremendous force. Excruciating pain surged throughout his body. Though he could command the exorcising divine thunder, it did not grant him immunity from suffering. As the divine thunder entered his form, every sinew and bone underwent relentless refinement and reconstruction. Nearby, Xiaobai lounged lazily upon a stone, leisurely consuming one exquisite pill after another, savoring a life of utter comfort. When the thunder roared, it merely lifted an eyelid before resuming its feast. Having lingered here long enough, it had grown accustomed to the occasional thunderclaps, which, after all, brought no rain and caused no harm. Grateful beyond measure for being rescued by Chen Fan, Xiaobai knew that had it fallen into another's hands, it would have long since been forcibly branded with a soul mark and reduced to a mere mount or pet. Life under this master's care was exceedingly indulgent. Chapter 54. Initial mastery of the Thunder Body. Arrival in Central State. Another year elapsed, and the exorcising divine thunder within the golden thunder bamboo grove had been largely expended. The once radiant golden glow of the bamboo forest dimmed considerably, and the ordinarily palpable aura of thunder vanished without a trace. As the divine thunder's power waned, the long-suppressed, bloodthirsty orb gradually regained its sinister radiance, emitting a faint but menacing bloodlust. Even Xiaobai, positioned at a distance, sensed a growing unease. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained seated within the medicinal vat, the elixir inside having long lost its spiritual vitality and turned turbid. At this moment, a halo of thunderous light encircled him like a deity descended from the heavens. His skin shimmered with resplendent golden hues, and the aura of divine retribution swept across the land, suppressing even the ominous glow of the bloodthirsty orb nearby. At last, the nascent divine thunder body had reached a minor breakthrough in its nascent stage, feeling the formidable pressure of the nascent realm surging from within his flesh. Chen Fan sprang forth and unleashed a mighty punch upon a distant hill. Golden thunder wrapped around his fist, and with a thunderous detonation, the entire hill was flattened into a level plain. The tremendous explosion startled Xiaobai, causing it to tremble and dart behind Chen Fan, pressing its little head tightly against his back. Chen Fan's heart brimmed with satisfaction. His corporeal form had now firmly stabilized at the nascent realm. Yet, the growth cycle of earth-grade spiritual herbs far exceeded that of the profound grade. Even with the acceleration afforded by the destiny space, 2 years were still necessary for maturation. At this rate, achieving the late nascent stage of the corporeal body would require decades of painstaking effort. Chen Fan planted the seeds of spiritual herbs one by one within the destiny space, which now contained only spiritual herbs of profound grade or higher. He retained just one foundational fruit tree, as the others occupied excessive space. Over the past 2 years, the holy soul grass had been harvested twice. His divine soul had already reached the nascent realm, rendering profound-grade pills obsolete for him. In recent days, Chen Fan devoted himself to refining the holy soul pill. The instant the pill was completed, a sudden inspiration illuminated his mind. The Xintian divine furnace flew forth from his dantian as Chen Fan inquired, "Red Butterfly, you have accompanied your master for a long time. Are you capable of pill refinement?" The furnace's vermilion bird aura flickered gently, and a clear, soft voice responded, "Master, I can refine any pill below earth grade." Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. You truly can? Why did you never mention this before? I have never even asked. Momentarily speechless, Chen Fan found himself unable to refute the truth of her words. Recalling how he had labored ceaselessly like a beast, refining pills day and night. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. Resolute, he handed over a large quantity of profound-grade spiritual herbs to Red Butterfly for autonomous refinement. After confirming the results were flawless, he turned and continued his secluded cultivation. The elixirs he had previously concocted were precisely sufficient for sale over the span of 2 years. Upon his emergence, the timing was serendipitously aligned. During this period, Chen Fan's spirit, nurtured by the Holy Spirit elixir and the transformative space, continued to strengthen. His physical form had reached the initial stage of the Golden Core, capable of accommodating the spiritual consciousness of the late Golden Core stage. After half a month, the aura of his spiritual consciousness surged unexpectedly, and the oppressive force of his mid-Golden Core spirit quietly permeated the surroundings. He turned his introspection inward, sensing that both his spirit and body had ascended to the Golden Core level, with his cultivation still halted at the late Foundation establishment stage, which could not help but elicit a look of excitement on his face. Now aside from my cultivation, my spirit and body are comparable to those of a Golden Core cultivator. If I encounter someone like the Celestial Soul Master, a cultivator at the initial Golden Core stage, I can confront them head-on, and even if I cannot prevail, I can retreat with ease. The Celestial Soul Master has always been relatively weak among peers, and the current Chen Fan is far from the desperate situation he once faced. As he reveled in the power of a quasi-Golden Core cultivator, he felt a lingering need for a suitable magical artifact. He then retrieved the broken soul capture bell from his storage ring. This was indeed a mid-grade spiritual artifact, exceedingly rare in the world. Chen Fan also took out a golden light bell, a low-grade spiritual artifact, whose power paled in comparison to the soul capture bell. He had thoroughly comprehended the artifact refinement techniques left by Sun Xingyun, and now was the perfect opportunity to attempt to fuse the golden light bell into the soul capture bell, thereby repairing and reinforcing this treasured item. With a flick of his fingers, he executed the incantation, infusing several artifact refining runes into the golden light bell, causing the artifact to disintegrate instantaneously. The vermilion bird, sacred fire, surged forth, melting the metallic fragments into a golden liquid, which he meticulously poured into the damaged soul capture bell. After several hours, the soul capture bell glimmered with radiant light, not only fully restored, but its power enhanced beyond its former state, stabilizing at the mid-grade artifact level, and subtly approaching the high-grade tier. Chen Fan raised his hand to refine it, establishing a profound connection between his consciousness and the bell. This was the first true life-level spiritual artifact he had mastered, and a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. It was time to venture forth. Little White, having been confined in the cave for 2 years, erupted with excitement upon emerging, bouncing around energetically. It's been a full 2 years. Not long ago, Yu Bingqing had sent a message, evidently having just exited her own seclusion. Chen Fan, I have attained the False-Dan realm. My master is taking me to the central continent. The headquarters of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion will host a grand auction to seek materials for life-level artifacts. The False-Dan realm lies between the pinnacle of Foundation establishment and the Golden Core stage, and with just a dust-settling pill, one can attempt to break through to the Golden Core. It is indeed a perfect opportunity to inquire with Feng Qingxiu at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. As Chen Fan stepped into the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Feng Qingxiu looked up, her expression shifting dramatically. You have reached the Golden Core? A cultivator in their 20s at the Golden Core stage is a paragon among paragons throughout the entire Tianxian continent. However, she quickly furrowed her brow and grasped Chen Fan's wrist to probe. Something is amiss. Your cultivation is clearly at the late Foundation establishment stage, yet I distinctly sense the pressure of your Golden Core. In an instant, Feng Qingxiu's beautiful eyes brightened, staring at Chen Fan in astonishment. Your physical cultivation has already reached the Golden Core realm? She increasingly felt that Chen Fan was unfathomable. A physical cultivator at the golden core level consumes resources far exceeding those of a magical cultivator, especially considering the necessity of thunderous body refinement, which presents an almost insurmountable challenge. Chen Fan smiled lightly, just a fortunate small achievement. By the way, do you know where I might find heavenly grade, 5-element spiritual materials? I need to harmonize my own 5 elements. Feng Qingshu pondered for a moment, stating that celestial grade elemental treasures were exceedingly rare. She mentioned her knowledge of the existence of innate Kuei water deep within the endless sea. However, she added that a grand auction would be held at the headquarters of the treasure-gathering pavilion in a year, where he might try his luck. What distinguishes the Central Continent auction from this one? Chen Fan inquired. That is, without a doubt, a world apart. The Central Continent is the heart of the realm, where yuaning cultivators abound like stars in the sky, and celestial-grade materials and treasures are commonplace. It is said that even transformation stage experts will make an appearance this time. Chen Fan felt a stir of excitement. The presence of transformation stage beings assuredly indicated the emergence of significant treasures. He ceased his inquiries and handed Feng Qingshu the 2 years' worth of elixirs. Previously, he had sold out the elixirs, netting over 6 million low-grade spirit stones, and his wealth had now surpassed 8 million. If this trend continued, before the auction commenced, his spirit stones could very well surpass 10 million, providing him with ample opportunity. Chen Fan also requested a map of the Tianxian continent, along with detailed information about the Endless Sea. As he perused the documents, he was taken aback. The Endless Sea was renowned as the territory of the demon race, its power vastly exceeding that of the Tian-Duan mountain range. And it was home to 2 transformation stage demon beasts, posing unpredictable dangers. The records on innate Kuei water were exceedingly scarce, and Feng Qingshu only knew it resided deep within the Endless Sea. First, I shall head to the Central Continent, and from there, it will not be too late to use the teleportation array to venture to the Endless Sea. My understanding of the maritime realm is far too limited, and surely there will be cultivators from the Endless Sea present at the auction. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan's reserve of spirit stones successfully surpassed 10 million, instilling him with confidence. He stepped onto the teleportation array leading to the Central Continent. With a flash of light, his figure vanished. Upon arrival in the Central Continent, the light from the teleportation array dissipated. Stepping forward, Chen Fan exuded a steady aura and an upright posture. The attendants of the treasure-gathering pavilion, who had been awaiting his arrival, bowed respectfully, stating, "Dearest Chen, your accommodations have been arranged. Please follow me." Chapter 55. The Moon Viewing Pavilion of the Central Continent. Are you Lin Tian? Indeed, he replied. The lady instructed me to assist you with any needs you may have during your stay in the Central Continent. Ah, Feng Qingshu has indeed been thorough in her arrangements. Please take me to my lodgings. By the way, in the future, call me Han Li, and do not disclose my true name. Lin Tian, hearing Chen Fan directly refer to Feng Qingshu by her name, was instantly drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly bowed in acknowledgement. To address the lady so casually, this young master must not be offended. Young Master Han, the auction will commence in half a month. Feng Qingshu mentioned that this auction involves transformation stage matters. Indeed, came the confirmation. The celestial grade elemental treasures you seek, young Master Han, belong to a transformation stage expert from the Koan Tian sect, who is afflicted by demonic energy and requires celestial grade, utmost yang materials for purification. Chen Fan felt a surge of delight. Within his creation space lay ample amounts of the exorcising divine thunder bamboo, a treasure of utmost yang. Young Master Han, this is your room. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to summon me. As Chen Fan surveyed the chamber, he noted the elegant opulence of the treasure-gathering pavilion's guest quarters, offering exceptional treatment. With a familiar ally backing him, it was indeed advantageous. He summoned Lin Tian and produced several jade vials, 2 vials each of the supreme youth-preserving pill, soul-gathering pill, and foundation establishment pill. Can these elixirs be included in the auction? Lin Tian uncorked a vial, inhaling its aroma, his pupils dilating in astonishment as he exclaimed, "These are the supreme youth-preserving pill, the supreme soul Gathering Pill. The Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill. Not only can they be included, but they are of headliner caliber. Although the Soul Gathering Pill is classified as a profound-grade elixir, soul-related pills are inherently scarce, with the superior varieties rivaling Earth-grade ones. The formula for the ageless pill has long been lost to time, and the value of high-grade Foundation Establishment pills is comparable to that of Earth-grade spiritual herbs. Entrusting the elixirs to Lin Tian, Chen Fan decided to explore Frostmoon City. This place is the most prosperous locale in the Tianshan continent, brimming with immortal sects and noble families. To his surprise, he discovered the presence of the Jin family within the city, though he was uncertain of their connection to Jin Zhan. Beside him, Xiaoba hopped along, eyes wide with curiosity. The vibrancy of Frostmoon City was incomparable to Yen City. The streets were bustling with people, alive with exuberance. Such a lively atmosphere. A hearty voice called out from behind. That is to be expected. Zhongzhou is inherently thriving, and with the upcoming auction, it is only natural for the streets to be abuzz with activity. Turning around, Chen Fan beheld a portly cultivator and inquired with curiosity, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Gudao Ban. Pleased to meet you, fellow cultivator." Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback by the peculiar name. "I am Han Li. Your name is quite admirable. Thank you for your kind words. Are you also here to attend the auction?" "Merely wandering about, seeking some leisure." Gudao Ban's eyes lit up as he lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Could it be, fellow cultivator, that you are not here to see the courtesan?" "Courtesan?" Chen Fan replied, bewildered. Noticing Chen Fan's genuine ignorance, Gudao Ban eagerly began to elucidate. The courtesan of the Wanjiu Tower, known as the Moon Viewing Fairy, is said to possess a beauty that transcends the ordinary, akin to an otherworldly being. This auction draws cultivators from all corners, and Wanjiu Tower has arranged for a grand procession featuring the courtesan, creating quite the sensation throughout the city. Chen Fan cast a sidelong glance at him. The rotund figure bore a rather unsavory expression, almost drooling. "Wanjiu Tower? Is that not a brothel? And a courtesan, no less?" Before he could finish, Gudao Ban interjected with a grave expression. "The fairy is unlike any ordinary woman. She is pure and ethereal, and to this day, no one has had the fortune to behold her." Chen Fan found himself intrigued. Could there truly be such an extraordinary figure within a brothel? "Look, she is coming," Gudao Ban exclaimed, pointing excitedly toward the street. Unbeknownst to him, the central thoroughfare had cleared, with cultivators crowding the sides, predominantly male. Chen Fan, too, felt astonished. What exquisite beauty must this courtesan possess to command such an audience? A graceful figure appeared, poised elegantly atop a lotus platform, her flowing pink gown sweeping the ground, delicate hands caressing a gherkin. The moment the music resonated, Chen Fan felt as though the world had turned upside down. The scenery before him morphed into a blossoming peach forest, ethereal lakes shrouded in mist, as enchanting whispers echoed in his ears. "Young master, come quickly. Young master, come to me first." As the mist dissipated, alluring silhouettes of women emerged, each more tempting than the last. Chen Fan's gaze became vacant. His feet moved of their own accord, ready to step into the illusion. At that moment, a fierce divine lightning erupted from his dantian, causing a sharp pain in his soul, golden lightning flashing. The pure and potent force of the divine lightning instantaneously shattered the shackles of the illusion. Chen Fan jolted back to reality, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had unwittingly placed one foot upon the threshold of Wanjiu Tower, surrounded by countless cultivators with vacant gazes, as if they were mere walking corpses flowing into the establishment. He had been ensnared by the illusion with his mid-stage core formation soul. This woman was not to be underestimated. Her music struck directly at the soul, undoubtedly paired with a soul-related artifact. Her cultivation at least at the late stage of core formation, perhaps even nearing the nascent soul stage. Indeed, Zhongzhou is a land of hidden talents, fraught with peril. Chen Fan dared not linger for even a moment. He propelled himself to the utmost limit using the Thunder Shadow Step, his form transforming into a streak of lightning. In mere breaths, he escaped back to the treasure-gathering pavilion, his heart still racing with trepidation. Atop the moon-viewing tower, a woman in a pink skirt stood gracefully by the railing, her gaze fixed on the direction in which Chen Fan had fled. Her lively eyes revealed no turbulence, and a faint smile graced her lips. Upon returning to his dwelling, Chen Fan remained in a state of disarray. A fleeting glimpse and a melody from a gukin had ensnared him in an illusion. Had it not been for the protective divine thunder, the consequences would have been dire. Furthermore, that ancient figure, who had been by his side moments ago, vanished without a trace, exuding an aura of enigma. It was all the fault of that insufferable fat man. At this moment, the moon-viewing tower was filled to capacity. Cultivators reveled in the illusions, raising their cups in joyous celebration, while the moon fairy danced gracefully, reminiscent of a celestial being from the heavens. In a private room on the upper floor, a fragrant aroma permeated the air. The woman slowly removed her outer garment, her delicate feet stepping into the bath. The surface of the water gently rippling with petals. She raised her hand to brush away the droplets. Her voice light. It is indeed intriguing to find someone who can extricate themselves from my illusions. A maid outside the door bowed to report. Miss, the young master has been severely punished by the master, and the ancient young master has already been taken back by his family. Understood, she replied. Within the ancient family residence, anguished cries echoed. Stop hitting me. Am I not your biological son? Mother, please restrain father. The woman clad in purple palace attire remained expressionless, observing coldly as if she had not heard a thing. Seeing his pleas for help go unanswered, Gu Daoban could only look despondently at the middle-aged man. Father, I was wrong. I will never go to the moon viewing tower again. If you dare go again, I will train you anew. Gu Daoban immediately wilted, hastily approaching with a bruised face, obsequiously presenting spirit tea. Father, you must be tired from hitting me. Please have some tea. Chapter 56. The auction begins. Earth-level spirit herb transformation grass a month later. Chen Fan arrived at the entrance of the treasure-gathering pavilion. It was already bustling with activity, the long queue winding like a dragon, all waiting to pay the entrance fee. Chen Fan did not need to wait. Lin Tian directly guided him through the VIP passage, allowing for an uninterrupted journey. Surrounding cultivators cast envious glances, filled with admiration. This auction was the most grandiose Chen Fan had ever witnessed in his life. The venue was immensely expansive, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of cultivators, with the second floor featuring a series of private boxes. Chen Fan was assigned a seat in the back row. While it was not the most prestigious, it was still a VIP treatment. The front row was occupied by renowned elders from a major sects of the Tianshan continent and prominent families. A quick glance revealed several familiar figures among them, including those from the Yuqing Palace and the Wandao sect, and he even caught sight of an old acquaintance, Jin Zhan. Jin Zhan seemed to sense his presence. Abruptly turning his head, his gaze filled with hostility directed at Chen Fan. Chen Fan felt an inexplicable familiarity with that figure, yet his mind drew a blank, leaving him puzzled and irked. Wan Tianming, noticing the situation, quickly admonished him in a hushed tone. Do not look around recklessly. Do not provoke trouble. Even as the leader of the righteous path in the eastern wasteland, Wandao sect dared not act wantonly in Zhongzhou, in fact, across the entire continent. The Kunshin sect held the title of the foremost righteous sect. Within the Wandao sect, only he stood as a consummate late-stage, nascent soul, hardly considered top-tier amidst the plethora of powerful beings in Zhongzhou. Jin Zhan scoffed dismissively. Master, with you and my father here, who in Zhongzhou would dare to provoke us? Save for the transformation stage, he was utterly perplexed as to why his once audacious master, who had roamed the eastern wilderness with such freedom, now appeared so timid in central continent. As Jin Zhan withdrew his gaze, Chen Fan was about to enter the private room when someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. He turned to look, his expression instantly turning icy. Zhu, Gu Daoban. Just as he was about to mention the incident at the moon viewing pavilion, Gu Daoban's countenance changed dramatically. He hurriedly covered Chen Fan's mouth, casting a furtive glance at his father, who wore a dark expression not far away. In a swift motion, He thrust a hefty ancient tome into Chen Fan's arms and whispered urgently, "Brother Han, I apologize for my previous indiscretion. This cherished secret tome is my atonement." Before he could finish, Gu Dao Ban swiftly darted behind a rather portly man exuding a terrifying aura, and the two entered the adjacent private room together. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated that this rotund individual would be his neighbor. Meanwhile, the final private room on his other side was already occupied by someone who had yet to make an appearance, with only the occasional entrance and exit a maid. Shrouded in mystery, Lin Tian entered the private room accompanied by a maid, prompting Chen Fan to inquire, "Why are there only 2 private rooms on the 3rd floor? Who resides within?" Lin Tian's expression shifted, and he leaned closer, speaking in a hushed tone. "On the left side of the 3rd floor is the formidable demonic sect, Luo sect. On the right side is the foremost righteous sect, Tian sect. Both sects are overseen by a transformation god ancestor." Lin Tian's voice betrayed his excitement. The transformation god represents the pinnacle of cultivation in the mortal realm, an existence revered by countless aspirants. Chen Fan understood at once, as he had intended to question why there were not only 2 transformation gods among the human race, but then realized the third was indeed the transformation god of the treasure-gathering pavilion itself. He gazed intently at the 3rd floor, yet could discern no trace of the transformation gods. Both Tian sect and Luo sect had only sent a few Yuanying elders, who exchanged polite nods in apparent tranquility, yet beneath the surface, tensions were palpable. Moments later, a striking figure gracefully ascended the auction stage. "Esteemed friends, welcome to the Treasure Gathering Pavilion Auction. I am Ling Ling, your host for today. Without further ado," she announced, "the first item for bidding is the Xian Grade Superior Youth-Preserving Pill. This formula has long been lost to time and is exceedingly rare. Its superior quality rivals that of an Earth-Grade Inferior Pill, capable of preserving one's youthful appearance indefinitely. The starting bid was set at 200,000 inferior spirit stones, with increments no less than 10,000. This was indeed the youth-preserving pill that Chen Fan had consigned for auction. As soon as the pill was introduced, the female cultivators in the audience erupted in excitement, and even the male cultivators turned their heads, for who would not desire their partner to remain forever youthful? Bids surged one after another, creating a lively atmosphere, as many sect cultivators from the 2nd floor also joined in. Within the private room of Yuqing Palace, Yu Bingqing gazed at the youth-preserving pill, her eyes momentarily lost in thought. Although it was a superior grade pill, it could not compare to the one she had previously consumed. Across the realm, she knew that only Chen Fan possessed the ability to refine such a pill. He must be here. Given her amicable relationship with Feng Qingxiu, there was no reason for him to miss the auction, especially since she had already informed him via sound transmission. Yu Bingqing suppressed her impulse to rush out in search of him, patiently waiting for him to reach out to her. 550,000, 600,000. The bidding soared, ultimately culminating in a staggering 790,000 inferior spirit stones, far exceeding its intrinsic value, and was secured by a female elder from the 2nd floor. Chen Fan sat within the private room, feeling quite pleased. By introducing the youth-preserving pill as the opening act, the treasure-gathering pavilion had deftly ignited the enthusiasm of the female cultivators. The subsequent auction items were predominantly mystical-grade elixirs and ordinary magical artifacts, none of which piqued Chen Fan's interest. Within the fortune space, he already possessed a complete collection of mystical-grade elixirs. Bored, he gently stroked the fur of Little White. Clenching a superior pill between its teeth, Little White purred contentedly with half-closed eyes, living a life more sumptuous than that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. Superior pills were like candies, and within the fortune space, even rarest of pills could be savored. As the auction progressed, the 20th item was unveiled, the Earth-grade spiritual herb, the metamorphosis grass. When consumed by a beast cultivator, it enabled direct transformation at the 3rd-tier beast level, bypassing the need to reach nascent soul stage. The starting bid was 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, with increments of 10,000 each. Bids rose swiftly, 550,000, 580,000. Most bidders were alchemists, and the competition was not fierce. Little White's eyes instantly gleamed, fixated on the herb with eager longing. For a beast cultivator, the metamorphosis grass was a priceless treasure, as without it, transformation required reaching the nascent soul stage. This was the first auction item to truly captivate Chen Fan. The herb was useless to humans, but miraculous for beasts. Cultivators who raised spirit beasts were generally reluctant to spend lavishly, so the price remained subdued. Bidding soon halted at 800,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the venue fell silent. Chen Fan signaled to the attendant beside him, who slowly raised a bidding paddle. 810,000 low-grade spirit stones. 810,000, first bid, second bid, third bid, sold. The gavel fell, and Lingling smiled warmly. Congratulations, fellow deist, on acquiring the earth-grade metamorphosis grass. Chen Fan felt assured. With his alchemical skills, he could easily refine metamorphosis pills in the future. Once Little White broke through the third-tier beast level, it would transform effortlessly, unimpeded. On the auction stage, new items continued to appear. A low-grade magical treasure, the flaming sword, personally forged by a master craftsman. The next item was a mid-grade, earth-level spiritual herb, the Earth Spirit Flower. With a starting bid of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones and minimum increments of 20,000. The appearance of the Earth Spirit Flower made Chen Fan's eyes brighten. It was one of the ingredients for the 5 elements reversion pill. Ultimately, Chen Fan secured the Earth Spirit Flower for 800,000 spirit stones. His spirits lifted. He already had a considerable stockpile of Ice Snow Lotus. The reversion pill was essential for golden core cultivators. Ordinarily, it required only one 5 elements herb. But due to his cultivation method and spiritual root, the 5 elements reversion pill was the most suitable for him. Only 3 more herbs remained. Regrettably, none of the subsequent auction items were herbs for the reversion pill, but an item of interest appeared: obsidian, a low-grade heavenly level treasure. The formation masters present surely understood its value. The starting price was 1 million low-grade spirit stones, with the seller suggesting mid-grade spirit stones for the transaction. This was the first heavenly level spiritual item since the auction began. Chen Fan sensed the aura of the obsidian. It was exactly the material needed for the soul-devouring formation plate, and such a large piece was ample for repairs. He immediately inquired of the attendant peeling fruit nearby whether the treasure pavilion could exchange spirit stones. Young Master Han, our exchange rate is 10-1. Chen Fan considered briefly and promptly exchanged 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. In that fleeting moment, the price surged to 3 million inferior spiritual stones, predominantly echoed by various cultivation families. This piece of obsidian was sufficient for a cultivation family to arrange a formation. However, for the prominent sects, this piece was rather diminutive, and they were certainly not in want of it. Observing the dwindling number of bidders, Chen Fan boldly declared a bid of 400,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. The Jin Dan cultivator, who had been bidding from the beginning, gritted his teeth and raised the stakes to 500,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. This was the entirety of his spiritual stones. Beside him, a foundation establishment cultivator anxiously interjected, "Patriarch, this is all we possess." The Jin Dan cultivator's expression turned grave. They had come solely for this piece of obsidian, representing the only Jin Dan cultivator in their family from Songming City. If they could not secure it, they would have to concede defeat. The foundation establishment cultivator wished to say more, but ultimately sighed in resignation. Chen Fan, too, furrowed his brow. This was clearly beyond the inherent value of the obsidian, which at most was worth 400,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to withdraw, as he was not in urgent need of it. After all, it was not a rare commodity. The Jin Dan cultivator, having achieved his desire, let out a sigh of relief, and the group departed the auction with smiles on their faces. This was quite routine, evidently indicating they were not a family of the cultivation world from the central continent. Up to this point, only Chen Fan had placed a bid from the entire second floor. At that moment, 2 vials appeared on the stage, much to Chen Fan's astonishment. His foundation establishment pill surprisingly ranked among the heavenly spiritual items. The Xian grade superior foundation establishment pill. Ling Ling, observing the crowd below, looked perplexed, as even the major sects displayed hints of confusion. What trick was the Gathering Treasure Pavilion playing? Could it be that this foundation establishment pill was more valuable than the obsidian? Ling Ling smiled slightly, saying, I believe many of you are quite puzzled. Although this foundation establishment pill is of superior grade, it is imbued with a natural essence, even carrying a hint of pill cloud. Any alchemist worth their salt understands the significance of this pill cloud. It is a hallmark of an exceptional pill, though merely a faint trace. It is sufficient to place it above the obsidian. The starting price was set at 4,500 inferior spiritual stones per pill, with a vial containing 10, commencing at 45,000 inferior spiritual stones. This foundation establishment pill was recently refined by Chen Fan, whose fire attribute spiritual energy had now transformed into the holy fire of the vermilion bird. With the aid of the vermilion bird flame and countless high-quality pills crafted, he could now produce a faint pill cloud without the need for the Xian Tian divine furnace. The emergence of this foundation establishment pill captured the attention of numerous sects, even drawing the gaze of several Yuanian cultivators from the third floor. A half-step exceptional pill, it clearly appeared to be recently concocted. An elder from the Kuan Tian sect fixated on the foundation establishment pill that was being fervently contested. Clad in white robes, his aura surged with vitality, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. The Yuanian cultivators from Kuan Tian sect were astounded. A half-step exceptional pill could only be concocted by the head of their medicinal hall. However, this merely piqued their interest without prompting them to join the bidding war. The cultivators on the first floor dared not contend for the precious foundation-building pills, which were imbued with the essence of Dan Cloud. The quality of these pills dictated the strength of a cultivator's foundation, with those utilizing superior pills achieving a more stable foundation and a more profound reservoir of spiritual energy. It is even rumored that top-grade foundation-building pills could enhance one's spiritual roots. Take, for instance, Wang Tao, who likely used an inferior-grade foundation-building pill. He was utterly crushed by Chen Fan, as Chen Fan observed his elixirs being fervently contested by several major sects, including those from the Eastern Wilderness eager to claim them for their nascent soul disciples. He noted the puzzled expressions of the Righteous Alliance's sects regarding the unusual silence from the Yuqing Palace. However, this absence of competition was a boon for him. In truth, Shen Nianyan wished to intervene, but was halted by Yu Bingxing. She had received an urgent message from Chen Fan and quickly produced the communication talisman. Bingxing, do not waste your spirit stones. This is my concoction. If you require more, you may approach me for further refinement. But please do not expose my identity as an alchemist. She hurried to prevent Shen Nianyan from taking action. Ultimately, the foundation-building pill was secured by a sect from the southern wilderness for the staggering sum of 200,000 inferior spirit stones, marking it as possibly the most expensive foundation-building pill in recent years. Presently, all of Chen Fan's auction elixirs have been sold out, with the soul-gathering pills fetching 3,000 each, totaling 100,000 inferior spirit stones for 2 bottles. Throughout the event, numerous magical artifacts and spiritual tools were also presented, signaling the auction's approach to its conclusion. Next up was an inferior-grade spiritual treasure, originally a superior-grade artifact. But due to unforeseen complications during its refinement, it had no starting bid and would go to the highest bidder. This auction was indeed extraordinary, featuring even spiritual treasures. Among them was a 9-story black tower, which piqued Chen Fan's interest. However, he found it peculiar that the lowest level appeared as if forcibly merged with something else. His curiosity was piqued, yet the price was exorbitant, already nearing 10 million inferior spirit stones after merely half an hour. The participants in the auction were primarily nascent soul cultivators, for whom an inferior-grade spiritual treasure was not particularly remarkable, primarily serving to enhance the power of their life treasures. He previously believed his worth was comparable to that of nascent soul cultivators, but now it seemed he still had a considerable distance to cover, at best akin to a core formation cultivator. In the end, The Black Tower was claimed by a nascent soul rogue cultivator for 20 million inferior spirit stones. A pinnacle prize for an inferior spiritual treasure. Chapter 58. Nascent Soul Puppet. Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. The Black Tower spiritual treasure was successfully auctioned. Ling Ling bowed deeply towards the third floor. An elder clad in white from the Kunshan sect hovered in midair, his voice resonating with undeniable authority, permeating the entire venue. Next, we present the offerings of my Kunshan sect. I am Linantian, and I present a profound heaven golden lotus. I require no spirit stones. I will exchange it solely for items of equivalent would attribute. The auction hall fell into an immediate silence. The heavenly grade, golden, profound heaven lotus, though it had lost its sentience, still contained a vast reservoir of golden spiritual energy, making it a treasure for cultivators with golden spiritual roots. Many nascent soul cultivators within the hall were intensely envious. Yet equivalent heavenly grade would attribute spiritual items were exceedingly rare throughout the eastern wilderness. Most Yuan-ing cultivators, upon acquiring a heavenly grade spiritual item, would immediately refine it, leaving none in reserve. At this moment, a mid-stage Yuan-ing cultivator from Zhongzhou stood and clasped his hands, inquiring, "Friendly, might my heavenly grade spirit ginseng catch your interest?" Linantian cast a brief glance and shook his head, replying, "The age of your ginseng is insufficient. Were it a 10,000-year-old specimen, we could engage in conversation." The cultivator's expression darkened as he reluctantly returned to his seat. He too was a gold spiritual root Yuan-ing, and, had he been able to refine this golden lotus, he would have undoubtedly advanced to the later stages of Yuan-ing, but fate had denied him that opportunity. Heavenly grade spiritual items are inherently rare, and although many present harbored covetous desires, they possessed nothing of equal value to offer in exchange. It seemed that the golden lotus would go unsold. "Seniorly, please wait. Might I offer this golden thunder bamboo in exchange?" After much internal struggle, Chen Fan made up his mind. Heavenly grade, 5-element spiritual items are elusive. Should he miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to encounter another. "Esteemed senior, this golden thunder bamboo was obtained by me from an ancient cave. Its protective divine thunder has long dissipated, leaving only its essence." Upon hearing this, Linantian's eyes sparkled with interest. The golden thunder bamboo, even devoid of its divine thunder, still possessed a trace of power to repel evil, making it a natural nemesis to malevolent spirits and thus immensely valuable to the Kuan-Tian sect. He accepted the golden thunder bamboo and examined it carefully. Once satisfied, he promptly presented the lifeless Xiantian golden lotus to Chen Fan and casually inquired, "From where did you acquire this golden thunder bamboo?" Chen Fan, cautiously placing the golden lotus into his storage bag, avoided direct eye contact under Linantian's imposing aura and respectfully replied, "I found it in a forsaken cave in the eastern wilderness, which has already been thoroughly plundered." This bamboo was merely left behind. His words referred to the very cave where he had previously discovered the 10,000 Souls banner, though he refrained from elaborating further. Linantian held no suspicion. His question was merely casual. However, he was already contemplating a personal expedition to the eastern wilderness, hopeful of uncovering another treasure. As several Yuan-ing cultivators from Kuan-Tian sect gathered around Linantian, they departed from the gathering treasure pavilion. Once they left, the next item for auction was brought forward, a Yuan-ing level puppet, which required merely 2 high-quality spirit stones to activate. With a starting bid of 200,000 low-quality spirit stones, Chen Fan's eyes lit up at the sight. He was determined to acquire this puppet, willing to exhaust all his spirit stones to secure it. Although the puppet possessed only the combat capability of an early-stage Yuan-ing and was crafted with rudimentary techniques, its activation cost was considerable. Many cultivators on the second floor deemed it unworthy, while those on the first floor lacked the financial means, resulting in only a few golden core cultivators making token bids. 800,000 low-quality spirit stones. A golden core cultivator gritted his teeth and called out. Chen Fan's expression darkened as he raised the bid. 900,000 low-quality spirit stones. Previously, he had made only modest increases, but this time he leapt a full 1,000,000, showcasing his determination. The golden core cultivator taken aback, recognized Chen Fan's formidable presence and the likely yuaning backing he possessed, and thus refrained from further bidding. Ultimately, Chen Fan successfully acquired the yuaning puppet for 900,000 low-quality spirit stones. The golden core cultivator, filled with resignation, thought to himself, anyone who can ascend to the second floor must have a yuaning background. How could they compete with me for such a mediocre puppet? Many cultivators on the second floor also express confusion, murmuring among themselves. The puppet consumes resources and possesses feeble combat prowess. It appears to be an unworthy investment, leading the gathered crowd to unanimously conclude that the owner must be a fool with excessive wealth. The auction proceeds, showcasing a succession of spiritual treasures and celestial-grade spiritual herbs, each priced at tens of millions of low-grade spiritual stones. Due to his limited financial means, Chen Fan refrains from participating. As the auction reaches its climax, a tattered, ancient map makes its appearance. This is a fragment of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace map. The cultivators in the audience, possessing modest cultivation levels, gaze at it in confusion, mistaking it for a mere worthless scrap of paper. At that moment, a nascent soul cultivator exclaims, "Could this be the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace from tens of thousands of years ago?" Ling Ling's lips curl into a subtle smile as she gently nods. Indeed, it is the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace from a millennium ago. Before the invasion of the demon realm, the Tianxian continent was still graced by the presence of true dragons, with the Dragon Clan reigning as the supreme ancient demon tribe. The roots of the demon realm's invasion trace back to the Dragon Clan. Their annihilation in battle led the Dragon King to conceal the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace within the boundless ocean using unparalleled magical powers. This fragment of the map serves as the sole clue to unlocking the Dragon Palace. Chen Fan's heart trembles. This is the first time he has heard of such matters. Sun Xingyan never mentioned the reasons behind the demon invasion, and even the Rakshasa ancestor merely stated that the demon realm sought to plunder resources, with the rest of the memories long faded. This event occurred eons ago, and the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace lies hidden somewhere within the endless sea. Once, the Dragon Clan held the esteemed title of king among demon tribes. Even the remaining bloodline of the coiling Dragon Clan still holds significant status among the demons. At this moment, the long-silent Luo sect finally stirs. This fragment of the map is their ultimate objective for this journey. The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is set to descend after 200 years, and this map is something the Luo sect must possess. Chen Fan is equally captivated by this fragment, yet with his current financial resources and cultivation level, he can only remain an observer. The bidding is fiercely competitive, with the top forces of the Tianxian continent all entering the fray. Everyone understands that the Luo sect has a transforming god cultivator, while the Kunshin sect has withdrawn, and the Gathering Treasure Pavilion is not participating in the auction. Thus, the fragment will likely fall into the hands of the Luo sect. The righteous cultivators frantically raise the prices, determined to inflict a financial blow on the demonic faction, even if they cannot completely thwart them. Chen Fan finds the situation amusing and casually raises the bid a few times. Eventually, the fragment of the Dragon Palace is sold to the Luo sect for the exorbitant price of 20 million mid-grade spiritual stones. The expression of the Luo sect cultivators darkens, even though they have succeeded in their acquisition. They are left feeling utterly frustrated after being compelled to raise the price repeatedly by the crowd. However, this amount of spiritual stones is insignificant for the Luo sect. Once the auction concludes, Chen Fan heads backstage for settlement. He spends a total of 972 million low-grade spiritual stones, along with a piece of golden thunder bamboo, successfully acquiring the transformation grass, earth spirit flower, and nascent soul puppet. He already possessed several pieces of golden thunder bamboo, and he merely exchanged one of them. After settling the accounts, Chen Fan converts the remaining scattered spiritual stones, obtaining 20 pieces of high-grade spiritual stones. These 20 high-grade spiritual stones equate to 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones, and with the previous surplus, he manages to exhaust all his 200,000 low-grade spiritual stones. With a sigh, he reflects on how he has returned to square one, left with so little wealth. Just then, Lin Tian brings forth an unexpected surprise. Feng Qingxiu unexpectedly sent someone to deliver all the spirit stones for this month, accompanied by a teasing remark. Brother Chen, running low on funds, aren't you? You should thank your sister. A wave of warmth flooded Chen Fan's heart, and he felt genuine gratitude. This batch of spirit stones was akin to timely assistance in a snowstorm. He had been grappling with the decision of whether to rush back to Winzhou to gather resources. But now it was entirely unnecessary. He immediately instructed Lin Tian to take several storage bags back to Winzhou, filled with elixirs crafted by the Red Butterfly. After Lin Tian departed, Chen Fan set up layers of protective barriers around his residence, confirming that everything was secure. With a flash, he entered the creation space. He first harvested all the mature spirit herbs within, then took a few primordial seeds from the withered Xintian golden lotus and planted them in the spiritual soil. Although the golden lotus had perished, the seeds still retained a vigorous vitality and could regenerate within the creation space. What he needed was the primordial power of the golden lotus, and the deceased lotus body would serve as material for future alchemy. Once all the spirit herbs were properly planted, Chen Fan summoned Lin Tian. It was time to prepare for their journey to explore the Endless Sea. Chapter 59. Entering Tsangming City. Tsangming City, situated in the Endless Sea, is the only publicly accessible trading port between the human race's central continent and the vast ocean. Within the city, the treasure-gathering pavilion guards the sole inter-domain teleportation array, which connects the central continent and the Endless Sea across millions of miles. With this array, the pavilion earns gold daily. As Chen Fan appeared in the hall of the treasure-gathering pavilion, a Foundation establishment steward named Zhang immediately bowed to welcome him. His demeanor unusually respectful. "Young Master Han, this way, please." The same treatment surprised Chen Fan. It seemed that Feng Qingxiu's influence in the pavilion was far deeper than he had imagined. No matter where he went, there were always people discreetly looking after him. "Steward Zhang, tell me about the situation in the Endless Sea," Chen Fan requested. Zhang, not daring to be negligent, promptly replied, "The Endless Sea is, in truth, the territory of the demon race, which comprises a myriad of species. Among them, the Jiaolong and the Eight-Armed Sea Clan are the most formidable, each possessing equivalent strengths. With powerful demon lords stationed at the transformation realm, making them the true overlords of the ocean." He paused briefly before continuing. "In terms of the same realm, the demon race possesses superior physical strength and innate combat prowess that surpasses that of the human race. Humans can only rely on treasures, elixirs, and intricate techniques to barely contend with them. The key reason the demon race can be countered by humans is their incessant internal strife. Since the ancient human world's true dragon was vanquished and the dragon palace vanished, the demon race has divided into two factions. The Jiaolong clan claims to possess the authentic dragon bloodline, occupying the eastern, southern, and western seas, while the Eight-Armed Sea Clan dominates the northern region, with continuous skirmishes between them. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan asked solemnly, "Where can I find the Tian Kuei True Water?" "It can only be found in the depths of the extreme North Ice Abyss in the Northern Sea," Zhang responded. Chen Fan's brow furrowed tightly. The extreme North Ice Abyss marked the northernmost edge of the ocean, a perilous and distant journey. The Tian Kuei True Water is an extreme cold water, and with his possession of the ultimate vermilion bird Holy Fire, he was assured of his own safety. However, the real challenge lay in how to reach the northern sea safely. Seeing his grave expression, Zhang hurriedly added, "Young Master Han need not worry. In 6 months, the treasure-gathering pavilion will have a merchant fleet heading to Nanhe Island, and you may accompany them out to sea. As for the northern sea, you will have to find your own way." "Thank you, steward. I shall trouble you then." Subsequently, Manager Zhang led Chen Fan to the rented cave dwelling. Judging by his familiar demeanor, it was evident he had long served as a guide for distinguished guests at the treasure pavilion. Along the way, the city bustled with a mingling of humans and demons. Cultivators, sea clans, and demon cultivators thronged ceaselessly, while the air was alive with the constant din of bargaining. Tsangming City was, after all, a free trade port tacitly sanctioned by both humans and demons. They passed by a fish demon puffing its cheeks, eyes glazed, angrily berating a vendor. You humans are truly unscrupulous, demanding 10 units of high-grade spirit medicine for a mere low-tier spirit artifact. The verbal sparring was so vivid it piqued Chen Fan's curiosity. Manager Zhang chuckled softly beside him. Young Master Han need not be astonished. Nowadays, humans and demons coexist in the maritime regions. Commerce flows freely. It has become the norm. Chen Fan, however, was puzzled. If that is so, why do humans and demons on the Zhongzhou continent remain bitter enemies? The demon clans of the two realms were starkly different. The land-dwelling demons lacked great demon elders of the divine transformation stage to maintain order. Their feeble strength, coupled with competition over terrestrial spiritual veins and resources, bred ceaseless conflict. Conversely, the boundless seas, rich in water elemental resources, fostered fewer clashes with humans, and the presence of a divine transformation demon emperor ensured peace prevailed. Instantly, Chen Fan comprehended. It all boiled down to strength and resources dictating allegiances. After settling Chen Fan comfortably, Manager Zhang departed hastily, his demeanor courteous yet distant, far removed from Lin Tian's meticulous and considerate nature. It was understandable. Zhang knew only of Chen Fan's high-level backing, unaware of his true connection to Feng Qingxiu, and thus dared not ingratiate himself excessively, lest he squander an opportunity to climb the social ladder. As Chen Fan busied himself arranging defensive formations, the space around him suddenly twisted and tore. A slender figure, drenched in blood, fell heavily from the void, startling even the nearby little white creature into a sudden leap. The upheaval transpired in an instant, coinciding precisely with the completion of Chen Fan's soul-devouring formation. Chen Fan stepped forward to check her breath, weak, yet still faintly present. After a brief pause, he gently lifted the woman onto the bed, extracting a healing pill to feed her. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles beyond Songming City, the land lay scorched and desolate. Thick smoke billowed, corpses littered the ground. Cultivators clad in uniform attire lay slain everywhere. 3 figures emerged slowly from the smoke and flames, their tattered garments contrasting with the fierce pressure of their golden core stage cultivation. Bah! That old Su actually self-destruct at golden core stage. Madness! Snarled a mid-stage golden core rogue, his face grim. A figure in purple robes spoke softly, voice ambiguous. She may escape for now, but not forever. The agreement stands. Capture the woman. She belongs to me. The rest of the treasures are yours to divide. Deal. I only want the black obsidian, another declared. The remnants of the Su family's foundation and resources would henceforth be his. In a single night, the newly risen Su family was utterly annihilated. Only Su Qingwan survived the massacre. Chen Fan had originally intended to enter the creation space for cultivation, but was compelled to postpone. Late into the night, the woman on the bed slowly opened her eyes, her breath so faint she could barely lift a hand. Cough, were you? Where's this place? She whispered. Chen Fan regarded her calmly and replied softly, I should be asking you that. This is my cave dwelling. How did you fall from nowhere into it? As Su Qingwan awoke with a jolt in her mind, she recalled the harrowing moment when her father detonated his golden core, triggering the family's protective array. In his final moments, he had pressed a spatial talisman into her hands, and amidst the chaotic currents of space, her consciousness fragmented, leading to her unforeseen descent into this realm. After a brief while, she mustered her strength to rise, her voice choked with gratitude. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. I am Su Qingwan. Chen Fan retrieved several healing elixirs and handed them to her, stating casually, a mere trifle. Do not fear their toxicity. Consume them. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingwan accepted the elixirs, bowed in thanks, and swallowed them directly. Chen Fan then turned and settled into a meditative posture, with Xiaobai curled obediently at his side. Forgive me for the disturbance today, she began. It is of no consequence. We can converse tomorrow, he replied nonchalantly, as sleeplessness was a customary state for him. The following morning, upon opening his eyes, Chen Fan found Su Qingwan seated nearby, her complexion significantly improved. Are you able to rise? He inquired. She promptly stood, bowing respectfully. "Thank you for your immense kindness, young master. I am unable to repay you." With an impatient gesture, he dismissed her gratitude. "There is no need. Since you are awake, you may leave. I seek no recompense." To him, a few exquisite elixirs were but trifles. His decision to save Su Qinghuan stemmed solely from her striking beauty and pure aura, a spontaneous act. However, he was acutely aware that she was being pursued, and involving himself with her would undoubtedly invite endless trouble. Moreover, he had no inclination to act impulsively due to mere physical allure, especially when faced with the likes of Yu Bingqing and Shang Wanyu, both of whom were equally enchanting. Su Qinghuan's countenance paled instantly. With her family annihilated, she was left as an orphan, possessing only the cultivation of qi refinement, making her survival in the formidable Songming city nearly impossible. Worse still, her unique physique rendered her the ideal vessel in the eyes of cultivators, ensuring that her enemies would not relent. Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks as her voice trembled with despair. "Young master, my family has been destroyed, and I have nowhere to turn. Please take me in. I am willing to do anything." In her eyes, Chen Fan, who had saved her life without demanding anything in return, was the only good soul amidst the chaos of the world. Chen Fan's gaze hardened slightly, and his tone turned blunt and pragmatic. "What would I gain from sheltering you? You are merely at the qi refinement stage and offer me no assistance. Why should I invite danger upon myself for the sake of a stranger being hunted?" With determination, Su Qinghuan bit her lip and produced an aged storage pouch from her bosom, gritting her teeth as she presented it to Chen Fan. Inside lay several inferior spiritual weapons, a fist-sized piece of obsidian, tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones, and a neatly folded scrap of cloth. "If you agree to keep me, all of this is yours." She had thrown caution to the wind. She desperately needed a protector, and the steady aura exuding from Chen Fan instinctively led her to classify him as a core formation cultivator, believing he was her sole hope. Chen Fan's gaze fell upon the obsidian, his pupils narrowing abruptly. Was this not the same obsidian that had been purchased by a certain Su family core formation cultivator at the auction merely half a month prior? In an instant, he reached a conclusion. This woman was most likely the daughter of that cultivator. "First, let me hear the full story, and then I shall contemplate my decision," he said. Su Qinghuan's eyes brightened at once, and she eagerly recounted the events in detail. As Chen Fan had anticipated, the Su family was a newly emerged golden core family outside of Songming City, solely supported by her father. Half a month ago, after her father acquired the obsidian stone, he took her back to the family, intending to use it to reinforce the protective formation of their clan. However, before any work could commence on the formation, 3 golden core cultivators descended from the heavens. Even though her father was at the pinnacle of the early golden core stage, facing 3 opponents meant he stood no chance. Among them, one was a wandering cultivator from overseas. Another was a disciple of the Mu family who specialized in dual cultivation techniques and sought to capture her as his furnace. The final one was a golden core elder from the Zhao family, the Su family's sworn adversary. The Zhao family had 2 golden core cultivators and had long desired to swallow the Su family's spiritual minds. Chen Fan fell silent, quickly weighing his options in his mind. Although the 3 golden core cultivators had familial backing, they lacked the presence of a nascent soul powerhouse. For him, this predicament was not fatal. Rather, the obsidian stone was crucial for repairing the soul-devouring array. He picked up the obsidian stone, his fingertips caressing its cold surface, and asked nonchalantly, "Do you know how precious this item is? And you are just giving it to me?" Su Qinghuan revealed a hint of a relieved smile. "No matter how valuable it is, I cannot protect it. If I were captured and turned into a furnace, my life would be lost. What use would these external possessions be then?" Chen Fan raised his gaze, studying her with interest. "Are you not afraid that I might capture you to serve as a furnace?" Su Qinghuan's eyes were resolute as she met his gaze. "I believe you are a good person. Furthermore, with your charm and strength, there is no need for you to resort to such underhanded means." While others might have felt elated by such unwavering faith from a woman, Chen Fan's expression turned serious, and his tone became stern. I am not a good person." Before he finished speaking, he tucked the obsidian stone and the torn cloth into his palm, leaving the remaining spiritual devices and stones untouched. "I only require these 2 items. You may keep the rest for your protection." His eyes swept over her exposed, fair arms and legs, and he frowned slightly. "Also, cover yourself with the blanket. It is improper." Only then did Su Qingwan realize her predicament, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily pulled the blanket tighter around herself. Her heart raced, and she suddenly understood the depth of his earlier remark. Had he been observing her body all along? A moment later, Chen Fan summoned a maid from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion and instructed her to purchase several sets of suitable women's clothing. When Su Qingwan emerged after changing, she surprisingly evoked a sense of brightness in Chen Fan's eyes. Clad in a soft green gauze dress, the hem embroidered with several spirit herbs, a plain silk sash cinched at her waist, and her storage bag, now containing only a few spiritual stones, hung at her side. Her long, dark hair was loosely tied up, secured by a simple jade hairpin, presenting the image of a gentle and serene neighborly girl. This demeanor was in stark contrast to the cold elegance of Yu Bingqing and the lively charm of Shang Guanyu. Chen Fan retracted his gaze and spoke in a low voice. "I am Han Li. You shall address me as such from now on." He withheld his true name, maintaining a degree of vigilance towards Su Qingwan. "I have rented a cave dwelling next door for you. You may accompany me." He clarified the rules, stating that she was free to leave whenever she wished. However, should uncontrollable danger arise, he might not intervene to save her. Su Qingwan nodded eagerly, having no objection. "Furthermore, for the next 6 months, you are not to step outside the cave, lest you reveal your whereabouts. What resources for cultivation are needed? Just tell me directly. In 6 months, I will leave Songming City. If you wish to depart, you may do so then." With that, he tossed a few bottles of elixirs, which included healing potions as well as gathering spirit pills suitable for the chi refinement stage. These low-tier elixirs had long lost their use for him, yet in Su Qinghuan's eyes, they were treasures worth their weight in gold. "Cultivate diligently and strive to not hold me back," Chen Fan remarked, adding that matters of vengeance must wait until she had gained sufficient strength. Su Qingwan, cradling the elixirs, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He saved her life, gifted her elixirs, and provided a place of refuge. Though he claimed not to be a good person, his actions were more reliable than anyone else's. She silently vowed to repay this kindness in full in the future. Once Su Qingwan departed, Chen Fan immediately set up several restrictions, then, with a thought, stepped into the creation space. The first item he retrieved was the nascent soul puppet. This puppet had been obtained from Secret Realm and had not yet been refined. Now, as he prepared to venture to the farthest icy abyss of the North Sea, this nascent soul puppet would serve as his greatest trump card. The puppet was surrounded by a faint nascent soul pressure. Though it was inanimate, its combat prowess rivaled that of a living being. Chen Fan guided his spiritual sense and slowly began to refine the puppet. On the 7th day, a faint blue light flickered in the puppet's eyes, and it bowed slightly to Chen Fan, having recognized its master. Chen Fan placed 2 high-grade spirit stones into the puppet's core. "Go," he commanded, and the nascent soul puppet instantly transformed into a fleeting shadow, delivering a powerful punch toward a nearby small mountain. A thunderous roar erupted as the punch created ripples through the air, and the several dozen-foot-high mountain was directly pierced through, leaving a bottomless chasm in its wake. What immense strength! A glimmer of delight flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. Is this the power of a nascent soul cultivator? The force of a single punch is terrifying indeed. The only drawback was its excessive consumption of spirit stones. This one punch had drained 2 high-grade spirit stones. An ordinary person could hardly sustain such a voracious beast. After securing the puppet, Chen Fan took out the tattered cloth he had received from Su Qingwan. Upon touching the cloth, he had a hunch and channeled a strand of spirit energy into it. In an instant, a rich and imposing dragon might surge forth from the cloth, crashing into his sea of consciousness. He instantly recognized that the material of this cloth was of the same origin as the fragment of the dragon palace that had been auctioned. Indeed, It was a remnant map of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Chen Fan was filled with ecstatic joy. He never expected to obtain a fragment of the Dragon Palace map in such a manner. Cautiously, he stored the remnant map into his spatial ring, then took the piece of black obsidian and turned to leave the creation space. It was time to repair the spirit-devouring array. Within his cave dwelling, Chen Fan retrieved the damaged array plate and ignited a ball of crimson vermilion bird sacred fire in his palm. As soon as the sacred fire appeared, he immediately set up a fire element isolation array, securely locking the intense heat within the formation. After putting away the old array plate, the original spirit-devouring array naturally dissipated. In the adjacent cave, Su Qinghuan was meditating to heal her injuries when she suddenly felt a faint lingering warmth. Startled, she quickly rose to investigate. Rest assured, I am refining the formation array. There is no cause for concern, Chen Fan replied without lifting his head. Su Qinghuan, observing his composed demeanor and noting that the sacred fire, though fierce, was firmly restrained by the formation, finally relaxed and bowed respectfully before taking her leave. With the augmentation of the vermilion bird sacred fire, melting the black obsidian was no longer a formidable task. Chen Fan's abundant spiritual power, combined with the fire's extreme temperature, transformed the fist-sized obsidian into a pool of dense, ink-colored molten slag within half a day. The true challenge lay in restoring the intricate patterns upon the formation array after its repair. Chen Fan produced a translucent white brush, an artifact-level formation brush obtained from the soul refining secret realm, capable of bearing the full extent of divine soul power. Drawing a deep breath, he infused his divine soul energy into the brush. As its tip gently touched the formation array, a cryptic and profound celestial grade pattern gradually emerged. Even inscribing a single pattern exhausted his divine soul severely. The celestial grade soul devouring formation comprised 36 principal patterns and 72 auxiliary ones. Each required precise carving through divine soul power. Even the slightest error would render all efforts futile. Chen Fan dared not slacken. He retrieved several bottles of sacred soul pills, consuming them one after another to replenish his depleted divine soul energy. His multiple pauses were not due to errors, but the exhaustion of his power. Without the support of the spirit-refining art and abundant pills, completing even 10 patterns would have been impossible. Half a month later, upon finishing the final auxiliary pattern, the entire formation array suddenly erupted with dazzling azure light. The soul-devouring formation had at last been restored to its celestial grade stature. Chen Fan collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, yet his face was suffused with satisfaction. Exhausting beyond measure, far more taxing than refining 10 elixirs, he murmured. After a thorough inspection, he felt content. The restored soul-devouring formation's defensive capabilities had multiplied several-fold, sufficient to withstand the full force of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator's strike. Naturally, the price was steep. The formation's consumption of spirit stones had more than quadrupled. With this formation and the nascent soul puppet, the expedition to the North Sea now held greater promise. Chen Fan muttered softly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Chapter 61. Setting sail for the North Sea, the entire cave abode was enveloped by the reactivated soul-devouring formation, its luminous flows enigmatic and profound. Su Qinghuan stood outside the formation, gazing blankly. Her vision was completely obstructed. Not only could she not discern the scene within, but she was also incapable of detecting even the slightest spiritual fluctuations. Her reverence for Chen Fan deepened. Chen Fan paid her no heed. With a swift movement, he stepped back into the creation space, seating himself cross-legged to take stock of his resources. He possessed a nascent soul puppet, 2 spiritual treasures, and his physical body and divine consciousness were both stabilized at the foundation establishment stage. With the activation of the 5 elements sword formation, he would no longer suffer the debilitating exhaustion he had endured previously. Resolute, he decided that in the coming period, he would focus on honing his physical strength, supplementing his cultivation with sacred soul pills while refining the spirit art, aiming to elevate his divine consciousness to the late foundation establishment stage before the fleet's departure. Together with the Fox Companion, He immediately began harvesting spirit herbs within the space. Earth-grade herbs renowned for fortifying the body. These herbs had matured fully within the creation space. Their potency exquisitely refined. Chen Fan absorbed their essence while invoking the demon-dispelling divine thunder to scour his body, using thunder techniques to forge his bones. The spirit-refining art operated autonomously, steadily strengthening his divine soul through ceaseless refinement. 6 months later, as Chen Fan stretched his limbs and stepped out of space, a tinge of regret lingered in his heart. Half a year was still too brief. The cultivation of the physical body at the foundation establishment stage was inherently slow. Even now, he had only barely reached the mid-foundation establishment phase. His divine consciousness had likewise failed to fully enter the late stage. Dividing his attention between two pursuits inevitably led to neglect. He pushed open the cave-dwelling door, and the dazzling sunlight poured in. Steward Zhang was already waiting outside, with Su Qingwan standing quietly beside him. "Young Master Han, the fleet is ready." Chen Fan nodded slightly, and, together with Su Qingwan, proceeded toward the pier. The Cangming city dock was teeming with countless sails. Ordinary fishing boats crowded the waters, while only a few majestic vessels exuded grandeur. Their destination was unmistakable, the ocean-going spirit ship engraved with the emblem of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Steward Zhang led them to the finest guest room aboard, but had prepared only one chamber. It was evident he had misunderstood the nature of their relationship. Chen Fan requested an additional room, but Zhang's expression turned troubled. "Please forgive me, young Master Han. With so many cultivators accompanying us this time, all the guest rooms have been fully occupied." After a moment's contemplation, Chen Fan ceased insisting. The fault lay with himself. Having secluded himself for half a year without mentioning Su Qinghuan's presence, there was naturally no arrangement for her. He offered the bed to Su Qinghuan and sat cross-legged to meditate himself, having long since ceased eating and sleeping, thus requiring no rest. "You have made considerable progress over these 6 months, advancing from the 8th layer of qi, refining, to its completion." Chen Fan was somewhat surprised. Su Qinghuan replied softly, "Young master, I possess the wood spirit root, which naturally facilitates swift cultivation. Were it not for your high-grade pills, I could not have advanced so rapidly." Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. A solitary wood spirit root was already a top-tier spiritual root, a prodigious talent found once in 10,000. He inwardly mused, "Are such prodigious cultivators now so common?" He casually inquired, "How old are you this year?" 19, came the reply. Chen Fan was genuinely astonished. To have reached the completion of qi refining at 19, and with the aid of foundation establishment pills, she would assuredly establish her foundation steadily. At such an age and with such talent, if admitted into a great sect, she would undoubtedly be a core disciple of Saintess rank. "Your talent is exceptional. Why not join a sect?" To remain confined within a minor foundation establishment family is truly a waste of such potential. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghuan fell silent, lowering her gaze and offering no response, evidently unwilling to discuss her past. Seeing this, Chen Fan refrained from pressing further, softly apologizing before closing his eyes to cultivate. He could distinctly sense an unusual aura concealed within Su Qinghuan's body, subtly emanating an inexplicable allure. Were it not for his powerful soul and steadfast Tao heart, any ordinary cultivator approaching her would inevitably become restless. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Steward Zhang delivered spirit food, dishes prepared from low-grade demon beast meat, imbued with meager spiritual energy, which to Chen Fan was barely more than tasteless fare. "You should eat. It looks unappetizing." Su Qinghuan nodded in agreement. The taste is indeed mediocre. Yet, as she had yet to establish her foundation, she still needed nourishment to replenish her vitality and ate silently. After half a month's voyage, the spirit ship arrived smoothly at Nanhai Island. The island housed Nanhai Kin, the last bastion of humanity within the South Sea territory. Chen Fan led Su Qinghuan into a tavern, ordered food and wine, and casually inquired of the waiter, "Why is the city so crowded today?" Recognizing Chen Fan's distinguished demeanor and having received 2 low-grade spirit stones as reward, The waiter immediately approached and whispered, "Young master, is this your first time here?" A few days ago, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted in the direction of the Northern Sea, with rumors circulating that a treasure of great antiquity had emerged at the site where the legendary Kunpeng had fallen. Cultivators from all corners flocked there, eager to test their fortunes. As the speaker was called away by other patrons, Chen Fan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his expression contemplative. The Kunpeng, a mythical beast of ancient lore on par with the true dragon, was thought to exist only in tales. Thus, it was no wonder that the entire sea realm was set ablaze with fervor. Clearly, everyone was driven by the allure of the priceless treasure. He turned to Su Qingwan, inquiring if she was certain about accompanying him. The journey to the Northern Sea was fraught with peril. Without hesitation, Su Qingwan nodded vigorously. Now alone and unaccompanied, she realized that aligning herself with Chen Fan was her only glimmer of hope. At dawn the following day, Chen Fan and Su Qingwan joined a party of cultivators heading towards the Northern Sea. The group comprised over 50 individuals, led by a Foundation establishment rogue cultivator, which was precisely why Chen Fan had chosen this route. The presence of a Foundation establishment cultivator significantly increased their safety. The price for protection was 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per person, a considerable sum for the leading rogue cultivator. The journey progressed smoothly, with the sea calm and rarely encountering demonic creatures. It was evident that the Foundation establishment cultivator was well acquainted with the maritime routes. This route has been traversed countless times. Encounters with demonic beings are virtually non-existent. I will only escort you to the periphery of the Northern Sea. The remainder of the journey is yours to navigate, with life and death resting upon your own shoulders. Before he could finish, the surface of the sea suddenly roiled violently. A dragon-like creature, several zhang in length, erupted from the water, its roar echoing through the heavens. Following closely, 8 massive tentacles tore through the surface, lunging toward the dragon. Who dares intrude upon the territory of my dragon clan? They seek death. The dragon swiftly transformed into a man with prominent dragon horns and glimmering scales. Exuding a fierce aura, the 8 tentacles coalesced into a pale, injured human, revealing himself as Xianming of the 8-armed Sea Clan. He scoffed disdainfully. Merely the offspring of a dragon, and a snake dares to claim kinship with the dragon clan? Zhu Li, to kill me, you are not worthy. Xianming unleashed a cloud of pitch-black toxic mist and swiftly retreated into the distance. The 2 formidable, shape-shifting demons clashed, sending shockwaves across the sea. The spirit vessel carrying Chen Fan was instantly capsized by the monstrous waves, leading to destruction and loss of life. His expression shifted, without a moment's hesitation. He seized Su Qinghuan and summoned the Divine Wind Boat, simultaneously activating the exorcising Divine Thunder to enhance their speed, aiming to escape at all costs. However, Xianming, already severely injured, mustered his strength and leaped onto the boat, exclaiming, "Little brother, take me along. I mean you no harm. If we delay, Zhu Li will catch up, and we shall all perish." Chen Fan felt a sense of helplessness, but had no other choice. He channeled all his spiritual energy into the Divine Wind Boat, which transformed into a streak of light, fleeing with reckless abandon. Behind them, Zhu Li of the Dragon Clan gazed at the rapidly retreating Divine Wind Boat, his expression dark as the depths of the sea. Having sustained heavy losses in the prior battle, he was now too exhausted to pursue. The Divine Wind Boat sped through the night until Chen Fan confirmed that they were no longer being pursued. He then set down on a deserted island. As soon as they landed, he immediately pulled Su Qingwan back a few steps, gathering his spiritual energy, eyes icy and vigilant, fixated on the newly arrived Xianming. Chapter 62. The Extreme Northern Ice Abyss. What exactly do you intend to do? Chen Fan's spiritual energy was taut, ever on guard. He was acutely aware that only by reaching the 6th level of demonic cultivation could a beast transform into human form, equivalent to a human cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul. The individual before him was undoubtedly a formidable demon at the nascent soul level. As Xianming raised his hand, Chen Fan, with unwavering resolve, summoned his nascent soul puppet to his side. In an instant, a chilling aura of nascent soul pressure swept across the surroundings. Xianming, sensing this formidable presence, turned pale, his pupils constricting sharply. "My friend, you have misunderstood. I am Xianming of the Eight-Armed Sea Clan, and I sincerely thank you for your timely rescue." Xianming hastily clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, his expression earnest and devoid of any intention to provoke. "I was compelled by circumstances to board the vessel without malice." Chen Fan remained vigilant. He had previously sensed a trace of murderous intent from Xianming and was not inclined to trust him completely. "Now that we are safe, you may depart. Of course, I shall forever remember your kindness, and I promise to repay you in the future." Xianming dared not linger, and with his words barely uttered, he leaped into the sea, vanishing in an instant. Chen Fan finally exhaled in relief, yet he did not retract the nascent soul puppet, allowing it to hover by his side. With his formidable force at his disposal, he could avoid numerous troubles along the way. Accompanied by Su Qinghuan, he boarded the divine wind vessel and continued his journey northward. Beneath the surface of the sea, Xianming had not ventured far. He gazed at the silhouette of the divine wind vessel, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. Had he truly engaged in conflict, he might have found himself slain by that puppet. When boarding the vessel, he had observed that Chen Fan only exhibited the aura of a core formation cultivator and was himself gravely injured, initially contemplating murder for treasure. However, the puppet's overwhelming pressure had instantly extinguished such thoughts. Throughout, Chen Fan maintained a keen awareness, scanning the vicinity with his spiritual sense, relieved to find only a few lower-tier Foundation establishment beasts nearby. Encountering two 6th-level nascent soul demons in his first foray into the endless sea had been perilously dangerous. Fortunately, both were severely injured, allowing him to escape by mere chance. Su Qinghuan's complexion had turned pale, her body trembling slightly. The pressure emanating from the two great demons felt like two towering mountains bearing down upon her. Given her cultivation at the Qi refinement stage, maintaining composure without fainting was a testament to her extraordinary fortitude. Noticing her distress, Chen Fan gently infused a stream of soothing spiritual energy into her body. After a moment, Su Qinghuan gradually regained her composure, her color returning somewhat. Chen Fan, nearing the mid-stage of core formation and having encountered numerous nascent soul cultivators, remained unaffected by such oppressive forces. He retrieved a map of the endless sea, clearly marking the territories of various demon clans. They had now entered the realm of the northern sea, with the extreme northern ice abyss lying at its deepest point. Chen Fan promptly resolved to navigate along the periphery of the sea, striving to avoid the main forces of the demon clans and minimize conflicts. As they journeyed, they encountered numerous demon beasts, mostly at the Foundation establishment level. They shied away from the aura of the nascent soul puppet, while a few reckless ones posed no challenge. Chen Fan single-handedly dispatched them with ease. He collected the carcasses of the demon beasts, sending their souls into the Soul Banner, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Observing the boat filled with the remains of various aquatic demon creatures, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Tonight, we shall feast on a grand seafood banquet. As night fell, they discovered a small island, where a late-stage Foundation establishment ape demon lurked within a cave. Chen Fan decisively unleashed his formidable power, currently surpassing his peers in combat strength, easily subduing Foundation-building monsters as if plucking them from the air. He utilized water-based spells to cleanse the cavern, presenting several seafood monsters to Su Qinghuan for her to handle. During their journey, she had mentioned her culinary skills and eagerly volunteered to prepare the meals. Meanwhile, Chen Fan seized the monkey demon, directly employing the soul-searching technique. Moments later, the monkey demon succumbed into unconsciousness, with Xiao Bai playfully stepping on it, appearing quite mischievous. Through the soul search, Chen Fan gleaned the current situation in the Northern Sea. The emergence of a secret treasure had attracted a multitude of cultivators, already amassing a considerable force. The site of this treasure was none other than the frigid depths of the extreme north. Only a few days' journey remained to reach the ice abyss. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, It seemed that obtaining the heavenly Kuei true water would not be so straightforward. At that moment, an extraordinarily rich aroma wafted into his nostrils. Turning to investigate, he beheld Su Qingwan gracefully stirring a seafood soup by the stove. Her light green dress accentuated her gentle figure, and as she bent over, her curves were soft and her profile serene and charming. She delicately tasted the broth with her rosy lips, which glimmered faintly, stirring an inexplicable agitation within Chen Fan. Abruptly, he rose and strode towards the cave entrance. "Young master, the soup will be ready shortly. Where are you going?" Su Qingwan inquired, puzzled. Chen Fan, unable to gaze at those enticing lips any longer, awkwardly turned his head. "I'm just going to get some fresh air to calm down." Inside the cave, the two sat opposite each other. Chen Fan devoured the meat with great satisfaction. Seeing that he enjoyed her cooking, a gentle smile graced Su Qingwan's lips, filling her with contentment. She ate delicately. Her graceful demeanor and petite face, paired with her red lips, rendered her exceptionally endearing. After a few hearty bites, Chen Fan felt sated, glancing up only to hastily avert his gaze, silently reciting, "Do not gaze at the inappropriate. Do not listen to the inappropriate." He found it peculiar that he had never been one to covet feminine beauty, yet this girl inexplicably captivated his heart. Unaware of the unusual tension, Su Qingwan merely sensed that Chen Fan was acting strangely today, consistently avoiding her gaze. The following morning, the two set off once more. The monkey demon was finally liberated, having endured a restless slumber the previous night, only to be violently interrupted by a core formation cultivator, who not only assaulted it but also performed a soul search, leaving its dwelling occupied, a truly unfortunate fate. The Shenfeng boat flew continuously for several days, with the surrounding temperature plummeting further. The distant islands were blanketed in pristine white snow, and the presence of monsters grew increasingly sparse. Su Qinghuan shivered from the cold, unconsciously inching closer to Chen Fan. This proximity intensified the alluring aura of pure yin, rendering Chen Fan quite uncomfortable. Reluctantly, he summoned a gentle flame of the vermilion bird to envelop her, providing warmth while also slightly shielding him from the distracting allure. At last, a vast expanse of colossal land came into view. This was the northernmost frozen territory of the Northern Sea, the end of the endless ocean. This place was perpetually frigid, barren of any vegetation and devoid of life. Yet at this moment, countless cultivators and demon clans were densely gathered. The Jiao Dragon clan, the Eight-Armed Sea clan, and various aquatic demons mingled with human cultivators, exhibiting a wide range of cultivation levels, predominantly chi refinement, foundation building, and core formation. With a few formidable nascent soul experts present, their presence imposing. Chen Fan took Su Qingwan by the hand and sought a secluded corner to pause. Su Qingwan clutched Chen Fan's sleeve tightly, afraid to stray even slightly. In this perilous place, any individual could effortlessly extinguish her life. Only by remaining close to Chen Fan could she find a semblance of safety. Everyone stood in silent anticipation for the opening of the extreme northern ice abyss. Outside the abyss, a relentless icy tempest howled year-round, its bone-chilling winds terrifying enough to deter even the most formidable nascent soul cultivators from daring to enter. Only during the brief respite when the storm weakened could one venture inside. One impatient core formation cultivator, having already waited here for half a month, gritted his teeth and activated his protective spiritual energy, summoning defensive artifacts as he charged toward the abyss. However, the moment he crossed into the Tempest's domain, his energy shield instantly froze and shattered, his artifacts turned to shards of ice, and he was violently torn apart by the raging winds, leaving no trace behind. Observing this, the nearby demon clan cultivators smirked with derision. Learning from this grim example, the previously restless cultivators instantly settled down, holding their breath in anticipation, too fearful to make a single move. 2 days later, the winds engulfing the abyss suddenly diminished, calming at a visible pace. An 8-armed sea clan cultivator bellowed, "Quickly, enter! The tempest will only cease for half an hour. Miss this chance, and you shall wait another century." As his voice faded, The eight-armed sea clan surged into the ice abyss, followed closely by various demon clans. Chen Fan's gaze sharpened. He tightened his grip on Su Qinghuan's hand and leaped into the extreme northern ice abyss amidst the throng. Chapter 63. Threat to the nascent soul. Upon entering the extreme northern ice abyss, Chen Fan beheld its true visage. It was a vast canyon entirely sealed by impenetrable ice, its walls towering 1,000 zhang, with frigid air surging like waves. The deeper one ventured, the more penetrating the icy chill became, as if even one's very soul might be frozen solid. Countless bizarre ice pillars loomed within the canyon, taking on humanoid and beastly forms, entwined in a grotesque stillness. Little White, curious, leapt onto a humanoid ice sculpture, tilting its head to inspect it. Yet, in the next moment, it seemed to encounter something profoundly terrifying. Its fur bristling as it darted back to Chen Fan's side, emitting frightened whimpers. Chen Fan's heart tightened. He cautiously approached for a closer look, his pupils narrowing in shock. There were indeed human figures encased within the ice. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as others began to make their own discoveries. It is the nascent soul ancestor of my seahorse clan, missing for a century. 200 years ago, an elder of the eight-armed sea clan vanished, only to have perished here. The ice sculptures contained the frozen forms of powerful beings from various clans, predominantly demons, with only a few human cultivators, all of whom were solitary practitioners without any backing. A rough count revealed hundreds, all fallen in this frigid desolation. One demon clan cultivator, in a fit of urgency, attempted to melt the ice to rescue their ancestor. However, the moment the ice began to melt, the body turned to ash. Even the remnant soul of the nascent soul vanished without a trace. Ancestor! A wretched scream echoed through the abyss, despair spreading like wildfire. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with confusion. These individuals were not weak. Why they all perished here? This canyon was far from a natural formation. He unleashed his divine sense with all his might, only to be abruptly stifled. Since entering the ice abyss, his divine perception had been heavily suppressed, and even at full strength, it could only reach the early stages of core formation. Soon, the high-level practitioners began to sense the anomaly. Something is amiss. My cultivation has been suppressed. I too have been forcibly constrained to the early stage of core formation. Whether among the human race, the serpent dragon clan, or the eight-armed sea tribe, even the great demon of a nascent soul has found their cultivation and spiritual consciousness confined to the early stage of core formation. Chen Fan secretly investigated and sighed with relief, for his physical strength remained unscathed, which was his greatest reliance. At that moment, a violent chill surged from the canyon's exit, and a piercing cold wind instantly swept across the entire icy abyss. The sudden change took everyone by surprise, and the lower-level practitioners screamed in terror. An even more terrifying coldness erupted from the depths of the canyon, far colder than the freezing hurricane outside. Chen Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly pulled Su Qinghuan behind him. The sacred fire of the vermilion bird erupted with a resounding blast, forming a crimson barrier that firmly held back the bone-chilling cold. Most practitioners and demon beasts were caught off guard, their bodies instantly stiffening, and in the blink of an eye, they were frozen into ice sculptures. Such frigid air was insurmountable for those at the early stage of core formation. In a mere moment, the human practitioners suffered catastrophic losses, with a staggering 80% perishing. Even two careless human nascent soul cultivators were instantly encased in ice. In a moment of desperation, one attempted to escape with his nascent soul. Yet, as soon as that diminutive nascent soul left his body, a ghastly white lightning bolt struck down from the heavens, obliterating him utterly. The emergence of the nascent soul, a signature divine ability of the nascent soul cultivators, was deemed a taboo here. The other frozen nascent soul practitioner, witnessing this, immediately abandoned the thought of fleeing. Fortunately, he was fiercely protected by his companion, barely preserving his life. In the briefest of instances, the human race was nearly annihilated. The demon race, however, suffered less than 20% losses. Chen Fan's gaze grew solemn as he turned towards the demon camp. The nascent soul demon from the eight-armed sea tribe floated before a high-level ice shield, clearly well-prepared. The Serpent Dragon Clan's demon cultivators were enveloped in a crimson glow, their bloodline power naturally resisting the cold. None of the nascent soul demons sustained injuries. Only a few foundation-level cultivators had fallen. They were evidently well-prepared. Chen Fan remained silent. In his current weakened state, any reckless move would surely lead to death. He tightly protected Su Qingwan, following closely behind the remnants of their group. The remaining foundation-level practitioners stood with nascent soul experts safeguarding them. As they continued deeper, they encountered a pitch-black passage, the destination of which was unknown. At that moment, the nascent soul demon of the eight-armed sea tribe suddenly spoke, a playful smile upon its lips. "Dear friends, I have a proposal. May I share it?" The nascent soul of the Serpent Dragon clan exchanged silent glances, offering no rebuttal. Instead, it was the human nascent soul who spoke first. "Please, do share, fellow cultivator. With only a handful of us left, the path ahead is uncertain and fraught with danger. In my view, we should send 2 individuals ahead to scout. What do you think?" As his words fell, all eyes converged upon Chen Fan and Su Qingwan. Each faction possessed a nascent soul to oversee them, and none wished to sacrifice their own. Only Chen Fan and his companion, solitary in their journey, were deemed the most suitable. Chen Fan's expression darkened. "What do you intend, esteemed seniors?" "Why must it be me?" He certainly would not acquiesce. The Serpent Dragon clan's nascent soul flashed with a fierce light, a pressure that, though suppressed to the early stage of core formation, still bore an intimidating ferocity. Bore down upon him. "I am not asking for your consent. You will go, whether you wish to or not." The 3 Yuan Ing of the human clan appeared to intervene, yet their tone was laced with venom. "Calm yourself, fellow cultivator. If he were to perish, who would pave the way?" He turned to Chen Fan, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his features. "Rest assured, young friend, should true peril arise, I shall intervene to save you." Observing the trio's orchestrated camaraderie, Chen Fan instantly comprehended the underlying treachery. These 3 Yuan Ing had already conspired in secrecy, intending to use him as mere cannon fodder. After a moment of silence, he raised his head, his tone tranquil yet resolute. "If the seniors wish for me to scout ahead, it is not impossible. However, as a mere foundation establishment cultivator, the path ahead is fraught with danger. Without a means of preserving my life, I would undoubtedly meet my demise." His gaze turned icy. "Should the seniors refuse to provide such means, I shall resort to self-detonation. Here, our cultivation levels are suppressed, even at the peak of foundation establishment. My self-destruction could prove challenging for you to thwart." The expressions of the 3 Yuan Ing shifted dramatically. The Yuan Ing of the Dragon Clan erupted in fury. "You insolent wretch, do you dare to threaten us? Seek your own demise." Faced with certain death, he contemplated taking a few down with him. Chen Fan's spiritual energy surged, adopting a stance of mutual destruction. The 8-armed Sea clan swiftly restrained the enraged dragon. Hissing, "Have you lost your mind? If he dies, who will lead the way? Are you suggesting sending your own men?" The human Yuan Ing was the first to relent, flicking his fingers to produce a glimmering needle-shaped artifact before Chen Fan. "This is the Qingming Needle, a mid-grade talisman. Take it." He then turned to the dragon. "Now it is your turn." The dragon, begrudgingly, tossed out a piece of armor that radiated a subdued light. "Take it. You better return alive." The 8-armed Sea clan also relinquished a round shield-like defense artifact. Chen Fan handed both defensive artifacts to Su Qinghuan for safekeeping against her body. They exchanged a knowing glance and stepped toward the entrance of the passage. Yet, as they entered, a blinding white light erupted, and their figures were instantaneously engulfed by the spatial force, vanishing without a trace. This unforeseen spectacle caused the 3 Yuan Ing to change countenance dramatically. What transpired? Where did that boy go? Impossible. A foundation establishment cultivator could not possibly escape under our very noses. It must be that the passage is imbued with a teleportation prohibition, deduced the human Yuan Ing calmly. The dragon was consumed by impatience. "I can sense the aura of the Qingming Needle. He is still alive. We must enter. He bellowed. A century ago, we halted here. How much longer do we have to live? Can we afford to wait another 100 years? This statement struck a chord with all present. The lifespans of the 3 yuan-ing were dwindling, and the treasures of the extreme northern ice abyss represented their final chance for survival. Without further hesitation, the 3, accompanied by their remaining subordinates, stepped into the passage together. With a flash of white light, their figures too vanished into the ice abyss. Chapter 64. The Transformation of Kun Peng. A first glimpse of the immortal realm. Chen Fan and Su Qingwan were enveloped by the brilliance, instantaneously entering an entirely new space. Here, there was no icy desolation of the outside world. Instead, clouds swirled, spirit herbs thrived, and an ethereal aura enveloped the area, resembling a miniature immortal realm. Immortal realm. This was Chen Fan's immediate reaction. He dared not linger for even a moment, promptly activating his utmost speed, grasping Su Qinghuan's form, and vanishing into the distant mist. Before long, 3 formidable auras pierced the air, and the 3 yuan-ing cultivators materialized at the original location. This place was, astonishingly, an independent secret realm. The scene before them left all present utterly astounded. In a realm devoid of sun and moon, a vast expanse of boundless azure sea stretches across the center, its waters crystalline, harboring an untamed essence of the primordial waters. Suspended above the surface of the sea lies a resplendent white egg, accompanied by several ancient bones emanating an aura of antiquity. The remnants of the 8-armed sea clan, holding a handful of this water, undergo a drastic transformation in expression. This water is imbued with an astonishing concentration of spiritual energy, purer by several folds than the celestial water of Tian Kuei. It is unequivocally not of the human realm. The gaze of the Jiao Long clans, Zhu Tian, burns with intensity, fixated on the white egg, his voice trembling. Could this be the legendary Kun Peng egg? The bones undoubtedly signify the inheritance of the Kun Peng. Instantly, the hearts of the assembly surge with fervor. The ancient legend persists. The northern sea's firmament shattered, and from the void descended a colossal primordial beast, known as Kun Peng. If the legend holds truth, this egg and its accompanying techniques must originate from the spiritual realm. The human race Yuan-ing, Li Haoshan, exchanges a glance with Zhu Tian, and without a hint of forewarning, they launch a ferocious assault against the 8-armed Sea clan. Are you mad? The Yuan-ing of the 8-armed Sea clan pales, hastily channeling spiritual energy to defend. Li Haoshan grins wickedly. You die, octopus. 3 treasures for 3 people. Someone must perish. Do not waste words. Eliminate him first, and we shall share the treasures. Zhu Tian commands fiercely. With only 1 Yuan-ing to oppose 2, the 8-armed Sea clan plunges into dire straits. Li Haoshan steadfastly restrains, while Zhu Tian, akin to a tiger among sheep, swiftly annihilates the remaining cultivators of the 8-armed Sea clan. Li Haoshan, Zhu Tian, I shall haunt you even in death. The Yuan-ing of the 8-armed clan, eyes wide with despair, knowing his fate is sealed, unhesitatingly invokes his Yuan-ing, seeking to self-destruct in a mutual demise. The force of a Yuan-ing's self-detonation, even one in mid-stage, is not to be reckoned with. Li Haoshan and Zhu Tian's expressions shift drastically as they retreat in wild panic. Yet at that moment, a stark white bolt of cold lightning crashes down from the heavens. The Yuan-ing, poised for self-destruction, emits not a single sound before being obliterated, akin to the Yuan-ing that had attempted to escape from the icy abyss prior. This place prohibits all Yuan-ing abilities. Zhu Tian is gripped by trepidation, drenched in cold sweat, just as he breathes a sigh of relief. A chilling sensation envelopes his back. A blood-stained longsword pierces through his chest without warning. Zhu Tian struggles to turn, disbelief etched across his features. Li Haoshan's smile is laced with cruelty. Who would wish to share when one can consume everything alone? Farewell, dearest Zhu. You dare break the pact. You shall not die well. Zhu Tian collapses on the spot. In a brief span of half an hour, the 3 factions are utterly annihilated, leaving Li Haoshan as the sole survivor in the vast secret realm. He limps forward, driven by greed and ecstasy, reaching for the Kunpeng egg. However, just as his fingertips are about to make contact, a wave of yuaning pressure, potent enough to shatter his soul, descends from behind. Li Haoshan freezes, turning with wide eyes. Impossible. A yuaning cultivator? This place suppresses all cultivation. How could you? Who are you? The only response is a mocking laughter. Chen Fan strides forth from the mists, exuding a leisurely demeanor as if he has just witnessed an exquisite performance. It's you. Li Haoshan's anger and shock intertwine. Then realization dawns. A yuaning puppet? Indeed. Chen Fan replies coolly. The suppression of this secret realm targets living beings. Puppets are inanimate and remain unaffected. As his words linger in the air, Chen Fan utters no more, his thoughts commanding the yuaning puppet to strike with thunderous force. The power of the nascent soul utterly overwhelmed Li Haoshan, who was suppressed in the core formation stage, rendering the outcome of their confrontation entirely predictable. Li Nantian, gripped by fear, knelt and desperately pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Spare me, young friend. I have protected you before." A mocking smile played on Chen Fan's lips as he replied, "Speak your mind within my soul banner." As the black banner unfurled, a torrent of ghostly energy surged forth, forcibly drawing in two nascent soul spirits. With the acquisition of these two primordial essences, the aura of the 10,000 Souls banner surged dramatically. Yet, before Chen Fan could revel in his triumph, dark clouds amassed ominously in the sky, coalescing into a bolt of black thunder imbued with destructive energy aimed directly at the 10,000 Souls banner. Chen Fan's expression shifted drastically. Without hesitation, he withdrew the banner into the space of creation. The dark lightning, bereft of its target, circled for a moment before gradually dissipating. Still shaken, Chen Fan called out to those behind him, "Step forward. It is resolved." Su Qinghuan cautiously emerged from a mist, her complexion still pale. Chen Fan instructed her to gather the scattered storage bags while he made his way to the center of the secret realm. Gently, he reached out to touch a white egg, feeling its warmth rather than coldness. Could it truly be a Kunpeng egg? Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of an ordinary chicken egg, albeit larger. He casually stored the egg within the space of creation. Upon entering, the egg instinctively soared towards a mysterious ancient tree, cradled by its branches and leaves, slowly being nurtured, a scene that Chen Fan remained oblivious to. His gaze was entirely captivated by several bone fragments. As his fingertips made contact, an intense light erupted, and his consciousness was instantaneously drawn into a peculiar illusion. I am of the Kunpeng lineage, hailing from the celestial realm. A vast panorama unfolded within Chen Fan's mind. Celestial energy surged, and galaxies spanned the sky. With a lone cultivator capable of shattering stars at will, the scene abruptly shifted to reveal a colossal Kunpeng soaring through the heavens. Facing a man clad in white wielding a spear, his features obscured, yet he struck the Kunpeng with a devastating blow. Overwhelmed, the Kunpeng clutched a massive egg in its beak and, expending its final strength, tore through the void, plummeting into the northern sea of the mortal realm. In its final moments, it exhausted its essence to forge this secret realm. To the fated one, this is our clan's supreme secret technique, the Kunpeng transformation. Cultivate it to perfection, and a single thought shall traverse the starry seas. A torrent of profound knowledge surged into Chen Fan's mind, encompassing the path of rapidity. At the center of the illusion, the ethereal figure of a woman clad in a black feathered skirt began to materialize, her presence ancient and transcendent. The Kunpeng transformation requires the wings of my lineage to attain the ultimate speed. I have severed my own wings to forge my life as treasure. You need only acquiesce to one matter, and both the wings and the technique shall be yours. Chen Fan, deeply moved, hastily bowed. Junior pays respects to the elder. No need for excessive formality. I am but a remnant soul with little time left. The woman spoke with tranquility. I require your promise on two matters. First, raise my child's egg to become an immortal. Second, should you ascend to the celestial realm and attain great power, avenge me, by killing Jinzhan. Chapter 65. Kunpeng Wings. True water of the North Sea Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Jinzhan? Indeed, it was because of him that I sustained grave injuries and fell to the mortal realm. The voice of the Kunpeng's remnant soul carried a chilling resonance. Chen Fan's mind raced. This Jinzhan must simply be a namesake. Moreover, whether I can ascend to the celestial realm remains uncertain. At that time, I could simply hide in the spirit realm. Very well. If I ever reach the celestial realm and grow powerful, I shall certainly assist the elder in seeking revenge. You must swear an oath to the heavens. The Kunpeng's remnant soul insisted unwaveringly. Chen Fan, filled with helplessness, could only raise his hand and vow. Heavenly path above, I, Hanli shall, if one day I ascend to the immortal realm and possess sufficient strength, undoubtedly aid Senior Kunpeng in avenging him. The remnant soul of Kunpeng lifted its gaze to the void, then fixed its sharp eyes upon him. A vow to the heavenly path must be made with one's true name. Chen Fan, perplexed, wondered how this remnant soul could see through his disguise. Truly, the powers of the immortal realm are formidable. He awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. I'm just used to it. Let us start over. Heavenly path above, I, Chen Fan, if one day I ascend to the immortal realm and possess adequate strength, I will avenge my senior and slay Jinzhan. As soon as the words left his lips, an invisible pressure from the heavenly path descended, merging into the depths of his soul, forming an unbreakable pact. The remnant soul of Kunpeng nodded in satisfaction, waving its hand to reveal a pair of enormous wings that appeared out of thin air. These were the wings of Kunpeng. When unfurled, they seemed to slice through the heavens, shrouding the sky and blocking the sun. The feathers were a dark gray, layered and cascading, with each feather inscribed with flowing runes of the great Tao, sometimes transforming into a Koan fish swimming through the deep sea, at other times morphing into a Peng bird soaring through the vast skies, filled with boundless mysteries. You shall integrate them into yourself here, refining them with your essence blood. The figure of the Kunpeng remnant soul began to grow transparent. I can no longer sustain this form. Once you depart, this secret realm shall vanish along with me. With that, it pointed a finger at Chen Fan's forehead. A surge of immense information flooded into him, and he instantly comprehended that the azure sea within this secret realm was not ordinary water, but rather the true water of Biming, which surpassed the Tian Kuei true water he had long sought after in quality. The remnant soul of Kunpeng completely dissipated, seeing Chen Fan standing still. Su Qingwan gently nudged him. Chen Fan regained his senses and turned to her, suddenly inquiring, "Are you on the verge of establishing your foundation?" Su Qingwan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, observing her response. Chen Fan directly retrieved a resplendent high-grade foundation establishment pill from his storage ring and handed it to her. The spiritual energy here is 100 times denser than outside. Seize this opportunity to establish your foundation immediately. Su Qinghuan hurriedly accepted it, but quickly attempted to return it. Her face flushed. "Young master, I cannot accept this. It is far too precious." Chen Fan interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Only after you establish your foundation can you assist me better with trivial matters. Besides, I have plenty of these. If one is not enough, simply ask me for more." He waved his hand. "Enough. Quickly find a place to sit in meditation. I must also begin my cultivation." Su Qingwan gazed at the foundation establishment pill in her hand, then looked at Chen Fan's retreating figure, her eyes filled with gratitude. She clenched the pill tightly and moved to a corner of the secret realm, sitting cross-legged. The quality of this foundation establishment pill was several times better than those treasured by her family. She must succeed in establishing her foundation and not disappoint the young master's expectations. Taking a deep breath to adjust to her optimal state, she swallowed the foundation establishment pill whole. On the other side, Chen Fan did not immediately refine the Kunpeng wings. His gaze was intensely fixated on the Biming true water, and he had already devised a plan. First, he would refine the Biming true water, and then using this true water as a medium, he would refine the Kunpeng wings. ensuring a more efficient process. He took out several precious golden thunder bamboo stalks, which he had specially prepared to enhance his wood attribute. In Chen Fan's palm, the sacred fire of the vermilion bird ignited, emanating a gentle yet domineering flame that precisely refined the ultimate wood essence contained within the golden thunder bamboo. The golden thunder bamboo, naturally symbiotic with the evil-repelling divine lightning, was remarkably easy to refine. In merely 5 days, the process was completed. The wood essence area within his dantian now radiated a brilliant luminosity, with intertwining red and green lights competing with the fire essence and splendor. Discarding the soulless golden thunder bamboo, Chen Fan's figure flickered as he arrived at the very center of the north underworld true water, hovering above its surface. He closed his eyes and sat in meditation, summoning the essence of the true water. A wave of exceedingly gentle yet profoundly chilling blue energy emerged from the lake, swirling around him like playful fish before surging violently into his limbs and bones. In an instant, Chen Fan's body erupted with a dazzling blue light. This time, he dedicated a full fortnight to the process of refinement. During this period, he was astonished to discover that the essence of the North Underworld true water was crystalline, resembling tiny ice crystals. Following the refinement, his water spiritual root underwent a complete evolution, enabling him to effortlessly transition between water and ice spiritual roots. At this moment, within his dantian, the radiant lights of fire, wood, and water sources shone brilliantly, while the golden and earth spiritual roots appeared somewhat subdued. Meanwhile, within the creation space, the profound Tian golden lotus flourished robustly, lacking only an earth attribute spiritual object. With mastery over the north underworld true water, he felt fully confident in refining the Kunpeng wings. Chen Fan adjusted his state, forcing a drop of his essence blood from his fingertip, which he thrust fiercely into the Kunpeng wings. Several days later, the Kunpeng wings blazed with brilliance, the gray-black feathers flickering with lightning, visibly shrinking at an astonishing pace until they transformed into a pair of palm-sized wings that seamlessly melded into Chen Fan's back, vanishing from sight. Ha! The task is complete. Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes, filled with joy. He could distinctly sense a bloodline-like connection established with the Kunpeng wings. My lord, you have finally awakened. Su Qinghuan's voice rang out as she rushed over, her face alight with excitement. She gestured animatedly, recounting how the enormous wings had flown directly onto his back and disappeared. How miraculous! Chen Fan smiled gently and inquired, have you successfully established your foundation? Yes. Su Qinghuan nodded vigorously, her face radiating a confident smile. Thank you for the foundation-building pill, my lord. I feel as though you have become even stronger. Your aura is far more stable than before. Looking inward, Chen Fan felt a surge of delight. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy of the secret realm and the nourishment from refining 2 types of heavenly essences, his cultivation had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. Regrettably, the secret realm was on the verge of dissipating. If only he could practice here a little longer. He dismissed such thoughts, forming seals with his hands as he silently recited the incantation. In an instant, the north underworld true water within the secret realm seemed to respond to his call, transforming into a towering blue water column that surged toward Chen Fan's dantian with fervor. Hours later, the once vast and boundless blue sea had completely vanished. All the north underworld true water had been absorbed by Chen Fan into the creation space, forming a small north underworld cold pool. Su Qinghuan stood beside him, utterly astounded. To move mountains and fill seas, to draw rivers into one's body. Is this truly something a core formation cultivator can achieve? She gazed at Chen Fan with a sense of reverence, eager to test the might of the Kunpeng wings. Chen Fan was filled with anticipation. With a swift motion, he leaped into the air. With a mere thought, a pair of gray-black Kunpeng wings unfurled from his back. Although smaller than before, they spanned approximately 30 feet. With feathers entwined with wisps of divine thunder, exuding an astonishing aura, Chen Fan unleashed the technique he had just mastered, Kunpeng transformation, and the lightning surged on the wings. propelling his speed to its zenith. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan's figure vanished from its original spot, only to be met with a sudden sharp pain in his forehead as he collided violently with an invisible barrier. Gasping in shock, his eyes widened in disbelief. In the moment the wings flapped, it seemed as if a spatial passage appeared before him. In just a breath, he traversed thousands of miles, ultimately crashing into the boundary of the secret realm. The velocity was terrifying. Chen Fan's heart raced with exhilaration. He felt he could soar even further. But the confines of the secret realm limited him. Once outside, he vowed to attempt it again. He retracted the Kunpeng wings and returned to Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan looked at him in sheer terror. "Young master, what just happened? You vanished in the blink of an eye." "It's nothing." Chen Fan waved his hand with a calm smile. "I merely tested a newly refined technique and lost control of my speed for a moment." With that, he led Su Qingwan toward the exit indicated by the remnants of the Kunpeng spirit. As soon as they stepped out of the secret realm, a deafening roar erupted behind them. The Kunpeng secret realm, which had existed for millennia, collapsed completely after the remnants of the Kunpeng spirit dissipated, transforming into countless specks of light and vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Chen Fan surveyed his surroundings, his expression suddenly shifting to one of bewilderment. The landscape before him was familiar. "Is this Zhao Kingdom?" he exclaimed, astonished. He knew that the exit of the secret realm was random, but he never anticipated being transported directly to the Zhao Kingdom, millions of miles away. Chapter 66. Return to Zhao Kingdom, young master. Have you been here before? Yes. My previous sect was in Zhao Kingdom. Come, let us return and take a look. Chen Fan, accompanied by Su Qingwan, soared toward the direction of the Qingyun sect. Years ago, he had passed through this area while following Zhang Taigzi back to the sect, yet there was still some distance to cover to reach the Qingyun sect. However, less than half a day into their flight, Chen Fan's demeanor grew increasingly grave. Along the way, they encountered a multitude of frantic figures fleeing in panic. Not only mortals, but also a significant number of cultivators, many of whom were clad in the attire of the Qingyun sect and Dansheng sect, all injured and in disarray. "Younger master, what has transpired?" "I'm not sure. Let me ask someone." Just as Chen Fan intended to stop a passerby, a bloodied figure stumbled toward him. The person, dressed in tattered clothes and smeared with blood, was none other than Sun Hua, who had once guided him into the Qingyun sect. Sun Hua, in a state of panic, dashed forward without regard for his surroundings, and Chen Fan suddenly blocked his path. Sun Hua looked up in shock, recognizing him, his pupils constricting. You're Chen Shidi? What are you doing here? You must flee quickly. The forces of the demonic path are closing in." Chen Fan was about to inquire further when a corpse, shrouded in black mist, descended from the sky and crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Sun Hua's face turned ashen. "It's over. It's the people from the Corpse Een sect. Junior brother, you must leave. I will hold him back." He gritted his teeth and summoned a top-grade magic sword, unleashing the full force of his foundation establishment cultivation to strike at the Corpse King. Yet, that late-stage Corpse King effortlessly caught the sword with one hand, remaining utterly unmoved. The late-stage Corpse King. Sun Hua's expression turned as pale as death. The Corpse King's sharp claws lunged towards Sun Hua's chest, poised to pierce his heart. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, but the anticipated excruciating pain did not arrive. Chen Fan stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent the late-stage Corpse King flying dozens of feet. In an instant, a divine lightning bolt descended, reducing the Corpse King to ashes. Sun Hua stood in stunned silence. "Junior brother, please tell me what on earth has transpired." "You are unaware?" Chen Fan replied. "That makes sense. You have been in seclusion for 4 to 5 years and are naturally oblivious to the happenings of the outside world." With a heavy sigh, Sun Hua's eyes brimmed with sorrow. A few years ago, the demonic forces launched a massive invasion of the Zhao Kingdom, and the Spirit Beast Mountain directly turned traitor. The alliance of the 3 sects collapsed in an instant. The Grand Elder ordered us to retreat in batches to seek refuge with the Kuan Tian sect in the central continent. "And how did you find yourselves in such dire straits?" Chen Fan inquired, his brow furrowed. "The evacuation route, while not entirely secure, should not have led to such relentless pursuit. We became pawns. Sun Hua's voice was hoarse. By the time we realized we had been abandoned by the sect, it was too late. We disciples of mediocre talent, destined to halt at Foundation establishment, were all left behind. Even senior sister Shangwan could not escape. Shangwan Yu? Chen Fan's heart seized with anxiety as he grasped Sun Hua's arm with such force that it elicited a cry of pain. What happened to her? Startled by the fury in Chen Fan's eyes, Sun Hua trembled and quickly replied, Senior sister Shangwan possesses a top-grade water spiritual root with unparalleled talent. Yet she was still treated as a pawn. To cover our escape, she single-handedly held off 3 core formation cultivators. Chen Fan's aura turned icy. Without hesitation, he produced a shimmering spiritual artifact, Flying Sword, placing it into Sun Hua's hands. Brother, take this artifact for your protection. I must go. Before Sun Hua could react, Chen Fan grasped Su Qinghuan's hand. Behind them, the wings of the Kunpeng unfurled with a thunderous roar, golden divine, lightning coiling around the tips. In the next moment, the 2 figures vanished from sight. Instantaneous movement. Sun Hua stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Yuaning? No, junior brother Chen looks so young. How could he? In the heart of the battlefield, smoke and dust filled the air. Ha ha ha, Shangwan Yu, stop struggling. Come back to the corpse sect with me. Your top-grade water spiritual root is exactly what our master desires. Brother, stop talking nonsense. This woman is ruthless, with countless spiritual artifacts and talismans. The longer we delay, the greater the risk. The 2 core formation cultivators from the corpse sect sneered as they simultaneously summoned 2 black coffins. The lids flew open, and 2 silver-armored corpse kings stepped out, identical in appearance, a pair of twin brothers. A wave of initial stage core formation pressure descended, forcing Shangwan Yu to kneel, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. With a bitter smile, Shangwan Yu's eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. She finally understood that the summons from the Grand Elder and Lei Wanhai that day was not a trial, but a push into the abyss. Beware! I command you to lead the first batch of disciples to evacuate. This is the trust the sect places in you. I am willing. At that moment, she was innocent and sincere. Lei Wankai silently handed her countless spiritual tools and talismans, his gaze complex, followed by a long sigh. She was puzzled then, wondering why so many life-preserving items were necessary for a mere evacuation. Now she understands that those items were a form of pity, a compensation. The last vestige of warmth as they sent her to her demise. Chen Fan, I can no longer wait for you. Tears streamed down Shangwan Yu's face. Her eyes filled with resolve. She cast away all the remaining spiritual tools and treasures in her hands, channeling her spiritual energy into a self-destructing artifact, willing to perish together. The faces of the 2 core formation cultivators changed drastically. Not good. She is going to self-destruct. Stop her. They hurriedly summoned the silver-armored corpse to shield them. Damn it. How does she still possess so many spiritual tools? The prior talisman from the late core formation stage already killed an elder. The information was entirely wrong. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as countless spiritual tools detonated simultaneously, unleashing a violent shockwave that swept in all directions, creating a massive pit several yards deep. Smoke and dust billowed, obscuring the sky. She can't have been killed outright, right? My corpse has already been half destroyed. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, 2 figures stood frozen in place. In the pit, 4 silhouettes emerged. What is happening? The 2 members of the corpse sect were utterly bewildered. Chen Fan stood at the forefront, cradling the blood-soaked and tattered Shangwan Yu, her eyes devoid of emotion, shrouded in a chilling silence. He did not cast a glance at the 2 individuals. His entire focus was on Shangwan Yu. Why are you so foolish? Knowing you were betrayed, why not just flee? Why endure this? Weakly, Shangwan Yu raised her hand to caress his cheek, tears mingling with blood as they fell. You finally came. I was so afraid. I feared I would never see you again. If I had known, I would have left with you back then. Chen Fan's heart felt as if it were being tightly squeezed, suffocating him with pain. He swiftly retrieved several top-grade healing pills, carefully feeding them to her, his fingertips gently wiping away the blood from her face. At this moment, the two core formation cultivators from the corpse sect finally regained their composure, demanding harshly, "Who dares to interfere in the affairs of our corpse sect? You seek death." Chen Fan still did not raise his head, merely shielding Yu in his embrace. His voice eerily calm, without even glancing at the enemies. "Are they the ones who harmed you?" Without waiting for Yu's response, Chen Fan flicked his fingers, sending several high-grade spirit stones into the body of the nascent soul puppet. "Eliminate them." As the words fell, the nascent soul puppet flickered, vanishing from sight. The next moment, bang, bang, two sharp cracks echoed as the two silver-armored corpses were obliterated into a shower of flesh. A nascent soul. The two cultivators from the corpse sect were struck with terror. "Quick, shatter the communication jade slip and summon the master." As one was about to crush the jade slip, the puppet appeared before him. With one punch, his dantian shattered. With another grasp, the golden core was crushed. "Ah, master, save me." The anguished scream abruptly ceased. The other cultivator did not even have time to flee. With two punches, he met the same fate, dying on the spot. Although the nascent soul puppet was merely at the nascent soul's initial stage, and thus the weakest of its kind, the chasm in cultivation realms was as vast as an impassable abyss, utterly insurmountable by a foundation establishment practitioner. Su Qingwan stood aside, exhaling in relief, believing the ordeal had finally concluded. Yet, at that moment, ominous dark clouds swiftly converged on the horizon, blotting out the sun and sky. An overwhelming, nauseating stench of decay cascaded down from the heavens, shrouding the entire expanse. A hoarse, frigid voice imbued with an aura of death slowly resonated through the clouds. "Why summon me?" Chapter 67. The corpse elders battle. Yu's complexion shifted dramatically, her voice trembling. "It is the corpse patriarch. Chen Fan, flee at once. He is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator who has achieved great perfection. You stand no chance against him. Their target is solely me. You must escape." "Escape? To where?" A chilling laughter rent the void. "Dare to slay my disciple. Be prepared to meet your demise." Before his words had fully faded, the space near the communication jade slip violently ruptured, from which emerged a colossal black coffin exuding a withered, deathly aura. The coffin lid creaked open, revealing an elderly man clad in black robes, his complexion as pale as death itself, emanating a suffocating stench of corpses, the very patriarch of the corpse sect. His gaze swept coldly across the scene before settling mockingly upon the nascent soul puppet beside Chen Fan. "Ha, so at the auction that day, you were the one who acquired this puppet. A mere foundation establishment cultivator. No wonder you acted so arrogantly. This puppet far exceeds its base price. Behind you, there is no true support, is there?" Chen Fan's expression darkened profoundly. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator of great perfection. Such a level was among the pinnacle in the mortal realm. At present, Chen Fan's strength was insufficient to confront him directly. Judging by the tone, this man must have been present at the Central Plains auction and was likely an agent planted by the corpse sect. "Ha! A foundation establishment wanderer who can bid such a staggering amount of spirit stones must be concealing an earth-shattering fortune. Today, I shall claim it all for myself." A colossal hand, suffused with a dense aura of death, descended from the heavens, blotting out the sky, and slammed down mercilessly upon Chen Fan. Gritting his teeth, Chen Fan raised the 10,000 Souls banner into the air. The vermilion bird's sacred flames, the exorcising divine thunder, and the tricolored ultimate spiritual energies erupted simultaneously, infusing the banner. Within it, billions of souls howled, coalescing around the two core nascent soul spirits to form an immense soul force array, which surged forth as a magnificent torrent, crashing against the giant hand. Boom! The colossal hand was pierced through, and Chen Fan and his companions were violently hurled backward by the savage shockwave. The corpse patriarch casually waved his hand, dissipating the residual force. His eyes fixed intently on the 10,000 Souls banner suspended in midair, greed blazing fiercely within them. A top-grade spiritual treasure. You actually possess a top-grade spiritual treasure. Boy, Your fortune is indeed extraordinary. Chen Fan steadied his form without hesitation. With a thunderous sound, the Kunpeng wings unfurled behind him, crackling with lightning. Grasping Shang Wanyu with one hand and Su Qingwan with the other, he fully unleashed the Kunpeng 9 transformations, vanishing instantly from the spot. Instantaneous movement? No, it was a lightning escape. The high-grade nature of those wings was unfathomable even to the patriarch. His face was etched with shock. Chen Fan's speed had now surpassed that of an ordinary nascent soul at the initial stage, reaching the mid-stage level. Attempting to flee before me? This speed is still insufficient. The corpsine patriarch snorted coldly and raised his hand to rend the space apart. He stood but a step away from transcending into the divine, having begun to master the power of space. Chen Fan's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting as the evil-dispelling divine thunder intertwined with the wings of the Kunpeng, his figure flickering in and out of sight. Yet, in the next moment, the ancestor of Corpse Een traversed space and appeared directly before him. The elder's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. A foundation-building cultivator should never possess such swiftness. Within those wings lies the essence of spatial power. This child must be eliminated. Those wings shall be mine. I will refine you into the most formidable, golden-armored corpse. The ancestor of Corpse Een pursued with all his might. Su Qinghuan gently patted her chest, having just breathed a sigh of relief, believing she had temporarily evaded danger. However, Chen Fan's brow suddenly furrowed. The surrounding space had been completely sealed off. 3 resplendent golden coffins materialized out of thin air, blocking their path. The coffins exploded open, revealing 3 golden-armored corpses, each exuding a pressure that rivaled Chen Fan's early nascent soul puppets. At that moment, the figure of the ancestor of Corpse Een slowly coalesced, cutting off all avenues of retreat. Why do you not flee? I have sealed off the space within dozens of miles, no matter how profound your escape techniques. You cannot take flight. Chen Fan's face turned ashen. With 1 late-stage nascent soul expert and 3 golden-armored corpses, the 4 formidable forces surrounded him, plunging him into despair. Shang Wanyu, despite her grievous wounds, stood resolutely in front of Chen Fan, her voice resolute. Ancestor of Corpse Een, what you desire is my supreme water spiritual root to refine your 5 elements corpses. Let them go, and I will willingly accompany you. Otherwise, I shall self-destruct my spiritual root, and you shall gain nothing. Yuer, what nonsense are you speaking? Chen Fan exclaimed sharply. The ancestor of Corpse Een, however, seemed to find it utterly ludicrous, laughing uproariously, naive, ridiculous. I coveted your spiritual root merely as an afterthought. The treasures, opportunities, and wings possessed by this boy far exceed your worth by 100-fold. You, a mere foundation-building insect, dare to bargain with me? Chen Fan gently pushed Shang Wanyu into Su Qinghuan's embrace, his gaze icy yet resolute, as he ruffled her hair. Foolish one, we are not yet at our end. Do not speak such foolishness. With those words, he turned to face the ancestor of Corpse Een, his voice resonating through the heavens. Old fool, today, I shall measure just how much weight you carry in this late-stage, nascent soul realm. Chen Fan abruptly hurled the 10,000 souls banner into the sky, his hands forming ancient seals. A pitch-black formation erupted around him, centered on his being. Souls surged forth from the banner like a tempest, and the Raksasa saint ancestor, along with 2 nascent soul souls, manifested simultaneously, forming seals and pouring all their life force into Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan's cultivation began to explosively surge at a visible rate. Early-stage golden core, mid-stage golden core, late-stage golden core. The thunderous roars echoed as his aura escalated, ultimately settling at the early stage of nascent soul. Within his Danshan, a miniature illusory figure gradually coalesced, not a true nascent soul, but a pseudo-nascent soul formed from the sacrifice of myriad souls, ephemeral, violent, and on the verge of shattering. 5-colored spiritual radiance enveloped him, with the hues of water, wood, and fire gleaming most brilliantly. The ancestor of Corpse Een's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief flooding his face. Impossible. A nascent soul? You dare forcibly elevate your realm with soul power, unafraid that your physical body might shatter under the strain. He had encountered countless secret arts, yet had never witnessed such a tyrannical and bizarre method of enhancement. Oof. Merely a facade of a false nascent soul. Not even having faced the heavenly tribulation, how dare it contend with me? A late-stage nascent soul? Even a true mid-stage nascent soul would have to bow down before my might. Chen Fan's long hair danced wildly as the malevolent thunder surged and roared around him, transforming him into a deity of thunder, exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity. Old fool, spare me your prattle. Prepare to meet your end. 5 spiritual swords ascended, forming a 5-element sword formation of the nascent soul stage, infused with 3 colors of exquisite spiritual power, entwined with the malevolent thunder. Its might was sufficient to slay a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner. The countenance of the corpse ancestor tightened, not daring to underestimate him. He summoned his life-bonded spiritual treasure, a pitch-black giant coffin which swelled in the air, transforming into a mountain-sized artifact, a mid-grade spiritual treasure. The 5-element sword formation clashed against the mid-grade coffin, resulting in a stalemate. 3 armored corpses lunged forward, seeking to tear apart the sword formation. Yet the malevolent thunder was the bane of all evil, and as the nascent level divine thunder descended, the armored corpses emitted a piercing howl, retreating in fear. "Huh, old fool, is that all you've got?" Chen Fan laughed maniacally, though blood involuntarily trickled from the corners of his mouth. The power of the false nascent soul was overwhelmingly violent, pushing his body to the brink of collapse. His internal organs churned tumultuously, threatening to burst at any moment. The 5-element sword formation gathered its strength to its zenith. The 5-colored light beams, entwined with divine thunder, erupted violently, forcing the armored corpses aside and charging directly at the corpse ancestor. 9 nether yellow spring finger. The corpse ancestor roared, no longer fearing the divine thunder. He gathered the sinister energy of his entire being to his fingertips, piercing through the void to strike at the light beam. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the heavens and the earth, warping and tearing the void, flattening mountains across a 100-mile radius. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Fan, drenched in blood, felt his strength evaporate instantaneously, plummeting to the ground like a severed kite, stirring up clouds of dust. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed toward the center of the battlefield. As the dust gradually settled, for coffins hovered steadily, 3 armored corpses lay shattered, their energy depleted. Yet the corpsine ancestor remained only slightly soiled and scathed. Mockery and disdain filled the old man's face. Ants will always be ants, no matter how they struggle. They cannot stir up a tempest. Boy, all your treasures, wings, opportunities, and flesh are now mine. The corpse ancestor raised his hand, summoning an immense palm, suffused with endless deathly energy, crashing down towards Chen Fan. Lying on the ground, racked with pain, his strength utterly depleted, despair filled his eyes. Would he truly perish like this? I'm so sorry, I ultimately failed to protect you. Fleeting memories surfaced. Yu Bingqing, Su Qingwan, Feng Qingxiu, his elder brother, and second sister. Just as the colossal palm was about to descend, reducing him to a pulp, 2 figures, disregarding everything, leaped to shield him, embracing him tightly. Shang Wanyu held Su Qingwan, both standing resolutely before Chen Fan, their voices gentle yet resolute. Chen Fan, if we are to die, let us die together. Chapter 68, Danshan ruined. Night attack on Chen Fan. Chen Fan gazed at the 2 figures shielding him, his heart wrenched with agony. At this moment, his Danshan lay desolate, his spiritual energy completely exhausted, rendering him weaker than an ordinary mortal, lacking even the strength to lift his hand. It is my failure to protect you that has brought you misfortune. I am truly sorry. Shangwan, he tightly embraced him, closing her eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. The enormous hand of death, shrouded in a suffocating aura, descended with a thunderous crash, mere inches away from the three of them. In this fleeting moment between life and death, time suddenly stood still. The raging winds ceased, leaves hung motionless in the air, and that lethal hand froze midair, utterly unmoving. Three figures clad in resplendent garments appeared out of thin air, exuding an aura of nobility, untouched by the mundane world. The foremost lady hastened to Shangwan Yuer's side, her voice trembling with excitement. "Yuer, my child, I am your empress mother." Beside her, a dignified man regarded her with soft eyes. "I am your emperor father, Shangwan Feng. This is your third brother, Tianyu." The young man flashed a broad smile. "Sister, we have searched for you for 3,000 years, traversing 3,000 small worlds. And at last, we have found you." Shangwan Yuer gazed up in confusion, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity towards the three before her, yet lacking any recollection. Shangwan Feng sighed lightly, gesturing with a finger, and a torrent of memories surged into her mind. The celestial realm, royal lineage, blood ties, lost to the mortal realm. In just a few breaths, tears streamed down Shangwan Yuer's face as she choked out. "Father, mother, third brother, now is not the time to linger here. We have tarried too long in the mortal realm, and the heavenly Tao has begun to reject us," Shangwan Feng urged hastily. Shangwan Yuer suddenly grasped his sleeve, tears flowing freely. "Father, I implore you to save Chen Fan. I cannot let him die." Shangwan Feng glanced at the barely breathing Chen Fan, his gaze flickering, remaining silent. Shangwan Tinyu scoffed. "Sister, this person is far too weak. Be silent." Shangwan Feng rebuked sharply, then with a hint of helplessness continued. "It is not that I do not wish to save him. As beings of the celestial realm, intervening in the mortal realm's affairs would incur the wrath of the heavenly Tao, leading to our utter annihilation. Father, I do not care. If he dies, I shall not live either." Shangwan Feng furrowed his brow, gazing up at the heavens. Moments later, a distant, grand, an undeniable voice of the heavenly Tao reverberated through the void. "Very well." Without further hesitation, Shangwan Feng waved his sleeve. In a flash of white light, Chen Fan, Shangwan Yuer, Su Qinghuan, and the three from the celestial realm vanished without trace. The next moment, time resumed its flow. Boom! The colossal hand crashed down, shattering the earth, leaving behind an unfathomable pit. The ancestor of corpse Een stood frozen in place, his face a mask of shock and madness. Where are they? Where's the body? Impossible. I clearly had control over everything. How could there be not a trace left? Who? Who dares to thwart my plans? He howled towards the heavens, his fury and resentment nearly incinerating the world. You. I will find you. Everything that belongs to you shall be mine. In a hidden valley, the fluctuations in the void dissipated. Chen Fan had long since lost consciousness, his breath weak to the extreme. Shangwan Feng lightly swept his fingertips, assessing the situation before nodding slightly. The physical body remains intact. The soul is still present, due to the unique nature of his cultivation method. Though on the brink of death, this misfortune has brought him fortune instead. I must leave at once. The heavenly Tao's rejection has reached its limit. As Shangwan Yu leaned down, she gently kissed Chen Fan's forehead, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Chen Fan, I must return to the celestial realm. I will wait for you. You must come find me." She turned to Su Qinghuan, her expression complex yet earnest. "Sister, please take good care of him." Though Su Qinghuan felt utterly bewildered, she nodded vigorously, assuring, "I will." "Rest assured." Shangwan Feng patted his daughter's shoulder, remarking that this young man possessed profound fortune, which was why the heavenly order had permitted his journey. With his talents and destiny, ascending to the celestial realm was merely a matter of time. In a flash of white light, the four figures vanished completely. Su Qinghuan stood rooted to the spot, her heart shaken. The celestial realm was indeed not a mere legend. Unsure of her surroundings, she could only seek refuge in a concealed cave with the unconscious Chen Fan. She administered the last few precious healing pills, vigilantly staying by his side day and night, never leaving his side. Within a few days, the wounds on Chen Fan's body had healed. To her astonishment, she discovered that golden lightning danced around his injuries, pulsating with a tremendous life force. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan was trapped in a boundless illusion, as if ensnared in a prolonged dream. In this dream, he returned to Blue Star. The experiences of traversing realms, cultivating, and the bonds of love and brotherhood were but ephemeral fantasies. He found himself in a hospital room, visited by colleagues, and even accompanied by a wife he did not recognize. After being discharged, his wife took him to visit a grave. When he saw the name Chen Fan etched on the tombstone, with the date of death starkly visible, the illusion shattered. It was all a lie. He screamed, crashing into the gravestone. Coughing violently, Chen Fan gradually opened his eyes, his vision blurred, revealing the unfamiliar ceiling of the cave. "Young master, you are awake." Su Qingwan rushed over, carefully helping him sit up. Chen Fan's throat was parched, his voice hoarse. "How long have I been asleep? Where is Yue? You have been unconscious for over a year. If it weren't for your faint breath, I would truly believe you were gone." Su Qingwan replied, her eyes reddening. "Lady Yu has been taken back to the celestial realm by her royal parents." Chen Fan fell silent for a moment, slowly nodding. He recalled the three noble figures, the same aura as that of the Kunpeng, and understood. He refrained from asking further, immediately turning inward to examine himself. The next moment, his complexion turned as pale as paper, his heart sinking to the depths. His dantian lay shattered, his spiritual roots dimmed, his meridians damaged, and his cultivation entirely lost. He had unequivocally become an ordinary mortal. The wondrous treasures to restore his dantian had long vanished from the human realm, and were exceedingly rare even in the spirit realm. He was unwilling to accept this fate. He yearned to venture to the spirit realm, to the celestial realm, to retrieve Shangguanyu. Frantically, he took out all the healing pills and high-grade spiritual herbs he could find, recklessly attempting to mend his dantian. Yet each attempt proved futile. Su Qingwan watched him, her heart a tumult of emotions as she observed his despairing yet resolute demeanor. Her gaze shifted from hesitation to struggle, ultimately solidifying into a resolve. As night fell, the exhausted Chen Fan succumbed to a deep slumber. Now, devoid of any cultivation, he was no different from an ordinary person. The night was hazy, and the cave lay in silence. Su Qingwan slowly approached him, her delicate teeth gently biting her crimson lip, resolutely making the greatest determination of her life. She gracefully shed her emerald green gown, her slender, fair figure trembling slightly under the moonlight. Kneeling, she gently straddled Chen Fan. Startled by the subtle movement, Chen Fan awakened. Blinking in confusion, his voice hoarse. "What are you doing?" Chapter 69. The Clear Xian Jade Spirit Body. Restoration of dantian. "What are you doing?" Chen Fan abruptly sat up, his sudden motion causing Su Qingwan to tremble. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushing crimson, a delicate pink hue staining her ears. "Young master, you are awake?" "Aye." Chen Fan gently pulled her away, facing her with a serious expression. "I am not in the mood for this." "No." Su Qingwan hastily waved her hands, her voice as soft as a whisper. "I did not mean that. I wish to help you restore your dantian." Chen Fan's entire being jolted, seizing her shoulders with urgency in his gaze. "Are you serious?" Su Qingwan, flustered under his intense stare, lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "Yes, I'm the Clear Xian Jade Spirit Body. This constitution possesses an innate, formidable healing power, a rare furnace body in the world." At this point, she could no longer continue. The implications of a furnace body were well understood by both. Observing her reddened eyes and trembling figure, Chen Fan's heart swelled with mixed emotions. He released her, softly inquiring, "Why are you doing this? Our relationship is merely a transaction. You have already established your foundation and could easily take the treasures and leave, embracing a vast world." Su Qinghuan lifted her gaze, tears welling in her eyes. Yet a hint of stubbornness lingered. "You saved my life. In the endless sea, in the extreme northern ice abyss, you protected me time and time again." With that, she seemingly exhausted all her strength and buried herself in Chen Fan's embrace. Stiffening momentarily, he gradually raised his hand, cradling her trembling form. He gently lifted her chin, Gazing in her tightly shut eyes and quivering lashes, his voice deep and tender. "Silly girl, this time, we are bound for life." In the sudden widening of King Huan's eyes, Chen Fan leaned down to kiss her. Her kiss was innocent and inexperienced, akin to a ripe cherry. Chen Fan patiently guided her until she gradually relaxed, surrendering to the moment. The crackling of the campfire echoed, shadows dancing around them. The emerald gown lay upon the ground, resembling a soft meadow. King Huan suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at Chen Fan, who was so near, and softly asked, "Am I much younger than Miss Yuer?" Chen Fan was taken aback, then chuckled softly, kissing her forehead, and earnestly replied, "No, I adore you just as you are." The night deepened, the mountain breeze cool, yet the cave remained as warm as spring. After a suppressed sigh, they succumbed to a boundless intimacy. King Huan felt a surge of profound life essence flowing from her dantian toward Chen Fan, her cultivation remarkably soaring to the peak of the initial foundation stage during this process. Meanwhile, Chen Fan sensed a soothing stream of energy entering his shattered dantian, akin to spring rain nourishing parched earth, as the ghastly wounds visibly healed and reformed. The following morning, Chen Fan was the first to open his eyes. The person nestled in his arms slept soundly, her hands still tightly encircling his waist, her delicate face buried against his chest, a faint trace of contentment lingering at the corners of her lips. Warmth blossomed within Chen Fan's heart, and he could not help but gently stroke her silky hair. King Huan let out a soft sigh and, weary, opened her eyes. Upon beholding the scene before her, she was instantly startled, like a frightened rabbit seeking refuge in his embrace. Yet, a sudden twinge of pain from a certain spot caused her to gasp sharply. "Ouch, that hurts!" Chen Fan swiftly channeled his spiritual energy, a soothing warmth flowing into her abdomen, instantly dispelling the pain. King Huan raised her flushed face cautiously and inquired, "Young master, has your dantian recovered?" With a hoarse voice tinged with gratitude, Chen Fan pulled her closer and replied, "King Huan, thank you. My dantian has been completely restored." "That's a relief." King Huan breathed, then blushingly pointed at the clothing beneath her and said, "Young master, I should put my clothes on first." Chen Fan glanced down to see that the emerald green gown was thoroughly soaked with sweat and stained with a conspicuous red plum blossom, clearly unwearable now. "This dress is probably beyond saving," he joked. King Huan's face flushed crimson as if it might bleed. Flustered, she hurriedly retrieved an identical green dress from her storage pouch and swiftly dressed herself. Chen Fan also donned a brand new azure robe with composed ease. Once they had tidied themselves, Chen Fan suddenly asked, "King Huan, are you truly only a wooden spiritual root? Last night, I sensed an extraordinarily pure vitality within you." At his words, King Huan seemed as delicate and tender as a ripe shrimp, lightly tapping him and chiding, "Stop saying that." Gazing at this petite and refined lady, her shyness boundless, Chen Fan's heart softened, and he enfolded her in his arms. From his storage ring, he retrieved the soul-devouring formation plate and erected a grand array that severed all external interference. Taking her hand, he spoke mysteriously, "I will take you to a certain place." In the next moment, the scenery abruptly shifted. King Huan stared in astonishment at the vast expanse of land before her. Tier upon tier of spirit fields flourished, nurturing rare, celestial herbs and treasures she had only heard of in legends, including many earth-grade elixirs. Not far off, a boundless azure lake shimmered with rippling light, the spiritual energy so dense it seemed almost liquid. Her voice trembled. "Is this the true water of Biming in the Northern Sea secret realm?" No wonder young master was able to make the entire lake vanish. Just then, she noticed a snowy white figure darting swiftly among the top-tier medicinal fields. "Young master, do you keep a little dog here?" she asked curiously, pointing at the figure. Chen Fan was about to explain when the white figure transformed into a streak of light and leapt onto his shoulder. Xiao Bai regarded King Huan with a pair of icy blue fox-like eyes, arrogantly casting her a glance that seemed to say, "You're the dog. And your whole family too." This is my spirit beast, Xiao Bai, Chen Fan introduced. Also, please don't call me young Master Han anymore. My real name is Chen Fan. Su Qingwan repeated the name silently before realizing. So you've been using an alias all along. She did not dwell on it, but instead gazed at Xiao Bai with eager anticipation. May I hold it? Chen Fan nodded in assent. Su Qingwan carefully took Xiao Bai into her arms and sincerely apologized. I am truly sorry, Xiao Bai. I was wrong just now. Xiao Bai, with a touch of pride, turned its head away. After a moment, seeing her genuine tenderness, it softened and nestled comfortably in her embrace. Once both the human and the fox were settled, Chen Fan began his diligent work in the spiritual field. Although his Danshin had been restored, he had lost his cultivation due to the backlash from the pseudo-primordial infant, and was now commencing his final round of reconstruction. The 5 Elements Transformation Sutra was exceedingly resource-intensive. As he harvested spiritual herbs, he inwardly grumbled about how the Lord of the 5 Elements had ascended. His physique inherently possessed the chaos heavenly canon, which should have been the most suitable for him. Yet, its cultivation speed was painfully slow, several times slower than that of the 5 Elements Transformation Sutra. No, since it was an innate physique, it couldn't possibly be unsuitable. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before retrieving the soul banner. The fragment of the Rakshasa, saint ancestor, possessed the cultivation of the Mahayana realm and extensive knowledge. Perhaps it could elucidate his doubts. Master, the ethereal figure of the Rakshasa saint ancestor appeared and bowed respectfully. Saint ancestor, I wish to inquire about the chaos Tao body and the 5 spiritual roots, Chen Fan stated directly. A flicker of reverence crossed the saint ancestor's eyes. The chaos Tao body exists solely in ancient legends. It is the singular Tao body in the world. It can encompass myriad laws and draw near to the great Tao, exhibiting unparalleled comprehension and cultivation aptitude. He paused before continuing. The reason you perceive the 5 spiritual roots as a mixed spiritual root is entirely due to the damage to the essence of the human realm. What do you mean by that? He explained, the spiritual energy in the human realm is scarce. Cultivating the 5 spiritual roots requires simultaneously absorbing 5 types of elemental energies, which is an enormous expenditure. Thus, the speed is far inferior to that of a single spiritual root. However, in the spirit realm, where the essence of the world is intact, a top-tier 5 spiritual root is an extraordinary genius. The Rakshasa saint ancestor elaborated. When a cultivator in the late stage of spirit transformation advances to void refinement, they need to unify the 5 elements, thereafter directly accessing the power of the laws. As you possess the chaos Tao body, once you reach the spirit realm and cultivate the chaos heavenly canon, your progress will be astonishing, as various powerful physiques only manifest their effectiveness upon reaching void refinement. What if one of the spiritual roots is missing? Chen Fan inquired. It must be compensated with a top-tier demon core or heavenly spiritual object of pure attribute, the saint ancestor replied. Chen Fan nodded, storing the soul banner away. At that moment, the clouds of uncertainty in his heart dissipated. It turned out that the physique deemed useless in the human realm was, in fact, an unparalleled genius in a higher world. The spirit realm and the celestial realm awaited him, Chen Fan, and he was determined to journey there. Chapter 70. Return to the Great Yin. At this moment, Xiao Bai scampered up to Chen Fan, nuzzling his little leg affectionately. Chen Fan lifted it up, frowning slightly. How have you gained so much weight? Have you been sneaking spiritual herbs again? Xiao Bai flailed its limbs, unabashedly releasing the aura of the mid-stage foundation establishment, proudly raising its chin as if seeking praise. Oh, you've reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment? In that case, I shall not hold this against you. Xiao Bai felt a wave of relief wash over it, darting to perch on Su Qingwan's shoulder, secretly rejoicing. Thank goodness I devoured a heap of high-level mysterious spiritual herbs. My cultivation has increased, or I would surely face a scolding. Su Qingwan watched the interaction between the man and the fox, unable to suppress a gentle laugh. Qingwan, remain here and cultivate with peace of mind, Chen Fan instructed, gesturing toward the distance. The spiritual energy in this space was incomparably more concentrated than the outside world. by at least 100-fold. You should train near that bamboo grove. Its wood element aura is most abundant, perfectly suited to your nature. However, be cautious not to approach too closely, for the golden thunder bamboo's electric discharge can inflict harm. Following his direction, Su Qingwan beheld a lush bamboo forest standing gracefully, with an aura of wood element energy so dense it seemed almost tangible. Yet, delicate golden lightning coiled around the bamboo tips, evoking a sense of trepidation. After dual cultivation with Chen Fan, her sensitivity to wood element energies had heightened remarkably. She promptly found a safe haven beyond the reach of the electric currents, settled cross-legged, and meditated in serene focus. She understood that Chen Fan was about to enter seclusion to restore his cultivation, a retreat likely to span a protracted era. Meanwhile, Chen Fan busied himself gathering spirit herbs within the spiritual field. The little white fox eagerly assisted, perching obediently atop a towering pile of herbs, handing over the gathered materials. Upon reaching a patch of transformation grass, the fox fixated on the vibrant green leaves, saliva nearly dripping in anticipation. Enough yearning, Chen Fan chided gently, tapping its small head. Once you ascend to a third-tier demon beast, I shall concoct you a transformation pill. With that, he collected the entire patch of transformation grass. Though a mid-tier spirit herb held little immediate value for him, it was crucial for the fox's eventual transformation. For 2 whole months, Chen Fan immersed himself in alchemy. Pills for the qi refining stage were now effortless to craft, but those required for the foundation establishment stage, particularly the return origin pills, demanded immense exertion, even with the aid of the red butterfly-s spirit artifact. The quantity of pills produced was threefold that of his previous endeavors. Fortunately, all were of the highest quality, otherwise the toxin within the pills alone could have cost him his life. He first consumed a saint's soul pill. During his last battle with the corpsine patriarch, not only had his cultivation been shattered, but his soul had suffered devastating injuries, causing him to lapse into a year-long slumber. Nearly another year had passed before his soul fully recovered, now even more condensed and formidable, reaching the pinnacle of the soul's nascent pillar stage. This was a blessing born of misfortune, for his physical body had yet to attain nascent soul stage and likely could not sustain a soul beyond that threshold. Expanding his divine awareness, Chen Fan surveyed the surroundings. Su Qingwan remained in tranquil cultivation, her aura steady and untroubled, though the rate at which she absorbed spiritual energy was somewhat sluggish, likely due to the inferior grade of her cultivation technique, which did not complement her innate aptitude. Once they departed, he resolved to procure a superior method for her. The little white fox frolicked joyously within the spiritual field, gnawing on spirit herbs with unrestrained delight. Chen Fan's gaze ultimately settled upon an ancient, unnamed spiritual tree. Nestled between its trunk was a colossal kunpeng egg, its shell swirling with daorist rhythms as wisps of grayish-white primordial energy seeped gently into it. Everything serene and undisturbed. Having confirmed all was well, Chen Fan once again entered seclusion. Corpsine fiend, you had better live well. When I reach nascent soul stage, I shall storm the corpsine sect and exact vengeance for all the blood debts of this day. This seclusion endured for a full decade. The spiritual energy required to cultivate the 5-element roots was vast as an ocean. His chaotic daorist body was an abyss without bottom. Even the abundant spiritual energy of the creation realm was absorbed over 10 long years. 5 years prior, Su Qingwan had already successfully broken through, advancing to mid-stage foundation establishment. She also realized that the cultivation method she practiced had long fallen behind the growth rate of her spiritual roots. Being a rare prodigy of the Su family, my previous techniques should no longer suffice for my pace of advancement. At that moment, the heavens and earth within the space of creation underwent a dramatic upheaval. An endless torrent of spiritual energy surged wildly, coalescing around Chen Fan, forming a colossal whirlwind of spiritual power that pierced the heavens and the earth, an awe-inspiring sight. Su Qingwan suddenly opened her eyes, her face filled with astonishment. This tidal wave of spiritual energy is several times more terrifying than when my father achieved the golden core. Chen Fan voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy, and it took a full 3 days for the whirlwind to gradually subside. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, brilliance flashing within. A smile barely contained. Ha ha, I have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. My physical form has further advanced under the pressure of the nascent soul level. The dust-settling grass has matured, and as soon as I find an earth-attribute spiritual object to balance the 5 elements of my spiritual roots, I shall be ready to attempt the golden core. Young master, your aura has grown significantly stronger. Su Qingwan hurried over, her eyes brimming with delight. Chen Fan, in high spirits, replied softly, yes. Once we are outside, I shall find you a superior cultivation method that suits you. But in the next moment his smile froze. The spiritual energy in the entire space of creation had been nearly depleted by his consumption, and relying solely on that single spiritual spring was insufficient to support further cultivation. If only I could find a complete spiritual vein. Fortunately, the Xiantian golden lotus within the space of creation had already matured. He spent another 5 days absorbing the metallic essence within the lotus, and within his danshan, the lights of fire, wood, water, and metal spiritual roots shone harmoniously, achieving perfect balance. With everything in readiness, Chen Fan took Su Qinghuan's hand and left the space of creation. Su Qinghuan took a deep breath of the outside air. Though the spiritual energy was sparse, it felt refreshing and vibrant. Chen Fan unfolded his peak golden core consciousness and confirmed that they were still within the territory of the Zhao kingdom. He summoned the divine wind boat and flew towards the direction of the Dian dynasty. Having been away from home for over a decade, he wondered if the Dian had been affected by the demonic invasion and whether his family was well. Days later, at the Dian Imperial Palace, as soon as they landed, they encountered Zhou Ziruo. It has been a long time, Chen Fan said lightly. Zhou Ziruo trembled, gazing at him incredulously. Chen Fan? You have returned? Yes. I came back to have a look. Zhou Ziruo led the two into the inner palace, and as soon as Chen Zhao spotted Chen Fan, her face lit up with joy, ready to rush forward, but she caught sight of a stunningly beautiful woman with an elegant demeanor standing beside him. She halted abruptly and instead warmly grasped Su Qinghuan's hand. Little brother, who is this young lady? Su Qinghuan shyly glanced at Chen Fan, lowering her eyes in silence. Chen Fan smiled calmly and spoke loudly. Second sister, this is Su Qinghuan, one of my companions. Su Qinghuan felt a sense of relief in her heart and softly greeted. Second sister, just call me Qinghuan. Chen Zaiao first smiled widely, then suddenly stiffened, whirling around to glare at Chen Fan, her voice rising sharply. What did you say? One of your companions. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yunhao and Chen Tianxi hurried back, neglecting even the morning court. As I stepped through the door, I immediately spotted Chen Zhou grasping Chen Fan's ear, her face contorted with frustration. Beside her, Su Qinghuan, seemingly at a loss, was trying to mediate, clearly protective of Chen Fan. You truly are a fickle heart, bringing back two at once. Even your brother-in-law wouldn't dare to establish a harem, and our Chen family has always upheld a tradition of loyalty. How did a scoundrel like you emerge from our lineage? Chen Tianxi approached, his expression one of bewilderment, hastily attempting to smooth over the situation. Zaiao, please don't be angry, don't be angry. It's been difficult for Zaiofan to return. Let us speak amicably. Under the persistent persuasion of Chen Tianxi and Zhou Yunhao, Chen Fan finally extricated himself from Chen Zhao's grasp. Ultimately, it was Su Qinghuan's gentle counsel that proved effective. Chen Zaiao held a deep fondness for her considerate and understanding sister-in-law. The trio then proceeded to the Imperial Garden, where Zhou Yunhao often enjoyed lingering. He promptly dismissed all attendants. Zaiofan, after all these years, you have finally returned. We have aged, yet you appear even more dashing. Zhou Yunhao remarked, his voice thick with nostalgia. Chen Fan succinctly recounted his experiences over the years, from the perilous adventures in the endless sea to the secrets of the northernmost realm, culminating in the bloody conflict in the Zhao kingdom. Chen Tianxi and Zhou Yunhao listened, their hearts stirred and their eyes alight with yearning. I heard of the demonic forces' large-scale invasion of the Zhao kingdom and could not rest easy. So I returned to take a look. Seeing that Dian is safe brings me solace. Dian, situated on the fringes of the eastern wilderness, is devoid of abundant spiritual energy. Thus the demonic forces do not regard it with interest. Zhou Yunhao chuckled. In recent years, quite a number of cultivators and commoners from Zhao have sought refuge here. A large influx arrived just half a year ago. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Brother, how long can you remain now that you have returned? Chen Tianxi inquired. It will not be for long, Chen Fan pondered. I have completed the foundational stage and will soon attempt to break through to the core formation stage. The next time I return, I know not what year or month it will be. Chen Tianxi sighed deeply. Indeed, by the time you return, we may no longer be here in our old age. Chen Fan fell silent. The path of cultivation is long. For him, a few short years, but for mortals, it is half a lifetime. He procured several jade vials and handed them over. Elder brother, brother-in-law, these are beauty elixirs and longevity pills. Consuming them will ensure your youthful appearance and extend your life by a century. Having left behind ample medicinal pills and spiritual stones, Chen Fan quietly departed the palace with Su Qingwan. He had become a sworn enemy of the Xian sect, and every moment spent in Dian increased the peril he faced. Chen Fan, where shall we go now? Back to Wenzhou, to Yanqing. After months of arduous travel, Chen Fan finally returned to Yanqing, a place he had not seen in over a decade. Without delay, he stepped into the treasure-gathering pavilion. Ah, Brother Chen, you've been away for 10 years, and I've missed you dearly. Feng Qing Snow exclaimed with a bright smile as she leaped towards him. Chen Fan deftly sidestepped, allowing Feng Qing Snow to catch sight of Su Qingwan behind him. A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Qing Snow's eyes, quickly followed by a teasing grin. Well, look at you, returning from your journey with such a lovely beauty in tow. Ignoring her jest, Chen Fan extended his hand directly. Feng Qing Snow shot him a playful glare, chiding him lightly before tossing several heavy storage bags his way. Take this. I knew you'd come back for money. Chen Fan's spirit swept across the scene, and he instantly froze in place, his face etched with astonishment. Feng Qingxiu, observing his dumbfounded expression, covered her lips with a gentle smile and teased. How is it? Surprised? Over 10 million spirit stones? How did you manage that? Feng Qingxiu disdainfully curled her lips. Tisk, have you forgotten what your sister does? Business is my forte. I merely raise the price slightly.